You wanna know who's another weirdo that I don't like? Yeah, I don't know him, no, innit? Yeah. But well, I don't like his videos, innit? Should I say, or his style of videos or whatever. I can't stand that bumper clock Charlie Beach. Yeah, man, I can't take that pussy off, fam. I swear that I can't take that waste, man. What? What's wrong with this punching down business, man? Everyone wants to try and slap a flipping beat up someone that's weaker than them or lower than them, and never punching upwards. I don't rate it, man.
Yo, man. What's
Walk
happening,
on,
B?
walk
Walk
on.
on.
Is it? Telling me.
No, I don't like that Veach guy. I don't like him at all. I don't see what the big thing is about that guy at all. Like, what does he even do? Like, that's productive, I
Runs
guess.
up
Or
on
like,
crackheads
yeah.
and
Like,
starts
I don't get the whole
starts
hype
scolding
with
them.
him. Yeah. But doesn't he, like, he, like, provokes them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, I don't see anything that he does that's like, he's not going out there trying to help the situation. Yeah, I don't like him. It's weird. I don't know about that
There's
Danny
some dude
Shine.
that I used to follow on TikTok here before I lost my fucking. I didn't have, come on, I have my third account on TikTok now. Yeah. Before I lost my
Is
account.
it, man? Oh, what?
Yeah,
You're a bit
yeah, I
of a
keep
rebel
losing
there
accounts
then.
over there, man. I'm not still
I can't
regular
even get
regular.
mine
Yeah.
started, Billy. I can't even get people, like, it won't let people follow me. I can't follow them. Like, it's craziness. I don't think it likes laptops. I think you got to use your phone to do it. But yeah, so you're just gonna have to stay over here.
Yeah, so I was on there, yeah,
Hmm.
and there's a guy. His page was, I think it was like CIC Community, and
Yeah.
he gets as much donations as he can, and then buys like what he calls care packages to give out to homeless people and all that sort of stuff. There, like, so
Oh, that's cool, man. That is
that's
cool.
someone that I fucking bring. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like,
that's
he's
what I
trying to get
rate. Right.
things like
See,
socks,
yeah.
sanitary towels,
Yeah, but I don't see
uh,
what that Veach. So that Veach is getting loads of money, but he's not really
flipping
putting back in.
a mobile phone,
Oh, that's cool, man. Is he
all
on
them sort
YouTube
of
as
shits
well?
there. All his, that's what he does with his donations. No, he's not even on YouTube. I told him, yo, you should
Get,
put your videos on all platforms: YouTube, Instagram, Facebook.
yeah. But you know,
But
like
people would
with
support what
people
you
like
do.
that,
You know what I mean?
there's people like that that don't
It's a
really.
charity. It's
They're
an
not.
actual charity, and he's got a team of people.
Oh, has he? Oh, that's cool, man. That's what you want to see, though, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Veli, yeah. I've got right. You know, I said you want some new people, yeah, right? But I'm warning you now, these cats are crazy. I mean, it's going to be entertaining, yeah, right? But just be prepared. Like, I spoke to him last night. I said, yeah, I've got, if you want to speak about politics, I've got a channel, yeah, I'll link you up, right? But just be prepared, okay? Because these cats are a bit crazy. I mean, I'm
Some
sure.
dollars, yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, you ain't heard nothing like it, man. You ain't heard nothing like it.
And I think it could be as mad as.
Oh no, it's crazy. It's crazy talk, but yeah, yeah. He starts screaming. I don't. I think he's funny. He's funny, but he's got his own views in it. He's got his own views, but then that's what
What's
you
his
want, isn't it?
views?
Like, it's just have opposing views in that, because
Yeah.
no one wants an
Also,
echo
though,
chamber.
I want you to be able to substantiate the claims that you're making in it,
Exactly.
because
Yeah,
that's what
bring
we're
like
having an issue with
sources.
now.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you
yeah.
at least make your substantiation isn't trust me, bro? Trust me, bro. The
Yeah.
country's getting up. Trust me, bro.
Well,
This,
that's
that.
not
The
true.
trust me,
That's not
bro.
true. Yeah, yeah, that drives. Yeah, because not many people do come bring up, back up the facts. Yeah, like they just come and go. That's not true, and that drives me fucking insane. Even if you fucking back it up with facts, oh no, that's still not true. It's like what? Oh my god, I might as well bang my head against a brick wall.
know
But
what? Yeah, I'm in fucking. Oh, I'm on my way to. Um, what's my man's name again? M.RZ.
uh,
You get me? I'm in Evanton, Red.
uh-huh,
Mad.
uh-huh.
What, there's someone. Jeez, he's at nines, yeah?
You need to check Sosa's like latest video, man. It's too fucking funny.
You know what? I
Every
can't
time I
comment on
think of
some.
it,
I
man, I
can't comment
start
on your shorts.
laughing.
See, the
It's
same way
too
you
funny.
can't comment on my shorts, I can't comment on the shorts of your videos either. So I don't know what's happened.
You're persona non
Oh,
grata.
welcome.
Persona non grata over there. All right, let me just address this liggy bitchy shit, yeah, that she's carrying. She's trying to carry on because you know, now that me and Ghost and everything's fallen out, so she's got a bit of backup, right? So she wants to start talking about it again. You know, I see you, Liggy, yeah. Jump on the panel anytime you want. She comes into another chat the other day going, tell that Nikki, yeah. Right, this happened months and fucking months ago. But now that I'm round with Ghost and everyone, and she got a bit of backup, she thinks, I can't stand people like that. I'm just telling you straight, I can't stand this foolish. Oh, that's her new name, the job snatcher. Big up, Nines, man, big up. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just telling you straight.
Oh,
Johnny,
was you gonna try to do Esau and say he's going to take
No,
someone's job?
Belly, I wouldn't listen, Belly, man, Belly, right? I don't talk to the old Bill. I don't like the old Bill. But what she was doing, right, was doing sly little fucking, because that's what she does, the passive aggressive stuff, and was mentioning stuff that like no one else would know about my yard. So what I did was I jumped on Jupiter's and I said, because some guy jumped on here that actually lives near her and said she's a wrong un. And I thought, yeah, I agree with him. I said, do you know what that guy, where he is? Because like, I want to find, if she's fucking trying to fucking threaten me, because she's clearly looked up my details from the council, she can say she hasn't. But that's the only time I would. And I haven't even contacted them. I kind of forgot it after that. But she knows what she's doing. But this was months ago. So why is she piping up now? What? Because she got a bit of backup with Ghost. I can't stand people that move like that. Anyway, you want to see me, League? I'm on the panel. Jump on, bitch. Anyway, big up, Nines.
Thanks, what our family? What you telling me? Yeah.
Pepper pot massive.
Yeah,
Do you guys?
you guys don't have.
You guys don't have pepper pot, do
Saturday
you, in
soup,
Jamaica? Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Pepper pot.
You guys don't have pepper pot, do you, in Jamaica? I think it's just a Guyanese thing, actually.
It's usually Saturday soup.
Yeah, man. She ain't done that live for ages.
Saturday soup, Friday fish.
I miss them live streams. Yeah.
Sundays.
And that Black
Monday,
Courier that I've been
Sunday.
going in, he said he popped over here, or someone told me he popped over here. He's really cool, Velly. You should get him up on the panel. Like, he's not that massively into politics, you know, but it'd be interesting to have a chat with him to see, like, his view. Because you start
like
talking
a
about
Black Daddy Roscoe.
No, he's not. He's really chilled out. He allows. So when I first started going over there and people being racist, I started to get, start round with everyone. But he's like relaxed about it because he wants to build his channel up. So he's like, we've got to have all opinions, man. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right. But yeah, he's really laid back, but really nice guy. So yeah, it's cool that he popped over. I hope he does jump on the panel. He's like chilled. Yeah, cool.
He's gonna jump in and start telling me about the blacks. The blacks.
No, he's more. He's
the blacks.
See, Danny. Look, the thing about Danny, right? Yeah, me and Danny didn't start off all right at all. Yeah, we had a big round that, and I was like, you shouldn't be saying half and all. I don't like that word, but anyway, he likes to use it, and like that, that's him. But you know what? He allows me to say my thing without doing the whole kind of labeling shit. Do you know what I mean? And vice versa. So I got to respect that. Like, at least we can have a conversation without getting into a massive fucking row and, like the labeling and all that shit. So I kind of, because that's what I want to do, is be able to talk to people on here without having to fucking row with everyone. Do you know what I mean? That's fucking hard in itself. Yeah, well, transport, when people come for me, I come back for them. You know what I'm saying? Simple as. Simple. Yo, Pepper Pot, man. What are you saying?
I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Might have to take the pepper off of that pot, my girl.
She got lost in the ether.
Nice, you there now, yeah?
Big up, big up.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Yeah, I might have to take the pepper off of that pot, you know, my girl.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why so?
Yeah.
Why so?
How you mean, man? How you mean, man?
Tell me now.
I'm hearing recordings of people saying about our thing don't matter. And you're
about
sitting
Smiler.
there.
No, but
you mean,
you're
man?
taking out. Hang on a minute, right? Can I just actually say something a minute, right? Because I've got
say something. Go on, girl.
Hold on. Right, I have had. You was in my live stream, right? Yeah, the other day, what week? Yeah, I've fucking had a fucking couple of weeks of it. Yeah, getting attacked. Yeah, my dad getting trolled. So to be honest, my mind weren't really there. If you hear the fucking recording, I'm still going on about Khan after he has said his thing. You know what I'm saying? Because he
Nixie,
said, Belly,
do you really hold on a minute? Because I think
right. So, but another thing, let me just check. Let me just finish. Right. Let me just say, I could say the same, yeah, about other people that have sat on Ghost and not fucking checked him when he is saying shit about me. But I'm not going there. Do you get me? Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that what I heard. I don't think that was like an individual thing, innit? You got a man.
What?
The clip that I heard, I don't really think it was like an individual thing, innit? I'm hearing a man say, "Well, at the end of the day, your thing don't really matter." Yeah, you know what I mean?
I was telling him. I don't even know what it's about. It was early in the morning. That's the first time I've been over there in fucking months, actually, because we fell out over Zara. But we get on the kind of the Jewish, you know, like he is very, you know, he knows his stuff in terms of that, right? What? Shut your mouth.
Shut up. On the Jewish stuff. Like,
no, but you know, like, shut up. All right, yeah, but you know, no, hang on a minute. Don't you get on with certain people over like black issues and stuff? You know what I'm saying? Don't even go there with me, Belly, right? Don't even try that fucking finesse with me, right?
Hey,
but
it's that time.
No,
you know.
Go suck your mother.
You bet not. Oh hell no, you fucking didn't, man. Oh hell no, you didn't.
Shit.
Damn.
I must admit though, Nexia, because you are the first quote unquote black woman that I've known to have such a passion for this Jewish thing, etc., etc., etc. So where do you get that passion from?
It's because so when my dad started getting ill, I started kind of doing just, I don't know, like, because I took some time off work and that.
Was your dad Jewish?
No, he's not. No.
Okay.
But I just started doing I don't know, just stumbled on something and thought, oh, wow. And then it just went from there. And then everything seemed to lead back to Zionism. Do you know what I'm saying? So it really started from there, to be honest. It wasn't like I went out to, you know, it is what it is. It is what I believe is the truth. But, and another thing I will say about the slavery thing, and I'm going to hold my hands up, I don't know enough, to be honest. Right, Smiler come at me and said, I haven't been over at Belly's because he's talking about this, that. And, you know, actually, it was the Cornish that were the first slavers. Now, he has got a black granddad, because I asked him, I said, yeah, but, like, because he said his granddad used to pick him up from school. And I said, yeah, but Smiler, do people act, because, like, are you telling me you've experienced racism? Like, and he said, yeah. And I said, what? So people actually saw your black family? And he said, yeah, they're black. So, you know, so anyway, I don't think he was saying it in like a way, because if he's got black family, do you know what I mean? You know, if he's like.
So, Nixie, as a black woman, which I hear you know, proudly say you are.
What do you mean you hear? Don't even. You know what I mean?
No, listen, that I hear you proudly say. Right, so let me finish the rest of it. Yeah?
Well, why wouldn't I? I get.
No, absolutely. So let me finish, Pepper. I mean, Pop. Sorry, because I can't give you Pepper yet, right? But don't you think then that it's incumbent upon yourself to maybe learn more about that part of your history? Because for me,
that's what I'm doing now.
Such a passion about the Jewish thing.
That's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. I mean, look at some of the latest videos. But at that time, to be honest, no, I didn't. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think at I think that this is. Oh, I'm gonna have to fucking go.
How
now.
have you
Sorry
grown
about
up in England and not, yo,
that. I
man,
don't know. I don't know.
how have
I
you
mean,
avoided it?
look,
Like,
to be honest, I don't really. I've heard and I know about it, so I know about it. Yeah, but to be able to sit on a panel and chat fucking historical facts like dates and that, I'm never going to do that. I won't jump on a panel unless I know the shit I'm talking about. So if he's telling me, yeah, that the Cornish were the first, so I'm just going to have to go with that. Oh, you better check your email, Billy. Your boy's fucking messaging you. Yeah, Billy. If you notice this,
Yo.
anytime I jump on a panel, yeah, try hard's always in the fucking side chat. You see, this is why people don't want to come here. You get me? Right? Because if it's not fucking Luke, it's him. Do you know what I'm saying? I want to be able to come here and have authentic conversations, not gotcha moments, right? Do you hear what I'm saying? Now, literally, I went over to Maku's for the first time the other day. Not planned. Guess who turns up in the side chat? My fucking shadow, Ghost. And the thing is, Ghost, you don't care about black people. I don't care. Yeah, what you say. You see, the minute that I didn't defend Islam, these fucking goons come for me. And that's all they show themselves. So no, I don't like Islam.
Right, you lot, I need to jump off.
yeah,
here,
but you know,
because
even the
I'm
whole
really
Islam thing, Nixie, like
Yeah,
that
and
ain't
you see
even.
them coming for me.
That-
Just because I dared to fucking like oppose them once. Shut up.
I
now.
don't know, man, because there's been much opposition to Islam around here. Do you know what I mean? Like, G Block was built on opposition to fucking
Well, I've
religion.
only been about for a year, so
So,
we've been kind of talking about, October the 7th and that a lot of the time. Oh,
mm.
look, the boy's gonna jump on. Do you know, it's cringe, Ghost. It's fucking cringe. So right, so we fall out, yeah, right? And yes, I did do that Easter thing because at the end of the day, right? Have you not noticed these guys have got each other's back tight? I mean, they have got each other's back. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. When it comes to it, they all close ranks and they've got each other's fucking back. And me and Issa were kind of like on the same page with a lot of things. I don't find that. I think it's good. I think it's something that actually should be discussed because Ghost, at the end of the day, if let's just look at how your country treats black people. Let's just take a look at how Islamic countries treat black people. I mean, we're not stupid. So, like, why you're policing me on channels that I go to? But it's just weird. It's fucking weird. You need to fix yourself, man. I fucking he's just annoying as hell. And this is what it stemmed from. You get me? This is what it
But you
stemmed
know,
from.
putting
And
all
you
your
know that what
energy.
Khan did, don't you? You do
One
know
second.
what Khan did. You know what Khan did. He's been
What did
trolling my
Khan
dead
do?
father. Trolling my dead father. Getting on the panel saying Nick's his dad, yeah?
Excuse me?
Jumping on the panel, say with his avatar as Nick's his dad. Yeah?
No, well, definitely Khan shouldn't be doing that. And whose panel did he jump on doing that?
He jumped on Ghost's panel. On Dookie's panel.
All right, well, obviously they shouldn't be doing that. You
And
understand what I'm saying?
Ghost was laughing at the fact that Triller was calling my dad decent, laughing. Oh, Nixie deserves it. It's her karma. Karma for what, Ghost? Karma for opposing Islam. Deborah, why don't you jump on the panel? Because every time I'm in the chat, you say it's not directed at me. But now everyone is, so the conversation's about me. Why don't you jump on the panel? You're another rat. Another fucking rat. They all come out of the woodwork. Yeah? Jump on the panel. You're the biggest rat. I don't even know how you can show your face. You sit in the shadows, clipping this, clip. You're just a troublemaker. All you are here for is to cause trouble, Debla. That is it. Tell me something else you bring other than fucking shit stirring. Tell me. What else do you bring, Debla? I'm not screaming and shouting, love. I'm talking. Tell me, why don't you jump on the panel and tell us? Huh? Jump on the panel. No, I'm not your lad. Jump on the panel. You see, the thing is, Nines, there are groups on here that work together. Yeah. And I don't know, anyone can fucking listen. That's another thing. Like Nixie the Beg, I stand on my own. I fucking fix my own shit. I am not. My politics is in between both sides, so I'm getting it from both sides. But I'm not a fucking weak follower like you, Debla. You're a little weak fucking follower. That's quite irrelevant. Same as Lig, right? I did this thing with Lig months ago, but now me and Ghost falling out. Now she wants to start piping up. She's another fucking beg. Listen, Lig, and I know you're listening, right? Don't go into other people's chats telling them nothing. You come and fucking speak to me, bitch, yeah? Stupidness. But none of these idiots are going to jump on a damn panel. Do you know what I'm saying? I just don't. Why would you want to be around like this fucking negativity? People just here to fucking clip and fucking, do you know what I mean? Bitch and send this screenshot and that screenshot. And like 1 minute Deborah's all up like fucking ghost ass. And then she's laughing when, you know, the other side are fucking taking the piss out of Islam. Nah. Inconsistent, love. You're two-faced. Two-faced as fuck. Anyway, go on, Nines. I've got to go in a minute.
I don't know, man. I would just say to try to protect your energy, Nixie. I'm saying to you, because energy
Listen,
is
I
very
go
precious.
into fucking. I know. I hear you, sis. I hear you.
So
no, I hear you.
and-
But when people are fucking doing that shit, I'm gonna call it out, man. I'm gonna call it out. Just like Ghost is now using this whole thing, yeah, with Lady D. I find that very distasteful, to be honest, because it's for his cause. Yes, I know. You know, people don't like Jupiter. That, but besides the fact, like, so after my dad thing, I wanted to keep it quiet, but they kept pushing it on. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think these things he should be using. Like he's like, you know, I like Lady D, but I'm gonna keep playing it. That's just disrespectful in my eyes. Yeah, that's so disrespectful. Why don't you jump on, Baz? Baz, if you don't like it, love, then fuck
all
off.
I'm saying, Nixie, yeah, if a situation is so distressing to you whereby it's gonna bring you to tears, yeah, like I was trying to say
Well, no,
before.
the only thing that's
Take
gonna
a
bring me to
break, innit?
tears is someone that's
Sorry?
gonna fucking cuss out my fucking dead father. Yeah, and I'm not embarrassed about that. And why should I be? But I think it says more about the people that are doing it, really, doesn't it? They should take a break, really.
Well, no, I would say the other way around because I don't want to.
Well, no, because that's feeding into what they want, isn't it? Really, and I'm not going to do that. Nah. No, I can handle it. Do you know what it was? It's because I was disappointed that it was Triller. It was Triller, and I didn't think he would go there.
You're not going to listen, are you, man?
Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying, yeah. If something's going to, you know, have you so emotional that it's going to bring you to tears, then just have a break, innit?
No, I'm fine now. I'm fine. I'm absolutely
fine. You get me? Because like I said, the only other woman that's come up here and cried was that old heifer. You know what I mean? And she cried on cue, and she cried for sympathy, this, that, and the other.
Yeah, well,
you see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I can assure you of that.
No, well, and I'm glad to hear that, but I'm just still saying, innit? Like, just.
Are you questioning that? Are you questioning
that? I'm saying to guard your energy.
Did you question that?
Did I question what?
That I was fucking crying just for attention.
I didn't like hearing you cry online, Nixie. 100%. I didn't like to hear it.
You think I cried for attention?
I didn't say you cried for attention. I said I didn't like to hear it.
Yeah, okay, good.
You get that? I didn't like to hear it. Because the only other woman that
I still struggle. Let me tell you that. I still struggle very much.
Which is why I'm saying if it comes to that, Nixie, then take a break. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Fine. I am fine.
I wouldn't want to hear you cry because of A, B, or C. So if it comes to that, then take a break.
But you know what, Nines? You see, you got fucking grown-ass men here. Now, it wouldn't have been an issue if it had just been left where it was left, yeah, with me and Triller. I told him that night, I forgive him, I wasn't going to take it I didn't want to fucking mention it. But then this fucking big mouth little bitch goes live and has to start laughing about it, yeah? Dragging it all up. Do you know what I mean? So I had to address it. Dragging it all up all day in his live stream. Do you get me? Yeah? Fucking sick. Absolutely sick. You see, because I thought, and it's no excuse, but I thought, oh, Triller, he's drunk, yeah? And, you know, me and Triller ended up talking afterwards. But at the end of the day, Ghost just grabs hold of these things, yeah? And he just, you know, he doesn't give a shit. So for me, when he's up here now saying, yeah, but you know, Gummy did this. Yeah, but Ghost, you're doing the same with my dad, yeah? You hear me?
No. You see, I think what you're doing there is really dangerous, Nixie. Like, are you trying to make an analogy between what? Hold on. Are you trying to make an analogy between that thing, but with your
No, but
dad?
I'm saying my dad is
And
just as
one
damn well
second.
important.
Let me just get it out so you know what I'm saying.
But it shouldn't even
Are
be
you
up for discussion.
Are you? No, it
If you're
shouldn't. But
talking
as you
about a
brought it
dead
up, are you
person's
listening?
family, it's a dead
Are
person's damn
you
family.
listen? Are you trying to draw? Are you trying to make an analogy between those two situations, Nixie?
No, not an analogy. What do you mean an analogy? I'm saying what it fucking is. We're talking about dead family here.
But Nix, so hold on a minute. You know what? Let me not even.
Because you know you got people in the side chat like Debla loving this, right? Yeah. You should have just come and chat to me if you feel this you know way about it. You should come and chat to me, not on here, yeah. Because if you like you're saying you care and you didn't want to see me upset, I really don't want to be talking about it right now. To be honest, like in this kind of way where you're saying, you know, kind of patronizing me. You should take time off. No, love, I'm all right. Thank you very much, Nines. Yeah.
Did you just say don't patronize you?
It kind of felt a bit patronizing. Like
Why? Why did it feel patronizing?
Because you've chosen to come up on the panel to bring this up. What is wrong with me?
Hold on. 1 second. Wasn't you the one that brought this up, Nixie? Because you was referencing how Ghost and Chilla and Block. So then why are you saying that? 1 second, Nixie. 1 second, though, man. 1 second, though. So don't do that then, because I didn't bring it up.
Right, but what you're doing is saying you should take time off. Honestly, I'll be.
No, that's not. No, Nixie. Don't listen, Nixie.
But you did.
Please say what I said. I said, Nixie. Yeah.
Yo.
I didn't like 1 second goals. Yeah, because I said, Nixie, that
I just want my say.
No, 1 second goals. Nixie, I said that I didn't like to hear you crying.
Thank you. Yeah. No,
right?
I don't.
I said I didn't like to. 1 second. I said I didn't like to hear you emotional, etc., etc. I said if it's gonna come to that point, yeah, then I think it's better that you just take a break or come off rather than, you know what I mean, people have to hear you cry. That was my only point. Now, if you deem that to be patronizing, then I apologize for that.
Just have a look
you
at the
me?
side chat.
I won't say nothing.
This is what
Alright. Yeah. No. I've only got a few minutes. So first of all, this woman is a yeah. She's already mentioned that the reason she gets along with Smiler because they both hate Jews, and she's a Smiler boy. So now she's saying, I didn't know this. You're a fucking liar.
No, I said
you are.
No, I never said that. You see, yet again.
You brought your dad. Nobody was mocking your dad. You did it. You brought your dad into it and tried to play an emotional game. You knew Triller were drunk. You
want me to play it, you damn bitch? Do you want me to fucking play
You've been exposed, Nixie. You've been exposed. You're a fucking liar.
No, you're exposed. Boom. You don't give a shit about black people. Why are you always hanging around black channels? Why are you always fucking policing them?
You've been going in trying to message people, leaving it public. You've got exposed more than one time, man. Stop pretending to be black.
Wanting to play Lady D.
You're a that's what you're
your damn fucking agenda, you damn bitch.
You're a fucking Nazi.
You fucking chat.
You Jew hating.
All you do is
this is
and bitch about women.
You are smart.
You also bitch about Jews.
The thing is,
you bitch.
You're a Nazi, man. You're a
Nazi. Fucking dead family, yeah? You're a nasty fucking cunt. Grow some balls, all right?
You grow some balls, you fucking joke. Begging people in the...
Not one
begging people in the... trying to control...
All you
When I
do
said no,
is
Nixie, you cannot
fucking
control my
hate.
channel.
I
You
don't
start
want nothing to do with your damn channel.
You
I'm trying to tell you, you got some
I say
racist
no, you
cunts
can't
there.
control my channel.
Racist
You
cunts
can
that
control my channel.
they have a
You
gang
cannot
called the
control me.
PAK.
You
I
can
don't
control
want to tell you. I want
You can
fuck
control
off.
Rashma. You can
Where are
bully
you?
Rashma if you
But
want.
you like
But
to
you can
follow
never
me
control
around.
me,
You
Nixie.
like to
You
follow
can never
me around,
control
don't you?
me.
No,
You
no,
can
no,
never
no.
control
No, I
me.
don't want you
Stick
anywhere
to
near me.
bullying
Don't want you
Rashma.
anywhere
Stick to
near
bullying
me. Don't want you
Stick to
anywhere
bullying
near me.
Rashma.
Why
Because
don't
you'll
you
get slapped
fucking
here.
why don't
You
you
Jew
focus on
hating
doing something
Nazi.
for
You're
fucking
a fucking
Islam?
Nazi, man. Just
No,
admit
but you
it. You're a
still have a
fucking
problem with my
Nazi.
Jewish
You're a
Jews,
wrong
did
un.
you? You did have
You're
a
a wrong
problem
un,
with my
man.
Jewish
You're a wrong
Jews
un.
when I was
You're
taking
a wrong un,
Islam,
Nixie.
did ya?
Stop
When I
crying,
was
man. Stop
defending
crying.
fucking
You bought your
Islam with Palestine,
Don't
you didn't
to
mind my
Lady
Jews
D.
then,
How
did
do you
you?
compare it to
You're a
Lady D's
fucking
situation?
hypocrite. You're a
Hers was
hypocrite.
child.
You're a hypocrite. You're
Hers
full
was
of
a dead
shit.
child.
You do
You have to
fucking
lose
for
scumbag.
Islam. You
Even
do
tried to
fucking for
compare it.
Islam. Get
You're a
on.
joke, man.
Get on. Get
You're a joke.
fucking gone.
You're a joke,
Get
Michael Jackson.
fucking
You're a
talk
joke.
to me. See, there we go, Michael Jackson. You not find
You're a
that fucking
fucking joke,
racist,
man.
Nines?
You're a joke.
Nines? Yeah? Do you not find that
Right,
racist? Yeah?
right.
Calling me
I'm back.
Michael
What's
Jackson? Tell me.
racist? What's
One
racist that
second,
you look
man.
like Michael
Yeah?
Jackson? How's
Yeah,
that
you calling
racist?
me Michael Jackson? Because I'm
Ghost,
mixed
ghost,
race.
Oh my God.
Because I'm mixed race, yeah?
She's a fucking Jew hating Nazi, a white supremacist. What were you doing with the Mark Claire and all these lot?
Slurs on a black channel.
Right, are you
yeah?
two gonna try and have a conversation or
No, I
what?
don't want a conversation with him. But
She
you see, this
supports National Front, man.
let me tell you.
She's a
no,
fucking
no,
Nazi.
no,
She's
I
a white
don't.
supremacist
Why don't you
Nazi.
prove it? Why don't you prove it? You fucking hate white people. You don't like black people. Why don't you just fucking own it? Yeah? And the
I
fact
don't
that
like
you're on a
black people.
black
What have I
channel,
said
and
about
the
black
fact
people?
you're on a
What have I
black
said about
channel,
black people?
calling me fucking
What have I
Michael
said about
Jackson.
black
The
people?
fact that
Can you tell
are
us?
really
Can you tell us?
comfortable
One
enough
second,
to call a mixed
one
race
second.
girl
Let me
Michael Jackson. Yeah?
let me
You fucking
Yeah, because you look like Michael Jackson.
right. So, but what relevance?
Michael
So I
Jackson
look
was
like
a mixed race. Michael
Yeah.
Jackson was not mixed race, Nixie. So why are you even making the comparison?
What's the connection then? Tell me then. It's lost for me. Tell me. Tell me. Tell
You're a
me.
joke.
Tell me.
You look like a
Tell
muppet.
me. Tell
That's
me.
what you are. You're
Tell
a Jew
me.
hating Nazi.
Yeah.
You're a
No,
Jew
yeah.
hating Nazi. You just admit it on this panel that the only thing you and Smile have in common that you both hate the Jews.
I didn't say that. You're putting words into my mouth. Did I say that? No, I fucking
What
didn't.
did you say there? What did you mean? What did you mean? You said the Jews. You said the Jews.
We have the Jewish thing in common. We got the same fucking
You said
politics.
Jews, you fucking Nazi. That's what you are. You're a fucking Nazi.
What do you
When you
do
wanted
for
me
Islam?
to go against the Jews,
you do
and saying
for
Ghost,
Islam?
you're not waking up. You're not really doing what you're supposed to do. What am I supposed to do, Nixie? Attack the Jews? Is that what you wanted me to do?
Even
Is that
respect a man
what you wanted me to do, Nixie? Attack
He
Jews?
does. No, let me speak.
You're a
I
fucking
don't want to talk to you. Shut up.
You're a
get gone.
fucking Nazi.
Get
This
gone,
is what
get
you are.
gone. Get gone.
Fucking
Get gone. I ain't got nothing
Nazi.
to say to you.
White supremacist.
Nines, right?
You're a
How can
fucking
you
white
expect a man
supremacist.
to
That's
come
what you
to
are.
the panel
You are
every damn day?
Lola.
to chat
You
shit
Lola
every
scheming
damn
bitch.
fucking day. Yeah, how can you, like, how can anyone?
You're a
What does
fucking
this guy
joke, man.
actually do for Islam?
What?
What does he fucking do for Islam? What do you do?
What
You do
to
fuck
do?
all.
You idiot. What do you do for Christianity? What do you do for Christian?
Yeah, I'm trying to wake
Yeah, you
people
don't
up.
do
What's
fuck
going
all.
on? I'm trying
Like,
to wake
why are you
people
even bringing
up.
religion into this? Why are you even bringing religion
I'm
into
not.
this?
No, it's
I'm
not
my
on
own
the
man.
purposes.
I'm
It's
on
to
my
come
own
on here.
journey. What
It's
the
not
fuck
on
has that
it's
got
not
to
on
do
the
with you?
purposes. It's to come on here and troll and bitch about
You
women.
just wanted me to
Well
attack
done.
the
Well done.
and
You
when
must be very proud of
you
yourself.
threw a fit.
You must be
When I
very
refused because you couldn't
yourself.
control my
You said that
you
it's
wanted
Mickey
so
Panama.
people.
And she
You
got
wanted
told
Helen.
about her dad.
You
Didn't
wanted
you
Helen.
said it. You said, yeah,
No, man.
Helen. Yeah,
Like-
yeah, she hates you. She
Yeah.
doesn't like
So why
Islam.
do you want people
She
banned on my
hates
channel? What
Islam.
the fuck has that got to
She
do with
hates
you?
Islam. She hates Islam. All right, she's
Yeah,
in a
but what's that got to do with
she's in
you?
a group called the PAKI
What?
gang, yeah? All right, you
Who?
damn idiot. Helen James
People-
is. She's a member
Keywords
of
on
the
your channel,
PAKI
and you
gang,
said
you damn
nothing.
bitch.
You said
You're an
nothing when people were
absolute
shouting out the
idiot.
P word on your
She's
channel.
in a damn group. Pays for, yeah, she's in a group called the PAKI gang, you damn fool. You align yourself with Zionists.
You're in a group that say hates Jews.
Well, why
You're
don't you
part
do
of
that?
a group of people that hate the Jews.
Because I was in Tony Mines once when half of fucking YouTube
What?
went there. Half of YouTube
Once,
went there.
Nixie, once.
Yeah,
Are you sure it was once?
Yeah,
Are you sure it was once?
yeah.
Are you sure
I'm
it was
very
once?
sure. Absolutely positive. Absolutely.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. Remember, she said. So you wasn't in these five groups, no, Nixie?
I was in there because there was a showdown between him and Buster. And I don't like Buster, right?
She is
I don't know
such
the
a
guy.
liar,
Why
man.
don't you fucking prove it?
You're such a liar, Nixie. Why fucking lie? You say it with your chest that you're a Nazi. I'm proud. You say it with your chest, man.
You are
Stop playing
fucking
these games.
Islamic
Stop playing
supremacist.
these stupid games,
You're an
man. You look
Islamic
pathetic.
supremacist, and you
You
fucking
look-
hide under the guise. Why are you around black channels all the time?
You look-
think black
you
people
look-
are going to
yeah?
save you? You think black people are going to save you when you hate
Why do I
black
need
people?
anybody to save
Look
me?
at the way-
I
look at
save
the way your
myself, man. I
country-
don't need
look at the way
nobody.
your country looks at black people. They can't marry black people.
What?
They
What's
think
that?
black
You
people are fucking
just said-
yeah. They don't.
Well,
they
now
don't
you're
like
saying
black
I'm sucking up to black people.
Yeah, you
Make
are.
your mind up,
You
Nixie.
literally, you are tapping up to black
You're
people for some
fucking
reason
up.
because your
said-
people hate black
who
people.
he
So
said
why?
yes,
You think black
you
people
the
are
one
going to fight your cause?
He's,
Yeah?
and you
I
left it
certainly
on
ain't.
public, you absolute
I
mess.
certainly ain't. And Issa's already said. He's already said he can
Absolutely
understand.
crazy, man.
Yeah. No,
You're a
crazy.
Nazi hating. You already said you want
embarrassing.
you have in common is the Jews.
No, I said Mince
Imagine
Tyler.
having in common is the
Politics are
Jews,
same.
man. That's what you and
Mince
Smiler
Tyler,
have in
politics
common.
are the same.
You absolute
Sam
joke
Bernard,
of a Nazi,
politics
man.
are the same. Yeah, they're the same.
Oh.
You keep up, you Zionist. You keep doing
All
that.
right.
You're
So
a fucking
Nixie saying
idiot.
she only
I'm
was in
starting
these
to think you are a
once,
fucking
yeah.
Zionist.
Prove that she's in more than one far right group.
Why are you
I will
putting words
prove
in your
that.
mouth? Can you see? No.
I
Why don't you
Prove that.
go?
You
why don't
already
do that?
admitted that the only thing you and Smiler have in common that you both hate the Jews.
We have that. I didn't
That's
say
what-
hate the Jews. I said.
All right.
we've
So
got
do you
that
love the
in our
Jews?
politics.
Do you love the
Our
Jews?
politics.
Do you love the
That's
Jews?
like half your
Do you love
channel.
the Jews?
That's like half your
Do you love the
channel.
Jews?
That's not that
It's a
common,
simple.
yeah?
Do you
That's
love
like
the
half
Jews?
of your
Do you love
fucking
the
channel.
Jews?
People fucking
you love
come
the Jews?
together on a common ground. I like Jews.
Do you
yeah,
love
I do.
the Jews?
I do. I like them. Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were like,
Why don't you
all
do
right,
that?
Dixie.
Why don't you
Since
fucking
you want
do
me
that,
to
Dixie?
focus on you,
Why
since
don't
you want me to focus on you, I will, and I prove that
black
you're more.
channel beg. You beg around black channels. It's embarrassing.
And you're saying that you and Smile,
I turn up
you
in any black channels you're
for
there.
ages.
What do
You
want?
and Smile have been close for fucking years. So
I will upload more videos just to show how fucking racist you lot are, though. I'm gonna do
you
that.
lot,
yeah?
what do you mean by you lot?
But
What do you mean by you lot? Are you general? Islam. That's
Ask
white people.
Give
me 30 seconds, please.
Ask her opinion.
Nixie,
She's fucking been exposed, man. She's been exposed as a far right Nazi.
No.
Give me 30 seconds, please.
I've
Just
not
give
been
me 30
exposed.
All right, go on, lady. Go on, 9 man. She would try.
Nothing on me,
Nixie,
darling.
Nixie,
Nothing.
listen.
All right.
Hey,
So keep trying.
Nixie, listen. Please.
Compare the Lady D's situation to yours.
Keep trying.
You the one that brought your dad into it, you fucking idiot.
You said it's my karma.
You tried to play games, man. You tried to play games by bringing your dad into it. You absolute melt. Shut up, man.
Was I the one that said that white people are drug dealers? White people are racists. White people are fucking...
Did I say that? Did I say that? Did I say that?
But you condoned it, didn't you? You condoned it.
What do you mean? Yeah, I never said that, you fucking liar.
It's karma.
You're a fucking liar.
You said it's
You're a liar. I never said it.
No,
I never said it, you fucking liar.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, guys, you heard that here. I will upload that, okay? I will upload
Yeah,
that.
upload it.
It's Nixie's
Upload it.
karma.
Go,
Yeah, you
go
said it.
do it now so we
You
can all
said it.
see.
Yeah, but
All
one
that
second though, Nixie.
Let's
One
see it.
second. When I heard the clip, though,
He finesses like
they
a damn
didn't.
bitch.
1 second, though, Nixie, 1 second. Did they
You hate
specify?
Nazis.
Did they?
What?
You're a Nazi,
Did
man.
Oh, sure.
Go on. Nah, he's gone.
Right, Nixie. All I want to say is a couple of things, and then I'll let you two go. Yeah, if you're gonna cuss Ghost, innit, just cuss Ghost, innit. You know what I mean? Just cuss him, innit. I don't think it's good to cuss him and then, you know what I mean, pluralize the whole thing, innit. Otherwise, if everyone goes around doing that, we just become scummy. You know what I mean?
Well, don't you want to say the same to him then?
What did I do?
In
All this
terms of-
conversation, did I even mention your race, religion, or anything?
Well, he's fucking putting words into my mouth, Nine, so you know that.
Oh, I'm putting words into my man. Yeah, shut up, man. You're a liar. You stop bringing Islam into it. You start bringing other stuff into it, and it's got nothing to do with it.
Nines, as a fucking black woman, fucking acknowledge that their people do not like our
Look
people,
at her. Look at the man down, man. Calm down. Take a breath.
fucking Nines.
Woosa.
Not you.
Ghost, let me
Woosa.
hear her. Ghost, stop
Fucking
it.
answer, you damn pussy
Let
old
me hear
man.
her. What did you say? Dixie? I
Right.
didn't hear you. Ghost,
Okay,
stop.
can you
LOL.
acknowledge that Islam, okay,
LOL.
treat black people very poorly?
No, but there's black Muslims, you idiot.
Man, I'm
After
asking
Islam.
I'm asking
What
Nines
is wrong with you?
I don't care
What
about
is wrong
you.
with you?
Shut your fucking mouth, man.
Stop saying
Nines.
Islam then. Say Arabs or somebody else.
I'm fucking
Saying
I will say
Islam
what
then,
I
you
want.
idiot.
I will
You
say
absolute
what the fuck I want, you damn fucking beg.
You
Right.
absolute Nazi.
Nines.
Nazi
Nines.
scum off our
Nines.
streets.
Nines.
Nazi
Nines.
scum off our
Nines.
streets.
Yeah, okay.
Nazi
Yes,
okay,
scum.
now.
yes,
All right.
Nixie,
Oh my
yes,
God,
yes,
he's so embarrassing. He is so embarrassing, man. He is so
Yes,
fucking
Nixie, we
embarrassing.
acknowledge,
Nazi scum off our streets.
that
See,
there are
it's not
parts
letting-
of
Can you let him speak? Right, let Nine
there are
speak, you
parts
damn little
of
bitch.
Nazi scum.
of whatever where black people are not highly favored. We've done all of this, Nixie. Like, trust me. So we know this. Like, we've done this.
Right,
We
so
know
why
about
do
2
you
for
think
1.
Ghost hangs around
We
so
know
much?
about Raisin Head. Like, we've done this. So
So
yes.
why do you think Ghost hangs around so much?
What do you
Do you
mean?
think he
What's that
cares?
got to do with anything, you
One
idiot?
second, Ghost.
Do you
Stop a
think
minute,
Ghost
Ghost.
cares about black people? Do you really think he does?
I don't
I've
care.
never,
But 1 second,
I've
Ghost.
never
1
claimed to be
second.
an
Ghost,
ambassador.
stop,
Black
man.
think?
Ghost, shut
Do
up
you
a minute,
think?
man. 1 second. Ghost, I mean, Nixie, it doesn't matter if he does or he doesn't. Like,
Well, I'm just highlighting it. Yeah, I'm highlighting.
Yeah,
but
I'm just
Nixie,
highlighting it. I'm just highlighting it.
like I tried to
man,
show
this
you
guy is
from
such a
Nixie,
fucking
I mean,
idiot.
Ghost,
He
stop a
calls
minute,
himself
man.
a people's champion. This is
Ghost, stop a minute.
embarrassing,
What are
man.
you
Seriously,
trying,
I beg
Nixie?
you.
What the games are you trying?
Embarrassing. Oh my god.
Ghost,
You've
stop a
embarrassed
minute.
yourself today. You hate Nazi.
You remind me of the daily newspaper. There's a new fucking issue every day with you, isn't there? Fucking
Oh,
Can
I
I
bitch.
love
just
it.
quickly
I
say
love the
something?
drama,
Nixie,
man. I love
shut
it.
up
I
a
love
minute,
it.
man, because I can't even be bothered to
Alright,
raise
now-
my voice. to you.
It go,
Say it
it's
now.
Nixie, what I'm gonna
With
say is this,
fuck
yeah.
off.
Nixie, listen to me, Nixie. And I don't know if you're gonna take this what you will, you know what I'm saying to you. Now we've been out here for quite a few years, yeah, quite a few years, you know what I mean? And we've been through quite a few storms, yeah. And what I'm trying to say is, like, there's no way that you're gonna come just yesterday and like sort of teach us about
I'm
Wagwan
not
in
gonna
these
teach you.
YouTube.
Fuck
Yeah.
off.
No.
Yeah,
So the
stay-
point I'm
know-
trying
know
to
your
make,
place, man. Know your
Nixie,
place.
so the
Shut
Know
point
your
that
place.
I'm trying to
Fucking
make,
up, man.
Nixie,
Yeah,
is
come
that
in,
we
try
are
to stir shit.
Fucking dog.
Oh,
Tame
Try
it,
to
please.
stir shit.
Right, Nines, I'm going
we
live
are
later.
well
Oh, it's just start to stir shit.
Oh,
Nines, I'm
Ghost,
gonna go live
please,
later.
man,
Can
I
you see what
can't
I'm
even
saying
shut
about
up,
this
man.
little pussy hole? He's trying to fucking control the channel,
She
right?
comes yesterday
me?
and
You
wants
get
to
me?
like rule the roost now, yeah? Just come in, stir your shit, say, oh, Islam doesn't like black people.
Right, Nines,
But you're not
I'm done with this damn pussy hole, right? If you want to come and
doesn't
talk to
like
me,
black people
I'm going
either.
live tonight, yeah?
Yeah,
Tony
but
Martin
Ghost,
doesn't
you
like
are-
black
Yeah.
people, does he?
Listen, Ghost,
Nines,
allow
if you
for the
care to
conversation,
talk to
Ghost,
me,
man. Come
if
on,
you
man.
care to talk to me, I will go live and we can go there because
Ugh.
I am done with this fucking man-child bitch. You see what I'm saying?
Nazis come off our street.
polices.
Nazis
He is
come
policing
off
Bailey's
our
channel,
streets.
yeah? Alright? This fucking pussy old bitch is policing Bailey's
Nazis
channel,
come
yeah?
off our streets. Nines,
And
what I
just
want to
like
tell
this,
you,
right?
yeah.
If this
Alright.
fucking bitch, right? If Islam
Conversation, you were just saying you were going, man. Either go or stay. Choose your what you're gonna do, man. Stop all this like tantrums, man. You're not a little kid. Grow up. Like throwing all these
You're fucking
tantrums.
telling me to go off after the way you're fucking
Like stop throwing these
carrying on.
tantrums, man.
You're
Just chill
fucking
out.
embarrassment.
First
You are
thing
an
is like,
embarrassment. You said it's my
Yeah,
karma
alright.
that I'm getting thrown out
Alright.
my dead father. You said it's my karma.
oh, shut up,
yeah,
man.
didn't
Stop
ya?
bringing your
You're a
dad into
nasty piece of
everything,
work.
man. We've got nothing to do with it.
No,
We don't want to
no.
talk about your dad. We
Stop
don't
bringing
care
up
about
me.
your dad.
Then stop.
Like,
I
keep
don't
it
wanna hear
moving.
you.
Keep
I
it
don't
moving,
wanna
man. We
hear
don't
you
care. We
with
don't
your fake
care.
outrage.
Stop
You don't
trying to
give
throw
a
your dad
shit.
into it
You
so
do not
man say
give a
something and
shit.
then you can run with
What
it.
do you
That's
think
not going to work with me,
about your
Nixie, man. I'm too
agenda?
wise for you.
But
I'm
we
too wise
know,
for you.
I don't, you're
I'm
no,
too
no, you're
wise for you.
fucking
It's not
dumb
going to
as
work with
fuck.
me.
What is
Stop
your
bringing your dad
objective on
into it
this?
so I say
What is
something
your
and then
objective?
you
What
can
you
run with
said
it.
my dad into it. You brought my dad into it all day long. You did a fucking.
I've never brought your dad in it. You brought your dad in it. You brought your dad in it. I didn't. I don't want to talk about your dad. I don't know your dad. I don't know what he was about, and I don't care. Like, keep it moving, man. Keep it moving.
You're a liar.
Keep it moving, man. Keep it moving.
And everyone knows it, all right?
I'm a liar. That's coming from you, Nixie. Really?
You did a live stream a whole day talking about my fucking dad to the point that
No, I talked about what you said about your dad. What you said about your dad. You said it about your dad. You brought your dad into it.
Trilla said about my dad. Don't try that, bitch.
Trilla never said about your dad. You brought your dad into it.
What did I say about my dad?
Well, Trilla was talking about drug dealers and so on. You said, well, my dad's white, so do you mean my dad? Why did you bring your dad into it?
Are you blaming me for Trilla's words, though? Let's just get this.
I'm saying you brought your dad into it. I'm not blaming you for his words.
Because he is white. That's right.
Yeah, so you did it. You just said you didn't bring your dad into it. Now you admit you did. You're a liar. There you go. Checkmate. Checkmate. You've just been checkmate.
He's still condoning it, guys.
Checkmate. You brought your dad into it. You said you didn't, and now you just admitted you did.
No.
Checkmate.
Take responsibility for your own actions, all right? Yeah.
Checkmate.
Stop trying to fucking words. You're just cringe.
Checkmate.
You're fucking cringe. You really are.
You just said you didn't bring your dad into it, and then now you admitted you did bring your dad into it. So I was right again. So do you want to apologize? Do you want to apologize?
If I throw a bone, will you fuck off?
Or just apologize and I'll go.
No, I ain't fucking apologising to you, you fucking...
Just apologise, you just stop being proven lying, Nazi, man.
I think you're a joke.
You Nazis, man. You Nazis are bad people, man.
You
Nazis are a bit weird, man. You Nazis are weird. Have you got a poster of Hitler in your bedroom? Do you have a poster of Hitler in your bedroom? Yes. Did you say yes? Did she say yes?
Let me try again.
Obviously, it's failed with this one. I've put her in her place. She just got checkmate. She just got checkmate, so we'll move her aside. Can I have a conversation with Nines now, please?
No, you're not. No. And stop stealing Malatu's fucking lines. You're a fucking weird fucking creepy
checkmate.
You're so weird, man. You're such an idiot, man. Honestly.
Checkmate.
You really are.
Checkmate. So, since we put this little Nazi in our place, now Nines, I want to have a word with you.
You ain't going to get that, love. All right? Actions speak louder than words. Wow, it's quiet. Right, I've got to go. Nines, I'm going to go live a bit later. If you want to have a chat over there about any fucking man children, then pop on. But you see, this is what happens when we have these kinds of chats, yeah?
What the Dickens? What the Dickens? Yeah, Ghost, you should have still allowed for discourse, man. You know what I mean? You just come one watch the show and leave. Right, I don't know what that's about still. Yeah. So anyway, and even sure. And you know, I'm not even in the middle to be holding up. Sure. Right. I don't even know what to say after all of that still. Yeah, but Ghost, you should have still allowed for some sort of discourse, man. Do you know what I mean? Just over shouting for half an hour. I don't know. I don't know what people are gonna get out of that still. But Nixie, yeah. I want to do a review on a book, like I've said before. Brown Tears, White Scars. Trust me. But I'm not. I was actually just about to make a fucking coffee, man. I'm sure I ain't even done a live for so long, man. Let me see what the chat's saying before. What you got saying in the chat? That was a mad half hour. Dark Magician, big up yourself, Magician. Luke, she's bringing some new friends to G, bro. Will the Asian people be welcome? Her dad hated druggies. Nixie. They're blushing. Anyway, Jesus is coming soon, so I hope you're all ready. Diana B, do you really just Jesus is coming soon? It's so interesting because from I was basically a youth, I've been hearing about Jesus coming soon, man. You know, at different points throughout history. I think the last time I'm hearing people feel so Jesus coming was definitely the year 2000. And the thing is, Diana B, I don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Even if Jesus were to come now, most people wouldn't even know that person was Jesus. You see what I'm saying to you? They wouldn't even think he's Jesus. They're gonna think he's all type of people except Jesus. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So I don't even know. Big up yourself, Simon, man. So even if Jesus were to come back, I think most Christians wouldn't even know it's Jesus. I'll be so real, because what they're looking for in this Jesus, I'm not sure if that's how he's gonna come back. Yeah, you think he'll be about 2033. So what does Jesus coming back look like, then the guy in the bee? What does it look? What's it gonna look like? How are we gonna know that it's Jesus? What are the signs? Do you know what I mean? What are the signs that we're gonna know that this is the second or third coming of Jesus? What are the signs? You know what I mean? What are the signs? Yeah, and yeah, what are the signs? Because the thing is with this Jesus thing now is that because between like AI and deep fake and all this other type of stupid shit, it could be anything, can it? So how are we going to know that it's Jesus Dynasty? I hope you're typing away. I hope you're typing away. I would love to know. I would love to know. Because right now AI and that is so mad. So yeah, I would love to know, man. I would love to know from you Christians out there, how you're gonna know when Jesus comes. How are you gonna know? Is it the way that they look, what they're doing? What are gonna be the signs? Demons are in the White House. Oh yeah, rest in peace to the Pope still. You know what I mean? Not my thing, but you know. And more importantly than that, rest in peace to my mate Matthew's mum. You see what I'm saying to you? Mrs. Webster, she left as a maiden name, but rest in peace to Matthew's mum, man. We sent her off neatly. But yeah, another good one gone. You'll know him, Nynifa. He's so holy. When he speaks, he will touch your soul. His pureness and his surrounding light. Plus, he will do miracles, destroy evil. Boy, Diana, oh man. Like, there's people doing that today. There's people doing that today. There's people who, when they speak to you, they can touch your soul. Yeah? His pureness and his surrounding light. I don't know. That just sounds. Yeah, again, there's people like that today, man. There's people, the Dalai Lama and these different people. People say the same thing about them people there. So I don't know. Plus, he will do miracles. Well, again, what would constitute a miracle in 2025? Do you know what I mean? Destroy evil. Again, I mean, these are nice sounding things, you get me? But I don't know, man. I don't know if you're going to be able to, I don't know. I think all that's going to come down to faith because are all the Christians going to say, going to all come together from all the different dominations, including Catholics, Protestants, Church of England, Baptist, Pentecostal, Mormon, Jehovah Witness, who have I left out, and the other thousands, are you going to all come together and concur and say, yeah, that's Jesus? Nynifa, not like Jesus. He will destroy evil souls and send them to hell. To hell. Oh my gosh. I mean, what is this? What and where is this hell? Nine's the real son of Mary. Oh, God. They won't be saying that if he turned out to be black. Woo! Lyrics. Lyrics. Not Maku, Matthew. Yeah, my brethren, my boy Matthew. You know, the one that the people don't like to troll me about. Yeah, man. But rest in peace, Maku still. Maku was actually my brethren. But yeah, we lost Maku a couple years ago still, man. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Nobody knows the minute, the hour, or the second, man. In this life, this thing that we call life, man. You know what I mean? No one knows. So you got to be so careful, man. And especially in these times, because these ain't like old times, man, as far as I'm concerned. These ain't like no old times. These are some different times. 9 for he knows your heart. You must believe in the Holy Trinity to be a Christian, not a fake Christian. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go into some big thing about that, but do you know what I mean? That's one of the problems, man. These times are very, brethren, very odd bungle, because you see, one of the things that I think that and this is what I'm trying to say about how, yeah, this world is a serious place, because no, not that, not Snips, man. I had a bedroom called Madu. It's not even Madu, it's Maku, it's Madu. Yeah, I had a bedroom called Madu. Rest in peace. So not Snips, no, Snips, no. Don't mix with these people, man. Calm down, people. Calm down. I'm sure Snips is doing quite fine. No, my bedroom was called Madu. Yeah, my bedroom from college days. Big up Richmond College. You know what I mean? Big up Richmond College. Yeah, no. Come on. And big up all the anyone out there that went to Richmond College. Big up your goddamn self, man. You know what I mean? You know, we set pace. Richmond College. But yeah, going back to what I was saying about, because you see, I mean, no, I'm not even in the mood to do it, man. But yeah, I'm just saying, mad times, you know, mad times. And a lot of things aren't being spoken about, innit? Because we're losing a lot of people. They call it, what's the word? Oh, I forgot the word now. Yeah, Kane, Richmond College, man. Richmond upon Thames in Twickenham. You talking about, man? Yeah, man. Memories, man. Memories. Woo! Anyway, you know, Kingston, I went Kingston, I went there to look at it, but yeah, I didn't like Kingston. It was in a block of flats, in it, Kingston, but nah, Richmond upon Thames, man. Anyone that passed through there certain times know what's popping off. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't think people would know if and when Jesus was to come back. I just don't think. And you see, one of the problems as well is Holy Spirit protects us at moments, but when Antichrist comes on the scene, the Holy Spirit has removed its protection. I mean, what does the Bible say about his return? Do you know what I mean? What does the Bible say about Jesus' return? But yeah, man, people ain't even gonna know that Jesus. They would probably, if Jesus was to come back today, they'd probably do the same thing that they did to invent, but just in a 2025 version, man. You know what I mean? They'll probably just cancel him. You know what I mean? mean? Take away social media. You know what I mean? Oh, seriously, man. They were trying to cancel him, man. The Bible says no one will know when he comes back, but he will. And that's that's the point I'm making, man. That's the Bible probably, because I don't know, man. But yeah, I mean, big up to all the people that you know believe in the second coming and this time Jesus will be ready for them. Yeah, man. Like I said, yeah, I'm not even listen. You know, like I said, we are foundational Christians, man. Yeah, so we know the thing. You know, God bless her. My granny died believing Jesus is gonna come again. Do you know what I mean? And all my other relatives before that, and still we wait. But I think more importantly, it probably brings comfort to people. Do you know what I mean? And that's what religion is, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, it is based on faith, isn't it? It's based upon faith, like believing in you know, a supreme being, etc., etc. It's not based on sort of facts or evidence, really, is it? So ultimately, it's based on faith, in it. So I'll just leave that there, still, man. You know. Yo, Big Edge. Ghost is back, so I don't know if you can hear Big Edge. So check your thing, let the man in.
Yo, Nines, what's going on?
No, I was just talking about if the people then would know what Jesus looked like if he came back. So.
Oh, okay. I don't really get involved in religious conversations. I try to stay away from religious conversations personally, but like I said, like now it's so nice and refreshing that it's a Nazi-free zone, so we can have a conversation. So like I was saying,
though, you should have given her a chance to reply to her. You know what I mean? You just bombasted her.
But she doesn't give anybody else a chance, Nines. If she said, yeah, look, I'll reply, and then I'll give Ghost the opportunity to reply again, I would have been fine with that. But if she's going to talk over me, then, like, Nines, you're expecting a bit too much, sis. You understand?
Well, that's it.
Like, if she said to me, like, all right, if she said to me, look, Nines, I'll go, and then I'll let him go, then I would have been quiet. But I knew that she was never going to let me make my point. So, like, yeah, you know, I'll return the serve, innit? I'll just return the serve.
I didn't have the capacity for that this morning, so.
Yeah, so I just want to clear a few things up, yeah. First thing is, I never said anything about her dad. I mocked her, the way she was acting, so, and I'll do it again. Like, what's up with that? I'll do that again. That's not an issue for me. And I'm not really bothered about that. I don't know why she wants to bring him into it. Do you see when me and her were going back and forward and it was getting a bit rowdy, she mentioned her dad again just to see if I'm going to say something, so she can then say, oh, yeah, he said this about my dad. But, like, I'm too smart for this Nazi, man. The problem is, Nines, like, I wouldn't have even gone at her if I didn't see the evidence of hate tagged me in a post where, like, I might have gone at her once and then I moved on. But then evidence of hate tagged me in a post where she's messaging Isa and saying, oh, the Muslims stick together and the black people should stick together and this, that, the other. And she's throwing my name in there. Obviously, her and Khan have got history, so that's between them. You know, Khan will do that with her and she can do it with Khan, whatever. That's got nothing to do with me. But where my point is, like, why are you doing these sly things, man? If you wanted to do it, you should have just done it in front of everybody. And she was like, oh, then she tried to blame everybody else for her own dumbness, which was embarrassing. But like I said, like, yeah, I've got no real. The problem was she, like, every 2 minutes coming on. Oh, so and so's in the chat. Ghost, can you ban them? They're racist. They decided. I'm like, relax, man. This is my channel. Like, why are you coming on here dictating to me to ban this person, that person? Like, if they break the rules of the panel they're on, they'll ban them. Then, you know, my mods will deal with them. I told my mods, I said, look, just keep an eye out. If anybody says something that's extreme, then yeah, hide them or block them or time them out, whatever. But the problem is and then she like, oh, Ghost, you really need to speak about the real people, meaning Jews. Like, why doesn't Ghost go on about Jews? Yeah, I bring the Palestine issue up, but that's just on a humanitarian basis. But it's got nothing to do with not liking Jewish people or whatever. But this is what her and Smiler have in common. And these far-right idiots think they're clever. Like, in the background, they're all conspiring and they've all got extreme Jew hatred. Even her friend Yats, the one that she was trying to get me on, and I thought, yeah, he might have a bit of info. In the end, I found out that they've all just like Nazis and they've got like hatred for Jews, so they're not standing for the truth. Like, yeah, we all agree the Zionists are idiots and this, that, the other, but ordinary Jewish people, there's nothing wrong with them. They're just human like me and you. And the secondly is, she's like, oh, we know how they treat black people, Islam treats. But the problem is, there's black Muslims. So, like, what about them? And if you're on about the Arabs, yeah, Arabs are supremacists. And if you see how they treat Pakistanis, like, the Pakistanis and Indians get treated really bad in the Middle East. So she really is just like, she's basically, she loves Gumi. You know, like when Gumi was singing about Lady D's dead child, all she was like, oh, it's disappointing. What? Disappointing? You didn't expect this from this vile bitch. Like, this is what they are. They've always been like this. They've all been Gumi, like Hector were praying for children to be abused. Gumi sing songs about dead children. This is the scum they are. This is the scum we're dealing with. Like, you know, why is she surprised? Why? Nine, were you surprised from that sort of behavior from that scummy couple? Nines, are you there? Since Nines, I don't know where she's gone, or it might be me. I'll just continue talking since I've got my opportunity. So I've just seen a hilarious video of the Gumi couple, probably on the roof in Malta, sticking fingers and dancing. Oh, it's the funniest video you'll see this year. And if they think that makes them look cool, oh my God, you need to look at that short that's been uploaded. And yeah, it's funny as well because, like, Gumi can't even move. Like, she's struggling to move and she looks so old, man. She makes Bob look like a supermodel. And that says about, you know, Bob the Kebab. She makes her look like a bloody supermodel. It's embarrassing, man. But yeah, keep it coming, man. People, like I said, like, as the People's Champ, as the only citizen journalist on the streets of YouTube, doing real journalism, like, you know, I need more people to appreciate me, man. I need more love, less Nazis. Like, Rashma, I know you're in the chat, but, like, you embarrassed us, man. You embarrassed us by submitting to this Nazi. I was saying, all right, Nixie, I won't go on Ghost's channel again. And she was like, Rashma using the chat while they're all taking piss out of me. Well, we take piss out of anyone, man. We take piss out of everyone. It's just the way we do things, yeah. We're not too serious. We're not like you lot, extreme Nazis, yeah. We like to have a bit of laugh, yeah. We have a lot of humor, and we do take the piss. Yeah, but don't cry over it, man. Like, relax, yeah, man. Like, what? Like, relax, man. You all cry too much. So yeah, big up to everybody anyway, man. I'm just got to do a few things, but I don't want to leave the panel unmanned. Am I the only one here, or is anybody still in the background? I just wanted to have a conversation with Nines without a Nazi being present. Without a Nazi being here, man. Because these Nazis tried to play these games, innit? Like, so like, I never brought my dad into it. But you did bring your dad into it. And I've proven it. this is what I mean. This is what I mean. She's like, yeah, blame all Muslims for the way Ghost is. But like, I've never claimed to be a religious figure or anything. Like, I've never claimed that. I don't talk about religion, whatever. If I was, I'll be on these Dawa channels all the time. But I'm here with the ordinary folks, just having ordinary conversations. But if you want to blame all Muslims for it, Nixie, I will turn you into the biggest Jew-hating Islamophobe on these streets of YouTube. How about that then? How about that? The biggest Jew-hating Islamophobe, Nixie. Dun dun. Is that okay, Nixie? Is that what you want? Because you know I can keep on going. If that's the game you want to play, I'll just keep it rolling, man. I'll just keep it moving. Nixie don't believe that one. She's like, I love Jews. Yeah, sure you do, Nixie. You Smiler, Yaks, all your little gang just love them, don't you? Yeah, Valentine's Day, Nixie's like, to my Jewish friends, I love you so much. Nixie's like, yeah. Oh yeah, man. Nixie, if you want, I'll turn you into a Zionist as well.
Oh my gosh. Mic check, mic check. Hey, hey, hey. What do you know, man? Just made some mic check. Oh, Magician, are you there, bab? What's going on, people? I went to make some coffee. Alright. Magician. Alright, I'm not sure. 11:21. Right. What's going on? What are you talk about in the chat? No, we can't hear you, Magician. That's a good question. Can I be heard? Good question, Goofy. Nice, Magician is talking. Well, if he is, I can't hear. Yes, Nines. I can hear Nines. Okay. Well, Dark, if you ask, well, you're on mute at the moment. So hopefully you'll come back. Chrissy Morris is saying backstage. Vim Biggage, if you can hear, man's up backstage. But yeah, Diana B, just to conclude, oh, Dark's dropped off. Just to conclude our little thing regarding Jesus. I mean, listen, I would love to be alive in 10 years' time to witness that. But like I said, I really do believe that even if he were to come back, the people them ain't gonna know him, man. They're not gonna know. They're not gonna know. They ain't gonna know. But I do think that there'll probably be a few sort of red flags before that time. Do you know what I mean? I think someone somewhere is gonna definitely sort of utilize some sort of. This is the thing. It's gonna be so interesting, man. Because even in terms of physical appearance, what are you looking for? You know what I mean? Because I even just by his physical appearance, if you don't look a certain way, I think people will dismiss them just by physical appearance. I'll be so real, man. You know what I mean? Because, for example, if Jesus were to come back as a, you know what I mean, a Rasta man with locks down to his knees and and just eats idle food, do you know what I mean? And there's a glow about him and this and that. Diana B, would you accept him as Jesus? If he was healing the people, them, and if he was stopping wars and all of this, but he had locks down to his knees and he said he's Jesus, would you accept him as Jesus? I don't know. The self-proclaimed coconut himself's in the building. Everybody shake your maracas. The self-proclaimed coconut Roscoe is in the building. Shake your shake your maracas for the self-confessed coconut. Nines, why you don't believe in religion? I don't know if I said I didn't believe in religion, to be honest, Rashma. I don't know. None if I will know him, my soul will know him. Alright, Diana B, big up to you and your soul, man. You should probably get some insurance for your soul, Diana B. That's a really positive what would you call that? Positive attribute to know, man. You know what I mean? That you know that you got the soul that would recognize Jesus. Yeah, man. That's a definite positive attribute. Nines, I mean the world didn't come here for no reason. You feel me? Yeah, so what I can definitely say, Rashman, is I definitely believe in a higher being. Do you know what I mean? I don't believe that we evolved from apes and all that bollocks. You know what I'm saying to you? So, yeah. And, I believe that we are gods on earth. So, because ye are gods, And I don't believe in one God, because, I believe in a group of people. If you really want to ask me what my thing is, do you know what I mean? And I think that religion itself is just a way to control people. To be fair, when you speak about religion, wait, is that how dead your thing is, Mr. Coconut? That you want to clip me? Like, this is what I'm trying to say. Can't you survive without black people? And I don't even see what is there. Oh, big up yourself. We can hear you, bub. And what is there to clip? You yourself call yourself a coconut.
Danny should love black people, man, because if it weren't for no black people, he wouldn't even exist. God damn.
Saying, man. But more to the point, what's he clipping? You know what I mean? Like, keep my voice off of your thing, man. Like, allow it, man. It's another beg, man. Yeah, just a black beg, man. Man. Just like us and done, man. Stop using us, man. All you do is use us. Sound familiar? You know what I mean? You just use us, bro. Wow. You're just a user, man. Danny, you're just a user. How you feel
about your boss singing about dead children? Yeah. The scholar exposed your boss, fam. Mad. Wagwan scholar, wagwan darknesses.
What's happening? Can you hear me?
What do you say, man? Yeah, man. Big up, big up.
Is the mic low or is it okay?
Oh, your mic's decent still. I'll tell you what.
All right,
let me raise it up a little piece. Yeah.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr.
What
Scholar.
are we doing tomorrow? What are we up to? We celebrating, yeah?
Oh, you saying? You telling me?
Liver fucking cool,
dance.
mate. That's what they're saying.
Just dance. Hey, we seeing them
Liver
fucking
Benedict.
gonna grab a couple of fucking jugs tomorrow then, yeah? What do you call
Get
them?
me
Couple of
started.
jugs.
No, I can't go out, man. We're staying indoors and getting like a few bits in and that, and we're just gonna jam in and celebrate indoors. It's been a tough couple of weeks, but yeah, I'll let you know separate. You know what I mean?
Alright, say less,
Couple
man.
of
Say
things
less.
going
Yeah,
on.
don't worry, because we speak offline about that. Yeah.
But it's gonna be good to celebrate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's got a lot of hate and low self-esteem. He's not haters. They're hating on Scholar Morris already, cause
Like I'm not used to it.
yeah, trust me. If you ain't got
didn't
no
like
haters,
the
you ain't popping, cuz.
I didn't make her say what she said.
You do, man. If it weren't for the blacks, you wouldn't even be here. What are you talking about? You wouldn't exist. Yeah, you'd be on the toilet somewhere, flushed, or on a fucking sock. You know your bosses, man. Let me show you. Alright, listen there. For the purposes of education.
Us dead kids. Lady D, go dig up your kid. Dig up your kid. Dig up your kid. Lady D, go dig.
That's who your boss is.
That's awful, man.
Yeah?
What the fuck?
Your boss
Is that Jupiter?
thinks
Yep.
that it's okay
What the fuck,
to
bro? What's she
insult
going on like that for?
dead children.
The thing is,
Yeah,
right?
so if you hear anyone insulting any of those Southport children, I don't want to see Jupiter's big face up in there talking about you insulting their children. Because when I asked you, do you think it's okay to insult their children? Do you know what you said with your big face? Yes. With one bag of chest.
The thing not to forget
So,
is that she admitted to seeing the CSA on her phone or laptop or whatever it was, didn't she? Just before that.
right.
You know, that's why Betty and Wendy were trying to take the conversation away. It's like, oh no, she's just admitted it. So she's done that just to fucking, you know, try and keep her clear of admitting that she's had CSA on her devices.
What's it finished from?
Sorry?
I was talking to Dan, innit, man. I said, your boss is finished, man.
Sorry, man.
It's a wrap, cuz. I mean,
What's Danny saying about it then? What do you reckon, Danny? That's just too low, or
you ain't gonna say nothing, man. I don't know.
Oh, let's see if
She's
he's
got a complexion for deflection.
let's see if he's got any morals.
I love that, bro.
And he can't see what's going on over there, mate. You know what I mean? Because he's blinded by the lights and crying off into the night. Mad. Yo. Oh, man.
I haven't had Babs or Wendy turn up at my door yet. Anyway, that was the other thing that was said. You're getting a knock.
Yeah.
You're getting a knock.
Said, what's your door number? You told me the door number, and they said, oh, okay. that was funny after that. Still. What's your door number? I said, your door number. I said, all right, cool.
I've checked the old doorbell camera, mate, and neither of them will come round.
Yeah, ring doorbell. Yeah, you can get other doorbells as well. You can get Hive and Google one and so and so, you know. So, you know what I mean? Yeah,
So has
yeah,
anything
yeah.
been
All right,
said
well
about
done, well done, Danny. At least you got some decent morals, you know. Obviously, it's disgusting to speak about people's dead children like that. Of course it is. We all agree. 1,000 plungers coming to your plunger.
Does anyone know a Lady D? Is Lady D all right?
I ain't spoke to Lady D still, man. Like, she's probably oblivious to all this bullshit, man. It's not really something to go and ring someone about, innit? Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, so was made up as tune about your fucking murdered child.
Yeah, no, I didn't want anyone to ring.
You know what
I
I'm
just
saying?
wondered
Like,
if anyone
you
knew
want to
actually
jump on the
was.
panel? Fucking hell, mate.
No, I just wanted to
So-
know if anyone had heard from her. If you know.
Yeah,
not
but
to
yeah,
ring.
I'm saying it's crazy still, man. But yeah, hopefully Lady D hasn't heard any of the bullshit in it, man. And it's just to this fucking spazzy section of YouTube that's just heard it. You know? Mad. I said he's buying Alexa instead. What you said? Man said he's not buying the Hive because it reminds him of the Hive, yeah? That's funny still. Hey. Mad. Hey. Part required. And a fucking quotes needed as well. Sorry, mate. He said, what are they going to get Danny arrested for, man? Oh, Citizen Smith Danny. What are you going to get arrested for, mate? He wants to get you nicked. Fucking get. I'm right near your block still, man. Right now I'm in fucking Sittingbourne, man. But I gotta go central London still, man, so I can't even really stop off, you know. I'm sorry with if it was a bit later on in the day, I would have come and had a beer with you. And a jerk chicken.
Fucking hell.
Bad. Hey, I refused to buy Lego once because it had a G block on it. Yeah, fuck off, mate. Yeah, man. One bag of people around there love phoning police on each other, yeah? Including Enonce, iSorty, fucking Dupes loves a phone call to the police. Remember when Aaron Zabidi used to call feds on each other all the time? I'm calling the police. You man are calling the police over YouTube beefs and that, cuz. Imagine. It's back. Here you go, Mac D's instead, yeah? But I'll box that Mac D's, but I shove the rice and peas in your face, cuz. How you mean? Hey, boy, stop that food. Dude, it's soup day today anyway, man. Hey, Danny, you like soup? You have spinners in your soup? I like red pea soup still. Red pea soup, serious still. Yeah, man. Jeez. I got a fucking.
Yo, Danny, instead of clipping me, man, just send me a script and I'll read it out for you and you could do something a little bit more sensible, man. Like, seriously. You don't have to clip me, man. Like, just send me a script and I can read it out so I don't have to feel used, man.
What's he clipping you
Stop
for? What you done
using
now?
me, Danny. Stop using me, man. Like, come on now. And where's that little Batio? What's his name? What the boy than him? What the boy than him? That little fucking. I don't like you. Where him then? I don't like you.
That sounds like a Khan impression, but you can't. I don't think you're speaking about Khan though.
No. This is what the boy than him. Because I can't even call him by that name there again. It rhymes with Uda.
Oh my God.
You know the one that said, I'm not coming back because blah, 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 and blah, 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 and I don't like you. What the boy than him? What's his name?
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Huh?
What, you got a new name for Buddha, yeah?
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Yeah, I can't call him Buddha again. Nah, man, after them type of moves he made. No, sir. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Has he been about? Mr. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
One day, but not been on the. I think he jumped on the panel one time. I was gonna have a discussion with him.
He's jumping on panel now. That's the end of his enforced. I'm leaving YouTube. Well, was it the next day and the next day after that and the next day after that? Dickheads, man. He's probably fucking anyway. Let me allow that still. Let me allow it, man. I mean, all these fucking performing pricks, man.
Said I'd rather have beans on toast than an apple. You know what's magic? Americans don't know. Americans have never had beans on toast. You go to the breakfast places, yeah, they ain't got beans. Cuz, where's the beans at, cuz? Yo, beans on toast is banging. I mean, for front. A little black pepper on the beans and that. Alright. Actually complained to Ofcom because they called it toast on beans. Toast and beans. Mate, I've got a fucking mission now. I'm hungry as well.
Anyway, Chrissy, well done for holding the heifer's feet up to the fire, you know? Them things they should have been done from a long time still, yeah? But, yeah, big up yourself still. You know what I mean? So, what's the thing set?
You know what? Yeah, even with that, the scenario where Jupiter self-sanctioned herself or whatever, yeah, and the Brexit, yeah, it's like, like I said at the time, yeah, I swear I didn't even really hear what Jupiter was saying. I heard what Betty was saying, and I thought, right, come on, man. So many times you want to just keep this in the dead people all the time, and you just need to allow it or whatever. Boy, sir. Boy, sir.
Well, it's not like we ain't been here before, man. So, you know, it will be interesting to see how the next whatever goes. I mean, they know, yeah. I'm like, me and Millie can go back and forth and blah, blah, blah. So, you're like American England, like you got that special relationship. That's how they're trying to make it seem, big at me. So we are gonna see. I'm not going back and forth with LA people, boy. So, yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Stupid thing, man.
Because we've been here
So-
before and before and before. Yo, someone, what was that big love letter that Busybody Babs wrote to you, man?
Huh?
What was that big old love letter that Busybody Babs wrote to you?
Hey, we'll go for the breakup songs and the love letters and all them things there, man.
Someone put some real effort and thought in. That was about 10 paragraphs, man. Like, what?
Yeah,
What you do to the people them out here?
Break my heart. Say you love me again. Jeez. Oh, man.
Let's see if I can find the post.
Continue.
Where is the post? Because I don't even know where I saw it, man. But
Oh yeah. So Nanifa, why are you here and on the panel, live and direct, and then things there? So there's these claims that keep getting made that allegedly you and Lady D always insult Jupiter's children. Right, if you clear that up for us, please.
Biggage, you know the wonderful thing about these claims is, yeah, we're on a digital platform where everything that we say is there to be whatever. Let someone bring one piece of evidence, because just one. Look how much years we've just won. You get me? Because trust and believe, if we had done that, these heifers themselves would have clicked that. Yeah, this heifer knows that we were defending her pittance. She knows this. Yeah, these are even some of the reasons why us and some of the man them even fell out in the first place. You get me? Because we're saying to allow certain things and this and that and that. Remember, so it's bullshit, man. One piece of evidence, just one. Yeah, the people that were disrespecting her child is the same people that she sucks the cock off. Yeah, the Jedis, the Makus. Yeah, they were the one that were distressing her son. They were the one that were calling him Harvey, whatever, and all of them thing there. You see what I'm saying to you? Jedi even apologized for it. Yeah, they were the one that had her son up there. They were the one that were talking about her in her ball gown. They were the one that ripped her to shit. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? You know, this woman's just a lying heifer, man. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, man, it's the people that she sucks off now that distressed her, man. Told her about her ball gown. Told her about her son, blah, 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 blah. Called him Harvey. All them things there, that was the man them. Right over on Illuminati, man. The same man them that she's like, I love Jedi. Jedi. You know what I mean? Just like she loved you at one point. Biggie, and then you fall out. I remember the same thing she said about you, she said about Jedi when she fell out with Jedi, calling him a racist, a this, a that, all the other shit that she does. And you know, when she does her thing, she goes deep. You know what I mean? Because me don't know how she know all them sitting there, but the man them to talk about them sitting there, bitch. But yeah, man, them man they're beefy, all of them, man, they nothing to do with me and Divine, and she knows this, man. But you know, obviously, she's got to try to use some sort of booze to be able to get away with her despicable behavior. You know what I mean?
There's a new remix going now, yeah. That Lady Divine was allegedly insulting Jupiter's children in one of Wendy's back chats. Is the claim that's being made. Not being made by Wendy. Not being made by Wendy. Yeah, let me add here.
Please.
But that's one of the remix claims still. And I'm saying, well, obviously, that's one of those never going to get substantiated claims.
Did Wendy undersign that? Did Wendy admit to that?
Nah,
let me see how much. Because you know she admits to be a liar. So let me see if she would make that big lie there. But yeah, man, it is what it is, man. But you know, she's gonna come back crawling around you, and you're gonna be like, oh, James, And we'll just go around the circle again, man. So, and I'm not on you, man.
You know what, yeah? Mr. Lottie was saying one time when we was on the paddle while Jupiter was having a breakdown or whatever, yeah? She was saying that she wants to, me and Hector have to have a charity boxing match. So it was one of them, yeah. Me and Hector got to have a charity boxing match, something. And then now, me and one of the youths have to have a charity boxing match or something for charity and all that as well. And, what's it? Yeah, so them all of this, my blood clot mother, father, picnic them. Yeah, so it's how that goes, isn't it? But like I keep trying to say, don't open the door and then complain when I step through the door, innit? Yeah. Alright. Cause I noticed, yeah, that some of the cucks have been trying to finesse it, yeah. Specifically Adam Smith and Nico the cuck. Yeah. Adam Cuxy Smith and Nico.
Valley,
Nico the cuck.
I don't. Valley, I might have missed what you said, but did you say, yeah, Gummy has been going around trying to finesse it, saying that Lady D mocked her kid, but he didn't. She didn't. She never did that. What did she write in Wendy's chat? Is like, ask your mate Wendy what she said about your son. And Gummy turned around saying, why don't you dig up your son and ask him? So it was clear that Lady D never mocked her kid or whatever. She basically said, ask Wendy what she said. That's it. And that's come from Wendy. So, like, why are you guys mad at others, what your own friends have said about you? You understand? It's like you being mad at me because Nynaeve said something about you. Like, what's so good? Like, if anybody you should be mad at is Wendy. But the thing is, the truth of the matter is that it actually happened. Remember when we played that video and she admitted it? Wendy, I told you something in confidence. So, and I'm going to talk about the spy story and this, that, the other. And then, obviously, she said it when she was emotional and then later on thought, shit, what have I said? And now she denies that she ever said that. So, we're dealing with very dishonest people here, man. But I just wanted to clear that bit up because, yeah, these man will always try to remix shit, man. But, like, Lady D never said anything about her youths, man. If anything, I've seen Lady D and Nynaeve defend her youth when people were mocking them for that Sara Garvey interview, and it was the only one that said, man, like, whatever it is, like, leave the kid out of it, and even Jedi apologized or whatever.
There, you know, I was on the panel as well when that was happening still, but obviously I didn't partake, didn't join in it.
Yeah. But Gummy is now saying that, no, they were reviewing it and mocking it, and you're like, shut up, man, you're liars. They just lie, man.
Just don't know what it's called.
They just lie, man. They just make up shit. Like, now, when Chris Morris and that were challenging him on Scientific were saying, like, that's a scummy thing to do. And she was like, no, all I said, that mother should be doing this and should be, no, he didn't. He was on about digging up their children, man. Why are you lying for? Then he doubled down the next day. And Betty's just a sick case. We know she's a sick case. She's not right in the head. And you lot were using her. Like, Baz was like, big up Betty. That's all she was saying, because they were using her. They were using her mental health, to attack certain people.
And the thing is, let's not even just keep repeating that still, man. You know what I mean? We know what was said. You know what I mean? Let's just leave that there. You get me? But you see, the difference is, because obviously accusations, not even accusations, they're just blatant lies and slander that come out ourselves, right? But all of my videos going back as way back as whenever are up there. You know what I mean? I don't take down my videos. The only videos that haven't gone not on there is like when I was porn bombed or whatever, and I didn't bother to do whatever to put it back up. all of my videos are up there. Whereas these persons that are making these claims are always having to private up their videos because they know that all their shit is in their videos. Like my videos are there for anyone to go and investigate and bring evidence come. And up until now, no one has done so. How is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, all my videos are up there. So all these things that I supposedly have said, why can you not bring them? Because my shit's there. Whereas other people
Exactly. And the second thing is, even that day when you and Lady D was in Wendy's chat, you was asking these lot for the evidence that the wild claims they made, and they said they had some sort of evidence against Lady D and you or something, that you said something, and everybody was saying like, you lot were just asking for evidence. That's what happened that day when you lot were just saying like, provide the proof. And
is that the night that Wendy ended up playing the Yardy videos because she got so upset?
Yeah. That's the night. That's the night they're on about.
And that's the night where I found out that I've got a Kizzy file. Kizzy 1, Kizzy 2, and Kizzy 3.
Kizzy files, yeah. That's Kizzy Gate, yeah. So that was the night, and what's that guy called? Veli knows him. He posts videos. They say it's Crinkle, but I don't know what the channel is called. Debate Room or something like that. He put a video of Gummy in the chat on the same night, saying that I don't submit to Black Horse. That's what they put on there. So Gummy's writing that in the chat, and the guys put the proof out, and she can't say it was her because she was modded up. She was modded up, so she can't even deny it. And that Discord gate when she said she photoshopped something. So it's all there.
Yeah,
just like
as we've all come to the conclusion, yeah, it's like you know, at the end of the day, some of the people need like a white hope, as it were. So they will disregard, just like Trump, isn't it? You know what I mean? They will disregard all the shit that he's done because he wants immigrants out or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And I think it's a similar sort of situation with this Trump. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because some of them agree upon like immigration or this or that or black people or whatever, they'll forget all her misdemeanors. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? All of it. You know what I mean? They'll just close their ears to it. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Can't hear nothing. Or even trying to defend it by saying how Chrissy this and Chrissy, you know what I mean? So this is what, but remember what I said as well, that the next 5 years, we need to get used to this sort of stuff because this is what it's going to be. Scummy. Because the precedent's already been set by the Trump and Musk and them why there. And you know what I mean? It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. It's definitely not going to get better, man. You know what I mean? You got fucking, I don't know, where's that letter that what was in that letter that Babs wrote, Ghost? Well, where is it?
Can Babs write? Was it?
It's on my community page. It's on my community wall. If you just go on there.
Was it
She called Valley a big lip something. She's being racist there. She's deliberately saying shit like that.
I'm surprised she could do it if it wasn't in Crown.
Yep.
Can you hear me all right, guys?
Okay, we can hear you, Chrissy, yeah.
How we doing?
Yeah. So she's saying that she had a word model in regards to Discord, but she didn't really have a word model, did she? Like, Photoshop, we all know what Photoshop means. She's like, no, she doesn't even know what Photoshop means.
Was it a word model or was it a Freudian slip?
Well, it wasn't a word model or whatever because she didn't even correct herself. Later on, she backtracked and said...
Wait, hold on a second, yeah? Hey, listen, there's no need to remix anything that anyone actually said because the shit's on tape. You can play it back yourself and listen to exactly what was said.
It's there. You can't say like 3 weeks later that you meant something else.
Else said any extra stuff that they never said. The shit's on tape. If anything, yeah, you can pause it and literally do a stenographer style and type out every word that was said by who and when they said it.
Valley, did you see that Room for Debate video?
Which one?
The latest one that you put up, in regards to what happened in Wendy's chat, what they're referring to. he put the video out of what Gumi was writing in there. So if you can play that video or whatever, you'll see that it shows what Gumi wrote in there, or if Nines is on a laptop or whatever.
No need to remix because it's one take, fam. Say, and also, yeah, the other avenue that I've seen people take here. So there's one dude called Foster that was in the chat, and he said that, "Oh, Lady D don't rate you."
What's that got to do with anything?
Wait, hold on a second. So if Lady D don't rate me, that means that if someone speaks about her dead child, I shouldn't say nothing because she don't rate me. That's how we're working, yeah? That's mad still,
Yeah.
because at the same time, Lady D don't rate Jupiter one piece, and Nines don't rate Jupiter one piece. And when someone was insulting her child, they said, "Yo, stop doing that." So I don't really get them
exactly.
arguments there.
The issue is,
Wait, let me tell you wait. I'm giving you the body armor. Yeah, you got the body armor, so you can combat all the different angles that people are going to try to take. So they're going to say, "Yeah, but you insulted Bleeding Heart's dead mum." Yeah. So,
oh my God.
so what is that an argument against what Jupiter said or something like? Because
Exactly, what's that got to do with anything?
an argument between me and Bleeding Heart has got anything to do with what Jupiter said about Lady D. What is that? Is that an angle? Yeah. Oh, you said you're glad that what's her name? Bleeding Heart's daughter got notched. Yeah. All right. So, what's that got to do with what she said about what Jupiter said about Lady D? Like, what? You know what we did?
No.
So
It's madness. It's madness to remix
if
it,
anyone else
right?
says anything here that we can say, yeah, but someone over the other side of the world said blah blah blah, that means that it's okay for this other person to say whatever they said, yeah?
That's like saying Gumi shouldn't speak about grooming gangs because Hector plays for child abuse.
Man, you fucking spastic cunts. These men are so spastic and dumb, yeah, with their angles. That it's like, brother, are you okay? Have you even thought about your argument?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just deflection, innit? It's just an attempt to deflect. Oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? But the thing is, why don't you deal with the issue at hand? What happened? What your opinion is? Not what Veli said about bleeding, or I said about somebody else, or somebody else said about somebody else. Just deal with the issue and use if you're so moral, then call it out, innit? Call it out, but instead of that, you're calling others out for what they might have said. But you won't deal with what the issue at hand.
Yeah, especially a cock like Adam Smith, yeah, is a super hypocrite, yeah. Cause he's saying, yo, you see, at that time, yeah, I didn't see you typing in the chat saying, "Oh, why are you saying that about Bleeding Heart's daughter?"
I know, not even a word.
You dickhead.
Not even a word.
Shut up, man. You muppet. Now you want to type because your boss is getting grilled. You're an idiot.
Yeah, she exposed herself. She's got no defense to that. There's no defense to mocking dead children and digging up and singing about them. There's no defense to that at all. If you're trying to make a defense, then you're scummy, man. Instead of saying, like, we don't agree with what she says, she's a scum, we all know she's a scumbag. It's like expecting any decency out of Esau. We know what they're about. They could just say, yeah, we know she's a scumbag, end of. But the problem is, they hang about in a chat, so they have to try and defend her by deflecting what's happened.
Loyalties over morals is what it is. You should always keep your morals ahead of your loyalties.
Like Gurdeep saying, you might be right holding Jupiter account, but you're not decent. But I'm not going around here saying I'm moral or decent or whatever. So that's like a straw man argument, Gurdeep. Like, I know you can't stand up, but just chill out, bro. But yeah. But yeah, Chrissy, man, big up that day. You did expose her. You did expose her good. Well done, man. Well done.
Everyone knew she was a scumbag well before. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Everyone knew she was a scumbag well before that. You know, she'll go as low can go, mate. She's addicted to YouTube. She wants the fucking views. She wants the notoriety. She's lost her biggest troll shield now because Esau's off. You know, he'll be back though. They'll be fucking back. They haven't got nothing in their lives, so they need the YouTube fucking hits, don't they? But yeah, don't forget that the reason it went that way was because she's admitted to having CSA on her phone. And I think that word muddle, don't know, I'm not sure. I think it might have been a Freudian slip because I don't want to believe that anyone in this community is a nonce. That's probably naive on my part, but I'd like to think that it was like something that was fucking photoshopped together by the Dream Team or whatever. And remember, they've got Fat Dan on their Dream Team at that time, so he would have made a brilliant scapegoat. And I think that they just fucking sort of like put some sort of like innocent child image as a front and then put some disgusting fucking headline to it, you know, to make it look as if it was. Because even Gummy, I think, would turn around to Esau and Brian and say to him, fucking, what you doing getting child porn? And they would have gone, no, we didn't. What we did is we got like an innocent picture of a child on a beach in a swimsuit, and then we put on the top of it, watch me get fucked or something stupid like that. That's what I'm hoping they would have done, because I don't want to fucking think, even though I can't stand a cunt.
About
I
that
don't want
clip,
to.
yeah. Let me play this clip instead. And you can hear context and tell me who's going back. These men are trying to have front lines. Anyone needs to remix anything, cuz. Play.
And what area would you be in? You know,
Essex. Best of luck, Wendy. So Jupiter, you always said that you never saw the CSA.
Yeah,
but so how did you Photoshop it? If you did, what did you close your eyes and Photoshop it? Because you said you didn't see it.
I said Photoshop, but I meant screenshot. Everyone knows.
Okay, so how did you screenshot? So
yeah, how do you know you're
if you screenshotted it,
unless
that means you've been in possession of it. If you've screenshotted it, you've been in possession of it. So you've been in possession of child porn. You've just admitted that.
What a weirdo.
No,
So,
it's not me being
what
weird.
actually
It's
happened?
you having CSA in your
Yeah,
group.
but why would that be on your phone
And
anyway?
you saying
For
that
you
you
to
never saw it.
Why would that be on
You
your screen
lied.
for you to screenshot in the first place?
You just said you screenshotted it. So it's been in your possession. You've just admitted to being in possession of CSA.
Look, Naifa. Look, Naifa, I haven't spoken your name. I haven't spoken your name for a while. But I don't know why you're begging my name. Like, we're friends. We were never friends. You're a little
Here comes
fucking
Betty to the
snake.
rescue.
You know, all you spend your time insulting Nigerian people, using racial epithets against black people, and then claim to uplift them the next minute. I've not spoken about you on this panel today. Do you know what I mean?
Who are you
But
talking to?
first thing
Who are you
do when
talking to,
come in
Betty?
is you want to call on Betty's name like, bitch, I owe you nothing. I don't
Who are
owe
you talking to, Betty?
Naifa, yeah?
Who?
Concern
Naifa.
yourself with your family and the people that are actually your friends. We're not related. I don't like you. You don't like me. Stop
Nobody
calling
likes you,
my
Betty.
name like I
Nobody
fucking
likes you,
owe
Betty.
a bitch like
Naifa,
you.
Naifa
I don't
is a
owe you
thousand
anything.
above
Stop
you.
calling on my fucking name like I owe you something. I don't owe you nothing but a slap around the face.
You've got nothing to pay anything with. That's why you don't owe anyone anything. You're broke. You're dumb.
So, Chrissy
You
Morris,
fuck off too,
I
Naifa.
suggest
You're the
you go
one that
report
called
me to
my
the
name. I
police.
didn't call
Oh,
your
look,
name.
two of you talking
So I
at the
don't
same
need to
time.
fuck
Can't
off.
hear
So
you.
that I
It's
can
you
do
that
you
need
for
to fuck off,
harassment.
Naifa.
Because
Mate, you can't get me for
talking
harassment
bullshit.
because I've just found out that you have admitted to having child porn on your devices, and you've lied to the old girl about it. Sadly for you, this is a stream that everyone can fucking hear that on. You said you never saw it, but you've admitted to screenshotting it. If you screenshotted it, you've seen it. You've been in possession of it.
Get lost, Naifa, man.
I screenshotted what I did see, which was the message.
Okay, so you denied seeing it, but you screenshotted it. How can you fucking screenshot something? How can you screenshot something and not see it?
Oh my God. The message
You have
from
had
Crystal.
CSA on your devices. You lied to the old Bill about it,
No,
and
I
you
haven't,
closed
but if you
down that
believe that,
group
whatever.
to protect your
Whatever.
fucking dream team friends.
Whatever.
Because that's who
Whatever.
sent it to you, wasn't it?
Whatever. You're obsessed.
I'm not
All
obsessed.
this tribalism, trying to
What
set people up.
tribalism? There's
is
no
just ridiculous.
tribalism. I ain't part of no tribe.
Report me to a place. Go
No,
report me.
I don't know. I couldn't care. There'll be 100 people that will do
Because
that.
you know you're lying, you mad cunt.
I'm
Go
not
report
lying.
me.
You just said that you screenshotted
Oh.
CSA. You just said that. You've been in possession of CSA. That's how come you fucking screenshotted it, you fucking idiot.
But then
That's
again,
not what
so
I
have you,
said.
Morris.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
but
you
that's-
have, because
that's
your,
not what I
your
said.
best friend said so.
Oh, my best friend said so. Who's my best friend? Who's my best friend?
So number one, I never said that. Number two, you've got a picture of your son's genitals and his fucking upper
No, I
thighs on your
fucking
phone.
haven't.
Yes, you
Never
have. It was
have.
recorded.
No, I
In
haven't.
your fucking. Yes, it was. And
No,
you
it
came
wasn't.
online. When
it wasn't.
When Brian L brought it out,
Oh,
what
Brian
did you
L.
say?
We're going to use
I
Brian L as
needed
the
to have that
ultimate
picture of
arbiter of the
doctor.
truth. Brian L, the truth.
What's it your business, Naifa, if Jupiter's got my number? So fucking what? What I mean, you ain't friends. You ain't my fucking mother.
You ain't got no friends, Betty. Betty, you haven't got any
What's the fucking
friends.
problem, Naifa?
You're right when you say you ain't my
You're a
friend
fucking
because you've got no
idiot.
friends.
Yeah? Just leave me the fuck alone. I don't like you. Do you not have any friends? Why are
No,
you
you
calling
don't have
on
any
my
friends,
fucking
Betty.
name like I fucking
Oh,
owe
Betty.
Yeah? Oh,
Sweaty
you
Betty.
know what I'm seeing you, Naifa? You're just a little bully. Like you have
A little
nothing
bully?
else to do than spend
little
your
bully?
time calling on my
How
name.
is she a little bully
I
when
owe
you are putting
I don't owe you
fucking
shit.
streams up
You've met
about
me once,
a dead
bitch.
child that was
Yeah?
murdered?
Naifa,
How the
you've
fuck
met
is
me
that bully?
All right, so that's how the topic got introduced, yeah? That's how the topic got introduced there, yeah? So again, these false comparisons that are being made between, oh, you said this about Sharon, all this shit, yeah? When, at the time when these bars were getting spat, yeah? None of you pussies were in the chat typing any of that stuff or whatever. Like, you only want to type it now because your bread is getting draped up. One sec, my phone's ringing, yeah? Hey, Chrissy, take over, cuz.
Don't leave me in charge, man. Things will go well wrong. So the Discord gate still keeps going on, and I personally, I can't really leave that one alone because I do think it was all a bit of a bullshit setup by Jupiter and the Dream Team. I think that they thought they'd target and get, you know, everyone to go against Plisco. I mean, I ain't seen or heard Plisco about for ages, but I ain't heard or seen Fat Dan around either. So perhaps, you know, he's chasing Dan. And I used to think, you know, why don't you leave that idiot alone? But now I've heard the streams from Dan, I think Plisco's right. He is a nonce. But anyway, go on, Veli. I'm not taking over, man.
Yeah,
It's
man.
bad
So
idea
like
for
I'm
me.
saying, yeah, big up yourself, cuz, yeah. I know.
Thanks.
Holding up for the sec, yeah. But like I was saying, yeah, so that's where the topic was introduced, or whatever, about people making streams about people's dead children and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. So again, I don't see how this false comparison, this new narrative of these false comparisons that's being made, hold up or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The thing is, right, yeah, you've got Jupiter and Veli, me and you are both parents. We both realise that, you know, our children are our most precious thing in the whole world. And Jupiter will go on a fucking YouTube stream, and fair enough, no one ever really does anything, but it's just the point of Jupiter putting her children forward for violence. I've got 6 sons and they'll meet you. I don't want to fight anyone's children. I do not want to fight anyone's children. Yeah. Why put your kids up for that. I mean, fair enough. She might think that they're going to batter whoever she's putting up against, but what happens when they get nicked and go to Belmarsh? You know, why even chance putting your fucking children up? I mean, there are idiots out there that might act on shit one day, and you know they could fucking walk into some trouble that they weren't even aware of because their loudmouth fucking Sasquatch of a mother hasn't fucking told them. You know, someone they don't know, never seen before, ain't aware of. It's crazy, mate, crazy. But I mean, she's like Shameless from fucking the Gallaghers from Shameless, man. They're terrible with a miniature husband.
Yeah, like I'm saying, yeah. See, with me, yeah, it's like if you open the door and start to fling stones in certain directions, when the stones start smashing you back in the face, or the bricks start coming, yeah, don't open your mouth and start complaining. Then it's too late. Like, you already opened that door, innit? So
yeah,
well, if you insult so and so's family and they insult your shit, then it is what it is, isn't it? Like,
oh, Veli, we need to work out a new secret code word for you to let me attack people on your panel.
a new secret code word, yeah.
Yeah, we've got to work out.
The old one's not working no more.
Say
Yeah.
something like Chrissy stick fucking to him. I think that'll do it. Defend my honour. That was it.
What's
you know? Fuck,
the old
mate.
one was defend my honour, yeah? Defend my honour.
Yeah, man.
Defend
Yeah.
my
They
honour.
can't use that one anymore. They've worked it out, Veli. They've worked it out. The brainy fuckers have worked it out, bro.
We've got to use a new code word. Right? Oh, man. We'll have to discuss that off air.
Yeah.
So they can't. So they can't hear us. Oh.
Crazy, mate. Crazy. So, has anyone heard anything? Veli, has anything else been said
About
Jupiter and all of that shit?
really? Not really. Same old shit still. I don't think no one's gonna hear anything until like for a couple of weeks, and then a lot of remixes are gonna try to get made, and then it just is what it is or whatever. So.
She'll come crawling out from under her stone, brother, in a couple of weeks, coming on here, trying to be all nice to everyone for about fucking 5 minutes, and then a real personal show.
Well,
So,
why would you jump on G-Block though, man? She removed herself.
Yeah, but you know, she's an addict, bruv. You know, I mean, this show might as well be her heroine. Might as well be her heroine. This show, brother. She needs another fix.
You took yourself away, mate.
Say again, man.
They're saying Jupiter's on holiday. Jupiter's on holiday. She's on holiday.
Oh God, Jupiter is the holiday.
It is what it is, mate. Like, but let me play the rest over so the people that can hear it, like all this remixing that other people are trying to do at the side as well.
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, mate, it's like, you know, if you can't
Is that
see,
brilliant? Do I owe you, Naif? I don't owe you. No.
Say again, bro. Say again.
If people can't see that what she did was wrong, and just, you know, say she was wrong to do that, she shouldn't have done that. She needs, because, you know, from what I've heard, she's actually proud of what she's done. I mean, making that fucking song up the next day, that's just that. What? You know, she's obviously not thinking straight, because you can't double down on fucking something like that. You know, it's just wrong. It's crazy. And if no one's prepared to tell her where she's going wrong, she'll just keep on taking wrong turns, and she'll get worse and worse and worse. And pretty soon, yeah, well, she can't get worse than Esau, because obviously she's got a fucking real name and a real address. But it looks like she's been rubbing up fucking with Esau Ruda Cabana for too long, and she's actually taken on his sort of like tactics and shit. You know?
Little Enox, yeah. Little Enox.
Yeah, did he come on here yesterday, Phil? Did he jump on him?
Yeah, man, don't worry about Enox, man. Yeah,
I'm not
he
worried
just
about
jumped
him,
on
never
yesterday
was.
Still. I know it was him.
He's the only gangster I know that won't go near everyone that he says he wants to fucking fight. I mean, he's got addresses for me, you, Taffy, who else? There's quite a few other people that, you know, he's fallen out with. When has he ever fucking done a single thing against them? The geezer is an agoraphobic that fucking sits in his little fucking box room and complains to his mother when he's not on YouTube. So again, Billy.
Still. I said Enox is a mad youth still, man. Weird kid.
I don't think he's. I think he's late 30s, early 40s. So, have we had a stream come out of Bleeding Heart or anything yet?
I don't even know what their channels are still.
No, neither do I now. But usually they pop up with a fucking fucked up channel here and there, don't they?
I don't know what their channels are still, bad.
I think they're having trouble coming up with a channel to go on now. Run out of options.
Yeah, that'll be a new one soon, anyway.
Yeah.
Alright, let me play a little bit more, yeah?
Go on, mate.
I think, Craig, what's up with you?
What's up with you? Why did you think it would be a good idea to slag off the fucking murdered child of a parent? How the fuck? And you done that too, Jupiter, didn't you? You both done streams on a murdered fucking child. You pair of scumbags. Pair of no, not fake outrage. I'd say it if it happened to you, Jupes. If it happened to you and someone did it to you, I'd say it to them.
And because I basically put
not fake outrage, you two have no morals. You two have no morals. You two have no morals.
A child with a Nigerian. That's what
you two have no morals.
Naive
Betty,
until that
you've got no morals, love. No morals, Betty.
And no
morals, Jupiter.
I don't have
Ragging
to
on someone's dead child.
You're not
that is
married
some
to a
low-life shit.
Nigerian.
That was
and you're
awful,
not
wasn't it, bro?
having any kid with a
Nah,
Nigerian.
that's just
Now,
beyond the
fuck
pale,
off,
bro.
isn't
Do you know
There's
what?
nothing. There's nothing we could do to each other online that would warrant some type of
That
behavior.
yeah, that is fucking. That is so low. That's below
There's
the
nothing
fucking
anybody
barrel.
could say or do
That's
to me
not
online to
scraping
make
the
me
barrel.
behave
That's
like that.
below the barrel. And you two horrible fat cunts are under it. You're under the barrel, Jupiter and Betty.
Who gives a shit? I don't regret it. I go low.
Okay, then fine. But when something happens to you like that,
that's pretty bad,
and you
man.
get your
To double down
karma,
on that.
then you
You
might
shouldn't
think
have gone for
about
my
it.
kids and told lies in the side chat, mate.
What? So you thought you'd go for a murder, if someone's murdered child as revenge?
10
You
years
low
ago.
life
Whose
cunt.
fault was that anyway? Was she a
You
good
low
mum?
life
Was she a
cunt.
good mum?
You low
Was she a good
life
mum?
cunt.
I doubt
Better
it.
than you. Better than
I
you.
doubt it. I doubt
I
it.
know, I know it. Because
Just
she
getting
doesn't
found out
That's
put,
got nothing to do
she
with it. That's
doesn't
got
put her
nothing to do with
children
it.
up
Come
for
on, you gotta have a
violence.
heart. We're
You
all
do.
human beings at the end of the day. There's got to be some limits. If you're a human being, you have your own limits.
There's no limits
Yeah,
where
and
she's concerned. She
well, no, you
shouts her
should have.
mouth off,
Well, this
she's
is
got
what
it
I'm
back.
saying. As a human being, you should have some limits of your own.
Yeah,
Like
you're
I
right,
said,
Science.
there is nothing
Yeah.
anyone
Well, maybe
can
I'm
say
not
to
a
me
human
online.
being then, Science. I don't
No, you're a
regret it, but
But that's the
Sasquatch.
thing is, in
You're
my
a
country, I'd expect
Sasquatch.
more. In my country, I'd expect more from a human being because there's
Good
nothing
and
someone could say
good.
to me online that would make me make fun of their dead child. I'm telling you, there's nothing anyone
No
can
one
say
made
to me.
fun of
No,
it.
I'm
I
with you on
stated
that
the
one,
fact.
Science. That's far
No
too
one
low.
made fun of it, Science. What I actually
Mate,
said was,
Come on,
why
you
is
was
she
we've heard
sitting
that.
loving it,
online?
Jupiter.
Why is she
You was
sitting
fucking
online
loving it.
shouting
You
her mouth
knew
out
that would
about
cause that lady
racism
pain,
instead
and you
of actually
fucking did it,
finding
fully
out who killed
knowing
her son?
that that would
Because I
cause her
would.
maximum
If I
pain,
was a mother,
and
that's
you
what I would
fucking
do for
loved
the
it.
rest of
You
my life.
horrible,
Want
cruel,
justice.
fat
Not come
idiot.
online talking about fake racism like she does.
fake racism.
So
So
what?
it's
So what? Even
racism
if they
fake
do,
now.
even if someone did do that, that
Nobody
still
is
wouldn't justify it for me.
responsible for anybody's child dying. If you've got
Is
a problem with someone's
racism
child
fake
dying,
now?
you
taking,
need to go
hang
talk
on,
to the
rubbing it
person
in their
that murdered
face. Listen, rubbing
child.
it in their face and making shows
Superstar
about
is
it
not
in
responsible.
hatred.
Neither am I.
Don't give a
No,
fuck
I'm
about
not saying
us.
that.
You
you
give a
are,
fuck
because you're
about
responsible.
us.
Hey, let me pause you there for a sec, Carl. Like, everyone's trying to say, no one's trying to say that any of you guys are responsible for the death of the child. It's just being silly. This is what's really annoying about the YouTube community that people try to do. Is man just want to make a million different excuses instead of just accepting that, yeah, it's fucked up or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucked up. If it's fucked up, it's fucked up, cuz.
They just got to leave
No, I
certain
mean
bits
that.
and bobs alone, don't they? You
But
know,
even this other angle as well. Chris, you don't care about Lady D, or he don't even know her. So that don't even matter though. Whether he cares about her or not, he can still say
I
that
like Lady
he's
D.
made a stream about someone's dead. Yeah, but bro, that doesn't actually even matter whether you like
Yeah,
her or
I
not.
know. Yeah. But
That's
I do
not
like
even the
Lady
point
D.
Yeah,
of
that's kind of my
the
position
argument.
still.
That actually doesn't even matter. You can still say that it's wrong for someone to make a stream about someone's dead child. So what?
Yeah,
See, the thing is,
that's my position exactly. It's got nothing to do with anything else. People should have
hey,
their own
Jennifer,
limits where there's certain things that you
Adam
just
Smith don't
won't
like
do.
Bleeding Heart. He continuously makes the point of saying, yeah, but you insulted Bleeding Heart's child about getting knocked. Yeah.
no, she brought that
Without
into the public domain,
you insulted
and I don't even fucking believe that.
not nothing like that. False comparisons are wild, are weird, strange.
I mean, do you remember a little while
It
ago
is what
when
it
Brian
is.
Hill come out with? Do you remember a little while ago when Brian Hill come out with, "Oh, my son's dying in hospital," and everyone rushed to sympathise with him? Well, I thought that was a bullshit. So I thought, I'm not going to fucking say, you know, if his son is fucking dying in hospital, I feel for the guy, yeah, even though I can't stand the fat ginger cunt, but I don't believe it, so I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, I didn't say one bad word to him about him on here, off here. Yeah, just in case it wasn't bullshit, right? It was bullshit. I still wouldn't have been right to say anything about it. But look how everyone was with Brian Hill saying, my son might die, my son might die. The bullshitting fat ginger prick. But, you know, people still had enough moral to not go near the fucking, you know, the child of someone that may be dying.
And you know what, Chrissy? That's a hypothetical, bruv. This is something that is well documented. People have gone and dug up the newspaper reports. People know that this is a true fact about somebody's life, and that's just inexcusable. Like I don't know. You know what it shows me is that some of these
The only reason why the people dug up the papers as well, Science, yeah?
Yeah, they done that as well.
Science,
I know.
They done that to dig up the papers to try to troll Lady D as well. That's
Yeah,
that,
like,
even
imagine
that
that.
as well, bruv. Like,
That's fucking
but the people
disgusting.
then went to find the papers to find out if it really happened or whatever, to use it as a troll tactic against Lady D. Like, so,
Yeah.
the fuck out of here, man. With
No,
your
man,
fake
that's-
sympathy. Oh, you didn't shout that, but you didn't open your mouth when it was fucking all these other hypothetical scenarios that you lot are trying to lay out. Now you want to open your mouth because your brethren's getting bunner or whatever. Like, what shows more hypocrisy? Yeah, that you wait until there's a scenario where you can say, yeah, but whoa, you done this and that, so that means that's okay, or you not saying anything at the time when you thought it was wrong. Like, you're a dickhead, man. You make yourself look worse. Like,
Yeah,
trying
that-
to do this
bro.
capping and caping.
The other stuff, yeah, that when you're doing that, what about this and what about that? All right, fair enough. When something's in front of me, I'll comment on it and say, man, I think that's disgusting behavior. If I'm around for that other stuff, then check how I behave there. If you see me condoning or supporting the exact same thing on a different situation, then fine. But I don't think you'll see that because I'm disgusted by this type of behavior by my very nature from my inside. So if anyone behaves like that around me, it doesn't matter who they are, I'm going to be equally disgusted. Do you remember that time when Odds was doing it? How did I bad him up, bro? He was. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. If you're saying some shit
Exactly.
like that,
Name a person who's been out here celebrating the death of someone's child in the
yeah,
same sort
ever.
of manner.
Or whenever anyone's
a-
done it, look how you
really a
reacted,
fair
how we
comparison.
react to it.
You can't even make that comparison.
Yeah, we don't accept that anyway. No one can do that around here and act as if like we support them. Doesn't matter who they are or who they're talking about. We don't accept levels like that. Do you know what I mean? From anyone, because that's just going too far.
And even the whole thing is as well, yeah, like I keep trying to say, yeah, people keep getting the panel on G Block twisted on the dynamics of how the panel works or whatever. And you think that because someone jumps on the panel that we have to be best friends or whatever. It don't, even that don't make sense. Like I keep trying to say to you, yeah, with the people that jump on the panel, it will be more beneficial for you people listening and for me on the panel if the most of the people jump on disagree with everything that I say. So it makes the conversation worth fucking having, hearing and listening to. If it's all of us that just agree or whatever, then you know what's gonna happen, mate. It's just gonna get boring, isn't it? Like we're just basically gonna agree on everything. So
Don't want an echo chamber, do you?
oh,
Yeah, and that's the main thing that people miss out. That we have to have conflicting views bash into each other because it's the only way to find out which views are stronger and to make progress as a species, meaning all of us, everybody listening, everyone paying attention. If we just come and repeat, I could come here and talk about science and teach you about science and people will learn more about science. But there's no point to that because not everybody needs to or wants to know about it. But you've got issues where you believe something, you think something about the world and politics and whatever. So bring your ideas and other people will bring their ideas. But you have to have the conflicting ideas go up against each other for anyone to make progress. And so that's why we do that. But what that also means is we have to put up with a lot of people's ridiculously obscene, disgusting behavior and views. And we have to tolerate that to some extent to engage with them.
It's about gaining understanding, really, isn't it? You know, if you've got an understanding of the other side, you can make a more rounded decision about the subject.
hey, what's happened to Ned Ludd? Marathons tomorrow.
Who?
See Ned Ludd for time cuts. Ned Ludd.
Ned Ludd.
You don't remember Ned Ludd? Yeah.
No, man.
The Luddite. Singing guy. Marathon runner.
Nah.
You don't remember
Nah.
what the people? Oh my God, Science. You remember Ned Ludd, right?
Yeah, of course. I know Ned.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. God damn.
All
You ain't even got that.
nah, Ned's used to be a regular. He used to come in and have chats and that. Ned's all right. But yeah, you're right. We ain't seen him for a while.
Yeah. No, it's obviously true. It's marathon tomorrow. You know, and I think
Must have
one
been
time
training.
he did run like all the marathons, all the UK marathons at one time. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I
Bro.
thought the jumped on and said, "Yo, I'm
Just-
going to be participating in the London Marathon. Look out for me in the postman pat suit." You know,
For someone who
yeah.
smokes so much, bud, that's good of him to do the marathons, bro. Do you know what I mean? And puffing away them big fucking zoogies and that.
Big boy,
blunts.
Luddite
1 foot
ciggies.
blunt. Yeah, 1 foot blunt. You put
Trust
that in your
me.
pocket like a gun. Before you
He's
draws
like
it
his
out.
name's Ned Marley. Mad.
Ned's all around him, mate.
That's
He's
how
a
you know
proper
he's
athlete.
definitely not. That's how you know he's definitely not in the chat. Yeah, he would have went mad. I smoke weed. I don't even fucking smoke cigarettes.
He probably only goes on the marathon to sell to the runners. You know what I mean? He starts at the back, works his way to the forward, shutting draws,
Starts with
mate.
the Reds, yeah. Oh.
Hey, that video you showed me, bruv. Them man are jokers, bruv. In public with big stash that publicly
Yeah, that's crazy.
selling it, not just
That's
online,
crazy. I ain't
but
showed
in
anyone
public, like.
online about that video still because these man are actual informers, innit? They'll go and snitch on the dude, innit? I was just showing. I showed.
Nah, we don't want to. Yeah, you don't want
Can you
to
believe what
highlight.
this
You don't
guy
want to
did?
light him up.
I can't believe what
Yeah,
my
I
man's
just
doing,
laughed.
cuz.
I just found it funny.
I reckon it's a scam, and anyone that sends in this P just gets sucked.
Oh, you reckon it was just
That's
fake?
what I
Because
reckon.
ultimately, when they test,
Yeah, I reckon.
if
Yeah.
it turns out to be not anything controversial, then you can even claim compensation, like for wasting his time, arresting him, or this and that, taking his goods without good reason.
I reckon, yeah, that dude is not actually even. You're gonna pay money for whatever you think you're gonna be receiving. You'll just receive some CBD or something. You know what I'm saying?
And it's something fully legal, something fully legal over the counter shit.
Or even if you don't receive nothing, yeah, there's still nothing you can even do about it because you could go to the feds. Say that I was trying to buy a crow online from this guy.
Yeah, then they're gonna start watching
money.
you, bro. Then we see what else you get up to, innit?
He makes me money. He didn't pay me. Oh, he said he was gonna pay. He said that I was gonna get so and so, and he sent me nothing. He just took my money. I swear I've seen that on World's Dumbest Criminals before. Like a crackhead went to the drug dealer and said, "Oh, you robbed me. I was buying some crack." And he's like, "What?"
You went to the police? You went to the police with that?
What did you say? Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Dickhead. Yeah, very easy.
So what? Can I ask you? Are we? I don't know about Betty, but say for Jupiter, are they still trying to defend their position about what happened the other night?
They're fucking singing songs about it.
Oh, what? You ain't heard it? You ain't heard the?
Well, no, I heard.
You ain't heard the late?
Yeah, I heard. But the next day, someone showed me that.
Lady D, go dig up your kid. Dig up your kid. Dig up your kid. Lady D, go.
Yeah, that's what they said to that, fam.
Oh man, come on, man. Like, how can you do that? Like, not only are you not listening to basic shit, you're fucking going further and further. Like, how?
Yeah, when you're in a hole, stop
man.
digging. Innit? Stop digging when you're in a hole.
Yeah. But that's the thing is, like, how did someone hurt you that badly that you've turned into a monster like this, and you can't even see what you're becoming? Like, how imagine someone done that to you. Imagine.
She always was, man. She ain't turned into. She always was
Yeah.
a Sasquatch. She always will be a Sasquatch.
No, to be honest, yeah.
What the irony is, yeah, the irony of that situation is, yeah, that remember when Hector thought his brethren's daughter was getting abused or whatever online or whatever. Look how mad they went when they thought someone was taking the piss out of that.
Yeah, no, that's
Jupiter
true.
went
Actually.
mad.
That was
And
a
the prayer for
perfect
people's
precursor.
children to get abused and blah 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 blah. So, oh man, shut up, man. Weirdos.
Just because someone turned around and said they're not going to help you, all of a sudden now you start wishing that upon them. Like, that's just crazy. That's manipulative behavior. Meaning you do as I say, otherwise I'll go to any lengths. You know, there's no limit to what I'll go to if you don't listen to what I say.
And now she hasn't got Esau to do her dirty work.
What do you mean? Like, he saw some YouTube hitman.
No, but I mean, if you're not doing anything wrong, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But you know, she'd manipulate Esau into doing her dirty work for her, wouldn't she? Yeah, she'd be sucking his cock, and hinting at who she wants fucking.
Nah, I reckon she'll have to get Hector to do it. To be honest,
that's if he can reach it.
Well, I don't know about that. What's this other thing I heard Hector's going to fight?
Magician, your device keeps cutting out still. Yeah, man. So I need to start going. I need to start doing weigh-ins and all that. You know what I mean? Like, cards, I got to fight all of Jupiter's youth
that's
and
what
Hector
I heard, bro. That's what
in
I
a
heard.
boxing match.
What, you have to fight the whole family, like six of them against you on your own.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got
loud and clear, bro. Loud.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right,
Your
cool.
device kept on cutting in and out still, but
Oi, that video is sick, bruv.
mad, isn't it?
That video is absolutely sick, mate. How can you say stuff like that? That's disgusting.
How can you think of putting
Anyway,
stuff like that into a fucking song?
And then actually like come back and double down on it as well. That's like you're done. You're done.
No morals, mate. No morals.
It's a rap like OG.
Nah, but it does go to show that I don't know what someone has done to somebody to make them behave like that. Like I said, people have done things to me, but I can't think of what they would have to do to me to make me behave like that, because I've got my own standards as a human being, you know. And of course, someone can get me into a fight and I beat the shit out of someone or do something that I later regret. But guess what? You would hear me regretting it. You would hear me saying, "Oh, I shouldn't have hit him that time after he was down or whatever." Do you know what I mean? I'll admit that was wrong of me in that moment. And but my justification would be I was in a fit of rage and I was reacting in that moment. It wouldn't be a case of me trying to logically justify it and say, "Oh well, you know, find the person who done it. Don't blame me." We're not, you know what I mean? Just stop being silly. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously no one believes that flipping is Jupiter or Betty's fault. Wow, what happened with Lady D's son and that. She's making the point of the comments being made, and actually that it is true that you did do a stream mocking the death of someone's child. Like, it's actually true. That's the whole thing about it. It's not like it's just been made up.
Yeah, I swear someone told me that Betty done a stream once years ago where she tried to dig up Lady D's real name and all that and the real reports with her son's name and that, and I'm like, what?
So it was, bro. And that's what
she really done that.
Chrissy was saying what it was, yeah. And you know what, Chrissy, yeah, like it was proved on there. Anytime that Jupiter has a chance to dig you out about whatever personal info that she may have on you, i.e. the stuff to do with the breakup of your family and blah blah blah.
Yeah, the false stuff.
They'll use it to throw it at you. So
man.
Why wouldn't she expect that if you've got something to say that makes her look bad or whatnot? Why wouldn't you keep repeating that? Of course you're gonna. Yeah. So even that argument's weird.
All I use on them is stuff that I either honestly believe or they've said. You know, I didn't make fucking Hector pray for generational child abuse. You know, and that's another thing that I just can't fucking forgive. You know, and he was in his feelings. No, fucking wasn't. He was cool as a cucumber. He said that full well knowing how people would take it. You know, and using the M-bomb all the time. And, you know, she's got her black husband sitting there and she's using the M-bomb on someone. How embarrassed must he have felt? It's just, you know, it's the stuff that I know's been said. If I think it's bullshit, I ain't gonna fucking run with it. I mean, way back in the day, if you remember, Rodney come out with so-and-so as a flasher. Yeah, and everyone thought that he was my biggest enemy at the time. And I didn't like him, but I'm not gonna fucking sort of like, you know, demean myself by going along with something that I don't know is true. So when Rodney's going, "Oh, he's a flasher," I'm just like, no, I've never heard it. So I don't know. I'm not saying he is, not saying he isn't, but I don't know either way. So I've got, you know, the morality inside of me tells me that I can't go with it. But that don't apply to Jupiter or Betty, does it? You know, and look how Wendy and I mean Babs come on because Babs could hear that Jupiter had fucked up about admitting to photoshopping or screenshotting the CSA, and so they all pile on just to try and make it a mess. You know, you got fucking Wendy. You're getting a visit, okay, 130, whatever. You know, and then you've got Betty. I think Betty was purposely trying to make an argument with Lady D in the chat, so that what I was saying.
Betty could have an argument with 9E for you, and Betty could make comments about things what she likes and dislikes or whatever. The point was you didn't need to be doing this. Keep repeating, go and dig up your dead kid. Go and ask the murderer. Go and ask the murderer. Go and ask the murderer. That was literally the point. Yeah. So anyone else that felt like a fucking hit dog holler when the stones was getting thrown about that, decided to take themselves off. That's between you and you. That's nothing to do with me, cuz.
But what I mean, I've never heard Nanifa say a bad thing about any Nigerians. What was that one about? Oh, was all you do is slag off Nigerians? I mean, I'm not on here as much as some people, but I've never heard Nanifa slag off Nigerians for being Nigerian.
Nanifa will call you a sellout or even a COO if she thinks that the points of views that you hold are not conducive to
the pro-black line or whatever. But that's it. Not saying like flipping.
Yeah, but
all
that's a
Nigerians,
conversation
like,
to be had.
yeah, all Nigerians should be drowned in the sea. Like Betty's saying that all the slaves should have been drowned. All mixed race people should have been drowned. All them sort of shits there. Man, shut up, man. Stop making these weird false comparisons. Do you know what I'm saying? It's silly.
I mean, the first time I seen the nasty side of Becky was, I think it wasn't long after the 7th of October, and maybe a month or two, the Israelis were bombing Palestine, and Betty was like, well, fuck them. The Palestinians were slave owners, so fuck them, fuck what, you know, they're Arabs, and Arabs, you know, had something to do with the slave trade and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute. The innocent women and children that had nothing to do with that weren't even around when that shit was going on. You know,
Bruv, these lot are talking about communities of poor people, villages, and communities. You know, like, how are these people don't own slaves? You jokers, they're poor. They are the slaves. They are the servants, the indentured slaves. Yeah, they have to give their kids up to the richer people so that they've got a place to live and they just work, but at least they get fed. You know, they're the ones that have to do that. They're not the rich people owning slaves or owning other groups of people. That's crazy. If they had that kind of power, they would defend themselves, isn't it?
Or try, yeah. That's what they are doing, trying.
Well, they'd be able to do a bit more than just be like, bro, they get choked off from water, supplies, food, all sorts of resources. So they've got nothing.
7 weeks now they've been cut off. So
I don't know, mate. It's just mad how people can rationalize all kinds of atrocities and make it seem, and just in their own mind balance it out. Like, oh, okay, yeah, them people deserve that. Why? Because I don't like them people anyway. It's like flipping hell, mate. You think the world revolves around you and your personal quabbles. You had an argument with someone on the internet, and therefore now you're happy for a whole group of people to be treated in such ways, killed, murdered, starved out, whatever.
There's no difference between any of them and us, other than we was lucky enough not to be born where they were. That's all it is, mate. We're just lucky not to have been born, you know, where they are. And people are people at the end of the day. You've got to sort of like, fair enough, you might have different views and all that, but we shouldn't be slaughtering.
Have you lot? Sorry to change subject, if I may, but have you lot heard about this latest thing in Kashmir between the apparently some tourists? Yeah, well, no. So, but what happened was a few days ago, some one terrorist group from Pakistan, they were in Indian side Kashmir, and they must have just jumped out in a famous tourist spot, like away from any actual city. You know, like in the mountains, they have these like tourist spots for people to go and see the views in Kashmir because it's like natural beauty and that very mountainous Himalayas. So I know because I go to loads of those places myself when I'm out there. So I know what it's like. It's away from any type of I'm talking away in the sense of hundreds of miles away from civilization, and you just you know, the locals and the local villages and people that live there, they help tourists because you know, we give them charities, we spend money there, we give them, you know what I mean, loads of shit. But these terrorist group from Pakistan, they must have jumped out with their guns onto a group of like I think mainly Indian Hindu tourists, and they just asked them like, what religion are you? And then whoever said that they were not Muslim, they just killed them just like that.
26 of them, wasn't it?
That's what I heard, over 20 of them. Man, madness, isn't it? So then that might kick off another war between Pakistan and India, because they've already had 2 wars over the Kashmir shit. Now the fucking Modi has responded like quite strongly in saying that, bruv, we're going to find these people and we're going to take them out. And so when they do that,
have you heard what they're doing about the water rights? So science, they've got
what is it? What, in the same place?
They've got a deal about water going into Pakistan from an Indian source or something. So basically,
they're going to cut it off.
Modi. Yeah, they've said like, you know, fuck you, you're not getting that water anymore.
You see, imagine that now. Imagine that, like, because of these idiots killed 26 people. Imagine how many thousands of people are going to be at risk of fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not having no water to drink, no clean water. Imagine what problems that's going to cause for them. And this is where Pakistan itself as a country needs to make a decision, because either it's going to support, hide, and fund these terrorist groups, which we all know it does, and we all know that that even for years, for decades, Pakistan was training and building up terrorist groups for the US specifically when they were at war with Russia. We know that they were doing it for the British as well. For various reasons, like in the Middle East, and that they were training terrorist groups in Pakistan. I've been there in places, I'm not even going to lie. I'm from Kashmir. Me and my brothers have been out in Kashmir in the 90s, and we've seen Mujahideen training camps that are off the map, that are not on any map, not known to any like official kind of people, but we've seen them because we live from those areas. We know people, our families all from there, and we've seen that shit happening. So that is true that they've been doing that. But Pakistan's got to make a decision, whereby it's going to fall because of these fucking terrorist groups going around doing stupid shit like this. Now, you can't start wars with a country 10 times bigger than you, and expect that, one, you're going to win, or two, that you're not going to suffer major and massive casualties, meaning loads of innocent people in your country are going to get screwed. You know that India have 500,000 soldiers on the ground in Kashmir. 500,000 actual soldiers.
Population, isn't it? Bigger than China. 1.4 billion.
I thought it was 2.
No, it's 1.4 billion. I'm pretty sure I said the other day. And
I thought it was,
China,
all right.
1.3 billion, I think. So China have actually got.
Yeah. They overtook China in the last year or two. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But imagine that they've got 500,000 soldiers on the ground in Kashmir.
I think on the old military hit list of the top powers, I think India are something like 5 or 6, and then Pakistan ain't far behind. So they have got comparable militaries. They're not massively far away. I think the terrain suits Pakistan better if there was an invasion, because Pakistan have got more sort of like rugged terrain than India, and.
Well, I mean, it's to be fair, it's roughly the same for both. The northern territories become more and more mountainous, and the further south you go, the flatter it becomes when you get to sea level. But India is just 10 times bigger, isn't it? Not 10 times, but it's just much bigger population-wise. It's nearly 10 times bigger.
The trouble is, though, sometimes having sort of like a large civilian population, because they've got to be fed, and if you don't feed them, if you don't protect them correctly, they rise against and they end up supporting whoever's coming in if they're offering them chocolate bars like the old US do. So, and the other thing is as well, isn't it? They sent in fucking the British soldiers would complain that the Marines, the US Marines, were giving Iraqi kids more fucking rations than what the British Army were giving the British soldiers. Everything was like, have a chocolate bar, to win the kids over. Hearts and minds and all that bollocks. But if they've been reading the CIA handbook, the quickest thing that Pakistan should know is that India might have killed a load of tourists and then claimed it was a Pakistani insurgents just to kick it off, if you see what I'm saying. So it's not that's the fucking thing, especially with the CIA involved in any of it.
Yeah, but the thing is with doing that, which is it's entirely possible, meaning that it's not a logical contradiction for that to be the case, But the problem with doing that is that you could then also go one level further and say it could be India instigating a fake attack that caused a retaliation like this for the do you know what I mean? Like you could keep going more and more levels behind it.
Yeah, the false flag thing.
Yeah. But the thing is, you could say that about any event that's ever happened as well, like 9/11, for example. And then, then what happens is it becomes very easy for the conspiracy theorists to pick and choose which ones he says were done by who. So the best way I found, is to just go with the overwhelming evidence, innit? If you look at what physical evidence there is available and it looks like this, it's not 100% guarantee, but then that's so far your best bet until you actually get anything stronger than that. You can't just kind of fabricate stuff in your mind and say, well, this is still possible and that's still possible, so I'll choose that to be the case. Well, no, where does the evidence actually still say?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You can assess the possibilities, but it's folly to just make a decision. on a conspiracy theory, for instance.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's
the other
exactly what
thing
I'm
is,
saying.
did you
Yeah.
notice, Bob, we've been being told for fucking ages that China, Taiwan, and Japan, and yeah, they're natural enemies, and they've always fucking fell out. But
Yeah.
after the tariffs, after the Trump tariffs, you've got all three of those countries are saying that they've got to work closer together in trade because of the US tariffs. And it's just like, hang on a minute, I thought you was on the verge of war. Our media are telling us that, it's,
No, but
it's really dicey. But
yeah, but like you
now
said
we're
with the
hearing from our
armies.
media.
Yeah, but like you said with the armies, like they'll
Yeah.
if they're getting a better deal on a day-to-day basis from somewhere else, they will change their allegiance. Of course they will. That's what most human beings would do. There's a lot more people make their judgments and behavior based on practical decisions rather than lofty idealistic morality and shit like that.
Yeah.
People pretend to do that and they talk about it a lot. But at the end of the day, it's pretty obvious to see that people will go with what's practically going to serve them better. We know that.
Yeah.
So again, in that situation, if America's done that to those countries, by raising tariffs to punish them in some way, then of course they're going to look around and say, well, actually, if we work together, then fuck America and its tariffs.
Yep.
We'll just won't play that game anymore. We'll just do our own thing. And China, Japan, and Taiwan, economic nations, they're very capable of doing a lot of shit if they work together rather than depend on America's international legal bullshit.
Once the replacement has been found and they know what to do, if you see what I'm saying, there's no gap in the market no more. I think that the tariffs ain't going to work. I mean, he's already backtracked on most of it. It's just that obviously the media are scared shitless to fucking actually, announce that he's dropped all the tariffs back down and stuff like that, because they don't want to make an enemy of Trump, because Trump is one of the most vindictive people God put breath into. He's got really thin skin as well. And the media are already getting their asses handed to them, which is fair. That's one of the few things that I actually, I'm glad Trump got in for, because he's pulled up the mainstream media that were lying to us all the time. I mean, do you remember at the start of Ukraine, they were saying, Russia's going to get beaten. Russia's going to get beaten. It's never going to happen. Never in a million years.
No, I don't remember anyone saying Russia's going to get beaten, because I would have laughed very loudly at that.
They were saying, Putin's going to be dead soon. He's got cancer. He's going to be dead soon. It's going to, he can't afford to do this and blah, blah, blah. And now you've got Putin's in the fucking, he's on the home straight. You can see the winning line. Yeah. He's got fucking Trump running next to him going, please slow down. Please slow down. And he's like, why should I slow down? I'm in the lead. I can see the finish line. I might as well fucking take the lot. And it's all he asked for. So far, from what I've been told, is exactly what he wanted at the start of it. So if we hadn't, what happened was, mate, is the deep state. I do believe there's a deep state. The deep state told that fucking puppet Joe Biden to take the wind out of Russia's sails because of the BRICS nations thing. And so basically he had a chat with Boris Johnson, went, Boris, go over and tell the fucking Ukrainian president clown Zelensky that we'll back him up. We'll back him up. If he takes on Russia, we'll back him up. So Boris went over there, talked Zelensky out of doing a peace deal, which is better than the deal that he's got to do now. Zelensky went, okay, if you guys are going to back me up, I'll take him on. And then, sure enough, he took him on. We've chucked some weapons to keep him going for all this long. But now that there's a new administration in the White House, the puppet that the deep state had, which was Biden, has been replaced by Trump, that wants to actually get his fucking feet under the table on the big table. You know what I mean? On the big deep state table. I mean, he's always been in the room, because every billionaire is. But he literally wants to be, in with the big boys, as it was, because I don't think that, Trump's that trustworthy. Trump will do what fucking the dollar sign dictates he wants, What's your thoughts on it, Science? Science, you there, bro? Is there anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm just doing something at the moment.
No worries, bro. Where's Science? Science, where are you, bro? So, what are your thoughts in the chat about the Three Witches? I'd say they've all decided to boycott. They get their asses handed to them when they're fucking free on a panel. They get their asses handed to them when they're not on a panel. Basically, they get their racist asses handed to them 24/7. And listening back to the stream, I didn't realise that Jupiter was shouting harassment at me as well. So all three of them that night were threatening to send people around. And no one's visited me. Do you reckon there's room at their oh, what is it called? What do witches fucking stir? Cauldron. Do you reckon there's room at the witch's cauldron for Betty? Me personally, and this is just my personal opinion, I think that Babs, Jupiter, and Wendy are all so racist that they wouldn't let Betty have a little stir in their cauldron. They wouldn't even let her throw some frog's legs in. And that is because of Betty's ethnicity, I think. I mean, Jupiter only puts up with Hector because she couldn't get anything better. Having a pocket-sized husband is handy, and she can't wipe her own bum. And because she can't wipe her own bum, obviously Hector comes in. And that's when I start feeling really sorry for that man. Then I remember he prayed for generational child abuse. So I get much, can't give him much sympathy anymore. And why is it that she's continually going about, my sons will meet you for a fight and shit like that, when she's got a husband? I mean, I don't want to beat anyone's children up. I really don't. And I don't even know the children, and I feel sorry for the children. Having a fucking loud-mouthed, horrible cunt of a no-moral mother like that must be awkward, must be difficult. I heard what Ultra said the other day, and bang on, Ultra. Grandmothers ain't supposed to act like that. You know, no one is supposed to act like that, but especially not, you know, coming up to their 60s grandmothers. If I heard that my mum was saying or had said stuff like that, I would not be, oh, mate, I mean, you're always going to love your mum and you're always going to try and find an excuse for her, but you would, I mean, I'd have to pull her on that, you know. I'd be like, Mum, why the fuck are you having a go at someone's dead child on the stream? Just crazy. And can you please not use the N-word? Fucking hell. Especially his dad, you know, is black and may be offended by it. So I would be, especially if I've, you know, when you hear someone using that with a venom, she uses it. Crazy. Yeah, so she's got a husband that's more my age. I've previously offered to have
Chrissy, you at that point, that point you just made, it's even worse than that. Imagine sitting down with your mum and saying, Mum, why are you hanging around with people that don't see me as an English person?
Yeah. Why are you hanging
because
around
of the colour of my skin?
Why are you hanging around with people that put dad in a cage, Mum? You know, why are you hanging about with people that falsely accused our sons of being pedos, Mum? You know, it's like, you're not helping anything. You just shouldn't have anything to do with them. See, I don't think the kids know a lot about what's going on. I think they shut off to it ages ago. So, I mean, if I was the kid that went to Belmarsh, I would be, hang on, Mum, why are you fucking talking to strangers on the internet that are internet trolls and that are bringing up that I've been to prison. Why are you telling anyone that I've been to prison? Because if I've been to prison, especially for what apparently he'd been in prison for, you know, beating up his kids or wife or both, and all that, I wouldn't want that fucking spoken about, especially not to internet trolls that I didn't even know by my mother. And if he found that out, would he be happy with her? I know I wouldn't be, but maybe that's how it goes in their family, the Gallaghers from Shameless. But yeah, you got like, you know, you got old Hector there, and me and Hector have had crosswords, and I did say to him that time, after I've beaten up Scott Tomlin, I'll take you on if you want. And that, you know, they weren't too keen at the time. He's closer to my age. He obviously knows me. I know him. Why would I want to beat up someone's children that I've never even met before, never had a fucking conversation with? And what if I hurt one of them? Does she not even consider that, you know, that could happen, and it would be because of her fucking big mouth? Crazy. Where'd science go, bro? Do we know?
No idea.
Yeah. What have you been up to today, Magician? Much?
No, not much, mate. I'm chilling indoors, waiting for tomorrow to come so can watch my football team win the league. And
Soccer,
yeah,
soccer, innit, bro?
fucking soccer, bruv.
Soccer, man. It's soccer. Football's the American
shit.
game that they play with all the pads and the helmets.
Yeah, you know, the one time when they kick it like once or twice a weekend.
Ah, but the reason it's called football is because you're on foot holding a ball.
That's dumb.
Oh, no.
That's dumb, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I don't mind like you know, South Americans and that calling it soccer because I think, you know, they got a reason for it, but it's football.
Soccer
mate.
was its original name, bro. Soccer was its original name.
Nah, really?
Yeah, it was, mate. Honestly, I looked it up, bro.
I thought it was called. I thought it was called foot. What they used to kick it against the wall, didn't they? It originated from Eton. They used to have this game, didn't they, where they used to kick it up against the wall, and there was a door at one end. They still play it to this day.
Right. I mean, I haven't heard this. I think you're right about it, and originated in one of the public schools or something. From what I know, bro,
Eton. I'm sure of it.
Because rugby was called ruggers, and it was rugby football, wasn't it? Because they both called it. They both called it football, rugby and soccer.
Okay.
But you know that's why the soccer had the original name of soccer. I did check it out because I'm not a football fan, bruv. I just, you know, I've never been interested in it at all.
Yeah. Fair play.
Yeah, when I hear people chatting too much about football, I always call it soccer because you can guarantee it winds up every.
And you fucking, you're right because it fucking just works. You can.
Yeah, I think let's put my wooden spoon in. Let's put my wooden spoon in.
Ah, fair play.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm more of a boxer, you know. Boxing's my.
Oh, mate, I'm watching a boxing tonight. Come on.
Right, so is it Ben and Eubank again?
Yeah.
It's only on fucking what's it called? The pay-per-view one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on pay-per-view. No, Sky Sports.
Sky Sports.
DAZN,
Oh, wow.
DAZN. Yeah, but yeah, it's a DAZN thing, but it's going to be on Sky.
Right.
So
I don't know if I'm going to be able to fucking.
He's not going to make weight, is he? I doubt it. He's not going to make. He's going to get fined, I think.
Are they going to? I mean, it's a catch weight thing.
He's got until I think a certain time tonight, this evening, to make a certain weight, and then if he doesn't, it'll probably go ahead still, but he'll get fined because of the contracts.
Well, I see. Everyone's saying the hot money is on Ben, because obviously Ben's not going to be weight drained, and Ben looks like he actually wants it a little bit more.
He's stupid to fight him though, man, because he's stupid to fight him because at the end of the day, like, Eubank's going to have so much power over him. He's going to have so much weight over him. It could be naughty if he catches him. I do think that Ben's a better boxer than him for sure. And like, Eubank is older. He's been in a couple of wars. He wasn't very good in his last couple of fights as well. So I think Ben's on the way up and he's explosive. But I don't know about if he's got the power at the weight. Like, it really does matter.
If Eubank's struggling to make the weight, he'll be weak as a kitten. So I mean, from
that's true. Yeah, have you seen him? Have you seen? They've got video of him getting out of the sweat box, and he gets out and he looks like a fucking. Like when somebody pulls out. In America they got these cans of chicken.
Yeah,
and you pull out the fucking chicken out of the can, and it looks anemic as fuck, bro. That's what he looked like. Bro. He got out of his sweat tent thing, this like sauna thing that he's been sitting in to drop some weight, and when he got out of it, he looked like he'd just been born, mate.
Oh no! The thing is, you should only use the sauna, close to the actual fight date.
Yeah, it's gonna dehydrate you, isn't it?
Is water. Yeah, so all you lose in a sauna is water, and you'll put that straight back on as soon as you take a drink. I mean, the other thing is as well, the more dehydrated you are, the gap between your skull and your brain, where the cerebral fluid is, I think they call it. Basically, that shrinks. Your brain swells. So any knocks you get to the head.
But I just don't know. I just don't know if Ben has got the power, because he's basically, for me, Eubank's a middleweight. He is.
Yeah.
He's a middleweight, you know, and I just don't see like how Ben's going to have the power to really trouble him. It's going to have to be like, not so much power. It's going to have to be like wear him down. Yeah.
Yeah, wear him down. Just keep on rolling on him, fucking pushing him backwards. So Eubank's power can, if he's still got power after losing so much weight, you've just got to hope that Ben keeps going forward at him, and doesn't walk straight into a shot. Obviously, because walking straight into a shot helps it. But Ben keep pushing forward, because there's very few men that can punch well on the back foot. It's hardly any, and I haven't seen Eubank be able to do it. Eubank always does better once he's got the pace. And I don't think that he'll be able to push the pace with Ben, because if you can fight at your pace, the rounds are so much easier on your engine, But
the last couple of fights, I've seen Eubank sort of fight on the back foot, like he's like more of a counter puncher, like when he started, he was very explosive. You could see he was explosive here, but he's older now, he's not gonna.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be Ben that'll be on the front foot.
Yeah,
and he'll be, taking the fight to him. So we'll see. But I personally think it's going to be a Ben win, and it could be very emphatic as well. That's my prediction anyway. But we'll see. We'll see.
What I love about this fight is that there isn't much of a choice. It is actually quite a fair fight, even though the weights and stuff like that. And I mean, the preparation to a fight is fucking everything. Because if you don't prepare,
absolutely, 100%,
you're preparing to fail, aren't you? And if Eubank has got the weight right, I mean, the fact that sort of like you're seeing him getting out of saunas and that, this early before the fight, actually sort of tells me that they're playing a little psychological trick there. Because that might be, he's in so much trouble that he's got to get in saunas now to lose water that he's going to retain as soon as he drinks it back in, and stuff like that. It might be a bit of a game, because Eubank, they learnt a lot from. Do you remember Steve Collins?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Steve Collins come into the ring on a stretcher saying he'd been hypnotised? Do you remember that? Yeah,
I slightly remember that. Yeah.
Eubank learnt a fucking lot. I mean, any trainer that's at that degree will know every trick in the book, but it's whether or not they've sort of like, you know, they've got the bottle to pull it off. And it really wouldn't surprise me if, you know, Eubank and see, do you believe, did you see the Piers Morgan interview between Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn? Did you see that?
I haven't watched it fully. No, I haven't. I've just
Bro,
seen clips of it.
Yeah, that's worth watching, my man. That really is worth watching. It was quite heartbreaking in a lot of ways because you know, you got Conor Benn.
He was talking about his brother, wasn't he?
Yeah, because I mean, I didn't even know that Eubank had a son that died. You know,
Yeah, he
had a
did.
brain
Yeah,
hemorrhage,
yeah, he
stupid
did.
shit like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's ruined Chris Eubank Senior. But you know, that basically Conor Benn was saying, "I want to see your old man in the corner with you." You know, and it was really poignant because you always
Yeah, I
get the
saw that.
feeling
Yeah.
that the Benns will be the nasty fuckers and the Eubankses will be the ones that want the parliamentary privilege. You know,
The parliamentary.
And,
Let's have some parliamentary procedure
yeah,
here.
let's have some parliamentary.
That was
Oh,
classic.
mate.
I love that.
Would it? That
I
was good.
love Eubank. I love Eubank.
Yeah.
I think Chris Eubank is an absolute fucking national treasure, mate. I think he's brilliant. Love him or hate him. Obviously, he's a bit obnoxious and arrogant sometimes, but if you want to be, you know,
He had to do that to sell a ticket,
big,
though.
yeah, but
He had to
he could
be
back it up,
that
mate. He could back it
obnoxious.
up. He
Yeah,
could
he had
back
to
it
be the
up, mate.
obnoxious guy to sell a ticket because hometown of Brighton. Now, you know, a lot of the big fighters, they latch onto the football crews. You know, like Ricky Hatton, for instance. You know, I think Ricky Hatton, was he Man U or Man City or something like that? Was he? And you know, he had a massive.
He's Man
football.
City. He's Man City.
Man City.
He's
So
a
if
blue.
you can
He's
get
a blue. Yeah.
10,000 Man City supporters to latch onto you as a Man City supporter yourself, you know, and come to and buy a boxing ticket, you've done it. Because ultimately, what gets you into the big spots is putting bums on seats. And Eubank from Brighton, yeah, and he isn't the most likable guy. Basically, he couldn't sell a ticket. So what I think it was Frank Warren. What Frank Warren said to him was, "You've got to be the villain. You know, let's buy you a monocle."
Yeah, exactly.
And,
It's you got to sell tickets.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
sportsman. You know, it's the sportsmanship sort of thing. And so what Chris Eubank done was he made himself into the villain so that people would buy tickets just to see if he lost. And you know, it fucking worked. He was one of the biggest balls going. But the thing I always used to love about Chris Eubank is jaw. Mate, that boy could take a hit. So,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Him and Oliver
Definitely.
McCall, you know.
Fucking that fight between him and Kalazagi, he said like,
No, yeah.
I was out from the first few rounds, but I wasn't going to let him beat him. And then even afterwards, Kalazagi said it was probably my hardest fight ever. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
but that's what you have to do to take the crown. You know what I mean? So,
yeah,
and he did take the crown, and he went on in my eyes, Kalazagi is the greatest British fighter of all time, as far as I'm concerned. Even better than Lennox. Even better than Lennox.
I don't
and
know,
I
mate.
love Lennox Lewis.
Yeah,
I love Lennox Lewis, mate.
I did a charity thing with Lennox Lewis once, and held the pads for him. And he was basically he had I can't remember what the fucking charity was. I think it was like a leukemia charity or something like that.
Yeah.
And basically, a lot of us all met up and went to a gym, and you know they done a photo shoot with Lennox and all the kids and stuff like that. And basically, they needed someone. You know, they needed a few people to look after every kid because every kid needed a you know, someone that could hold pads for them and stuff like that. And so I went up and done that, and we all got a signed photo with Lennox Lewis, and you know, basically we all had to wear the Lennox Lewis range tops, you know, and stuff like that. So we got given all them stuff like that. And yeah, Lennox Lewis was like, "Right, kids, this is a jab," and I was the closest one standing to him, and he put a mate, fucking hell. And I got talking to them all afterwards, and they said like the best jab in boxing, without a doubt. Who do you think, bruv?
Lennox.
No. I think
the best jab in what? In heavyweight boxing.
Well, probably in boxing, full stop. But obviously, you know, I'm there with Lewis, who's a heavyweight. So whether or not they were talking about, you know, in heavyweight boxing, but Larry Holmes.
Oh yeah.
Larry Holmes's jab, right, and the way that you describe it, yeah, is Lennox Lewis, mate. His jab is like a spear. You know, it's so strong, it's so solid. You know, it's quick, and you know, the angle that he can jab you in is fucking perfect. You know, because of his height and size. But if you got hit with that in the first round, you would stay away from it for the rest of the fight. Whereas with Larry Holmes's jab was not as flashy, not as hard, but more accurate and, you know, and more frequent. So you take Larry Holmes's jab to your face if you're another heavyweight, and you wouldn't think too much of it because it's not actually hurting you. Whereas Lennox Lewis, if he catches you with, you know, a jab, and I mean the straight left that he could do was
he's breaking your nose on the first hit.
Yeah, it's hurting you, so you know to stay away from it. With Larry Holmes would flick his jab out, and it wouldn't hurt you. But what you don't realise is that after like 5 or 6 rounds, all of a sudden your eyes are puffing up, you know, and you can't see nothing. And that jab, the cumulative effect of getting sort of like half a jab in your face for 5 or 6 rounds has almost hypnotised you into just sitting there and waiting for that big right to come over. So they reckon that, yeah, Larry Holmes, his jab was the best one to have. If you'd have put anything more in it, you'd have stayed away from it. If you'd have put any less into it, it wouldn't have actually mattered. It hypnotises fighters. So, but
Yeah.
how many rounds is it tonight, bruv? Do you know? Is it a 12-rounder?
Yeah, it is. It's a championship fight.
Yeah, it's like CBO
It's
or whatever.
it's
WBC, isn't it?
yeah, it's a WBC. Yeah.
Yeah, thought so. I'll try and watch that tonight. I'm gonna have to talk the missus into it. What did you think about the Olympic boxing, Magician?
Olympic boxing. What the last?
Yeah, the last Olympics.
I don't think I can remember. What happened? Anything happened?
Oh, I think it was a Hungarian man.
It's WBO. I think it's WBO.
Yeah, Hungarian man. Basically, was allowed to box in the female.
I don't know nothing about that, bruv. Don't know nothing about that.
It's fucking awful, bruv. I mean, I've got a lot of friends that are amateur boxers, you know, and amateur boxer trainers. And after every Olympics, for the last few Olympics, especially with Nicole Adams, you remember Nicole Adams?
No.
She won a gold medal. Was it in London in the 2012 or whatever it was? Well, basically, after every Olympics, the amateur boxing clubs always get a little surge of kids coming in because they've seen it on the you know, on the telly, and they're like, oh, boxing Olympics, you know, and they turn up at the amateur gyms. And my friend that's got a very successful Essex ABA club, he was like, you know what, I think I had 2 girls join, when usually he would have had like 20. And it's just like, you know, putting men in to fight women, it's just absolutely killed the sport.
That's ridiculous.
It is. I mean, the thing is, the geezer, you know, has still got the tackle, apparently. You know, it's even if he didn't
shut up.
He was, yeah, apparently he's still got the tackle, but he's on the hormone treatment or something. I mean, I don't know too much about it, bruv, because you know, I'm not a great fan of athletics or anything like that. I do like me boxing, and usually when the Olympics is on, I have a look to see who's coming through, because you can guarantee if you're winning a gold medal in the Olympics, you're going to turn pro. Yeah, it's nice to see. You know, I mean, Roy Jones Jr. Was it Korea that the Olympics was in? And Roy Jones Jr. absolutely fucking arse whipped the fucking Korean guy, and they gave the decision to the Korean guy, and Roy Jones Jr. got silver. And when he beat the fuck out bloke, it was probably the worst decision I ever see. And but this time, you know, watching a man, I mean, he stopped. I think he stopped the Italian girl. Something stupid like 40 seconds. And she said she'd never been hit as hard, and she felt like she could die because, you know, this man that, you know, apparently was a trans woman. But it's crazy, mate, crazy. So if, that's another.
Certainly don't agree with that for sure.
Nah, I mean, you just got to look at it as like, if that was your daughter, would you let your daughter fight someone that was a man? And
this is the whole reason why we have weight classes.
Yeah.
Because you could be a fantastic boxer, but if you're in someone who's got weight above you, then you are going to lose.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, bro. I mean, I had quite a few fights that were outside weight. I've never weighed more than 12.5 stone when I boxed, and I was getting in the ring with I think one guy was 16 stone, 14, 15 stoners all the time, and it's so much harder because your punch just isn't the same. If you caught someone that was your weight with a flush shot, you should be able to put them in trouble. But these heavyweights, mate, they're just, they just sit there. And I think the weight absorbs a lot of the power, if you know.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, you just, and it only takes one of their shots to sort of like, to clump you over the back of the ears, or around the rib.
Yeah, look at Hasim Rahman against Lennox Lewis.
Yeah.
He caught him and he beat him.
Yeah.
And then he came back and Lewis beat him.
Yeah.
So anything can happen in a heavyweight fight, but as soon as you start getting like middleweight upwards, that can happen. When you're featherweights, bantamweights, stuff like that, they're just there's the volume of punches is so high that obviously people do get knocked out, but there's a higher volume of punches because of the weight.
Yeah. Do you remember Wayne McCulloch, Pocket Rocket?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Fucking hell. I mean, he was like 120 punches a round. And there's only 3 minutes in a round. Fucking hell. It's like crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not really into that kind of boxing. It's all a bit windmills, mate. I like from welterweight upwards.
Yeah.
I don't really pay much attention to those lower weights.
The best weight, in my opinion, has got to be super middle. Because, I mean, you can get fights that obviously, once you're 13 stone 8, you're a heavyweight. And a fight that weighs like 14 stone versus a fight that weighs 18 stone just doesn't appeal to me. Even if the 14 stoner, I mean, you've only got to look at, what is it, Usyk and Fury. I mean, Fury. Usyk, sorry, yeah. Well, I was calling him Usyk. I don't know.
Usyk.
I read it
I was like, who the fuck are you talking about, bro? You must know some obscure fighters, bro.
Yeah, man. Because I'm
Do you remember Usyk?
When I read something,
No, I don't know, mate.
in my brain, and then once it's in my brain, that's it. It's fucking fixed in there.
Usyk.
USA chaos. Oh, fuck knows. But Usyk, yeah, with Usyk and Tyson. I mean, I didn't want either of them two to lose. I hated that fucking trilogy. Was it a trilogy? 2 fights. Because neither fighter. Because I love Fury because of the character that he's got and what he's done outside the sport.
He's a brilliant boxer. I don't care what anyone says. He's a fantastic boxer.
Good. Yeah, very good.
But,
hello?
Why are you letting that Clark Kent, the Batty boy, using my picture in the side chat?
Choppy mic, mate.
Who's that? You're using your mic.
Oh, your mic is choppy. You can't hear what you're saying.
Hold on.
No, you can't hear you, mate.
Type it in the back chat for me, yeah? Because it's hard to understand what you're saying. It sounds like you said someone's using your picture. I'm letting someone use your picture.
I'll be back in a sec, man.
Use anyone's picture.
See you in a minute.
Yeah, big up, you.
Veli, who you got winning the fight tonight?
I'm a Eubank fan still.
Right.
Eubank senior.
Mate. Yeah.
Better watch yourself, dreadlocks.
Do you reckon Eubank Senior will be at the fight for Eubank Junior?
Hopefully.
Did you see the Piers Morgan thing with Eubank and Ben?
No, I didn't.
Oh, bro, have a look back.
Chopping, man. Yeah, type it in the private chat. Whoever's using your picture, let me know what account it is. Wait, hold on. If someone's using your picture, type in what account it is in the private chat and I'll ban the account. But I don't know what you look like in it, so I wouldn't know if anyone was using your picture.
Right. Can you hear me now?
No,
We
it's
can
still
hear you,
chopping.
but you're really
We can hear
choppy.
you, but it's chopping like when you
Yeah,
speak.
it's
You got
it's
Asketti syndrome.
Clark Kent in the chat. He's not that bothered, right? He's a batty boy. If you want to turn it to Anglesey, you know.
Is all I heard in that was
I
batty
know
boy.
it's you, lad.
We can't. Hey Morpheus, we can't hear you, bro.
Hold on,
We can hear you, but we can't understand what you're saying.
One minute.
Type it in the private chat. Literally, press private. Type what the name is, and the account could get removed.
You got an earphone into the device, Morpheus. Is it Morpheus then?
Yeah, Morpheus.
So what's your prediction on the fight tonight then, Veli?
I'm not even too sure. You know, if I tell the truth, yeah, I haven't really been paying attention to the
No, neither
Ben
have
and
I.
Eubank Jr. Build up.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I mean, I saw the Piers Morgan one, and that was really good, mate. So you know, if you've got a spare, I think it's about 45 minutes long. If you've got a spare 45 minutes, have a watch because I mean, a lot of it's about Eubanks and his dad have fallen out, and you've got fucking Conor Benn, which I thought was really good at Conor Benn, basically saying sort it out with your dad, you know, make up with your dad, and Eubanks seems to be the unreasonable one out of the two, you know.
You know what? Yeah, Chris Eubank Jr. looks exactly like the Chris Eubank Senior, about light skin, innit? But I think I'm not sure if Conor Benn looks like Nigel. It looks a little bit like him.
Yeah, I mean,
Like a spitting image, like.
Eubanks Jr. I mean, it's the voice, isn't it? You know, they've got the similar sort of tone to voice and stuff like that. So I think, like, if he spoke differently, you wouldn't view him as. Oh, is that you, Morpheus?
Hello? Yeah, all right. We've got somebody called Clark Kent. Not that I'm bothered. Listen, it doesn't bother me at all. Right?
Sounds like you're saying Adam Trent.
No, it's Clark Kent. Sorry, I'm Welsh. Fucking hell.
Clark Kent. Clark Kent, yeah?
Clark Kent, yeah. It's gay Kermit O'Grady. Gay Kermit, listen. Post if you want, Belly, listen. Give him a nod. Give him a nod, right? Let him post his PayPal address. I'll PayPal him money now, right? So wherever train station he is, right? He can come to Holyhead and have it out with me. If he thinks he's a big tough guy, like I did with you, Morris, and you shit yourself. But Clark Kent, if you want to do the same, I'll PayPal you money now. Get your ass to Holyhead. I'll be there in 20 minutes. You can get there from London in like 3 hours if you're down south.
Pause for a second, Morpheus. Let me see if we can translate what you said, yeah, because it's hard to understand what you're saying. It sounded like you said Clark Kent.
Yeah, it's Clark
Tell me what
Kent.
train station you want me linked me at. Or whoever Clark Kent is.
Holyhead. Wherever Clark Kent is, get him to come to Holyhead. And I'll pay him first class carriage to come to Holyhead on the plane, and I'll go and meet him there.
Bro, why don't you just buy a new microphone, bro?
Why
Because
did
that is.
you fucking hey, Christy,
I can't hear you, mate.
Why did you just give your head a fucking wobble?
Hey Morpheus, you should try jumping off and back on, lad, because your mic's just like wobbling like fuck.
So all we can hear is PayPal, Train, Kermit
Just letting you
O'Grady,
know.
Clark Kent.
Holyhead.
Now, honestly, Morpheus, your mic's just going in and out, man. It's wobbling
Morpheus,
like fuck.
Shut up.
Jump off, listen to how bad your mic is, yeah, and try and work out why it's that bad, and try and jump back on, see if it's all right.
Okay. Right, in the meantime, can I just quickly say something before he comes back?
As long as you say hello first, Baz, how you doing?
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. You?
Hello.
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for?
So,
fucking hell.
just before
Morris
I
and
joined
Belly
here-
doing a duet, eh?
just before I joined here, I don't know if Veli's
Bad
going
to
to
Vel.
If I mention a different channel and something that's gone on, Veli, are you going to take offence to that? Because it might
Oh,
make
I
people
always
want to
think
go
about
over there and look at it, kind of thing.
Oh, what are you talking about? Whose channel is it?
You don't know what I'm talking about? Okay, well, then I'll just have to risk it, won't I? So I just clicked on Luke's channel a minute ago, and he's in a crowd of people, and he's like approaching the police, saying he's been assaulted by someone, and he's like running up to the person, like pointing them out, and not running up to him, but he's pointing the person out, saying, "This is the person who's just assaulted me." And I didn't really
Who
catch
is
much
Luke?
of it, but then he just ended his stream and deleted it. Like that's all I seen was like 30 seconds worth. So I
Was
don't
it a
know what's
live
going on.
stream?
No, he just deleted it. He just took it down.
So
But was it a
Luke
live stream?
went
Was it
live.
today?
It was live, yeah.
Someone tried to box him, and then
About a minute or two ago.
I
went
saw
off.
what happened.
Go ahead, Becca, enlighten us.
So he went to a transgender, whatever they want to call themselves, protest or whatever, and he was talking to two women. I don't know if they class themselves as women, I don't know, but he was talking to two women about how you identify a male and a female and this, that and the other. Obviously they were talking back and forth, and then he said to one of the women, I'm having this conversation with her though, and she went, I don't go by that, I don't go by them, my pronouns are they them, my pronouns are they them, I did that, and he was like, yeah, well, I don't really care what your pronouns are, love, right? Do you know what I mean? And then some guy from the crowd came over and snatched Luke's phone out of his hand. And then obviously the camera goes off, then it comes back on, and then he's calling the police over, saying that guy over there just assaulted. Well, the police came over and was like, what's going on? He said that guy over there just assaulted me by trying to take my phone from my hand. So that's what happened.
Oh, so when he
Did
said
they get
assaulted
his
me, he
phone?
didn't actually get hit or anything.
We
Did they
didn't
get
see
his phone?
we didn't see him get hit. He may have got hit when the camera was not working, but all we saw was the man go for him.
I know. Mad. Like I say, I just got like 30 seconds of it just now, and then the stream got deleted.
Mad, you see a man try to run up on the LGBTQ and they try to rush him, yeah? Oh, dear.
They them tried to rush him.
Yeah.
They, them, whichever.
Hello, how's my audio now? Can I be heard?
Oh no, Morpheus, man, it's still
Wolf,
terrible.
your mic is mash up, bro.
Your mic is bad, bro.
Hold on, give me a minute.
You're not going to
Morpheus,
solve
why don't
it.
you just write what you need in the back chat, and then Veli can
In the
read
back
it out.
chat, you're right. I've deleted the Clark Kent account already, anyway. So, if it's for the Clark Kent, it's gone.
You can't solve it by just sitting on the panel, Morpheus. What you'd have to do, what you're best doing is go and reset your internet router, and then try and come back when it's. What? See, no one can hear you, man. Just try and reset your internet router and come back. It might help.
Yeah, give it a reboot, mate.
It's the mic itself. It's the mic. That's what it is.
Change, unplug the mic and use loudspeaker instead, man.
I will.
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, man. It sounds mad.
I don't have a mic on. I don't have a headset on. I'm just talking through my phone. Nothing wrong with mine, is there?
No, yours is fine, man.
It depends, yeah, because some people get the echo in it, but they need to just tap echo cancellation.
And I mean, has he got a Bluetooth device going in there? Because I find the Bluetooth makes it chop.
All you need to do is reset his internet router, man. It'll be fine then.
Man said it was Esau that assaulted Luke. Man said it was Esau that tried to snatch Luke's phone out his hands at the LGBTQ rally.
Well, the man that did that was a white man, so probably not.
Yeah, but we don't
Esau
know.
don't go out in
How do you know
crowd.
Esau's not a white man?
Well,
How
I
do
mean,
you know
he
Esau's
claims
not a
to
white
be mixed, doesn't he?
What he claims to be
He
and
don't-
what he actually is might be two different things.
He's got
He also claims
acrophobia.
to be
He ain't
straight.
going
Claims
out
to
in
be
the
straight.
fucking
Alright, disable the microphone. Just using the phone now.
No, Morpheus.
Nah,
you're
it's,
right.
still, it's a better, but it's still chopping.
It's not. It's fucked.
Hold on.
I don't know what you said there.
But yeah, this Chris Eubank and Conor Ben thing, you know, Conor Ben ain't got a chance, right? He's gonna get mashed up. I said Conor.
It's because my man's dropping in weight, innit?
Conor and Eubank. I said Eubank's gonna fuck him up, bruv. Facts.
No, yeah, but Eubank's dropping in weight. Yeah, that's the thing, innit? Because
Eubank's gonna do it because Eubank. Yeah, with the weight, that's like what Benny's saying. With the weight, with Eubank, he's used to that weight, whereas Ben isn't. Ben's had to go up to that level. That's not his weight. That's not his normal weight.
Yeah, but
so he's gonna struggle.
So he has to drop and he's had to lose, yeah.
Hold on, but that also means he has to cut weight.
Fighting weight and walkabout weight. Conor Ben will be at his walkabout weight, so basically he wouldn't have because
he hasn't had to cut weight. He hasn't had to drain himself.
Have to cut a lot of weight to make the weight limit. They always cut the most they can without losing the performance. And if Eubank has struggled to make the weight and he's weak,
exactly.
Should. But if Eubank has done everything right and lost the weight, you know, gradually over fight camp, then yeah, Eubank should have the upper hand. But it's just how
Eubank. It's a classic fight. Speed versus power.
Eubank hits hard.
It's speed versus power. That's what it's going to be.
Power. Ben's going to be quicker, isn't he, and more agile and better cardio.
I reckon it's tank versus tank, and who's got more in it?
Yeah, the cardio's going to be
speed versus power.
Hold on a sec, yeah. Hey, you guys. I'll tell you what I forgot to review. Bumberclap Michael Barrymore was at fucking 420. Fucking hell.
Oh, no way.
Was that 420? Your mic still fucks, bro. You know, mate. Michael Barrymore, man. I ain't seen him since the pool incident. Amen.
He's got a massive. He's massive on TikTok, bro.
I used to do.
He's massive on TikTok. He's got a massive following.
And on what's good. And on YouTube.
I used to do security at the club where he pulled Stuart Lubbock. He was regular at Millennium in Harlow.
Morpheus, it's fucked, lad.
Oh, you must be using your phone.
I'll tell you what we've got so far.
I'm on my
Morpheus,
phone.
Yeah? We got that someone, I think he thinks it's Kermit, needs to meet him or decide what train station he wants to link him at. He can get a first class ticket and get refunded the cost of the first class ticket. But just tell him what, it's to Holyhead. Yeah, make sure you come to Holyhead and bring your first class ticket as a receipt, and I'll give you your money back.
Oh, Jelly, mate, Jelly, they need to sign you up to the Bletchley Circle, bro. Because how the hell did you How did you fucking make that up, bro? You must know fucking Morse code, bro.
Yeah,
Morpheus code.
Enigma machine and Morse code days.
Morpheus code.
Go to school from Enigma fucking machine and Morse code days, fam. You get me? Hey. B. You know what I'm saying? I remember Gangsta Leon. Remember Leon with the fucking Night Rider radio?
Yeah,
Gangsta. Gangsta shit.
Wow.
Hold on a minute, Belly. How many beeps do you think it would be for A in Morse code?
One
beep and a sign or something.
Exactly. So why did you go? A?
Yeah, because I was taking a picture fucking puppet. The fuck's sake, what's wrong with this kid, man?
Hey, did you guys hear about Virginia Giuffre?
She's all right now. She doesn't have the 4 days left, doesn't she?
Did she die or something?
No, she's dead.
No.
Is that the one that... Is that the Prince Andrew one?
Yes, the
Prince Andrew one,
yeah. She's dead.
Mad.
Who is it? Who is this?
She's Dark. She was the one that said that Prince Andrew touched her.
Oh yeah, fucking hell! Oh shit, bruv. Yeah, she tweeted not long ago saying,
"No, it wasn't nothing to do with that.
Kill me.
I'm not mentally ill. I'm not mentally ill. If I'm not thinking of taking my life. So if anyone This is what she
So
said,
what
innit?
did
I'm
she
not
die of,
mentally
Bex?
ill. I don't.
How did she die?
So
Apparently, she killed herself.
suicide, yeah, suicide yesterday or today.
Apparently,
It was either yesterday or
she
today.
got
It was.
Jeffrey Epstein, mate.
Yeah.
She got Jeffrey Epstein, bruv.
But ain't that same way that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died as well? Suicide.
Yeah, in his cell. In his cell.
While he was under suicide watch, but conveniently the cameras weren't working that day.
Off, bruv.
He was on suicide watch, but managed to commit suicide. Make it make sense.
All the cameras went out at the same time.
Amazing,
All the
that,
guards
wasn't
were
it?
asleep at the same time.
You know what it is, yeah? They like opening up like conspiracy theory minefields, innit? Because this is like another conspiracy theory minefield that they're really trying to open up again now.
Yeah.
No one's gonna believe that she actually committed suicide. Half of the people are gonna believe that she was Epstein.
Yeah, there was a guy in America who was in, because in America, in California, in the rich part of California, or in Hollywood, there's like, it's a really weird place. Like, there's some crazy shit going on because these people got super duper money. Do you remember the guy from Buffy? He was the short one that was with, he had like spiky hair, ginger spiky hair. Do you remember him? He was the character.
Oh, Willow's boyfriend.
Yeah. Do you remember him, right? Apparently, right, there was this guy who was like an artist, producer, whatever. He was basically on social media going around saying that he got taken to his house, he got taken down into the basement, and they had like a room down there with kids' wallpaper and fucking bunk beds and all that sort of thing. And he was basically like saying to him, yeah, this is where we bring the kids before we do stuff to them and that. And he was like, look, he was saying they're going to literally kill me. I don't want to commit suicide. So it's the same sort of thing. And then one day his car was found on top of a bridge, a little bridge that went over like a river, and the car door was open and he was dead at the bottom because like those rivers, they've got massive rocks at the bottom where the water floods through.
Sounds
They've got
like
a lot of
MK
them
Ultra,
sort of bridges in America. And it was like, oh yeah, he must have committed suicide, and that was the verdict. But he was going around, he was literally making videos for a while, saying, "This is what I saw. This is what," and I've got no, I've got money, I've got my life, this is ruining my career in Hollywood, but I have to say something because it was weird and it was crazy. Like, they were openly talking about this. This is what we do with kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a dash. I've got to go and meet my missus. It's been emotional. I love you all. Thank you very much. And until we meet again.
Fucking hell, bruv. Easy.
Big up yourself, man. No time to Scholar Morris.
Big up.
Take care.
You know who also died from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, don't you?
Who?
Buffy's sister.
Oh, she dead as well. Yeah,
She's dead
she
too.
died.
Yeah, she died recently as well.
Yeah. Mate, years and years and years ago, I did a lot of research on those sorts of like rings that were going on, and I read some crazy shit, man. I could never prove it was true.
Come out, yeah. In the Caribbean community, if you see someone like a girl that's nice or whatever, you say that thing's buff. You get me? So, her name was Buffy. Myself, come out and say no, man. Mad.
Hey, do you know what's mad?
Hey, remember last time, yeah? I tried to go to a Free Palestine march and ended up at some fucking trans rally, yeah? At least the Chinese didn't rush me, though. Yeah, at least the Chinese didn't rush me, though. I like Luke. You get me, fam? Hey.
1 sec, Mel. You know what's mad? Right. And we all do the same thing, so I'm not criticising. It's just a mad, natural fucking thing. It's weird. We all fucking... Like, I live in a big city. You're in London, I assume. That's a fucking big city. People die every day. You probably know someone who knows someone who's been killed or died naturally. Almost on a weekly basis. Yet some celebrity dies, and everyone wants to talk about it. Some celebrity you've never met.
Yeah.
You don't
Fuck
really care
celebrities,
about.
man.
It's
Do you
mad.
know what? I'm starting to hate celebrities, bruv. Do you know that? I see celebrities now, and I feel like
Why? I'll tell you why.
I just feel like I can't stand celebrities, bruv. Honestly, I cannot stand them.
I don't have. I'm not from that standpoint.
I'll tell you why people do that though, yeah. Because say there was on a TV program or it was a music or whatever. It's nostalgia for
It is,
any
yeah,
sort
it's
of
nostalgia,
memories.
yeah.
That
You're right, 100%. I'm just saying it's mad. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it because I know I would.
In them days.
I'm not saying I would
Hey,
do it
Baz,
because I know I would.
Baz, are you? Baz,
What?
are you blue shite?
I am, unfortunately.
Oh, fucking hell. Get him off, bruv. Get him off.
What? You're a Liverpool fan then?
He's a fucking blue.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
And you're not even from
Really, mate?
Liverpool. Get you off your
Why do I
fucking
need to be
scumbag.
from Liverpool, though? Why do I need to be from Liverpool?
Support
All my
your home
family
team.
live in Liverpool.
Support your hometown, dickhead.
Yeah, but most of my family are from Liverpool.
Glory
What are you
hunting
talking about,
bastard,
bro?
shut up.
Ain't
Don't talk to
glory
me about
hunting.
football ever again.
No, but the man was supporting Liverpool when they were shit as well. When Man United was doing their bits and pieces, and then they were
Bro,
still stuck
come on now. Mate,
I know,
I was
man,
there
I
when
know-
Konchelsky and fucking
I
Kiriakos
know
were on
people,
the
I'm
line.
not going to call no names, yeah, but I know some people. I know some Scientific Method. I know some people that used to support, like, I'm not going to call no names like Scientific Method on that, yeah. But I know some people that used to support Liverpool that now support Man City. Now that's what I call actual glory.
Oh
like, innit?
my God.
Because you switch
No,
that
that's fucked up, bro.
from Liverpool to Man City, because they won the league.
That is,
and
that is
then,
glory hunting, yes.
and then,
However, Liverpool are at the top
yeah,
right now.
yeah, and then, yeah, but wait, hold on, and then, Man City to end the game beat up.
Is he from Manchester though?
You know what I mean?
Hold on, Belly. Is he from Manchester?
No, he ain't from Manchester or Liverpool. He's from Kashmir.
Yeah, well, he's a
How
glory
about
hunting cunt too then.
He's from Kashmir, mate. Yeah.
Well, no one can accuse you of being a glory hunter, can they?
No, they fucking can't. Hence why I used that argument.
1-1 pitch invasion, bruv. God, blimey, that's embarrassing, bruv. Like, I'll just log off and never
Four
come around
derbies,
again.
innit? A one-pitch invasion of 4 derbies.
There was a guy literally on his knees slapping the turf, bruv. Ah, going crazy for 1-1 draw.
Yeah, because we're trying to fucking stay up.
You were gonna stay up, of course you were. Once Moyes got in there, mate, you were sweet as, man.
Well, you
Like,
wait
you've
anyway.
done
You
well
wait and
since then.
see. You give it 5 years minimum, and Everton are going to be competing.
What?
Everton are going to be
Now, hey, listen. I tell you who you need. Yeah, you need. This used to be a gangster manager. Yeah, like he used to work on a shoestring budget, and just end up getting some bad.
We haven't got a
players and making them
shoestring
play
budget,
together.
Belly. We've got one of the richest owners
Yeah.
in the world, mate.
Yeah, but I'm saying that what you need Bomber Clark, Sam Allardyce. Yo, when Sam Allardyce used to take over the club, yeah, he used to
We've
go.
already had him,
He
Belly.
just used to go mad.
We've
Oh,
already
bro,
had
Sam
Allardyce,
Allardyce
Belly.
does not
We've
grow
already
old. Do you
managed
know
him.
that? Sam Allardyce does not
Still
grow
is the
old.
same.
That guy has been the fucking same for the
Still the
last
same from the
20
90s.
years, bro. Same
Hold
look,
on a minute.
same
Hold on a minute.
weight,
You're
everything.
talking about. You're saying we need him. We've already had him as a manager.
If you couldn't save it, then you're fucked, then, innit? Like, you're fucked, Kaylee.
All right.
You're
Who?
What do you mean couldn't save us?
You
We're the
think
we've never-
Moyes is
we're
going to
the
be there in
least
5 years'
relegated
time?
team in English football history, Everton, and I know that's not much of an achievement.
Oh yeah, Arsenal have never been relegated.
From top flight, Arsenal
Arsenal.
have been relegated.
Never.
Yes,
Arsenal
I
have
know.
never been relegated.
I know that, and Everton
Yeah,
also
but,
have never been
coming
relegated.
back to this 5-year plan. Yeah, who you thinking that you think Moyes is going to be there in 5 years?
I hope no. I don't really want Moyes back. I know.
Right.
I
So
do
he's
like
really
Moyes.
just there to keep you up, isn't it? He's there to keep you up, right? Which
Exactly,
he's done,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is
I
great.
agree with
So
that, yeah.
who are you? If we're looking at who's about, who do you think's coming in to take over from Moyes to do this competing that you're talking about?
I'm not sure. You know, I'd like
Name
someone a
Big
bit more
Dunk.
youthful. Someone a bit more.
What's his name? Big Duncan.
Yeah, Big
No,
Duncan.
don't want Duncan. Fucking hell, lad. He'd be fucking punching players in the dressing room when he don't perform.
You're going to get
You're
Ruud
fucking
van
in the
Nistelrooy,
country.
and you're going to be happy, mate.
No, I wouldn't
Yeah,
want Ruud.
that's what Big Dunk's gonna do. He's gonna say, "You little fucking cunt shit." Bang! I can't do a Scottish accent. I can't do it still. So.
I've been in Big Dunk's house twice, at least.
Have
Actually,
you?
maybe more. Yeah.
Jeez.
Was you the one that he beat up when they tried to rob his house? He was talking about that
No.
on the panel.
No.
Is that you, bro?
That's why your legs are fucked. Because you try to rob Big Dunk's house.
Oh,
and
shut up,
Smash your legs with a baseball bat and that.
My brothers used to ride their pedal bikes down from Liverpool to a place called Rufford and go and knock on. Well, I say knock on his door. Obviously, he had a big fucking gate where you had to like ring a buzzer, and he would let them in, man, and give them dinner and stuff. And then he invited the whole fucking family up. We all went down. It was mad.
Mad.
Yeah, Liverpool's
they're
cool.
saying JD said to bring back Rooney.
Oh shit!
If only,
Mate, that would be the end. That would be the absolute end, mate. You would be better
Not
off
as a manager, though.
with Frank Lampard.
Mad.
You'd be better off with Frank
The guy
Lampard,
can't
bro.
manage a sentence, never mind a football team.
It's true.
Right, you know what you
It's
should get,
true,
yeah?
bro.
You should get that racist scouser. What's his name? What's his name? The fucking one that stabs out cigarettes in the other play teammate's eye.
Oh,
Joey Barton. You should get Joey Barton.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, lad, you'd
Joey
have
Barton.
everyone getting
You get rid of all the black players. Get rid of all the black players.
Joey Barton was fucking insane. Like Roy Keane times 10.
Now what's mad, yeah?
No, I think Mourinho's going to be.
Wait, listen. Joey
available
Barton's
soon.
out here talking about two-tier policing. His brother's in jail for fucking chopping the fucking some racist attack with an axe. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck two-tier policing? The fuck's he talking about? Cause like, god damn, man, this shit starts at home, B.
Yeah, but you can't blame him for something his brother's done. You know.
So this
He's
5
out here blaming
years,
other people for stuff that they never did. Talking about
this 5 year, this 5 year plan, yeah. What does that mean by competing? Does it mean like top 6, or you're going to win something? What's it mean?
Very least top 4.
Ooh.
Very least.
Very least. Okay.
All right. So if you could right. So obviously thinking about the spine of the team, yeah. Goalkeeper, centre mid, striker.
We don't
Name
need no
3
goalkeeper. We've got one of the best in the world.
Pickford.
Yes.
Bro.
Not going to
Yeah,
get rid.
it's not bad.
Who else are we going to bring in and get rid of Pickford?
All right. So you keep Pickford. Who are you bringing in centre mid? If you could pick anyone, you got the money. You saying you got the money? So who you buying centre mid?
Well, ideally, I would want Verratti, but he's at PSG, I think, isn't he? So we're not going to be able to get him away from there.
And then up front, who's going to score goals?
Again,
someone from the Premier League. I'll make it easy for you. Anyone from the Premier League you can pick.
Well, obviously you'd want Haaland, wouldn't you? But obviously we can't get him either.
No, he's not. He's got a 9-year deal, so he's not going nowhere.
Obviously, and we couldn't afford him even if he did want to fucking leave. They're richer than us.
So if he said I want 400 grand wages a week, you wouldn't pay it.
Oh, if I could click my fingers to pay that, I would, yeah. He's a title winner, mate.
I think he's overrated, to be honest.
No, I think you're certainly wrong. He's a title winner him on his own, mate.
I personally don't think City are gonna come back. I don't.
And there's not many other strikers in the Premier League who are really any good. Do you know who would be all right? It's Ollie Watkins. He's got some.
Yeah, Ollie Watkins is fantastic. I don't even know how Emery's picking Rashford over him. He's way better than Rashford, but he seems to be rating Rashford at the moment. But I think Ollie will go somewhere else next season. Maybe he'll go Arsenal. I think Arsenal were looking at him.
That's good.
He'd be good at Arsenal.
Rashford's more versatile than Watkins. Rashford plays from the left.
I don't know, man. I would say the only thing he's got over Rashford's got over him is pace. That's it. But when it comes
No,
to football
they're both fast as
intelligence,
fuck. They're both fast
positioning,
as fuck.
I know, but I'd say Rashford is faster.
I don't know.
I
I'd
would,
say it was
but I
close.
just think
They're both
Watkins is on
really
a
fast.
different level to him.
They're both faster than any fucking defender in the league. Anyway, that's all that matters.
Kuna is going to Man United. Apparently, they're looking at that. So Man United could be back up there because look, let's be honest, you can't be competing for top four with the team you've got.
Hey, we've bored Ellie off the panel by talking about football.
No worries. Oh, hold up! Someone's at my door.
Well, that's not good. I can't see the chat. So. Now it's just going to go silent for a few minutes, people. There's no point in me sitting here just letting my battery fucking die. Just in silence. So I'll come back in a bit.
It's only me now. Okay. Who's going to jump up on the panel then? Don't be shy. First time. I'll look after you. Jump up on the panel. Come say hello. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here eating my Subway. Morpheus, maybe try a different device. Try and log on with a different device. I'm actually intrigued to hear what you have to say now. Actually, I'm interested. I want to know what you actually said.
Yeah, my bad, G. The back sheet, I just fucking is in the shop, man. And the reception
Yo,
cut out still.
how's it going?
Well, go on.
I was just having something to eat anyway, so.
Did Baz run away when you told him how shit Everton was, yeah?
He saw the score, full time. 1-0 Chelsea.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Got done, mate. Yeah, man. So what you saying? You good though, yeah?
Yeah, bruv. Yeah, all good, man. You?
Yeah, man. All good stuff. Can't
Good,
complain, mate. Can't complain, it?
That's what I like to hear. I'm actually trying to switch bank accounts at the moment.
Thousands of
Yeah,
videos.
goddamn. I would advise to just open another bank account. Register them.
Yeah, but I'm pissed off with the bank account I'm with. So I'm going to stick it to him. I might just keep it open anyway, you know what I mean? Just so I can have an extra one.
All right, let's go, man.
Hundreds, if not thousands of videos of beheaded Palestinian babies and children, Palestinian children with severed limbs, killed by Israel. And not a single corporate media outlet has reported on how Israel has systematically beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western media outlets was so quick to spread the mass atrocity propaganda in order to manufacture consent for Israel's genocide by repeating a story about an incident which never took place.
We have some really disturbing new information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how can any human being do that to a baby?
So what message does that send? That mythical beheaded babies, because they were Israeli, are to be reported on when the incident never happened, but that Palestinian babies and children, when they're beheaded and their limbs are severed and they're found hanging from trees with half of their body missing, that they are not worth the coverage to report on their experience, on their premature death at the hands of Israel and the United States. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces tied explosives to the body of an 80-year-old Palestinian man who was forced to clear booby-trapped houses, and once they released him, they shot and killed him and his wife? Did you know that Israeli soldiers were captured on film raping a Palestinian hostage? And when news of this came to light, Israeli far-right politicians and soldiers and ordinary people protested outside of the facility where the soldier was being held, demanding that he be released. And in parallel, the Israeli Knesset engaged in debates on the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian hostages.
תרלול הזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל.
להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי?
כן, אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות לו. הכל. הכל.
One of the soldiers who was involved in the rape had a media tour all around Israeli media stations and took off his ski mask and was revered as a national hero by members of Israeli society. Did you know that a young Palestinian boy by the name of Saddam Rajab was killed in the occupied West Bank after an Israeli occupation soldier shot him in the stomach?
Yo, you can hear the kids screaming there, you know? This is mad still. Mad. Trust me, folks. Shout out Double Down News, yeah? Make sure you subscribe to their channel. Yeah, watch up their videos and that, yeah? Good.
Even though the evidence is right there, it was still responded to by supporters of Israel as being fake or being what they call Pallywood, because not only does Israel kill Palestinians with impunity, but Israel's supporters, to believe that their ideology is morally justified, when they do see images of Israel's policies against Palestinians, they just claim that they're fake, that they didn't happen, that they're made up entirely by Palestinians to claim global sympathy. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces recently killed a 2-year-old Palestinian girl by the name of Layla Al-Khatib, who was sitting down to eat dinner with her family in occupied Jenin. She was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. Not only did the Israeli sniper shoot her, but then the Israeli occupation forces prevented her and her family from rushing to get medical care, and she died. This, of course, is not an aberration. This happens all the time on a daily basis. Prior to October 7th, 2022 had been the deadliest year for Palestinian children killed by Israeli occupation forces in the occupied West Bank in 15 years. But did you even know about it? Did you know that in 16 months of genocide in Gaza, Israel has managed to halve the life expectancy in Gaza? If that isn't proof of genocide, I know of genocide. Did you know that Israel withholds Palestinian bodies and prevents Palestinians that it killed from being returned to their families? Over 600 Palestinian bodies are being illegally held by Israel, some since the 1960s. Did you know that if you go on Google Maps and you look for satellite images of Beit Hanun, you will see that Israel has completely destroyed and erased that village in Gaza, that city in Gaza, and instead replaced all of the buildings, the stores, the homes, the parks, the schools, the mosques, the churches with thick mud embedded with Israeli tank marks in the shape of a Star of David. Not a single corporate mainstream media outlet covered that story, thought it would be important. Consider, for example, as part of Israel's genocide, Israel has destroyed the overwhelming majority of all the infrastructure that is related to the provision of basic services like electricity, like water, like sanitation. It destroyed 90% of the housing units in Gaza. 90%. If that isn't genocide, I don't know what is. You can't possibly make the argument that the destruction of the majority, the overwhelming majority of all housing units in Gaza does not constitute intent to destroy a people in whole or in part. If you continue to get your information from mainstream media, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know any of these stories. But I think we should understand that if any one of these incidents had happened to an Israeli child or an Israeli family, then not only would the media be all over the story, politicians would be condemning it in the strongest possible terms, there would be widespread coverage and discussion about the horrors that
Back still, man. That's facts. Yeah, man. So obviously, your hate or dislike for someone will depend on the voice, how loud your voice is to shout out at these different atrocities and so on. For example, yeah, we have, why are we playing this old news when 28 Hindus were just executed yesterday by jihadis? Yeah. So, like I say, man, depending on, you know what I'm saying, like, right, how you gone from stew chicken to chicken curry? You know, because, like, yeah, listen, only the 28 Hindus now, not the 28,000 Palestinians that are still getting bombed as well. You know what I mean? Cause,
you see,
man.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the mic loud or is it low?
It's a little bit loud. It's
a bit loud.
Still. It's all right now still.
All right. So you see how Piers Morgan is rolling now. He's trying to, yeah, I was always with the Palestinians. I was always for the Palestinians. He's trying to change his tune. But he hasn't said anything like he said there in that clip that you just showed. Has he said anything of the sort like that? No way, he hasn't.
Because like you're saying, even though the beheaded baby stories is fake and wasn't real, it's still used as a point of why the war or the genocide is justified. But then all the other babies that's been killed on the other side, it's just like, so?
Yeah, because they're brown Muslims. They're brown Muslims, that's why.
Strange, car. I don't know if he was on stream that day, yeah? when we did find out about what happened with the October 7th thing, I'm not think there was anyone that jumped on and said, "Oh, we condone what's happening because they're Palestinian Israeli savages and they deserved so and so."
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? There was no one jumped on and said anything like that. But you will hear people jump on and talk about the Palestinian people, about how they're savages, how they deserve it, how they voted in these savage people. So what did they expect to happen? And blah 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 blah. Blah. You know what I'm saying? Like. But the other guys ain't savages either, even though the man them took
It's classic colonialism. That's what it is.
the man them took the rapist Israeli don on a media tour. He went to jail. The man then rushed to jail and said, "Yo, boss him. Are you mad? You can't lock him up. What do you mean? We're supposed to be able to grape man." Pause. How I them feel like? Mad. So, hey, big up Dave. What's going on, mate?
How's it going?
What's happening?
All right, Dave.
Yeah. What's the Yeah, I don't know what the topic is like. I've just turned up. All I heard was brown Muslims. That's literally the last thing I heard.
And that was enough, yeah? In brown Muslims. I'm clicking that link. Damn it.
Where they at? Where
So
they
let's
at?
say there, we just watched a video from Double Down News, which was speaking about remember there was a story about the Israeli babies being beheaded.
No, but I'll take your word for it, yeah.
Yeah, so there was a story before at the October 7th. You remember October 7th? They killed 40 babies.
I do,
and they
yeah,
beheaded
but I didn't
babies
hear
that was
anything.
beheaded.
I didn't hear anything about babies, but yeah, a lot of people was killed, yeah.
Yeah, they said that there was babies that was decapitated though, right? And that was the main story of why the Palestinians are savages, because they decapitated babies. But I don't think there's been any evidence of these decapitated babies being found or substantiated.
They did,
or whatever.
but they did slaughter entire families though, right? And kidnap women and children. That's not deniable, is it?
That's not really the point that we're saying that
whatever
never
news
happened.
they use. Right,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
The point isn't that October 7th never happened. The point is that the decapitated babies stories isn't true. But there's stories of decapitated babies that on the Palestinian side that don't get reported on, and that people are not claiming that the Israelis are savages like the same way they're claiming the Palestinians are savages for killing or decapitating babies. And we even just saw there an Israeli soldier, shot an 8-year-old child in the stomach that died. You heard the kid scream and you heard the gunshot.
Yeah, I think you've become a bit. Yeah, I don't know. Like the way you're talking doesn't make sense to me. The bottom line is Hamas
Why don't it
carried
make
out.
sense? What did he just
What
say?
don't make sense?
Well,
What don't make sense? What did I say that don't
let
make
me
sense?
finish. Let me finish then. I think because it's really what relevance is it? Hamas carried out an horrific and brutal attack where they murdered unarmed, innocent civilians. What's the difference?
The point is, so as Israel.
So we're doing whataboutism, right?
No, we're not doing, but we're making the point that
No,
there
but
is a hypocrisy when
But
it comes
is the 8-year-old point an innocent civilian that was murdered?
Yeah, but who's condoning Israel carrying out indiscriminate attacks on civilians?
British government, the British media,
the British government, right?
Yeah. The British government
Oh.
are secretly making more deals with Israel to sell them arms. And they're not talking
Right.
about it. They're not allowing any questions on it.
Who do you hold responsible for the current state in that region? Who do you hold responsible for how things currently are?
Hamas and the Likud Party.
Right. Okay. So okay.
But
At least
these
you're
guys
fair
don't
with
put
that
no blame on the
concept.
Likud Party,
You hold
bro.
Hamas. You hold Hamas responsible. Okay, that's cool.
And the Likud Party. You forgot that.
Now
right?
let me ask you the same
And the
question.
Likud Party.
Let me ask you the same question. Who do you hold responsible for what's happening?
Hamas.
Just Hamas.
Well, yeah, for October the 7th, right?
You
That
don't
sparked
hold-
off
you
this
don't-
chain of
I think
events.
what you've just heard or been told that you don't see any problem with what Israel have done. No?
In reaction. You're making
well,
two different.
reaction,
You're
whatever
making
way you want to put it. They've
You're
been
making two different
sniping-
points.
They've been
You're
sniping-
making two different points.
not making
I
two
said
different
who's to blame? Who do you hold responsible for the current state of things? And now
there's a
you're
fact.
saying, do I hold Israel responsible for their reaction? That's a different conversation, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's exactly the same conversation.
It's
It's
the same thing.
the state of what's going on in the area. That's what we're talking about.
It's the exact same thing. And
Yeah,
also,
you-
the Likud party
you are
was instrumental
you're
in
political
Hamas taking power
right
in
now.
Israel.
And you're the one that's not making no sense.
Right, but at any point have I said that I justify Israel killing civilians?
I didn't say that you
No,
did.
he
I'm asking you the
listen.
question.
Dark
If you are
Magician said
saying,
he holds Hamas and Likud party responsible. You didn't mention Likud party, so I don't know how you can
Right.
start screaming about any sort of bias or whatever when you're only holding one side responsible. He's holding both sides responsible.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah, but I'm not invested in this like you guys are
Well,
for
then
some
get off the
reason.
panel
Don't
and
matter
talk
if you're
about
invested in
it.
it. The
You're
facts
so
are facts, innit?
deeply, bro, don't get emotional. What's wrong? What's with this guy
emotional.
speaking?
Yeah, the facts are
If
the
you
facts,
don't want to
bro.
have the
Why don't you fuck
conversation,
off?
then just
Why don't you
like,
fuck off?
just like go another way in it. Go and have a wank or something.
Right, okay. I don't need to hear your perversion, you know. Like genuinely.
Yeah, but Dave, come on, mate. Like this is the conversation that we're having.
One,
here. If you don't
I'm
have
not your
it, then
fucking mate. One, I'm not your fucking mate. Two, stop talking shit, man.
whatever,
You
bro.
fucking gimp.
Whatever.
Shut up,
Whatever.
man. This is classic colonialism. Shut up,
It
you
is
gimp.
classic colonialism. It is.
You're a
And
gimp.
The point
You're a
is
gimp.
that whatever. Seriously, Dave,
There's
you're
facts,
another one.
isn't it?
You're another
The
one.
level of
I was
investment that you
standing-
guys have in
I
this
was
is
standing
hilarious.
in your
The
face
level of
right
investment is
now.
But
hilarious.
you're triggered. Wait, hold on a sec. Wait, Dark Magician, hold on a sec. This brother's triggered talking about the
Yeah,
level of
big
investment. Are
time.
you okay, cuz? You're triggered, cuz. Talking about the level
Nobody's
of investment.
triggered. I'm
Yeah,
just
what's up, man?
bored.
What up to this guy?
No, I am just genuinely bored though. It's
Yeah.
like I am not on either
Oh,
team.
bro,
That's
bounce
really
up.
my
you're raising
position.
your voice
Then
and your
bounce,
palms are
bruv.
sweaty right now,
Bounce
bro.
off.
Behave yourself. What are you talking about?
Bounce, bro. If this ain't for you, if this conversation ain't for you, you ain't invested. Bounce, bro. Why are you even here?
Bounce.
Yeah,
Bounce, yeah.
be gone. Dip. Later. Why are you here?
But it's
Why are
the-
you here getting emotional and invested when you're saying you're not? Because you know you're in the wrong, bruv. That's what it is.
You're in the wrong,
You don't
bro.
like it. You don't like it. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to
No.
hear it.
The level of investment is hilarious. It genuinely is. We've got more pressing issues. We've got more pressing issues with what's going on here. That's my position, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but we talk about those things too, and you know we do. So this is the conversation where you came in and said the first thing you said. What's the conversation? All I heard was brown Muslims. So come on, bro. You're a caricature. You are literally a caricature, bro. You're not even a real person. You literally just
Right,
came in and went, "What's the conversation?"
Yeah.
We told you what the conversation is, and now you're getting upset with the conversation we're having. If you don't like it, dip. Be on
Not
your
really.
way.
See, stop
Abracadabra.
grandstanding, you gimp. You're like you're just being a gimp,
all
like
right, mate.
genuinely.
All right, mate. All
No,
right,
no, like genuinely.
Yeah,
If you're gonna like, my position is Hamas are genocidal lunatics, and as long as they're in control of that region or that part of that, whatever, we're gonna always have this problem. It's as simple as that. The people in that region need to drop their ideological obsession with wanting to take control of Israel, and then there'll be peace. That's it. That's my position.
Cool. Brilliant.
That's it. That's really like the levels of investment that you guys have in this is amazing.
See you later then. Bye.
JB says European Jews can go back to Poland. Palestine can go back to
They
Egypt.
already are though, but they are. Do you know how
Hey,
many
what's the
European Jews have left to go
Hey,
back to Europe?
hey, Dark Magician, what's this new gaslighting tactic of a man getting extra emotional and saying the amount of investment that you have
You
is
came
unreal?
on this panel.
What the fuck's
You
going
came
on,
up on
cuz?
here,
You just
bro.
jumped on and started
You
spamming
came up here,
straight
bro.
away. Yeah, like
And
you
what you
went from
got
0 to
absolutely
90 miles per
stuffed
hour
up.
in less
What
than
do
10
you got?
seconds.
Because I told him he's a gimp. What do you mean? Why is that spazzing? What do you mean?
You did. You went. but you did. You went smash
I'm
mode
not
straight
your
away. fam.
mate. Let's
Not
get
really. Not really. I just thought I'd tell him about it.
First of all, I'm not your mate.
You could never ever be my pal, bro. Ever.
Never what?
First
Never,
of all, I'm
ever,
not
ever
your
be my
mate.
pal.
Yo, you this guy bad.
You could never be my pal, Dave. You ain't got no fucking pals, Dave. That's why you go
Right.
from one panel to the next, day in, day out. That's why you're always involved in all the conversations, because you ain't got no life, bruv. You ain't got no friends.
What panels? What panels are you
You're
talking about?
on loads of panels all
Yeah,
the time.
forget that.
bruv.
Yeah, forget that. Get back to the
What?
Palestine.
Yeah.
What
Israel
panels?
Yeah.
What
No, because
panels?
all that,
What are you guys
bro,
talking about?
listen, all this
Panels?
is turning into some extra stuff that really even doesn't make the point either way or either, right? Because the whole point of the argument was who's to blame for the scenario and situation that's happened. Like Dark Magician did say to you that he blames Hamas and the Likud party for the situation and scenario that's happened. You said you only blame Hamas, and then we're just giving you reasons why Likud party
That's central
and
to the point
Hamas
that
would
the
be
lady
at
was
blame.
making.
Or
That
whatever.
video that we just played,
Yeah,
that
but
you're
it's always
trying
just down the same path.
was
Then,
saying
then it just
exactly the
goes
same points
to
of
like, why don't you
how
play
far
the video?
back do you want to
again?
go?
Why don't
That's
you play
the problem,
video?
innit?
Why don't
go
you
How
to
play
the
far
start
back
of
do
the
you want
conflict.
to go?
How far back do you? Where do you go? Where do you start your measurement from?
I would
Where's your measurement
start
October
with
7th.
I would start with Arab colonialism. To be honest with you, yeah.
So that means you go back to further than the start of Israel. Wait, hold on. That date means wait. That date means that you started before the British Mandate of Palestine. Your
The
date
people
starts
that
before
you
the
call
British Mandate of Palestine.
Palestinians, the people that you call Palestinians are there because of colonialism.
Because of what? Because of Arab
They are
colonialism.
colonialists.
It was known as Philistine, and then it was later.
They are colonialists.
Do you understand that? What was it called before it was called Palestine? What was it called in the Bible? It's
I don't
even in the
care.
Bible.
I don't
You
care.
don't know
I
what you're
genuinely
talking about, bro. You're just talking absolute nonsense. You're not.
Ain't the people with Jordan and Lebanon got more?
You don't even
more
read.
J
You
markers
don't read
than the
nothing.
people in
So why are
Israel.
you even like talking about this stuff?
And
Like,
Palestine.
just stop, bro. Honestly.
Hey Dave, did you know that road, right? That the people of, I think it's Lebanon or Jordan, one of those countries that neighbors Israel and Palestine, they have more J markers in their population
Yeah.
than the people of Palestine and Israel.
Yeah.
Like the
It was
Canaanites,
called. It was called Philistine when Alexander the Great was going in there to take over the place, and there were
Yeah.
Arabs there then. So what are you talking about? Arab colonization, bruv?
Right. So the people that today identify as Palestinians, they're indigenous to that land, yeah.
No, they're not. But there's a
Oh,
whole
right.
there's a whole group of people.
Right.
They've it's called migration. It's changed over the years.
It was
To
just,
say
it
that
was just they got there just through migration, yeah.
Are you saying that it's always been a Jewish land? Is that what you're saying?
They got there just through migration, yeah. So
No.
if you look at the modern day, inhabitants of Egypt, are they Africans?
Where in Egypt?
In Egypt, yeah. Are they Africans? The people who inhabit Egypt today.
Africans.
But we know from
That'd be classed as
they've done genetics. They've done genetics on the Egyptian people, and the genetologists they have said that the people that are in Egypt now are the same genetic type of people that were there during the pharaohs.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. It's true. Go and look it up.
Right. Yeah. So they're not Arabs, no.
Yeah, they are. They're Arabs. The Arabs
They
that are
are
there
Arabs.
now.
Oh, right.
People.
The Arab Africans. Right. Okay.
But
So the people that built the pyramids, the people who built the pyramids look like the people who inhabit Egypt today, yeah.
There's always been people from the subcontinent, different West Africa, the East of Africa, and South Africa.
Tell you, man. Why you not standing up for Africa, man? Like Algeria, Libya.
But there's
like,
been
what's
different
going on,
dynasties
man?
and all that, bro.
You lot
A
are
mix
soft.
of different tribes and groups.
Dave, what I would say is you should
Okay,
go
so
away
there's-
first.
you see- do you know-
research
wait,
the
hold
country,
on.
and you should come back because you have
Do you know
absolute.
do you know anything about
no
They get a
idea
pass.
what you're talking about.
They get a
bro.
pass for
anything about the
colonialism.
Sudanese,
man.
the Merowe, and all them sort of people there? Yeah, but you're being too simplistic with your designation of who belongs to which
when we
which part
talk
of
about
that they belong to or
colonialism
whatever.
in the area, we're talking about the British Empire had that area, owned that area, and handed it over to white Europeans. That is not even contested. That is absolutely true with the Balfour Declaration. So, you know, that's history. And that was a white colonialist empire handing it over to another group of European Jews.
But Jews was pushed out of that region through Islamic expansionism, right?
I think there's an argument to be made, yeah, that there have been some.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, there has, but there's more of an
Yeah.
argument to be said.
So it all started with the Balfour Agreement, yeah? Didn't start with
colonialism in the
Islamic.
colonialism in the area, yeah.
Yeah.
What the Jewish colonialism? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it was handed over.
The Jewish colonialism, right?
The Nakba happened. 250,000 Arabs were forcibly removed from their homes, and they are now the biggest group of world refugees around the world. The Palestinian people.
Jews were displaced from there for a very long time, and a hell of a lot of people have tried to dominate and occupy that land. And it's in my opinion, it's rightfully being occupied by the people who are indigenous to that region.
And look, that's another argument. But the point is, yeah.
Well, no, it's my argument.
The people, yeah, that's fine. That the people that are in that area now, the Zionist Likud Jews, are not running the place very well.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, they're not. They're absolutely not.
I don't think Labour's running this place very well. Can we have an uprising?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Right, yeah.
Why not? Why not? The British people.
I thought you was going to.
But we have an
uprising. Democracy, though, right?
We have an uprising. We have an uprising every 4 years with a general election. Do you know? Do you know that? So Dave, do you vote?
I thought he was going to hit me with all the people who inhabit that region at the moment aren't actually Jews. I thought he was going to take me down that path. Do you believe that?
The people that are in that area are not Jews.
No, the modern day Israeli, like your Benjamin Netanyahu's and these, they actually Jewish.
There's a mixture. There's a mixture of people. There's actually black African Jews that are in the area too, because they actually brought them in.
No, I was saying, do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben Shapiro, these type of guys, are they Jewish?
They're Jewish, but they're not Hebrew.
Oh, right. They're not what?
They're not Hebrew.
They're not Hebrew. Okay.
No.
So what kind of Jew are they?
They are Kazakh converts from mostly from Slavic countries like Poland, Lithuania, and southern Russia.
Right. Okay, so we've got to the point here, right?
But that's true. That's absolutely true. It's genetically.
It's not true to It's not true to the people who would. You would.
They're converts. They're Jewish converts.
Did the Ashkenazi say that they're actual Hebrews from the Hebrew times?
Denying people of their ancestry is definitely anti-Semitism.
No, it's not. And I'm not denying. I've not denied that
You're saying they're not ethnically Jewish. What do you mean?
I've not said that.
What do you mean? Said the European.
He just said that they're not Hebrew.
They're not
No. Yeah, they've converted, but they're not ethnically Jewish.
But that's true. No, I never said that.
Right.
You put those words in my mouth. I never said that. I accept that they are Jewish people. I'm saying to you, they are not descendant directly from the people that were in Judea at the time of after Noah.
Yeah, but this is the thing. If you scratch beneath the surface, you're always going to end up in the same place. And it seems to be always the same case with people like you.
You don't understand.
Wait. Let him land the point. Hey, Doc, wait, hold on. Let him land. Wait, let him land the point. Let him land the point of what he's
Well, it is you're denying a whole group of people their birthright to that land.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that they've got no actual genetic connection to that part of the world. You're saying they're from fucking Eastern Europe. What do you mean?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they don't.
Oh, right. So someone born in Eastern Europe had a genetic birthright to the Middle East. Is that?
Apparently so. Apparently, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what you're saying, though, is it? So why are you trying to? Why are you trying to think it?
I'm not. You know what you're trying to do is you're trying to put words in my mouth by me. You want me.
No,
to
what
come
I'm
out
telling
and
you
say
is
they don't
Jewish
have any right
people,
to be there, and I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all.
Israelis will tell you they have the genetics,
But
the
they will say
ancestry
that, but
leads
it's not
back
actually true.
to that part of the world. You are
It's not
denying them that right.
No, I'm
That
not.
is anti-Semitism.
No, it's not.
Of course you
No,
are.
it's not. That's not what
You're saying they've got no
anti-Semitism is.
genetic connection to that land.
Do you want me to get up what the definition of anti-Semitism is?
Right, let me just ask you very basic questions, right? Because you obviously have a superior IQ, right?
I don't think so. I don't say that at all.
Does Benjamin Netanyahu have a genetic connection to that land?
I don't know. I don't know what their genetic.
You don't know, right? Do the ancestors
What do you mean
go back to the original, to the Jews of the Bible? Would their ancestors go back to the Jews of the Bible?
I would have to see their 23. I would have to see their 23andMe. Now there is a genetic marker called the KA2.
What gives you the right to say that? To deny a whole group of people their ancestry and their insane.
Yeah, but you're mixing up normal, real history and biblical history, man.
Way beyond
It's
your.
all.
No, I'm just saying that. I'm just telling you, Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro would tell you they're genetically Jewish.
I said I don't
This
know.
fella here is telling you they're not.
You asked me a very
He's telling you they're Eastern European.
a genetic connection to that area.
But
I said I
they
don't
have
know.
Eastern European lineage as well, though.
Exactly.
Why is it bad for him to deny their Eastern European lineage as well?
Jews
And
who
only
reside
focus on their
Israel today will tell you that their ancestry goes back to the Jews of that region.
They
Right?
might
They'll tell
say
you that
that,
they are
Would they
from
also, they'll say that, yeah, but
They
would they
might
also
say that,
tell
but it
you?
doesn't mean
Wait,
it's
hold on,
true.
Will they also tell you that they have ancestry in Eastern Europe, like places like Poland, Russia, and other places?
No, what they tell you was if they was pushed out of that region and their families migrated to Europe.
They wouldn't tell
That's
you
what
that
they would tell you.
That is a
this is why you're being disingenuous,
tradition
man.
that has been told to their people over a period of time.
Benny, that's like me saying to you. That's like me saying to you because your ancestors ended up in Europe. You're genetically a European.
Yeah, we all came from
That's the
Africa.
equivalent.
Yeah, we all came from Africa. Did you know
The
that?
closest, but the closest ancestors are not the ones that
Dave,
were
honestly,
Hebrew
you know,
in the
you
Bible,
really
or
need
the ones
to
that you're
squat
trying to
up a
claim
little
that
bit
they
on
was.
this topic.
The closest ancestors or the most recent ancestors come from Eastern Europe.
Look, when you
But
take
they've got other
Israeli,
wait, hold on. They got other Jewish people or Israelis, should we say, that are in Israel that have different ancestry. Not every single Israeli is an Ashkenazi.
yeah,
They-
exactly.
I'm saying
This
that,
this is one of the reasons why it's really dangerous for Jewish people to do 23andMe, because what has started to happen is if you do not have that KA2 marker, which shows you have Ashkenazi lineage, you are looked down upon. You're not even seen as a real Jew. They've got names for people like that. They call them capo. That's the Jew.
To deny somebody, to deny somebody, to deny a group, to
You
deny
are putting
somebody,
words in my mouth. This is
and
this
to
is a
deny a
complex
group
subject
of
that
the
you don't know anything about.
of the genetic makeup is anti-Semitism.
How would you know their genetic makeup? How would you know?
Right. So let's start again.
No,
So
ask the
let's
question.
take
I'm asking you a
Ben
question. How
Shapiro.
do you know Ben
Let's take
Shapiro's genetic makeup? How do
Ben
you know?
Shapiro. Let's take Ben Shapiro as an example. He will tell you that he is ethnically Jewish, right?
Yep, ethnically,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. So,
That's got nothing to do with genetics.
does he have a genetic?
Genetics. We
Does
do
he
not
have a
know
genetic
someone's ethnicity
connection?
through their genetics.
Does he have a genetic connection to Israel?
I don't know.
Hey, that
You
magician,
don't
you see
know.
how biased
what
these guys are. Like
genetics
you,
are.
wait, hold on. The man, you've explained that there's
I don't know.
a flurry of different ethnicities that make up Jewish people or whatever, and my man just only wants to concentrate on the Ashkenazi side to try to make.
He wants to put
these
words
man
in my
are
mouth.
the
That's
only
what he
Jews or
wants to do,
whatever.
but he
Bro.
can't do it.
No, I'm just saying that I'm just saying Ben Shapiro would classify himself as being ethnically Jewish, and there are people that would deny him the right of doing that.
I know he's
They would tell
Jewish,
him,
but he
"No,
denies him
you
the right to
are
be
an
Jewish,
Eastern European," and that is
But why can he not be an
anti-Semitism.
Eastern European and a Jew though? Like, what's the issue with that? Why can't he be an Eastern Ashkenazi? Like,
The way
that's
genetics
literally the way
work,
the man
Benny,
labeled
the way,
themselves.
way, the way genetics work is, yeah, obviously, like if
You
you've
don't know
got
how genetics work, so you cannot say things like that. You don't know.
right, so Veli, I would suggest that Veli has a high level of African genetic makeup. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah, but you're
Yeah, I ain't
assuming.
done a DNA test though.
Right, and I would say that an Eastern European would have a fucking high level of Eastern European genetic makeup, right?
No one's
Yeah,
denying.
and also wouldn't have any Jewish in there because they're Eastern European.
No, that's not true. No, that's
All
not
right.
100% true.
There
You
are
could-
there
you
are
can't-
there are
bro, that's
many
not,
many
that's
Jews
not how.
that have absolutely no Ka2 in them at all. Does
Right.
that make? Are you now denying that they're a Jew?
No, I'm just saying this is very anti-Semitic.
No.
that's
Are
like
you now
the
denying that
Sephardic
they're a
Jews
Jew?
ain't
Are you now
Ashkenazi.
denying? Are you now denying that they're a Jew if they do not Ashkenazi to Ka2? Are you saying that?
No, that's the
The
substance.
Sephardic Jews are not
Exactly,
Ashkenazi, bro.
exactly. So how
And
do you
they're-
know?
and they're-
Look, Dave, stop talking about stuff that you don't know anything about. Just be quiet.
No,
Yeah,
we've established that you believe that
No,
a
you
large
haven't
proportion of people living in Israel today are not actually Jewish. They've just converted to Judaism, and they're not ethnic. They have no ethnic connection or genetic connection to that
He was
land.
talking about the. No, you're being disingenuous now because he was talking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
the start of
Not
the
really.
Ashkenazi, how the story goes for the Ashkenazi making it into being the Ashkenaz or whatever, Khazaria and all that sort of stuff. There, he was talking about that.
We know that it's a
story,
historical
how that
fact.
makes.
Khazars, they converted to Judaism. Now that doesn't mean to say that they have not now moved into the area. They also at that time as well. They also had family members that were actually genetically connected to the area. There's a whole look. You have to look at it as a melting pot of people. Like for instance, when I first did my 23andMe and I did my haplogroup, it said that I was 100% English. Then all of a
Listen,
sudden,
there's people
now
with
I'm
the same.
Scottish. So what happens
There's
is
people
over
with the
time,
haplogroup markers.
yeah.
Go on.
The ha- the
There's
ha-
people
the
with
haplo-
haplogroup markers in Jordan and other places or whatever that have the same markers that should qualify them as Jewish or whatever, and they're not Jewish. They don't even class themselves
Yeah.
as Jewish. Like so,
This
I
is
really get
something that we
the
don't talk about.
argument of trying to make it right. If you
No,
say
'cause what Dave wants
Ashkenazi
to do, what Dave wants to do
isn't
is he wants
ethnically
me
Jewish or
to
whatever, then
deny
that's
Jewish
anti-Semitism.
people. He wants me to deny Jewish people, and I'm not doing that at all. I'm not doing that at all. I have Jewish genetics in me. I'm not saying I'm even Jewish, but the point is that there are many Jewish people who are ethnically European. You can't deny that, and they have got the point. All this came about when you said somebody said something in the chat about going back to Poland, and I said they already have done. There are many Jews leaving Israel because they see it. They see that the whole state is failing because they're not being protected correctly by their political party. They're being protected by the political party, the Likud party, which is run by Netanyahu and Gallant. They are protecting themselves. They're manoeuvring to protect themselves and not the people in that country. And obviously, I want the Jewish people to be safe in Israel. Of course I do. So I see the Likud party just as culpable for what's happened as Hamas.
Hey, Dave wouldn't have a problem if you were speaking about Keir Starmer. You know that. If you were saying Keir Starmer, they're not doing the stuff for the whole country, and some people in the country are unhappy with how Keir Starmer is, he wouldn't say, "Oh, you're anti-English." They're anti-English for that or whatever. Like, it's a weird angle that man is trying to take.
Anti-English for what? What do you mean?
For saying that,
Well,
that Keir Starmer's not doing what he because
if you're trying to deny, Veli, if you're trying to deny that there are people that will tell you the people that currently live and reside in Israel are not Jewish and they are in fact Eastern Europeans, you're trying to tell me that this isn't a thing,
one didn't say that, though.
that it doesn't exist, then that's absurd. I was trying to
that's
find
not a
out
point
this
that's being made,
individual
though.
position.
There's a difference between having a genetic connection. There is a difference between having a genetic connection and being Jewish. There is a difference. You are talking about two completely different subjects.
And I'm telling you that people who currently reside in Israel, the majority of people will tell you that they're ethnically Jewish.
Yes, and no one's saying that they're not ethnically Jewish. They are
Okay, thank you. So then we agree. The overwhelming majority of people in Israel belong to be belong there. We agree. Thank you.
You said genetic
we agree.
connection. You said genetic connection. You said genetic connection. How many times? Like, it's like talking to a child. You said genetic connection. Genetic connection and ethnicity are not entirely the same thing. Do you understand that? Do you get that?
And the majority. Well, what I'm telling you is
just yes or no. Do you
no,
get that?
no. What I'm telling you is Israelis will tell you that they have a genetic connection to that land, and you're saying,
fantastic.
What are you saying?
I'm saying neither ethnicity nor genetic connection is the reason why you should be safe in that country. You should be safe in that country because that is the land that you were born in. That is your nationality, and you should be protected by the people that you vote in to keep.
Do the majority of people in Israel have a genetic connection to that land?
I don't know if the majority do. No, but I don't know.
I don't know. It's like,
I don't. Yeah, because guess what, Dave?
I don't know.
Guess what? When I don't know something, I will say I don't know it. You, on the other hand, you come out and you say stuff.
I don't know what's wrong with that answer, man.
Because he's being disingenuous. He doesn't believe that the majority of people that reside there have a genetic connection to that land. Because if they did, what's the argument?
Just said I don't know.
So if the majority of people do have a genetic connection to that land, there's no argument over over that region belongs to, then, is there? Because if the overwhelming majority of people that live there,
there is definitely an argument because there were people.
But they have a genetic connection to the land, though.
There was people that also have a genetic connection to that land as well, and they are the Palestinian people.
Right. Okay.
I'll leave you guys on the panel for a sec. Yeah?
So now, are you going to have the same energy for them?
But if we've established that a majority of people who live in Israel today have a genetic connection to the land, then there's not really an argument to have.
Well, all right, okay, fair enough. Let's move on. Let's just assume, and I'll agree with you, that 100% of all the Jewish people in that land have Hebrew genetic connection to that land, right? Let's just establish that. That's fine.
Yeah.
There's also another group of people that have the same genetic connection. They're called the Palestinian people.
What's their genetic connection?
It's been called Philistine and Palestine for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Right. So a name of a place means you have a genetic connection to somewhere. Yeah?
Okay. Yeah. No, those Arab people have a genetic connection to that land. Why do you say that they do not?
Arab people. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Why do you say that they don't? What evidence do you have that they don't? What makes you?
But I'm not making that argument.
Okay, then you're not making that argument. Fine. Okay, so now you do accept that there are another group of people that have a genetic connection to that land. They're called Palestinians. Are you agreeing with that?
And the genetic connection is being Arab, yeah?
I said the Palestinians, do they have a genetic connection to that land?
I don't know. What is the genetic connection?
All right, so it's okay for you to say that, but not for me, yeah? So are you now denying? You now denying?
Yeah, but you're being disingenuous, though, aren't you? Yeah, but you're being disingenuous. You're scared to be honest with your actual opinion.
I'm pointing out the flaws in the arguments that you made against me.
Yeah, but you're scared to actually tell your true opinion. I'm not
being consistent. You're not being consistent.
If you can educate me that Arabs are indigenous to that part of the world, then let's rock and roll. Let's do it.
So the point I'm trying to make is, I don't believe that this right to the land stems from your genetic connection to the land.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. What I'm saying is, we know these people exist. They are there. Israel exists. Palestine exists. There are Gazans and Palestinians. There's people in the West Bank. We have to find a way to help these people to live in peace. Neither of them are going to go away.
You think we're going to
international community.
You think we're going to
the international community. The international community. So I'm talking about the word
step one has to be individuals in that region have to give up on their ideological obsession with regaining control of Israel, then, because that's some kind of.
I don't think there's ever going to be that. So there's already a deal that's been on the table for many decades. It's called a two-state solution, right? And both sides.
I've never heard of that before. Well, what's that?
Never heard of a two-state solution.
No. What's that?
Okay. All right, now you're just being you're just being obtuse. You're just being obtuse. So what's the point?
What's the PLO?
Yeah, what is the PLO? Do you know?
I don't know, but they fucked up Jordan when they got let in there. Fucking hell! They seem to spread carnage everywhere they go, man. It's mad, isn't it? That get given them sanctuary, and they try to overthrow the fucking government. Mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a problem with brown people.
That's a real
Muslims.
simplification, isn't it?
Muslims in particular. I'm
I
just
think you're
curious.
right. The majority of Muslims are not actually brown. I think the majority of Muslims are not brown.
You have a problem with brown Muslims.
They have a problem with brown Muslims.
Mm.
That is a real simplification.
Well, look, it's a yes or no answer.
I have a problem with ideologies that are detrimental, harmful, and regressive.
Me too. I'm anti-Islam.
So really, just on the basis of someone's skin tone, it's not really a factor, to be honest with you, because I don't think that's really, you know what I mean? Certain cultural practices are not progressive, helpful, and are regressive. But someone's skin tone is not really an identifier of one's personality or, you know what I mean?
What would you say about that?
No, I think you're a moron for actually making that point. Like,
okay, all right.
Do you
I
have
think
a
it's very
problem
clear.
with brown Muslims?
I think it's very clear who the moron is. I think it's
Right, yeah,
absolutely clear
of course,
who the
yeah.
moron is,
Right, yeah,
It's
yeah.
you. It's you, mate.
The whole problem with Islam, is that it's being followed by brown people. That's it. That's the problem with Islam.
No one said that.
It kind of was the argument that he was going with, wasn't it? It was a bit fucking stupid.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't actually. No, it wasn't. That
But yeah,
absolutely.
if you want to talk to me about Islam and the things that it advocates for,
Yeah.
and
You know,
the type
Dave,
of
you've heard
thing-
me on this panel before arguing with brown Muslims about their ideology. You know my thoughts.
Look, the complexion of someone's skin tone is not relevant. It's what they believe, and it's kind of cultural practices that they want to continue. I think inbreeding is detrimental to humanity. I think it's detrimental to people's gene pools, so on and so forth. I think it's a backward and outdated cultural practice. You might be scared to say that because in Britain, it is something that is engaged in by, seems to be, people from the Pakistani community who, by coincidence, are brown.
Did you know
But the
that there's
reality
also a big
inbreeding
issue
is still a
with
detrimental
inbreeding?
practice, and it's costing
you
us a
know-
hell of a lot of money in the process.
Did you know that there's also a big issue with inbreeding and
In the
consanguineous
gypsies.
marriage? So let me finish. No, the consanguineous marriages in the Jewish Ashkenazi community. Did you know that?
I disagree with all forms of inbreeding.
Right. Okay. So you have the same energy for them.
What do you mean?
You have the same energy for the Jewish Ashkenazi community that
Yeah,
are doing
I think look, the blanket. We don't really need to go into this in too much detail. I think it should be banned, of course.
Right. Okay.
Of
Yeah.
course it
So,
should be banned.
so when we're talking about ideologies here, you can admit that there is same barbarity in Judaism as there is in Islam.
I would imagine. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Right.
whether
Yeah.
that's the
So-
case or not, it's not of yeah.
So when we're talking about ideologies in the area, there's also an ideology akin to the Islamic jihadist ideologies like Hamas.
Yeah, but now we're going to go down the path of
Zionistic
comparing.
Lukin
it.
Party.
We're going to have to
That is
start
actually
comparing
they're actually the problems,
influence
aren't
and
they?
effect.
They're actually the problems, aren't they? The both ideologies that are both saying this is our land, you can't have it. Both of them.
Oh,
are
you're
saying,
going back to Palestine. I thought we was coming closer to
No,
home.
I'm-
All right.
So
You're
the
going
Palestinian
back-
people, the people that are ruled by the Palestinian people are Hamas, and I've always said this, that they are the biggest problem. for the
Scientific.
Palestinian
Don't get triggered, bro. It's like no offense.
But on the flip
I
side,
don't
to
know
that,
if you're married to your cousin or not,
the
fella. I'm not
Lukin
aiming that at you. Do you know what I mean?
the Lukin Party is just as dangerous to the Israeli people, the Jewish Israeli people. And not just
Right,
the Jewish
okay.
Israeli people, there are many other faiths living in that area too. And they're also in danger because of these ideologies and because of these political fundamentals.
Can we first, without you diverting, yeah, can we get back to the original point where I was saying, should inbreeding in the United Kingdom be outlawed? Do we agree
It
on that?
already is.
No, it isn't.
It is.
It's not. No, it isn't. No, educate yourself. No, it isn't. You can legally marry your second cousin in Britain. We've literally had a MP stand up in Parliament saying that they should not stop this practice. Educate yourself, man.
So up until second cousins, yeah, I think it should actually be banned. Yeah, I do, because I know from my time in the NHS there are certain demographics of people that do practice this, i.e.,
Yeah, JD would have said you can marry your first cousin as well. Should all cousin marriage be banned?
yeah, I think so, because it has a strain. It has a strain on our public services like the
Oh,
NHS.
massively, yeah, massively. Birth defects, yeah, it's through the roof.
Yeah, I do. I absolutely 100% believe that is wrong. It shouldn't happen. Just because
What about
we have a lot of,
what about halal and kosher slaughter?
yeah, I think that should be stopped. But you know,
Okay,
don't see that
that's not
happening
what
anytime.
we're saying, eh? See, these are common sense things, right? You don't mean, oh, you just dislike people because they're brown, right? I think halal and kosher slaughter is barbaric. It's inhumane.
We weren't talking about that originally. We were talking about how the Palestinian people are treated in the
Yeah,
media.
but I still have very little interest, so I don't really pay much attention to that topic. Of course, if you want to keep having this conversation,
Okay,
then fine.
great. I get that, right? I don't think it's something you want to touch. I get it. A lot of people.
Well, no,
feel
we've touched on it. I've made my position very clear, isn't it? We've established that the
Yeah.
majority of people in Israel have a genetic connection to that land, so they're doing what they should do to preserve their homeland.
But that's not the point that me and Veli were talking about originally. What we were talking about is the media and government coverage and the way in which the two sides are not they're asymmetrical.
Yeah, but the government. See, this is the thing, isn't it? From the government's perspective, you've got a stable, secure. I know you're going to disagree with this, democracy in Israel, and then in regards
It's actually not though. But it's actually
well,
not.
yeah, of course, I know these arguments, right? I've heard them all, right? You're going to disagree with that. It's not a democracy. Fine. I don't live there, so I'm not really thinking.
I'm not saying it's not a democracy. I'm saying that it's not. You just literally just said that it's a working, functioning democracy, and it's not. For many people,
yeah, I know we're not going to
especially Muslim Palestinians or Muslims just living in that area, they are second-class citizens.
Well, it's the closest thing to a democracy in that region.
The closest thing, yeah, absolutely, of course. And I'd love to see it thrive. I really would. But the way that it's going, my point originally was that there are Jewish people leaving this place that's supposed to be safe for them because they don't feel safe there. Now, that is not entirely Hamas's fault.
Yeah, but I'm going to have to see numbers on that, right? You're going to have to provide
let's have a look.
statistics. Yeah, let's have a look. How many people are leaving Israel? And the reason for leaving is because they don't feel safe there. And it's because of the Israeli government.
So official figures at the moment stand at around about 50,000 people. Now moving up to data from the Central Bureau of Statistics indicates that nearly 82 to 100,000 Jews have now left to go back to other places.
Is that in a year?
Since October the 7th.
Since October the 7th. And the reasons for doing that is?
Many different reasons. I don't know what the exact reasons are.
But you're presenting that like they're leaving because of the Israeli government. So that might be propaganda.
I don't say that's propaganda. I say that has a tangible effect, because if you're living in Israel and for the past before that there were no air raids, there were no air raids, there were no rockets, there were no because let's be honest, Israel was not just having a conflict with the Palestinian people. They're having a conflict with Lebanon. They're having a conflict with wider areas around them. With Iran, for instance, they're trying to escalate things with Iran. If you're an Israeli living in there,
telling me that? Are you telling me Hezbollah didn't?
If you're
this is speculation. You're just speculating. If you provide if they've done a poll, if they poll every single one of those 80,000 people who's left the country and they give the reason they're leaving because of the Israeli government, then we can have that conversation. But if you don't have anything that backs up your claim, then this is just speculation, right?
Gave you a claim. There are rockets being fired over. There is escalation with other countries. The economy is failing because countries are not doing business with them. So
that's not enough to tell me that the individual reasons for these people leaving.
It's certainly not enough for you, of course, Dave. It's not enough.
No, that's it.
You're just guessing.
You're just guessing.
Sake. It's a priori. It's a priori. It's not guessing.
Unless show me a source where these people have said that is the reason for leaving.
Here, it's called the Institute of Jewish Policy Research.
Right.
So if you Google how many Jews have left Israel since October 2023, and
Yeah.
you click on a link that says the Institute of Jewish Policy and Research.
Yeah. Okay. And
There's
they
a whole
polled these
report
people
here.
as they left. So they
Not
polled these
polling
people as they left.
They're using demographic data. That's what they're doing.
Sounds like propaganda to me, bro.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, Dave, it's really difficult to have a conversation with you with these like very complex subjects, because it's like everything that I bring up, you just think that if it's against your point, you just feel like I'm using propaganda, or I'm lying to you, or you can't seem to follow that some things are a priori.
I'm not buying your bullshit, basically. Just
Sure,
to, like,
that's fine. Yeah, that's great. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, but it's certainly not propaganda.
Right. So 80,000 people, 80,000 is nothing, right? How many people are leaving Britain? How many millionaires are leaving Britain because of how many people are leaving Britain because of the Labour government's policies? What's it like? 1,000 a week or something like that? 1,000 a week, millionaires?
Actually, I don't know. Is that a thing? Is that a thing?
But to suggest that 80,000 people is like, the state of Israel is going to collapse.
It's definitely a sign that Jewish people do not feel safe in that country where they did before. They're uprooting their lives and they're leaving. That's the point, right? However, if it's de minimis to you, if it's trivial to you, fine, you can have that.
80,000 left. How many came in?
I don't know. But
Right.
there's still a big, large group of people that do not feel safe in that country. Now, you can say that's absolutely nothing to do with the Israeli government, even though there's riots in the street.
80,000 leave, 60,000 come in. It's kind of like, but do you know what I mean? It's not really. Do you know what I mean? Now, if like 1 million people left, if we're talking like levels of like Ukraine and shit, you could say, yeah, something's really bad. 80,000 people, it's very small. It's not even worth even talking about, to be honest.
But
now, Ukraine, something very significant happened. Something very significant happened in Ukraine, right? Obviously, we both know that. Millions left. Fucking nearly 1 million left Russia, for fuck's sake. There's significant numbers.
Most of those people were taken in by programs from other countries, especially European countries.
80,000 is a reach.
Okay, fine. But there is evidence that Jewish people do not feel safe in that country, and I would go as to say they are not feeling safe.
Some don't. And I would suggest they don't feel safe because of their neighbours.
Their government is not being run correctly. It is not a functioning democracy because the leader of that country is up on charges, and he's using this war to avoid those charges.
Right, so
even before October the 7th, him and his wife were under a corruption.
Obviously a property of Iran, so that like Benjamin Netanyahu is more of a threat to the Israeli people than Hezbollah. Yeah,
I never said that. I said they are a factor in why the Jewish people are not safe in that area.
Yeah, very, very small factor. Not even worth mentioning.
Sure. Okay.
80,000 people is not a significant enough of a number. It's beyond marginal.
That doesn't mean that there isn't actual. Just because a huge amount of people haven't left, doesn't mean that they're not safe in that area. If they escalate this war with Iran, that's really going to put them in danger, massive danger.
Do you think Iran should be allowed to have a nuclear weapon?
No, I don't. I don't think any country should be allowed to have a weapon. And how many weapons have Israel got?
Should we have a military intervention? Yeah, to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon.
I don't know if that would be the right idea to do that, but we should certainly try to work with them diplomatically to make sure that they do not. If they do start to enrich uranium and create,
they're on their way.
I think they already have. But if we can try to open up diplomatic lines with them so that we can go in and inspect. So there's a nuclear non-proliferation treaty with the UN. If they allow inspectors, can I just finish? If they allow inspectors to go in, we can see that they are not proliferating nuclear weapons. because we don't want more countries, no matter who they are or what their ideology is, we don't want them having nuclear weapons. The fact that nuclear weapons even exist in the first place is a real tangible danger to all of us. Now, here's something for you. How many nuclear weapons does Israel have?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know, but it's estimated that they have the most stockpile of any country in the whole world. But they're not signed up to any treaties. They don't allow anybody to come in and check on them. They're completely outside of the normal international law on this. And you know, that I personally think this is why they hold so much sway over many countries, is because they have the most.
So you think you think Israel's a nuclear threat to the world, yeah?
Absolutely, 100%. Any country that has a nuclear weapon is, by definition, a nuclear threat to the whole world.
Right. Okay.
And would
So
you disagree with that?
Well, it depends, innit? It depends how stable the nation
Depends.
is.
Of course, it depends. But you know,
I would say Britain is a lot more stable and a
Why
lot
would you
less
say
likely to
Iraq?
be firing off a nuclear weapon than, say,
secular, because we're
Pakistan.
secular. We're secular. We're not governed by a religious ideology. Israel
Yeah,
is.
so basically, the bottom line of what you're saying is that you will, at some point, agree with military intervention.
I think if it comes to it, I think, yeah, absolutely, we'd have to, you know, face Iran and say to
Bomb
them,
the shit out of them, yeah?
I hope
Boots
that
on
doesn't
the
come to
ground.
that. Hope it
Boots
doesn't
on the
come to that.
ground, man. Ayatollah in a bunker and everything, yeah?
I've got no love for Iran at all. It's a disgusting country, and I think the people you saw with that young girl very recently,
No, but what?
who was walking
Yeah.
around in her knickers and her top, and she went missing. It was only because of international intervention that she was found and she was sent back home to her family. But the fact is that over the decades and the years since Iran became an Islamic republic, how many people have gone missing and from their families because they spoke up against the regime? You know, I've got
Would
no
you be in favor of regime change?
Absolutely, yeah. I would hope. I would
You
love
would?
to. I would love to see
Fucking hell.
Iran. I would love to see Iran go back to what it was pre-Islamic
Bit of
republic.
that's a bit of colonialism, right? Implementing
all.
democracy and shit.
No, they can do it
No,
themselves.
they'll do
They
it
can do it
themselves. How will we
And I
implement regime change?
think we won't do it. They will do it themselves, and that is actually happening. There is definite signs of that happening. There are women coming out on the streets, taking off their hijabs. There are political movements happening over there.
Yeah, it's been
They're
going on for a long time. Yeah,
They're
I
no
don't-
longer as afraid
don't
as they were to speak up. And eventually, the tide of humanity, because if you go back and you look through history, you can see that when people are oppressed and put down like this, eventually they will win. It might take decades. It might take, you know, atrocities, but eventually they will win. And I think eventually secular democracy will happen in that region because it is the best way in which to govern a
The
country.
liberal new world order, man. You boys are more as ruthless and as dangerous as any fucking anybody else, but you run around talking about colonialism all day.
You don't believe in democracy.
It's amazing.
You don't believe in democracy.
I don't know. I think regime change in that region has proved to be fucking disastrous for a very long time. But you're all for it, man. You're like, yep,
By their own hand.
Let's do
By
it.
their own hand, yeah, not by
By the
colonialism.
hand.
But there
Right,
is
no.
there is an argument for the reason that it happened in that country was because of American colonialism. So it was American colonialism in the first place that led to the Islamic regime change.
Well, it was a rise of communism, socialism, Islamism all at once, wasn't it? And of
It
course,
was much more
the
to do with the
Islamists,
CIA operating in that country.
the Islamists used the left as they normally do to gain power.
It was much more to
And
do
when they did
with
gain
the
power, they
CIA.
lined all the communists up and shot them.
There's a really good film you should go and watch. It's called Argo, and it's
Yeah,
it's
I've
got
seen it.
yeah.
I've seen
You
it.
should
You
go and watch
patronised
that.
me for it.
It might give you some ideas on what happened over there. I don't
Fucking
think
Argo, you know. I thought he was going to hit me with something obscure or shit. Fucking Argo. About the Iranian embassy that was siege, yeah?
Yeah, but there is
The American embassy.
there's some really
Fucking
good
Nora.
historical nutmeg.
Oh,
There's some really
shit.
good historical nuts in there. You should go and have it because it's at your speed. It's your speed.
Oh, my days.
You don't read, do you, Dave?
So we've established that
You
Iran
read?
is a very dangerous. So we've established that Iran.
Dave,
established
Dave, Dave, do you read?
the lowest form of conversation with this guy.
What
Do
you
you
read?
like brown people?
What are you reading? What are you reading at the
Do
moment?
you read?
Dave, what are you reading at the moment?
So we've established Iran is a very dangerous and serious threat, right? So Israel has really every reason to be worried and concerned about Iran having a nuclear weapon. And as you've said, you would be in agreement with military intervention if Iran was to continue.
Iran has said that it
So Israel will be a part of that process. So you're on board.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't want Israel. You
when
put it in your
regime
head.
change comes-
I don't want Israel to exist. This is what, like, you've
what I'm-
of your ideas in your
No,
head
that's
already, and every single
no.
argument, every single point that you're making is trying to get that to confirm your own bias in your own mind. But I'm
No.
I'm
What
so
we've
far ahead
established
of
is
you.
you're for
so far
regime
ahead of
change.
You can't pin me down, son. You can't pin me
No,
down.
We've established that you're for regime change, and you believe that we should
If they have a nuclear weapon,
military, and you agree with military intervention. What is going on here, bro? You're a neocon. You're a neocon. You're a neocon.
I never said that. I never said
He's
that.
a neocon. Get it right, man. These Tony Blair types, man.
Mate,
They're
you're
hilarious.
doing everything you can to try and come back, aren't you? Everything you
What
can.
do you mean come back?
You're
I'm not
putting
coming
words
back
in
to
my mouth.
anything.
You're putting words in my mouth. I never said regime change from our perspective. If you remember, I said from their own perspective that is happening already.
You said you agree with military intervention
To stop a nuclear weapon from being
Yeah.
made. That's
So
not
if we
liberation
topple, so what do you think that will look like? Because we're going to topple the Ayatollah, right? And we're going to then implement a new regime.
It could look like anything. It could look like anything. How do you know? How would you know? What do you know about geopolitics that would lead you to believe that if we went in and stopped them from having nuclear weapons, it could be a special operation that is done? It doesn't mean that boots on the ground going
Iraq
in.
was a special operation, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. It was an invasion. That was
It wasn't. All right.
catastrophic failure. A
It
catastrophic
could be
failure.
a special operation.
So no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that there should be a regime change from our point of view. No, it should be from the Iranian people's point of view. Yeah, wouldn't you agree with that?
Justice,
Wouldn't you
Justice, are
agree
you
with
in favour of
you agree with
military intervention?
See, we're having a conversation here. I'm on the panel, and you're talking with people in the chat because you're just floundering. Your legs are wobbling. You're all over the place. You're trying to put words in my mouth. You don't understand the subjects that you're talking about. You're literally clutching at straws, and you're trying to laugh it off, and you're just making it really dumb, really stupid.
You do sound a bit.
You're panicking. You're panicking. That's what you're doing. You're absolutely panicking.
You sound a bit flustered.
I'm fine, absolutely fine. I know these subjects. I've actually read on these subjects. What have you read?
Yeah,
So again, Dave,
we've
what are you reading
we've got
right now?
some good
What book are you
clarification on things.
What books are you reading right now? Tell me one
We've
book.
got-
Tell us a book you're reading right now.
This is the most basic of stuff. So we've
Come on,
established that.
Just one book,
we've
please,
established-
please, and then I'll shut up. Just tell me one book. Come on, and I'll be quiet. Go on.
I'll shut
What book are you
up.
reading? Go on.
We've established that the majority
You
of
don't
people
read,
living
do
in
you? You
Israel
don't
today.
read. You don't read.
We've established there's no relevance to this conversation, by the way.
It does,
We've
because what it shows is
we've
you
established
aren't the person to read on things. So how can you come up here talking about stuff? You've already shown that you have a very limited understanding of these issues. You've tried your best to put words in my mouth and try to make me out to be some kind of anti-Semite, and I'm absolutely not. And then you switched and tried to make it out as if I want it to side with Israel with regime change in Iran. And that's not what I said at all. But if you were somebody who read on these subjects and actually had the capacity, the time, and the effort to read on,
triggered, man.
You're
so triggered.
I'm not triggered at all. I'm literally just exposing you, and I'm doing it passionately. It's not triggered, Dave.
Wow, what's this? Clash of the Titans, yeah? We've got the ultimate left winger and the ultimate right winger.
There's
Come
only
on, guys.
There's only one Titan in this conversation. And
No.
that is me.
I've got respect for both of you, man. Listen, you're having a wicked debate. Everyone's loving it. Let's just not get into the personals, innit? Because both sides have got good points, I think. I think you both got good points to make.
Are you in favour of military intervention on Iran, Khan?
100%.
You're for it, yeah? Bring the shears down, yeah? Them damn shears.
Yeah,
oh
man.
my lord. Fuck.
Well, Khan, you're a Shia, are you a Sunni?
Yeah. All my cards are on the table. Dave knows me already.
All right, fair enough. So let's try and find some common ground on this, okay? So regime change. You two are both for it, right? And you would be for it in the
Hold on. I'm not. Why am I for regime change? I think we've seen how that goes in that region. It doesn't work.
I'm assuming.
Well, what you assume wrong. I'm not for
all
regime
right, so
change.
you're out of it.
No.
Let's just take it to Khan, right? So Khan, you would like regime change to happen.
Based on the question that was put, that if they were going to like start enriching uranium and we had to stop them from developing a nuclear missile, would we then, as a last resort, look at military intervention or regime change? Then yeah, obviously.
My point is this: it has to be a last resort because we already have an example of this, and it's a very analogous example, which is what happened in Iraq. We said that there was weapons of mass destruction. They had 45 minutes so they could be deployed. So we sent out a weapons inspector out there, and that weapons inspector was found, outside his house with his wrist slit, and then within a few weeks,
I personally believe that the Iranians are more than capable of negotiating their way out of this sticky corner that they're in. Because when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to these kind of these people are not incapable of cutting a deal. They're good people when it comes to things like that. You know what I mean?
They certainly don't want what could potentially come of it. Now, what we do know is most countries that if they want to create a nuclear weapon on the sly, what they need to do is mask that with a nuclear power plant so that they can hide behind that. They're certainly not going to allow in UN weapons inspectors. They're not going to allow that at all. And I think that was one of the main sticking points in the accords that were trying to be agreed. So they're not ever going to allow a country, an independent body to come in and do that because we know that they want to be in the arms race just like everybody else.
Well, to be fair, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually true, because there's been a lot of effort. A lot of effort has been put into developing alternative weapons, rather than relying on nuclear weapons, because they're so destructive. I think there's been a lot of effort put into other types of weaponry.
Yeah,
right. To be a formidable strength in terms of military might, you don't have to go all that way and get into nuclear weapons. You don't have to.
There's definitely some other weapons that are being developed at the moment that could be just as devastating. I know that America have been.
I wouldn't say just as devastating to the planet, but just as effective in warfare.
So recently, the Americans have been testing their new laser beam.
Yeah.
That could also. So, for instance, if you want to launch a nuclear weapon, you have to have satellites, right? Because you have to guide it. So if you've got a laser beam that could take out satellites, then that's an automatic deterrent. So that just kills anything anywhere. So the arms race is moving in a different position. But my point would be this: if your guys to the world is we want to have nuclear power so that we can have energy for our people, and we as a sovereign nation, we should be allowed to do that. That's the argument, right? But
I agree with that.
That you'd be stupid, wouldn't you, not to build a nuclear weapon on the sly?
Why would you?
Because you just would. I mean, why would you not do that? Why would you take that off the table?
What I'm saying is, you can't deny somebody the right to have nuclear power to fuel their country to have cheaper power, right? That is their technologically, that's their right to have the same power or the same cheap power that everyone else has got. To automatically say, well, these type of people can't be trusted with that technology because they're likely to turn it into weaponry when they have adequate weapons already is a little bit like, really? I don't think so. I don't think that's enough of an argument. Because the benefit of having nuclear fusion and nuclear power is so big that like everyone would want it if they could have it.
That's not in debate. That's absolutely true, right? And that's one of the main arguments for the Iranians saying we want to be able to enrich uranium, we want to be able to have a power plant because, you know, it's a no-brainer. Everybody else has got them, and they're quite, you know, effective. And we can prove to the world that we're not going to have earthquakes, we're not going to have natural disasters, and we can keep the place safe, right? So most of the arguments for the power plant are there, but nevertheless, they're not there, as far as I know. Please, somebody tell me they haven't actually been able to make a nuclear bomb yet.
No, they haven't.
They haven't come close to it. But you're telling me, from your point of view, they would just simply stick to building a nuclear plant and they wouldn't try to build a weapon on the sly.
No, I'm just saying it's not your right or anyone else's right to stop them from having nuclear power, just in case they might turn it into a weapon. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, innit?
That's a different argument. So you're saying that every country should have the right to build their own nuclear weapon if they wish to.
Yeah.
You don't.
No. You misheard me. I didn't mean that.
Okay.
I meant everyone should have the right to develop nuclear technology that provides them with energy. Now, the fear that they might turn it into a weapon isn't enough of a reason to stop them from having that.
But
I don't think it is.
No, but it absolutely is, because that's the actual thrust of the argument. You know, if it was just the case that everybody was of your mind is to say, yes, we agree, everyone should have nuclear power stations if they so wish it. Why hasn't that happened?
Why that doesn't happen is because America, from the get-go, has used nuclear weapons as a sort of bargaining chip in how they make deals with people. You can see with Israel, how Israel used their nuclear weapons to basically manipulate countries to do what they want. Now, if that wasn't happening, right, and everybody was cooperating and there was global unity on this subject of basically providing everyone with clean and efficient energy, right, then you wouldn't be suspecting people of trying to make weapons because they wouldn't need those weapons.
Right, but the sanctions and the veto against Iran is basically based on that they will produce nuclear weapons. So they have intel, and they disagree with your point. They are saying that they will actually build nuclear weapons, and I think it would be naive for us to think that they wouldn't.
What I'm trying to say to you is the way to stop them from building nuclear weapons is to get rid of your nuclear weapons and stop using your nuclear weapons against the whole world and saying, well, Israel can have what it wants because it's a democracy and it's got nuclear weapons and and like making Israel out to be some sort of civilized or more than Iranian level civilized country.
Absolutely. In a perfect world, absolutely. Nuclear non-proliferation would get to the point where we have all agreed that we do not have any nuclear weapons anymore and we just use it for energy. Absolutely. Right. There's nothing like that on the horizon. And I don't see that happening in the next 100 years.
But what I'm saying is the current destabilized position of the world should be enough of an incentive for that to happen.
Of course, not. Of course.
No one wants to give away the upper hand. They don't want to give the West don't want to give away their upper hand.
And it is, you know, even though we're not in the Cold War anymore, it is a Mexican standoff. That's what it is, and no one's willing to back down until the first.
The West has the upper hand. They just don't want anyone else to catch up to them militarily.
They're not going to get rid of their nuclear weapons. America's not going to do it. Israel's not.
So then, what have you got to stop other people from having it then?
Because they're saying that I think the argument is, from their point of view, is that if
they're democracies and they're stable and all these foreigners running around with nuclear weapons would be disastrous.
I will give you my point of view, right? I think that Israel wants to get rid of Iran, right? And for good reason. They're saying Israel and Iran wants to get rid of Israel, right? So from United States point of view, obviously they have a bias towards Israel, but if let's just try maybe to give them the benefit of the doubt right here. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you've got two states that hate each other who both have nuclear weapons, and if they fire on each other, everyone's fucked. It's not like
Pakistan and India, you mean?
Yeah, exactly, right. So if they fire on each other,
but if that was a concern, then why would they let India have nuclear weapons when Pakistan already had it?
I don't think that. I think that they'd already the arms race.
No, Pakistan had nuclear weapons before India.
Yeah, sure, but the things that hadn't escalated to the point.
But
where,
like using your argument, using your logic that if there's two sides that hate each other and they both have nuclear weapons, then we're all at risk. So then whoever's got it first should be the one that has it.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that if you are trying to think of the world as a, you're thinking of, like, I'm not going to say that America thinks of the world, you know what I mean? But I think that they know that if both sides have a nuclear weapon and one fires on the other, because as soon the way that the deterrent works is if you fire, we fire immediately. And then also when you have like NATO pacts and things like that, if you fire on a nuclear country like the UK, others are duty bound to fire on them too. It just basically wipes out humanity. We're trying to avoid that as a situation, right? So if you give Iran, the argument is, from the neocon point of view, if you give Iran a nuclear weapon, they will use it. They will use it. They're not going to be like other countries like Pakistan and India where they haven't done it, even though escalations have got.
What's the difference between Iran and Pakistan?
I'm not saying that I agree with that point. That's my point. I'm saying that is the point that is argued.
You're putting it forward as a logical argument, whether you agree with it or not. You're putting it forward as this is logic, like this is their logic, but it's not.
It's their
not
logic,
logical, is it?
It's their
logic. If that logic held out, then they wouldn't have armed India. They wouldn't have given India nuclear weapons.
I don't think anybody gave India nuclear weapons.
Of course they do. The technology is like, it's not like they developed their own nuclear program all on their own, isn't it? Like you have to nick it from someone or buy it from someone.
Sure. The site. I don't know how other countries were able to get.
They basically manipulate the West into giving it to them.
Right, but the fact is that they have it, right? So your argument is that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon because.
No, what I'm saying is your argument doesn't hold up. Your argument is flawed because you're saying that if two people have the same weapon and they hate each other already, then there's more likely to be a catastrophe for the globe. So I'm saying as the global leader, you should then stop both sides having it by letting whoever's got it to be the only person who has it.
This is why we have a non-proliferation treaty, which is to say to the world, we are not going to continue to create. If you're signed up to the non-proliferation,
well, when did this treaty come about?
The non-proliferation treaty. It's been I don't know when it came around, but
a long time, isn't it?
Lots of countries are signed up to it. Basically, what it is that we will not continue to make nuclear weapons.
But ever since this treaty was invented, countries without nuclear programs like Israel and India have been armed by the West.
Yeah, but not from a nuclear point of view, no.
Yeah. From a nuclear point of view, yeah.
No, I don't think they have, no.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have.
If you're signed up to the non-proliferation treaty, that doesn't just affect you.
But I'm saying this whole global belief that we should stop like investing in nuclear arms and stop arming people, and like we should all agree to kind of like de-nuke ourselves. Yeah. Ever since that kind of like has become the consensus, since then till now, whole countries, whole regions have been armed with nuclear weapons.
But of course, there is one thing that happens in reality and one thing that happens on the political stage. Of course, nobody's denying that.
But that's like saying we don't want everyone to have nuclear weapons. We just want our allies who we trust to have them.
Look, I will agree with you. A lot of the stuff that happens on the international stage is lip service and it's just a pantomime. But
I've not said that. No, I believe that genuinely people do want to denuclearize.
I don't.
If there was an alternative, I think they would.
I don't think so, because what if that was the case? The Nuclear Proliferation Treaty was adopted in 1968, and it was brought into force 2 years ago in 1970, and it was extended to 191 countries in 1995. So generally, it is.
So basically, countries who signed that agreement then turned around and allowed America or the West to arm them with nuclear weapons.
Of course, yeah, but
is that what you mean by lip service? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So
right.
Right. So what happens in the treaty and so for instance, like we were talking about this the other day, we're signed up to the Statute of Rome, and the Statute of Rome is very clear. If we are signatory to that and we have somebody who has an arrest warrant out for them in our country, we are duty bound to arrest them. Did we do that? No, we did not. Right. So what happens in the treaty and what happens in reality are two different things. Now, you did come into the conversation and you said, in a perfect world, we would see the non-proliferation go from non-proliferation to dismantling. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So we are of one mind on that. But the fact is that that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Yeah. So I think that there are certain points here we're arguing on which we're not actually in disagreement with. But I do believe the argument that the United States are making is that they often make this argument on panels as well when they go on and they talk about it. They're saying we will never agree to Iran having a nuclear weapon because they have openly said they want to wipe out Israel. Now, whether you agree with that point or not, or whether it's illogical to you, that is one of the main sticking points, isn't it?
I would say that Israel's survival isn't my main concern. I would say that
it's not your main concern.
I would say that
the people
if there was a blanket policy that whoever could develop nuclear technology to properly bring the living standard of their people up to Western standards, right, and have cheap fuel or cheap energy, I should say, yeah, that for me would be a much higher priority, yeah, and would benefit much more people than the existence of the state of Israel, which really, like, their population is really small, and them even being there is like, it's futile. Like, their days are numbered, isn't it, in the world? But anyway, like, why is Israel's survival kind of like of benefit to us as a humanity, as a species, as a race of people? Like, why does it matter if Israel's there or not?
So obviously I would say that the people that are in power, the senators and the congressmen and everybody who's under AIPAC, they are probably, if you were to talk to them, and have them off the record and have them be, honest, they would say they would agree with you. But that's not going to, that will stop the checks from coming, wouldn't it? And it would stop the donations from coming. So, of course, money is king. And that's why I think a lot of the things that do happen, continue to happen in that way, is because in the end, it comes down to the bottom line, doesn't it? And, if you already do not like Muslims because you're a Christian fundamentalist.
What you mean, the Americans?
The American neocons that take AIPAC money.
I don't think religion's really got anything to do with it, to be honest.
Of course it has.
Like, Christians, Muslims, and Jews can all sit down and agree on a lot of things, or they could all be at odds with each other on a lot of things. Like, I don't think it's like anything to do with religion, really, to be honest. Well, I think people just use religion as an excuse. No, I think there ain't no Christians that are within their rights to hate Muslims.
But that's absolutely not true. You do realise.
Tell me why a Christian would be justified in hating Muslims or seeing Muslims as a problem.
Are you saying that American neocons are not fundamentally Christian?
Yeah, I'm saying they are, but I'm saying that they should, if they were really Christian, they would have more of a problem with Israel rather than Muslims.
Right. Fair enough. That's the point of view, right?
But they're not. They haven't got a problem. But they haven't got a problem with Israel, which proves what?
It proves that
there is a higher priority than religion. They're not alike. I don't know where you're getting that from. How are they alike? How are they alike?
Because they have a Judeo-Christian relationship.
There's no such thing. That's media. That's made up. There's no such thing as Judeo-Christian. Jews have not successfully been able to live in Christian countries without being persecuted. That's a fact. Show me one successful Jewish community that thrived in Christendom. It's never happened, not once. But Muslims could say that they've hosted Christians and Jews successfully.
That's absolutely not true. There
research it.
there are Jewish communities living in
Yeah.
America right now
Yeah.
that are flourishing.
Yeah, but that's not really that's not really down to religion though. That's not Christendom. America doesn't count as Christendom. All right, it's Western. It is Christian to a certain extent.
It's a recent occurrence. There are aligned values. Yeah.
But even then,
so you're saying APAC? You're saying APAC doesn't exist?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying Judeo-Christian values is a misnomer. Because, for example, if you stood on your Christianity and you looked at the Jewish interpretation of Christianity, you would realize that there's no even a middle ground there to even have a conversation.
Right. And why do you think that they overlooked that?
No, I'm not saying they don't overlook that. I'm saying, but when you compare Christianity to Islam, where Muslims accept that Christ is the Messiah and Christ is a certain standard and the Virgin Mary was a virgin, like there is a crossover. Whether it's a small one or not, Christians and Muslims can agree on certain things. Right. The only difference that they have is the Godhead, where you have, like, for example, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and we only recognize the Father as God, right? Now, that is just an argument. That's a technical.
I'm not Christian, bro.
You might not be a practicing Christian, but like you understand Christian values, isn't it?
Sort of,
so, you know, when I say the Godhead, you know what I mean, innit?
I think so. I'm not actually
the Godhead is the head, basically. The Father, the Son, and so like how they all relate to each other, basically. Right?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Right. So if you leave that part of Christianity to one side, there is actually no problem with Muslims and Christians. Like they don't really even need to argue, because as a Muslim, to enter into that conversation is even futile. And if a Christian doesn't raise that subject with you, there's no point even you having that conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like like Christians and Muslims could coexist better than Christians and Jews. So for you to purport this kind of myth that there is a Judeo-Christian value, it's not true. It's not true.
Politically, there is. So if you
what do you mean politically? Since when has Judaism been a political entity?
Oh yeah, I gave you an example. It's called APAC. And
but that's recent. That's recent. That doesn't translate into values, traditional values.
I'm not saying that it did.
I'm just saying that if we're talking about values, if we're talking about Judeo-Christian values, then political alliances don't come into that.
Judeo-Christian ethics is an actual thing. It's an actual
Based on what? Based on
geopolitics. APAC.
That's not true. That's not
true.
The
way in which America have consistently backed Israel every single time.
That's nothing to do with Judeo-Christian values. You're using the wrong terminology.
Yes, it is.
No. Judeo-Christian values basically means that Christians also have the same 10 commandments that the Jews have. That is where the values and the foundation of the law basically is in both, right? Because apart from the 10 commandments, a lot of the Judeo law doesn't really translate into Christianity, but Christians do still hold the 10 commandments as sacred. So if we just look at just basic, make it basic, the 10 commandments.
Just Google it. Just Google it. Just Google it. Just go ahead and Google it. Honestly, you're completely wrong. You honestly don't know what you're talking about here, and you should just like move on to another subject because you're completely wrong. There are so many people in this. There is people from George Orwell talked on this. Albert Einstein talked on this. There are so many people in jurisprudence, to philosophy, to geopolitics that have talked about Judeo-Christian ethics and relationships.
But the ethics is based on what? What is the ethics based on?
A common ground, a common purpose.
Which is based on what? It's based on the law. The 10 commandments is the law, right?
I'm not talking about religious. I'm talking about a political, philosophical, and military sort of agreement. But we have aligned.
You can't ascribe a military element to Judaism anything before the founding of the State of Israel. Like, it don't make sense.
But I wouldn't say that there was.
So you're saying that before the founding of the State of Israel, there was no Judeo-Christian values?
I think
you're saying that Judeo-Christian values is incumbent upon the military might of the state of Israel.
I think it's been a developing thing, but I would also say that it's been a recent occurrence in the last.
When you refer to Judeo-Christian values, it means that there is an underpinning of Judaic or Mosaic law that runs through Christianity. Although Christians believe that Christ.
There is.
I know.
Christ was the Jew.
Yeah. No, but that's what I'm trying to say to you. That it's got nothing to do with Israel, and it's got nothing to do with military influence. It's got nothing to do with politics. Judeo-Christian values means that Christianity was founded on the principle of Judaism.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding of what is meant by Judeo.
Go on, you have to demonstrate that then.
No.
Then.
I'm not going to go into it with you. Just go and read up on it. Just read up on it.
But it doesn't make sense because you're saying to me what I've said to you. You mentioned Judeo-Christian values. I asked you to explain it. Wait. Let me finish talking. As long as it's not Wikipedia and it's a credible source, I'll listen to it.
I mean, there's
tell the truth. Are you looking at Wikipedia?
No, the Britannica Encyclopedia.
Yeah, go on. All right, go on. Do you want me to go and look at it while you thingy?
Yeah, just go and read up on it. Just
let me go and do it now.
Judeo-Christian values.
I know what Judeo-Christian values are. It's got nothing to do with what you mentioned, which is military alliances.
It has. Yeah, because
it hasn't.
Yeah, it has. Yeah,
it hasn't.
If you want to get into the religious aspects of it, there are.
It ain't about religion. It's about the ethics and the principles that the religion brings.
Where do these aligned views come from?
From the law, the 10 Commandments.
Right. So you just literally just said it doesn't come from religion.
No, I'm saying to you
that. You literally just said that.
I'm saying to you that it comes from. Oh, bro, you're just being silly now.
I'm not being silly. I just
You've had to resort to childish games now.
No, I'm not. In your mind, when somebody says Judeo-Christian ethics, your mind is saying this thing doesn't exist. And there's a reason for that.
I'm saying to you that it's a made up thing. It's a made up thing.
It's not made up.
It is made up.
It's not. It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
It is made up. It's a made up thing.
It's not made up. It's been since the 20th century. Some of the biggest minds have talked about this stuff. And I've just given you
listen to what I'm going to say to you. Let me just say something. Let me speak. Let me speak 1 second. When Jews talk about Judeo-Christian values, what they're basically saying is, we're your daddies. We are the founding fathers of your whole civilization. You should respect us and not persecute us. When Christians say Judeo-Christian values, what they're saying is, our religion isn't just some made-up thing by some Romans that came into the Middle East. It's actually founded on indigenous people and the original founding of this faith, right? They're saying that this is our foundation, right? So they're not just some esoteric, mythological, bastardized version of Roman ideals mixed with whatever, right? They're trying to give themselves some sort of validity and some sort of connection to previous religions. Right. So this idea of Judeo-Christian values does benefit both Jews and Christians. But when you sit them down,
you said it's not a real
it's not a real thing.
How can it benefit them if it's not real?
What do you mean? What, a lie can't benefit you?
How can it benefit them if it is
Answer my question. What, a lie can't benefit you?
Of course, a lie can benefit you.
Well then, a lie is not a real thing, is it?
It's still a real thing.
All right, anyway, drop this source so I can look at it.
Just type in to Google Judeo-Christian values Britannica Encyclopedia. Just type it in. You found it? Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, it's basically exactly what I said and nothing to do with what you said.
Okay.
So it's nothing to do with the military or the power or the geopolitics or the alignment in terms of international affairs. It's nothing to
Is
do
it
with
a
that.
real thing?
Well, it's a
no. Yes or no?
It's a concept.
Is it a
No,
real thing?
no, it's not. It's a concept.
Okay.
It's a concept.
But the concept is real enough for some of the most important people in history to talk about it, correct? The concept exists. Yes?
What I'm saying to you is it's a concept that tries to bring Jewish and Christian people together, which therefore it does serve a purpose. But I'm telling you, ultimately, when you look at the Christian belief and you look at the Judaic belief in terms of the law, there is no crossover. They cannot ever come together.
No, I would not disagree with that. I think that ultimately, if Judeo and Christian were the two ideologies left, they would be just as much at war as each other, as much as, you know, maybe Christians are at war with Muslims or Muslims are at war with Judaism. I think that they would eventually eat each other. Of course they would. I'm not going to deny that. But they are much more against the other. So if we look at them as a triumvirate, the triumvirate is the three legs, the three pillars is of the.
What it is, Dark Magician, what it is, the Rothschilds and these other families, right, who had influence and power, right? They kind of like convinced the elites or the royals of the West that like it is of some benefit to them to kind of like be cool with Jews, right? And the reason for that was they used them like in banking and whatever to do things that Christians themselves couldn't do. Right? So, for example, me and you being mates, you're going to me, well, I'm a Jew, I can't come out my house on a Sunday. And I'm going to you, don't worry, I'll go out there, right? I'll make sure that all the I's have been dotted and all the T's have been crossed and our business is taken care of. And I'll hold your money, your share of the money. And Monday morning, I'll drop it back to you, right? Now, as a Jew, you're saying, okay, so I haven't done any work on a day where I'm not supposed to work. I observed the Sabbath, right? But technically, I went out there as a non-Jew and done what you would have done in your place, right? From a Jewish point of view, that's acceptable, right? From a Jewish point of view, if you haven't lifted your hand, you haven't come out your house, you haven't exerted yourself, you haven't done anything, you've observed the Sabbath, right? Now, it's the same with the law on fishing, right? Jews weren't allowed to fish on the Sabbath. So what they did was they just left their nets out overnight, right? And then the next day they went in and they pulled the nets in and the fish were there still, right? In a Jewish person's criteria of thinking and their evaluation, that is not working. Leaving a net out overnight to catch the fish that you normally would have caught yourself, to them, that's not breaking the Sabbath. They're observing the Sabbath. So when you look at this relationship, right, it's a bit of a weird one, because really, if you believe in your religion and you believe your religion's for the benefit of mankind and for everyone else, you should want everyone to observe the Sabbath. You should want everyone to like practice what you practice. If it's good enough for you, it should be good enough for them, right? Now, this double standard, this is where usury comes in, where the Jews were kind of like doing usury and like, you know, the way that they were doing their banking and that made it profitable for them. Also, you're dealing with people who are immigrants, right? They were immigrants into the West. Immigrants always work harder and basically fit in where they can fit in because they have to, right? So these whole dynamic to the relationship between these people led to certain people saying, because you think about Christianity in the first place, why did the West adopt Christianity? Because it gave them a gateway into the Middle East, into the Holy Land. They had a reason to send crusaders to Jerusalem and like places in the Middle East, because if they weren't Christian, normal English people wouldn't be getting off their asses to go and fight a war on the other side of the planet.
It's a bit more complicated than that, but I take your point.
I know, I'm simplifying it. So what I'm saying is that kind of like connection with Judaism ties the Christians because they sort of changed Christianity and made it so Western, like the Council of Nicaea and all these things. They made it so Europeanized and so Romanized that they really needed to outsource their connection to the Holy Land. And that's where the Jews come in, because the Jews tie them in to Jerusalem.
Let's get back to the point at hand. There is a real thing that is Judeo-Christian ethics.
I personally believe
a shared ethic, a shared value. Whether you want to say that is political, military, or religious, ideological, it exists.
I'm saying, listen, Dark Magician, I'm going to say something a little bit controversial.
Okay.
What's happening today
in the
world, what's happening, in my opinion, what's happening today in the world, it's got nothing to do with history and it's got nothing to do with religion. These Jewish people, or these so-called Jews, very cleverly looked at the West and pre their next move. They thought, all right, what these people need to do is X, Y, and Z. And they put themselves in a strategic position to benefit from that. They put themselves out in Israel, right, out in the Middle East for the last, 50 to whatever many years. And it took us this last 100 to 50 years to basically catch up to their way of thinking. So when the West expanded, it expanded into Russia, expanded into North Africa, expanded into America. It done everything what it needed to do. And then the last thing was like, oh, we need to sort out the Middle East. And they said, guess what, guys? You forgot about us, but we're your cousins and we're sitting out here waiting for you to come and give us a little family visit. So come out here and let's make some money. And today, that's what you're seeing. Right? So all this thing about the history, because it's like saying that they preempted it, right?
Yeah, but
the Jews preempted that we would need.
I don't think you can say Jews. I think you
can because at that point there was no Israel. Also, well,
I think you can say there is a Zionist.
Okay, all right.
Agenda.
Yeah, that's more accurate. That's more accurate.
So we already know that from history. We can have.
What I'm saying is, when you kind of like say that they preempted it, it also sort of hints at the fact that
I understand what you're trying to say, right?
They manipulated it to happen as well.
Look, I would be more happy if you would have turned around and said to me that instead of saying the Judeo-Christian ethics is not so real, it was a lie that is benefiting Jewish people, Zionists, more than it is the Christians. Then I could,
No, that's not true though. I think it's equally benefiting the Christians.
Right, but what's the agenda? The agenda is
the Christian
not
agenda.
to live in
They're
peace.
they're using the 50-year-old state of Israel as a current day proxy. As a proxy,
use me and I use you. Yeah, that's general warfare. That's the art of Sun Tzu.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not, but what I'm saying is
that it's not real and it's a lie. Look, even a lie is real. Even a lie is real. It has real harm. It's tangible. I mean, look, philosophers talk about this. What is the real? Explain to me what real is. What do you mean by the real? But we can say that there is such a thing as Judeo-Christian values and ethics, because straight away the Balfour Declaration is a Judeo-Christian ethic agreement, a treaty. We can say AIPAC is a Judeo-Christian agreement that we align with your ethics and we take your backhanders.
I don't think that's either side's ethics. Because that's unethical.
Of course it is, but like they look, there are people that are allowed to go into the Senate, and you're allowed in the Senate to be able to question your senators, right? And there are videos of this. There's this very specific woman. She goes up to them and she asks them questions about Gaza. Do you know what most of their replies are? I stand with Israel. I stand with Israel. I stand with Israel. So every single question. Now, some of them are actually walking into their offices, and what you can see is you can see the Israeli flag and the American flag together. So, if for you to say that it's a lie, fine. It could be the case that it is a lie, but to say that it's not real, that's not true. That's absolutely.
So what should we call it then? Should we call it Judeo-Christian lack of values?
Look,
what should we call it? That makes sense, doesn't
it? Look, of course, ethics is a preference, isn't it? Your ethics are not the same as my ethics. So, for instance,
no, that's not true. That's not true.
No, I think it is. Like, for instance,
ethics is not a preference.
ethics is absolutely a preference. Absolutely.
No, it's not.
It's, yeah, like ethics, because ethics is a man-made logic, it will have subjective preferences always. So, for instance, what might not be ethically acceptable to you may be completely ethically acceptable to somebody else. Let me give you an example. Do you think that in an extreme circumstance that it should be okay to cut off the hands of thieves?
No.
Right, but Islam says that it is. So is Islam wrong?
In my opinion, yes.
Oh, controversial. I didn't think you were going to say that. But you would admit that many Muslims would have a different ethics, wouldn't they?
Let me explain the story to you quickly, all right? There was a guy called Genghis Khan. He had 4 brothers, I think. They went out hunting one day, all right? And he realized that his older brother was stealing. And they were hunting, they were on the edge of starvation. They had to bring back food for their mum and their sisters that were back at the camp. And the brothers would go out hunting, but they realized that with the older brother, right, when he was out, he was like eating while he was out before he even came back. They were stealing from the family. So Genghis Khan shot him dead. And when they come back, they said to him, like, what did you do? And he said, I shot my brother dead. And they said, why? He goes, because we realized that even though we're starving, he's stealing from us. Now, I would say that the little that he was stealing, right, it's not worth killing him over, because he surely was bringing back more than what he was stealing, right? But Genghis Khan shot him on principle, because he's saying we're starving and this geezer doesn't give a fuck. He's eating for himself. So by killing him, not only am I deleting the food that he would have stole, balancing the books on that, but in future generations, I'm setting a precedent that all the other thieving and corruption that would have led from that bad behavior has also been deleted by me doing that. So there's 2 ways of looking at it, right? Now, when they cut off hands in Islam for stealing, they're really setting a precedent. They're saying, well, if we cut this one guy's hands off, right, that means the 100,000 other people that would have stole will not steal, right?
Sure. But even in that small example, I would say that is not an ethical commandment to give.
Right.
And it is a commandment. So I would say, and look, again, me and you, we can accept that together, right? So our ethics are in line on that particular subject. The point I'm trying to make is that other people's ethics will be different to mine. And I was trying to give you the example, even though you may agree with me on this particular point, there will be other people that will disagree with those types of ethic. Do you get what I'm saying? So, of course, you can make the argument that, and in a lot of instances, ethics is objective. You can do that. But ultimately, when we look at it at its deeper value,
the morality can be objective.
No, but what is the difference between morality and ethics?
But like you said, ethics is an extrapolation. It's a man-made logic.
So this is something that requires a lot of philosophical debate, and we argued this a lot in law school. Ultimately, the difference between morality and ethics is one comes from an ideological teaching or a value or a cultural value, whereas the other one is it's a created policy.
All right. So you're saying ethics is a created policy, right?
Yes.
So how is that objective?
Exactly. How do you, again, you're just using semantics to change the word to something else. So
no, I'm saying it's subjective. You're saying it's subjective. I'm saying explain how ethics can be objective.
All that, because what you can do with ethics is you can apply it to everybody equally, whereas you cannot do that with morality.
But that's not like in Islam. That's not the case. In Islam, for example, the Prophet Muhammad gave 2 groups of people the same instructions, and they went out and carried them out differently. When they come back, they realized, wait a minute, we both heard it differently. And they said to him, which one of us was right? And he said, no, you was both right. And the reason for that is that when you communicate with people, it's partly to do with what they hear, right? Sure. And if you believe that when I speak, and I'm speaking like, how can I say it without it sounding shirky? Like, if you believe that, let me not even go there. Basically, what I'm saying is, when I speak to you, I need you to kind of understand what I meant. And for that to happen, you have to kind of like be on the same ethical framework as me in the first place, right? So if I said to an Italian mobster, yeah, go and sort out Khan, and he went and shot him, right, and come back, he went, yeah, he sorted. And I'm like, wait, what did you do? Well,
Yeah,
I sorted him. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, we're on different ethical frameworks, isn't it? Like, your understanding is different from me.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's also, in Christianity, there's also a story of Henry II was overheard by a couple of his knights shouting out, "Who will be rid of this despicable monk from me?" And he was talking about the Archbishop of Canterbury, who was Thomas Becket. Thomas Becket is actually a saint in the Catholic Church. He was killed in Canterbury Cathedral while he was kneeling down and he was praying. And if anybody knows anything about churches back in those days, to kill someone on consecrated ground was blasphemy of the highest order. Now, the reason that the knights went and did that was because he literally, in a rage, shouted out, "Who will rid me?" Now, you could say that those knights knew him very well. They're on the same moral and ethical background. And so what you're saying, they're on the same moral and ethical playing field. They're of the same religion. They're in the same court with each other. They take orders from him, but they still went and killed him on consecrated ground. So no matter which way you want to swing it, morals and ethics will always have a subjective value applied to them. Now, the difference between a moral and an ethical value is that morals is something that is personal to you as the personal person, whereas the ethics is broadly agreed upon principle or a policy that applies to everybody. For instance, when you go to work, you have to turn up at a certain time. You can't do certain things. You have to have lunch at a certain time. This is an agreed upon ethic. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, but I would look at it the other way. I would look at it that morality is objective, and the subjective extrapolation from that point to create a wider reaching, ethereal kind of morality is what ethics is.
All values are subjective. All values that are given from the human mind are subjective. They have.
But my point is, let me reiterate it quickly. My point is that the morality is the principle in which the ethical procedure is extrapolated from. So the morality comes first. It's the principle, right? And the ethic is the actual enactment of that pillar.
Fantastic point, right? And if you only go that far and you don't investigate that further and try to falsify yourself, you could sit with that and be very comfortable with that. And I get that, right? I get that, because where do these ethical values come from? They come from morality in the first place, right?
Right.
But here's the point. The reason why we have ethics and not just morals is because some people's morals will not be moral to other people. So we have to have something outside of that, which is agreed upon, which we can all come into that space and say, yes.
But why is it easier to agree upon the carrying out of the principle rather than the principle itself? Is because when you carry out a principle and you create a law or an ethic that applies to everyone, it's substantiated and it's like something that you can give reason to. Right. And that's why it's easier for people to agree to an ethic rather than a moral. Because if I gave you a moral and I said to you, "Thou shalt not kill,"
you're literally
you could turn around and go, "Yeah, but what about soldiers in a war?" Well, no, because I'm saying that morality is the pillar. No. You said it the other way around. You said that the ethics is the wider reaching one, and the morality is the singular one, which some people might have that morality and some people might not.
Exactly.
Right. And I'm showing you the reason why it might appear that way, but in actual fact, morality is the foundation. Right. Now, you might say, all right, some people don't agree with it on a foundational level, which, like I said, "Thou shalt not kill" is a pillar and a foundation, right? And I'm saying "Thou shalt not kill," and you could turn around and argue with me and say, "Yeah, but what about soldiers in a war? They're killing," right? So we could have a dispute there on that morality, but the extrapolation of it, like, for example, me saying that, well, if you're a soldier in a war and you kill somebody, that geezer's got to be facing you, he can't be facing away from you, right? That ethic there makes it, because you've extrapolated it, you've sort of, in a way, refined it Because you've gone from a pillar, which is
semantics. It's semantics. It's semantics, right? Well, all I've done is swapped the word moral for ethic. You're saying the two are synonymous. You just swap the words.
No, I'm not saying they're synonymous.
Yo,
Well gone. Big
Hey,
up.
listen, you see Ghost, yeah? He's a fucking pagan cunt. Hey,
What's he
Ghost,
done now? What's he done?
Hey, stop emailing me.
Is he blowing you up?
Who's that in the back saying all that shit?
Who's
You
this?
see that in the private chat? Who's
It's
that?
got to be the nutters, man. The local nutters.
Oh yeah, no, these men are just nonsense, cuz man. Hey, Dark, listen, man. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping, cuz.
Trust me.
You know what I mean? You ain't got no haters, you ain't popping, family. You gotta have a couple haters, fam. Or then you just
I don't
nobody,
even
innit?
know if I got any haters. I have to think about
Yeah,
that.
you got some, man. You got some still. Yeah, man.
They ain't letting themselves be known.
Yeah, they were dubbing you as a lefty, weren't they? The other day. They were like, you're a lefty.
Are they enemies though, or are they just like mosquitoes?
You know, they're just like fucking, not even mosquitoes, bro, because at least mosquitoes bite, man. They're just like fucking blue bottle flies. They just like fucking
They're like
land on your
puppies.
fucking cake and then you got to throw the slice away. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, annoyance.
you just look shit,
They're an
like,
annoyance, yeah.
yeah, it's the shit stained fly that just chat shit because they ain't gonna do nothing. They're never gonna say nothing. Never gonna come out the house. The way it will be though is like, right, if I knock on your door, you won't even answer the door. You just ring police. So it's why it's like it's not even worth. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not lying, Veli. If you knocked on my door, I'll call the police as well. I ain't coming back to fight Veli. Bro, you see how much muscle this geezer's got? This geezer's roided up, bro. I ain't fighting Veli. Are you mad?
I don't blame you. I wouldn't open the door either.
mad. Hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm fucking.
Well, that was a good conversation, by the way.
Still, man, I'm at 17 and a half stone now, mate. Yeah. So we got a weigh-in soon, innit?
What are you talking
about? Weigh-in soon, mate. Huh?
What are you talking about? Weigh in for what?
No, Kyle. You know, like people keep talking about all these boxing matches that they keep arranging or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know my weight first of all, so you know, so you can at least get someone that's like, at least around the same weight or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to get like someone that's like a welterweight and
Let them
someone that's like
put the gloves on anyway. Fuck it.
I mean, because
we can make the circle, as they say in.
Boy, they done that Chris Eubank dirty, innit? They done him dirty, bro.
Man.
Did you see how little the weight was? How little the amount of weight? There goes that it's equivalent of a AA battery. That's how much he missed the weigh-in by, and they charged him like what 100 grand or something. Mad thing, bro.
Yeah, but
He must be fuming.
that's why those contracts are written in the way that they are. Because who do you think that money's going to? It's going to fucking the promoters, mate.
Well, I would have just stepped off the scale, yeah, squeezed out the last drop of wee out of my bladder, spat on the floor 4 times, and been like, "Yeah, that's it."
Yeah, but he was probably just like, you know, like they have like a margin. They have a margin, and he was probably over the margin as well. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
you know. But it's going to be a
he's
good
trying
fight.
hard to reach the weight, man. So do you think that he'll have the strength to?
Did you see him? Did you see the videos of him getting out of that fucking sweat thing?
Yeah, it was soaking wet, wasn't he?
Honestly, I was saying to that Chrissy earlier, to me, it reminded me of a cooked chicken that came out of a can. You ever seen those Americans pull the chickens out of cans?
Yeah, that is disgusting. Oh my god.
He looked like he'd been cooked in there though, but like, and he came out. He looked like
he's lost bare weight, innit?
He looked like he'd been born. He literally looked like he'd been born.
And that's the thing with drastic losses here. Then you lose a lot of muscle as well, innit?
Yeah, he's gonna if it goes to the later rounds, he's gonna be feeling it. Because look, when who was it he fought? He fought who was it he fought? He fought what's his name? The one that beat Carl Froch. What's his name? you know, that young boy, George Groves. He fought George Groves, didn't he? George Groves won, but it was a shit fight. But he looked old. He looked old and wasted in that fight for me, mate. That George Groves fight.
Mm.
And you're thinking to yourself,
I swear, George Groves is from fucking SE, South East London.
yeah, he is. I think he's from Millwall, isn't he?
Half,
Around
I swear,
place.
one of the man them know his pups.
Yeah, he is. He's South. I think he is, or he might be East. I'm not sure.
A couple of the man
I think,
them
I
know
think,
his
he, I think he might have
Couple of the
actually
geezers.
trained at
Rich
Fisher's.
freezers.
Remember Fisher? Fisher
Yeah,
Boys.
yeah.
He might have trained at Fisher's.
Wait, so who's the thing? Who's the bookies' favourite? They're saying that Eubank's going to win, but I don't think he will.
I think Eubank's a favourite because
I don't think he's going to win.
He's actually a middleweight, isn't he? So and I think he's a welter.
Groves is from West.
But like, will they have a rematch after if he loses? There's got to be a rematch clause, isn't it? It's got to be.
It's also got to be the appetite for it, man. I haven't really had any appetite.
Never
for
trained
you
at Fisher.
guys. This ain't the same as their dads. You know, I'm not really that bothered who wins, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Couple of them faces, guys, you know, like the local faces or whatever. They always used to get fucking George Groves tickets or whatever.
Oh yeah,
from the pups and all that still. So that's why I was thinking he's from the ends, isn't it?
yeah. I'm pretty sure that he used to hang around like Millwall and stuff like that. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. But no, I think Eubank will probably win, but we'll have to see.
They're saying that Conor Benn's a better fighter than him, and they're saying that way
He's a better fighter. He's a better
Eubank's
fighter.
going to be much weaker than what he normally is, and they're saying without the power behind his punches, what's he relying on?
But at the same time, he's still a true middleweight, so he's still going to have that density in his bones, and you know it'll come. Like he's a much older as well. He's been fighting a lot longer than Conor Benn, and Conor Benn hasn't really been active because of what happened with his drugs and that. You know what I mean? So I think this is his first fight back
passed away as well, right?
Yeah.
What?
Might be worth a little flutter, little online flutter, you know. Not that I do them sort of things.
All right.
But things.
What's the odds? Eubank. What's Paddy Power saying?
Gotta get one of them sweatsuit things still.
Don't waste your time, mate.
Yeah. What is it at the moment? So bet 365's got Eubank at 4-7, with Conor Benn odds on at 6-4. So most of them have took that basically 4-7, 6-4, or 5-4, 4-6. So it's like middling, really.
I'm making gambling and stealing halal.
Oh yeah, I just forgot. You're not allowed to bet. Khan,
No, I've never put a bet on in my life.
Nah.
I don't even know what 4-7 means.
All right, fair enough. But yeah, so it's looking like they want. I would say that's saying Eubank to win. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it'll be worth watching.
Oh, they got sign-up offers as well. Nah, I'm not. I don't. I'm not a gambler, to be honest. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's not a healthy lifestyle.
I don't drink. I don't gamble. Maybe I should be a Muslim.
When I was a young kid, I knew this Armenian guy, yeah? Very wise man. He goes to me, do you know what? He goes, there's only one thing in life you can never have enough money for. And I go to him, what's that? I go to him, drugs. He goes, nah. He goes, you do enough. He goes, if you do enough drugs, he goes, you get bored of it. I go to him, women. He goes to me, nah, don't be silly. He goes, women. He goes, you get bored of women in the end. I was like, because he was really old. He was like 70. I go to him, so what then, uncle? What's the thing that you can never get enough of? Like he goes to me, gambling. I go to him, why is that? He goes, because when you lose, he goes, you want to win back the money that you lost. He goes, but when you win, you want to keep winning. Yeah, he goes, you want to keep winning. So he goes, you never have enough money. He goes, there's people that have lost houses, they've lost their business, they lost their cars, they lost their families. What's that?
That's why the pro traders use spread betting. It's tax free. Spread betting. You know, spread betting.
Oh, is it?
It's basically trading.
Yeah.
No, it's not betting in it. Like, but it's trading on trading forex and so on. So, but on the spread betting platform, it's all tax free and all that still, or funded accounts. But let me read this out for you guys here. Remember, he was chatting to Dave earlier about the Eastern European Jewish connection. Yeah, so the region with the highest reported frequency of JM127, 72%, was absorbed in northeastern Georgia. Other areas include concentration of JM127 include, I don't know how to say that, Inkush, Cypriots.
English. Oh yeah. Go on.
English, yeah.
Ingushetti. That's right near Georgia as well. Yeah, go on.
English, 32%. Cypriots, 30 to 37%. Now you might be Jewish, can't you?
That's me.
Lebanese, 30%. Assyrians and Mandinians and Arab Iraqis, 29%. Syrians, 25%. Kurds, 24 to 28%, and Ashkenazi Jews at 24%.
Yeah, but can I just point something out there? That you're talking about genetic markers there, aren't you?
Yeah, no, because remember Dave was saying that.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to make to people like Dave now is because they've got an eye. They think, oh, if you've got those genetic markers, you're automatically Jewish. That's not true.
It's not true. It's not true at all.
Ethnicity and your chosen ethnicity or you're born into ethnicity has got nothing to do with your genetic markers. Your genetic markers are literally just your haplogroup is showing you how your ancestors travelled out of Africa.
That's right.
So how they travelled, they would have mixed with other people.
See, the funny thing is, everything what Veli mentioned there, all those countries he mentioned there, if you drew a line between them, you could see that is a route out of the Middle East into the Caucasus. And that is a genuine route that people did take. So that's why there's a lot of Jews in Iran as well.
Right,
that's just right near there.
But so what are we saying now then? If somebody takes a DNA test and they have none of those markers, but they are actually culturally Jewish, they're no longer Jewish. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
And these are the arguments. But when you've got people like Dave who are told by ethno-nationalists, oh yeah, that's how we determine whether someone's English or that's how somebody's Jewish. It's like, no, that's not how geneticists work things out. Go and speak to geneticists; they'll tell you that this is literally just us being able to track somebody's the mitochondrial that's shown and is based upon the haplogroup and where your ancestors travelled. And they travelled out of Africa. So if they travelled, your haplogroup, when you do 23andMe, your haplogroup goes up and down and all around and in circles, and so it's showing you. But it all came from the same fucking place, North Africa. Yeah, we all came out of North Africa. We spread off into the Upper Europe, went into the Slavics, and we create so for us.
See, the thing is though, Dark Magician. With the whole Canaanite, the whole region, when you're looking at their haploid groups, that was like 30,000 years ago. That Anatolian people moved into that region. But I'm saying that there is like no Jewish DNA because Jewish history does not go back 30,000 years. So the only way you can place somebody in that region is if they've got Canaanite DNA, and that Canaanite DNA. Is 20%, 20% in Ashkenazis. I think it goes up to 80% in Christian Samaritans.
If you
take average Palestinians got 50%.
If you take Palestinians and you do their genetics as well, they have a similar.
Yeah, they're the same. Yeah, they're the same. So they're just Jews that became Muslim at the end of the day.
Are we saying that they're Jews?
Yeah, the Jews that became Muslim. Yeah.
You don't say, that's not how we determine it, is it? Like,
No.
I'm not. But also, that's not taking away the fact that just because you were born, your ancestors came from Poland, that you're no longer culturally or ethically Jewish. Nobody's saying that either. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not. It's not how it works.
Yeah, but
to
wait,
say-
listen, yeah. When we was reading through that list, yeah, do you remember there's still a whole couple of different sets of Jewish or Israelis that weren't even mentioned in the haplogroup list that are saying that they should be entitled to be on the land and blah blah blah, this, that, and the other as well, isn't it? Like, so that's really another part of the argument.
Yeah,
David's
and that's
not
what
even
he
willing
was.
to-
Yeah,
to
but the
listen
thing
to
is
you.
that falls down because all arguments are reduced back down to the biblical promise. That's what it comes down to, because you cannot maintain that argument if you want to start dipping into genetics. Because,
Yeah.
for instance, if we know from Israeli society, people were hot on taking DNA tests because they all wanted to have the Ka2 marker for Ashkenazi, because if you had that, it was like a status symbol. Right, so what are we saying now? People who haven't got the Ka marker are not actually culturally or ethnically Jewish, and they don't have a genetic occurrence to the land. No, it's not true at all. That's not how it works, and international law doesn't work like that either. Do you see what I'm
Even if you simplified it down and you said that this is a specific mutation that only occurred in this particular tribe of people, and this marker proves that this group of people were Jews from that area, that alone, without the history and without who they mixed with and how they moved around the world, doesn't mean anything.
Well,
Hey, wait, hold on a sec, yeah. Hold on a sec, though, yeah.
It would exclude a whole load of people.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Let's say if that is what you're gonna. So that's the point I'm making. The Ka2, some Jewish people are of the mind, if you don't have that Ashkenazi, you are not Jewish. Right, so that's why people have they frown upon it now. There's this myth going around that you're not allowed to take a DNA test. It's not true. What they do is, they don't like it now because it's led to a whole racist policy or racist sort of culture that sprung up. Whereas if you don't have that Ka2 Ashkenazi, you're kind of looked down upon. It's like this, and this is what humans do. Humans, they want to be superior to other
elitists. They're elitists.
It's eugenesis, eugenicism. That's what it is. Go on, sorry, Velo.
Hey, listen, yeah. If Luke went to an LGBTQ protest, and was attacked by LGBTQ supporters, does that mean that he can't be part of the LGBTQ community now? Because obviously, if they were trying to rush him on site and that, because what does that mean? I don't know if you want to jump on and have your say, mate. But god damn.
I think you can be. I don't think all homosexuals. I don't think all homosexuals are pro LGBTQ. I don't think they are. I think that's a misnomer. To make out that all. I think that that's a misnomer to say that all homosexuality or all sexuality is encompassed by one strict definition. I don't think that's really true either.
Well, yeah, I know that there is an actual gay and lesbian.
Man got rushed at
they're completely against Stonewall, which is a more sort of Stonewall is a more sort of inclusive group.
Hey, Dark Magician, did you see my video? Yeah, one time, I thought there was a Palestinian protest in central London.
No jokes. That was right. Wait, Billy's bowling up the road, gang. Let me go and see what's going on up here.
Hey, wait, don't tell my story, cuz. Let me tell the story, son.
His face though. His face when he clocked it.
Nah. I was. You know where the Nelson Mandela statue is, yeah. So I'm standing around by that piece, yeah, and I must have seen the crowd over there, innit? Yeah. So imagine I didn't go over to the place and check first, didn't it? Yeah, this is how you know that man does real live streaming, innit? Yeah. So I just quickly done a live stream. Oh yo, man's just in central London right now. Yeah, I got a fucking cigarillo light up. I got my hat on and shit, walking through. So I was like, all right, boom. So yeah, man. So it looks like it's a I was like, wait, hold on a sec, yeah. How comes they've got this flag with pink, blue, brown, and so on? So like, what's that? Yeah, imagine, yeah. So I'm in the middle of the crowd, you know, bruv, looking about. Yeah, I'm like, right, do you know what? Yeah, this all looks like loads of dudes in dresses and all that. Still, like, what's going on? Yeah. So then, someone announced on the stage. Imagine someone announced on the stage. Yeah, someone announced on the stage. I can't believe that they're stopping puberty blockers for children and rah 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 rah. Yeah. And the crowd started cheering and shit, yeah.
Bro, you behind the enemy lines, bro.
Yeah, man. My eyes were pulp out of my forehead, cuz, yeah. Like, raw. She's like, I was like, raw, hold on. What's going on,
shit,
yeah?
bro.
Right on, the man them in the chat are going mad. Veli's at a trans rally.
We were busting up, bro. Rolling on the floor with tears,
you know what's mad though,
streaming
yeah,
down my face.
The fucking man said the announcer welcomed Veli back. Mad, yes, sir. But there was a Palestinian protest, yeah, but it was across the road, didn't it? So it's like, raw. I was like, whoo.
Yeah, no one believes that, Veli. No one believes that story.
There was actually a Palestinian protest.
Yeah, of course there was. Of course there was. Yeah. No, that was funny.
Man.
Now that must have been what happened to Jeds, innit?
Imagine I'm all in there, you know, with my camera.
Jedi ended up at the thing, innit? The Tommy
you know what's
rally.
mad, yeah, is that the people in the protest are looking at me thinking, Rav, you know what? Yeah, you don't really look like our average supporter.
What you said? Respect my pronouns. They would have left you alone, bro.
Yeah, I should have told them my pronouns are Rasta and Far Right. Yeah.
Could you even do a lower, a higher voice?
One thing you couldn't do in there, yeah, is say, "I want them feel like." Man, we'll get the wrong idea, cuz. Oh,
I dress that guy.
Yeah, man. So I ended up on the wrong side of the protest, but you know, I made my way through the crowd and got to the actual real protest in the end, and like so, you know, at least I made it to the right place. At the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
why did the Veli cross the
road? That was funny because the whole thing happened on a live stream. That was why it was super funny.
I went to.
But at least I didn't get rushed though. You get me? Luke got rushed by a fucking Esau and them, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Esau.
Poor Luke, man. Luke, jump on and tell us about it, bro. I want to hear this.
Hey, Luke, you know what you should do, yeah? Jump on and premiere your video. Wait, you know what I'm saying? Premiere your video of the attack.
Wait, is Luke the guy that we bended up the other day?
Yeah.
Is that him, yeah?
Oh my
God.
Like he got bended up again. He got bended up again, it sounds like.
Pause on bending up guys, cuz we got to pause on that. Why?
Everything but the girl.
Yeah, him.
Handland Cobra Frotch. Wait,
you should premiere that still, by that.
I went to
that must have been wild.
a Palestinian
still, I can't believe
thing.
That's like Braden getting mushed at the far right.
In the trans rally, you know. Hey, man, I don't know why you even try to interview any of them trans people in that rally, because they're definitely not going to agree with any point that you make. Like, they're literally in a rally trying to say that trans should be seen as females, isn't it? Like, so he was never.
Can you imagine the courage that he plucked up to even go there? And the first second he got rushed.
First of all, man.
He's like, fucking never coming out of my house again.
Man said Veli came back with Esau's trainers. Come back with pink Reeboks and that. Talk about, man, I want to dance. I want to dance, man. Let's dance. I'm ready to do the waltz. With my bum chucks. Mad pause. Why for that?
Mad thing.
I was wild still, man. The wildest.
Oh man, poor Luke, man. Poor Luke. Talk about going on a gay cruise. Fuck here now.
He went on a 18 to 30s holiday.
Do you know what I mean?
Turned out to be a trap.
Imagine getting rejected by your own community. Must be heartbreaking.
Hey, man said Veli's mates beat up Luke. Yo, dickhead.
It was all part of the plan, Mr. Lottie. It was all part of the
Really
plan.
made some contacts. He made some contacts last time he was up there.
Oh, you dickhead.
Sleeper cell.
Hello? Hey, imagine, yeah, and they're trying to say, yeah, you just got an echo chamber. Literally, the whole chat tries to diss me for like fucking 6-7 hours a day. What are you talking about?
No one could ever say
like,
no
this
one
is
could,
the least echoey of chambers that have ever echoed.
Do you know why
in history.
T-Pop is so legendary?
That's good.
Con, didn't you boycott us once?
What's happening in the
Hello?
Middle East?
Who, me?
Can't boycott
Yeah.
it. He's on the panel.
Yeah.
Jupiter boycotted 10,000
Well,
times.
if Veli's going to come all the way
You said
over
you was the last
to
Muslim standing,
Illuminati to beg me back, who am I to say no?
Shut up, man. That's one of them Islamic remixes.
I was on a
Discord.
I was on a Discord with that TNTO. Do you remember him?
TOITN. Yeah. Veli's mate.
Like,
Veli's mate.
He was going on
He's a
wild.
pussy.
Bro. He was going on wild. He was wilding out, saying like, "You don't know me. You don't know my people."
I was
Yeah, he's going mad.
But listen,
saying about his dad, remember? Saying about his dad, man. Big up himself, too. But I remember what the Afghan assigned. He went for his dad assigned. His dad business assigned. They're trying to dig deep,
Hey.
you know?
Hey, I scare let that magician finish, man. He's like right in the middle of making this point, cuz man. Let him go and then you go next, cuz.
Go on.
No, I was on a Discord and Zubida was there, and so was Khan, and they were both saying we're never going back on G-Block ever again. And I was like, I bet you anybody, you guys will come back. You'll come back home, trust me. And there was like, Khan was going to be, no, I'll never go back. I'll never go back. It's not the place for me.
Never could. Hey,
And
that's
here
when,
we
that's,
are.
hey, remember,
Here we are.
remember, I had the recording. I had the recording of Khan and Zubida, and Khan goes, "When Veli thinks he's bad with his white wife and his mortgage."
Hey, man was throwing everything at you, boy. The kitchen sink, everything.
Veli thinks he's bad with his white wife and his mortgage.
I was being a bit controversial on that one.
Man, I didn't even said it. I've never told anyone I've got a mortgage or nothing. That was you that started it.
I know. I had to support my cousin Zubaydah, man. I had to do something, innit?
I see her about. She's got she does TikTok lives and stuff. Wait, guess who does TikTok lives, bruv?
Who?
Maku and Beefy.
No, what's his name? What's his name? The one with the boggly eye. What's his name?
Who?
Don't give it
Boggly eye.
Who? Jay?
Who's got a boggly eye?
You know, the one who's got an eye that's looking one way.
Oh, what? From the ends?
No, from G Block. What's his name? The black
Oh,
dude.
you talk about Schiffer Don X.
Yeah, Schiffer Don. Yeah,
Schiffer's a madman on TikTok, man. Don't fuck about with Schiffer on TikTok, you know.
I've been on his live.
There ain't nothing wrong with Schiffer's eyes, man. I met Schiffer in real life. His eyes are normal. What are you about? He's got a boggly eye. You're thinking of You're thinking of Notorious B.I.G. That's what you're thinking of. With his one boggly eye.
Right, Schiffer's got a funny eye, bro. I'm telling
He
you.
hasn't. I swear to God, he hasn't. I swear to God, he hasn't.
Oh, yeah, Schiffer's on crowd on TikTok, you know.
Yeah, Schiffer's a don, bro.
He's on all these mad streams and that, cuz. I see him on some super black power streams.
All like a gladiator. Man's gonna move like gladiator in
He
the
said
arena.
argue with the man about fucking interracial relationships on some super pro black streams with where bare yardies and that, cuz. I was like, hey, Schiffer, you're kind of mad.
He's on there with some Hebrew Israelites, boy.
You're taking on loads of work.
Maku and Beefy, are they still running the Bantu Supremacy channel?
Yeah, man.
Bantus, you know,
I jump on. I support them a lot.
Yeah, man.
I support them a lot, man. You know,
someone's got to be happy about being Bantu, because you know what I mean. Like, I'm not trying to be anything but.
But bruv, you should see the woman that I've got on there, bruv. Some proper supremacists, man. What's it called? Bantu supremacists, bro.
Yeah, them hardcore chicks. Hardcore chicks.
Brother, she's a mod, innit? She's a mod, innit? That mod one.
Yeah.
that one is.
They love me because I agree with everything what they're saying. I agree with them.
I can well fucking believe
I fully
that,
agree
man.
with everything what they're saying. No, but it's true. The things that they're saying is true, though.
What? Hey, Asketi, when you jumped on, did they call you Janja weed?
So when they're disrespecting the Kenyans and the
They said
Ugandans and that,
Asketi's a
and
Janja weed.
Somalis and that, you support that thing as well, yeah? Janja weed, allow it, man. Janja weed. Hey, bro, we caught that guy, man, Janja weed guy. What's his name? The Afro guy, man. He's from Sudan, you know that? That homeless guy on TikTok. I forgot his name, man. The black guy. That's always walking about.
Zonji.
The madman. Zonji, bro. Have you seen the latest, bro? My man, apparently, he's a refugee. He came here 2009 or something.
Yeah, he got approached by some Pakistani girl on the street. She went up to him like, "What are you saying about Pakistanis then, bruv?"
Yeah.
And he was like, wait, let me explain. She was like, listen, we're sticking it on him. That was funny. Yeah, she was hardcore, that girl.
TikTok, bro. It's like, man, it's like TikTok. I don't know. You remember that the old group from like last year? They made their money and now they're gone down. Like, you remember that the group like that used to run TikTok? They're all gone down, bro. Even like this. You remember that idiot called, what's it called? Mr. UK official sign. TikTok official or sign. You remember that?
There's a lot of
that
people
Glenn
in it.
Sapp was on TikTok as well, with it. That Glenn Sapp was on TikTok as well, with it. Yeah, he's arranging marches and that.
I know Wendy's on there.
He's arranging marches to protect the girls and that. And his son's in jail for attacking females. It's mad.
It's mad, bro. Even certain posters on TikTok.
The work starts at home.
Everybody's on TikTok nowadays. Even certain porn stars down there, they're saying we left the industry. We're doing now live streams on TikTok. That's what I'm saying, bro. Everybody's on TikTok, man.
Yeah, man. There's money to be made, bro.
It's the money, bro. Yeah, it's the money.
Yeah, man. Money to be made on TikTok, bro.
They're telling me I'm like that. I made like £1 something. £1, what's it? From live stream, £1, 12p. Something like that.
In total, I think I've made a good £50 out of them.
Well,
Hey, yo, do you know who else is on? Somali Speakers is on there as well.
Yeah.
And that channel's Somali Supremacist. I didn't hear you bawling about that though.
No, I jumped on the
Somali Supremacist channel, cuz.
He was debating. Who was he debating? Was it Jedi or Maku? He was debating Jedi or Maku recently. That guy. I forget who. I think he might
Khalid
have
is a
been
good
jumped
judo,
on.
I do like Khalid, man.
Yeah, man. No, not Khalid. The other one. There's Somali speakers, and then there's the other Somali one.
That's a big beef going on. Somalia and Somaliland, innit? On these TikTok Somali streets. They don't like each other.
I heard that stuff.
But listen, what you not saying, man? Chris Eubank and that. What time is it starting though? Is it starting now?
Tonight, isn't it? It's only gonna be tonight.
I think it's already some of the game has started, I think. Oh yeah, what do you think, man? Apparently the guy's father, his dad don't even want to come and see the fight, bro. What's that about? That's
If his dad don't turn up, he's a pussy, yo.
That is mad, bro. You know what I'm saying, Amma?
He should turn up with a big T-shirt that writes "I'm sorry" on it. I'm sorry, son. That's what the T-shirt should say.
He should be dancing, fam. He should be dancing.
Yeah, he's been through a lot though, man. That guy, man. Like he's got like got a bit of war wounds. It's like stressed out.
But it seems to I don't know. He seems to enjoy him, but on his own and that. He's on Hyde Park and that. He's walking about Hyde Park and that. He's doing his thing still.
He's a legend still, man. Come on, man. He's one of the legendary fighters of all time.
What about that Conor guy, bro? Is he the kind of same? I don't know too much about that.
They're saying that he's a good fighter. They're saying he's a good fighter still.
Not that I'm talking about his dad. That him and his dad used to fight.
What, Nigel Benn? Nigel Benn. Growing up, Nigel Benn was one of my second favorite fighters. Nigel Benn. Yeah, Nigel Benn was so vicious. He was called the Dark Destroyer. He was vicious, bro. He was ferocious. People was shook of Nigel Benn, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be hectic, man. It's gonna look sick today. Definitely have to watch it, man.
Nigel Benn, yeah, he was like the black version of Roberto Duran. Just crazy.
Like his son, I reckon. His son as well is kind of like, he's too fast, too. But at the same time, it looks like if he runs out of energy and that, if he goes too quick at the beginning, I don't know. We're going to have to see it, innit? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see, innit? We'll see. It'll be a good fight still. It'll be a good fight.
Oh, yeah, today, yeah. You see my picture, Khan?
Yeah.
Somebody took my picture. I don't know. Obviously, it's a Kenyan picture, innit? It's a Kenyan,
yeah.
It's a Kenyan runner, yeah. basically they're using this picture for on TikTok. You know them, what's it called? Pan-African streams.
Yeah.
They had it there, bro. They were talking shit to Neanderthal. You know, I'm thinking, where did you get this picture for in the first place? You know, something 9/8 or something, 9/8 or channel. I was thinking.
Oh yeah. I've seen it. No, it's not 9 Ether.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, another channel you mean? Yeah, there's some good channels out there, man. I see Veli on a few of them as well.
I don't jump on them too much, bro. You know, back in the days, I used to just.
Hey, man. Sometimes you might see me pop up on a mad channel, innit? Debating the wild things.
I didn't suspend it twice, bro.
No, it is, yeah. And actually, there's some super far right dons on there. You know, one of my favorite friends to debate on there is Mr. North Wales. Do you know Mr. North
What about
Wales?
that strap guy?
Yeah, of course. That's my man. What's his name? From the park, innit? What's his name?
What about those? What's it called?
My man, what's his name from the park, man? The original thingy, Base Welshman. Ain't that Base Welshman?
Nah, I don't think it's.
Nah, Base Welshman, man.
No.
But these got, bro. You know what these man, yeah? They will say something, but they will never let you speak. You know.
But Base Welshman is definitely on TikTok. He's definitely on there.
Yeah, definitely.
There's some racist ass lady called Christine from Newcastle. She racist as fuck, cuz. Oh my god.
There's a few of them.
You're so racist. You might as well just be blatantly racist.
Yeah, it's true.
Every single point that you're making is just the racist point.
Yeah.
Is not even true.
Exactly. At the same time, bro, what do you think? Is it bad education? The environment? You know what I'm saying? I'm at the same time, like, I don't know. As soon as a black player score on the team, they're quick to jump off the seats and celebrate. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. The thing is bad education, bro. And one more thing I didn't want to mention, yeah. You know, obviously, bro, you had the stream I was listening to in the last couple of days, yeah. The waist thing, you know what I'm saying? That demon from Benin, Vudom, yeah. What do you reckon, brother? That one there, do you reckon, brother, she must be a bad parent? Because if that's how they you know, brother, I can't listen to this. They do this. You know why, bro? Imagine, yeah, that kid go out there and just beat up some kid. She will 100% she will blame the other kid. You know, they must. Man, because she don't have the mental capability to understand what's right and wrong. She haven't learned what's right and wrong. You know what I'm saying? So when you're raised in that environment, so for like what I heard yesterday, yeah, 100%, bro, she don't have the capability to understand. This is fucked up, even though big grown women are like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, bro, it's bad parenting. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are suffering like that, bro. You know, a lot of people I've seen. You know what I'm saying? This is why they just in far right. What do you know? What do you know about the far right, bro? Far right believe that you're not disabled, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to mention my man's name. The guy with a small mustache. You know what I'm saying? What did he used to do with these so-called Mongols used to claim? You know what I'm saying, Khan?
Yeah, well, so ancient history, bro. Ancient history.
It's bad parenting, man. It's bad. You don't want someone like that in the neighborhood, bro. Imagine their kids suddenly start attacking one of my kids, the Muslim side, yeah? Go over there to the kids and say, get out of my house, you pee.
Boy. To be honest, like, when you see them old films of back in the day, like the racial abuse that used to happen to people on the streets, it's like, boy. I know, like, growing up with us lot, we used to fight back in it, so it weren't that bad. But the previous generation, like them Jamaicans that grew up in the 70s, well, they were like in the thick of it. They were they weren't. It wasn't fun times, bro. It was not fun times.
There was nowhere to move. But bro, so this is what I'm trying to understand. These same people that, you know, and they act racist. They say everything being racist, yeah. But as soon as you tell them you're racist, they're not racist. So, bro, what do you? This is how they race, man. Is this how they race? You know, this is how they race, and the other thing they don't want to be labeled a racist. But this is how they race, right? It's the environment. In 1970 in the UK, it is what it was, isn't it? So this is what I'm saying. Why would even these people talk about racism?
Like I keep saying, Skitty, the right wing is an extension of the government. It's an extension of the elite agenda in the population. So when you look at who's drawn to that kind of rhetoric, it's going to be people who basically are authoritarian people. They don't care about the truth. They just basically think that they're going to basically have something. They're imagining that there's something there to protect. You know what I mean?
I've seen it always.
That's their imagination. Like, we're losing something here. Like, we need to protect it from people with a different color skin and whatever. Like, that's basically, you know, the foundation of like conservatism. Like, they're conserving something. Do you get me? But what are you conserving? I don't understand that you're supposed to be conserving your value system,
earlier,
right?
Yeah. Earlier, Dave was saying ethnicity doesn't matter, but obviously Dart didn't catch him quick enough to say, "Yo, bro, you make loads of ethnicity arguments all the time." Well, maybe Dart's not heard him enough, really. So you make a lot of ethnicity arguments all the time about obviously we want the country back and these people are taking over and the blah 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 blah. So
yeah,
in your argument, ethnicity actually does matter.
Yeah, but I think like what it's a two-stage thing, isn't it? Like first you come with the cultural supremacy, and then once you won that war, then you start putting people into striated groups of we're all like on one team now, but some of us are further up the ladder. So it's like the man's pulling the rug out from under your feet, but he's doing it in two bits. Ethnicity bit comes after. That comes after. They don't want to talk about ethnicity right now. They're like, no, you got to be prepared to fight and die for this country, and you got to stick up for British values, and you got to be a patriot, and we don't care what color you are. But once they won that war, then it's going to be like, the white ones are going to slowly start rising to the top of the to the pyramid. You know what I mean? It's just obvious, isn't it? That's how they do it. Two-tier system.
And then at the same time, the government obviously know that's not how they run an economy, right? Because the economy is run by what? Saudi Arabia and these Middle Eastern countries and any other stakeholders. You know what I'm saying? And this is why you hear even other countries, they're always looking for stakeholders. So where do you think the government will allow this? And the so-called, Nigel Farage, Nigel Farage. They claim Nigel Farage is on their side. But Nigel Farage,
how can he be?
Even though he's a politician, he's an economist as well. He knows to keep this country going, you need foreign investment. You know what I'm saying? So, bro, what do you think about that? These people they keep forgetting, they keep failing to understand that side. What do you reckon? They're just low IQ. Or they're just low IQ.
At the end of the day, we all know where the resources are and who's fighting over the resources, right? And the thing is, these lot, they're the best at like armies, wars, weaponry, producing weapons. That's their game, innit? That's their commodity. That's what they're bringing to the table. But that's the point. I'm
talking about these normal people, brother. Sorry, these normal people, like these people we keep debating with.
No, the problem with these is that they don't really want to hold their hands up. They don't want to hold their hands up and basically confess and say, well, we're basically supplying arms to both sides in every conflict. We're the ones basically providing the arms for all of this like global catastrophes happening. Do you get me? So like they don't want to own up to that. They're like, oh, but we're making deals with people. No, but you're making deals down the barrel of a gun.
At the same time, you don't understand how they hide behind it. Sometimes they're saying we don't want for these foreign.
Look, that's it. Look what's happening. Look what's happening in France. Look what's happening in France with Burkina Faso. They keep the French out. They keep the French out. The French paid the next door neighbor to go in there and basically overthrow the government, and they failed.
Have you not heard to do that? Have you not heard about recently the death threats that come out to the president of Burkina Faso, from America and France?
Yeah.
He needs to be taken down.
You got to remember, America.
This is the reality we live in.
Sorry, not America. France and England's behind all these things. You know, like when you see when you see England supporting Rwanda to invade Congo. You got to ask yourself, like, how is a small little country like Rwanda invading a massive country like Congo? Because obviously they got backup from England, didn't it?
100%. Not even that. It's the ownership. So, bro, my point is, Khan, these people, you know what I'm saying? These people now that's pushing for far rights and demographic change, whatever, in their country, right? These grooming gangs. They keep saying year after years. They don't want nothing to do with this foreign aid. They don't want nothing to do with foreign aid. So now,
when you're looking at authoritarian,
my point is, Luke.
Fuck Luke, man. He's a spastic, bro.
No, I'm saying he's supposed to fight in Palestine. So where do you stand when Palestinian wants to come over? Because you support the destruction of their countries, right? And this is where Allah is great, brother. Because look, we all
He's obviously not going to support
24
Palestinians
to the-
moving to the UK, though, innit?
But then, bro,
That's
what are you gonna do now? What I'm trying to say, Billy,
None of the people that agree with any of the countries that the governments go to war with, I think hardly any of the people could. Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, we've destroyed their country, and now they deserve to come to our country. Like, you know, I don't think a lot of people actually think that. Even the most liberal or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, so that would never be. I've never. I don't think. I wouldn't expect that. So someone would take me. You know. Yeah, fuck it. We bomb their countries. They should
millions of people walking through countries into Europe, you know? And you remember that time, where people were panicking? The European was panicking. With 1 million people walking through Poland, from Greece, Turkey.
That was because
into Europe,
Angela Merkel told the people to come to Germany, innit? And that was the cue that Nigel Farage had on the Brexit poster. That's the cue that Nigel Farage had on the Brexit poster.
Yeah, that was
people were
mad.
going to Germany. Angela Merkel told them to roll up.
But they were already here.
We're rolling.
Yeah.
That's after Merkel said, if you're not here already, you will give you some sanctuary here. You know what I'm saying? But these men were already here. And what I'm trying to say is, a lot of these people didn't care what was happening in Syria. But then the back effect, and of course, a lot of you don't believe in God, yeah? But it's the back effect, fam. You know what I'm saying? What comes around goes around. So now, when I see this, I'm kind of accepting it, bro. Even though it might affect me living here, but I'm accepting this, bro. Like, the world's kind of is changing. Even though I fully accept it, that Europe is going to change. You know? And this immigrant stuff is 100% true. Because, bro, it's only God doing this. You know what I'm saying? But, bro, look, bro, this injustice is going on around the world. You think justice, if you believe in God, bro, you think it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But
I believe in God, but I believe that God's letting us get on with it. I don't think God's involved in every little transaction that's happening there.
Look at this, brother. Let me tell you something. God, with this,
Yeah, he's not involved with you losing your car keys.
Exactly. Like, people blaming God for all sorts of things.
They're using
blaming God for everything,
come
bro.
here illegally, bro, and nothing can happen to them.
Whether
You know
you
what I'm
had a son or a daughter, he's definitely involved in that, yeah?
What I'm trying to say, these migrants just coming over here, they know that, bro. I'm here, I'm going to rip my passport, and I'm going to claim asylum. This is the system they're using for their own benefit that the European created themselves.
Brother, it's a debt-based debt. Anyone who comes to England in 2025, you got to be crazy, bro. Like, Dave's talking about people leaving, bro. If you ain't got the means to leave this country right now, you are fucked. Your future generations are going to be fucked, bro.
Like, you're right. If you don't have
The reason why this country will be fucked in 10 years' time is because of lack of social infrastructure investment. That's what we've had since Thatcherism. We didn't get it under Blair. We got a little bit of investment, and we did bring down child poverty, for instance, which is a great thing. But we haven't had social housing built. We haven't had hospitals built. We haven't had schools built. In fact, if anything, they've been selling them off to academies, which is basically private trusts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's moving public assets into private hands. And with the housing market, if you look at what Gary Economics is saying, house prices are going to continue to go up. They're going to become a state of value. They're going to be a status asset, which is basically, if you don't have a property, you are not even considered as middle class, let alone wealthy. And
exactly.
That is it. That's what will it be. It's got nothing to do with the color of people's skin. It's got nothing to do with immigrants.
This is why the far right are on the march now, because they know that if you don't buy a house now, right, you might never ever get to buy a house, right, or your children or their children. So right now, if you're living in London, right, the best thing you could do is sell your house and buy a house or 2 free houses, buy to let, outside of London. Now, the majority of the people that live in London that's doing that are going to be people like me, Veli, whoever, our generation of like multicultural British. They don't want us following them on their little white flight that they took. Yeah, like they're thinking, fucking hell, we moved out of London, we moved out of places like Brixton in the fucking 60s and 70s. Now what, you lot are going to catch up to us? They're not happy about that. So they're on the march, on the fucking warpath about we don't want people on boats coming over. What the fuck is people on boats got to do with you? You're living out in fucking Southampton, bruv. Like, they're not going to reach you for about 20, 30 years. They're not reaching you. They're going to be living in Hackney. They're going to be living in fucking Tower Hamlets. They ain't reaching you for a fucking generation. Why would you give a shit about fucking couple of 100,000 people coming over on a boat? It's not because of them. It's because if them people move into London and the Londoners move out into where the properties are, then they have to deal with multiculturalism, and they run away from that. This is the knock-on effect.
Like, what's his name? Dark Magician. He says something about what did you say, Dark Magician? You said this country needs something. And there's the point you said as well, Khan. Don't they need some type of integration? They keep saying we want Pakistanis, whatever, to integrate.
No, they don't. No,
so they don't want to be part of everyone else.
No, it's ghettoification. They want you living in a ghetto, bruv. They want you living in a ghetto where they can charge you whatever they want to charge you for whatever they want to charge. They don't want you mixing in with everyone else. How are they going to marginalize you if you're mixed in with everyone else?
Can I just put something out, right? I work in charity, right? And I work in welfare benefits. So I have come across many immigrants living in hotels, and I've supported them. And almost always they are in some kind of class trying to learn English as a second language. So they're doing ESOL classes. They're trying to look to boost themselves so they can make more money, because they are literally living on asylum aid, which is very, very low, right? Very, very low. So they are trying to benefit. And we know that from statistics. We know that immigrants are massively beneficial to our economics. So it's got nothing to do with any of that whatsoever. And like you said, the numbers are very small. It's tiny compared. We haven't had social infrastructure investment since Thatcher, right? So stopped all of the social housing program, stop building schools, stop building hospitals, stop getting rid of the industries that we had, the manufacturing, the import-export businesses, the coal, all of that sort of stuff, just completely gutting out the working class. And we've had that now for decades. And that's what we're reaping. We're reaping the fruits of that labour. And, what we really should be talking about is free ports and, how big swathes of land are being sold off and being postcoded. So they're completely tax-free zones for these people to be able to operate.
Yeah.
Things like that. Why are we not? Where's Nigel Farage in free ports? Where's Nigel Farage on that? Nowhere.
Yeah, you never think about that.
That's his people. That's his people.
They're soon gonna tax your error, bro. We're never gonna have.
Hey, yo. Let me make this point real quick here, because obviously it's true what you're saying, and it's usually people that have a lot of issue with the numbers of immigration or immigration affecting them that actually don't live anywhere near any sort of immigration. Like, every time Tappy does a stream about the country getting taken over, when I look at the statistics for it's just like 97% white. Why was it getting invaded no time soon? You gotta calm down, fam.
Even the guy in the corner shop, even the guy in the corner shop is fucking white. That's when you know. That's when you know.
Yeah, pew. I like winding time.
Yeah, I remember now. I had time to tell you something. Yeah. Do you not keep hearing that when they say people coming over here and they work and they send their money back home? What do you not think about that? Like, they used to say Romanians are working here and send their money back home, or like at this point, Dark Magician said the migrants are learning. To get a job, but send the money. Yeah. So what do you think about that when you hear that from the far right? But at the same time, the far right, like Khan was saying, they don't want you to invest in their cities. They want you out in it. So why they keep playing different kind of games? Like, at one point they're saying, but these migrants are sending the monies back home, and then another time they don't want you to stay here.
I don't know what the statistics are on that, but all I would say is, based off of my educated knowledge, I would say that if they are in this country working, earning, paying tax, national insurance, and contributing to society, if they're sending back a few rubles back over to another place, which the currency is very low, It's how is that affecting our society? We have lots and lots and lots of research that shows that immigration is a benefit to this country. What we need is
how does that
social infrastructure investment. If we had that, we wouldn't have an issue with looking over there and going, oh, look, that's all that it is divide and conquer. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Hey, but Doc, listen, yeah. If the man them are complaining about people doing like remittance of a little piece of small money to their family in other countries and all that sort of stuff, there. What about the people that are taking out big, super hundreds of
The
millions?
guy that owns the Daily Mail is a non-dom.
Alright, so the majority of his bread don't even get spent in the UK, but the majority of his money is earned from the UK streets. So it's crazy still, man. But these men don't care about rich folk taking the Mickey or any sort of stuff like that. Yeah, they just want anyone that's anywhere near their sort of level to be able to feel some sort of pain or whatever.
It is a very intoxicating tactic to use these type of dog whistle racist rhetoric points to point out that brown person over there, they're getting more than you. They're getting another house. They're getting their children paid for. They're getting the jobs more than you. And every single time we have lots of data that proves bullshit. But people keep eating it up and eating it up and eating it up because unfortunately, human beings are human beings. They are tribal. And, you know, instead of having to go and do the actual hard work of going and reading data, which will be against your position and will have to make you challenge your own views, which is something a lot of people are not going to do, they're not going to do that. They're not going to take that tough decision and not going to change their mind because it's so much easier for them to go, yeah, the reason why I'm not doing so well is because that brown Muslim over there, he's come and he's took everything and he don't want to assimilate into my culture. Well, the truth is that family have come from a place of absolute, you know, terror. They've been given an asylum here and they're actually trying to build a life for themselves. We should be proud that we do stuff like that. Because we all are immigrants.
Yeah, but that's that thing criteria, last in, first out. Isn't it? Like we might all be immigrants, but they're saying like we've been here for 3 generations, we've been here for 100 generations.
But you know
just
what?
got here yesterday.
But the thing is like, you know,
that's their criteria, right? Whereas with us, our criteria is based on vulnerability.
How do you prove that? How do you prove
No,
that?
but irrelevant. I'm saying our criteria is based on people being vulnerable. So if you're vulnerable, you get assisted, right? But their criteria isn't based on that. Their criteria is based on if you've been here longer, you're entitled to more. And I'm like, but what kind of scheme is that? Like, because I know the government's not running the scheme like that. They're like, have you made that up? Like, where have you got that from? Do you know what I mean? That's like me saying, oh, if I've been paying taxes, my child should get a discount. When I pop my clogs, you should get a nice little check in the post going, here, this is from your old man. The taxpayer's giving you money. But that doesn't happen. So I don't know where this idea comes from that, like, you living here, benefiting off of this country, somehow entitles you to some more invisible benefits that we don't know about. I don't get it. It's like, it's just a made up bullshit thing. And I don't think half of their arguments are based on, half of their arguments ain't based on reality. It's just all bullshit.
So I'm a welfare benefits specialist. I'm an actual specialist. I know benefits really well. I actually train other charities and their volunteers and their staff on how, you know, to look at benefits, apply for them, and support people. I actually do a lot of research on this. Most immigrants in this country are no recourse to public funds.
Of course.
They're here on a working visa. We're talking about asylum seekers who are refugees and under humanitarian protection. Very, very small group of people. I think it's something like 1.3 million people in the UK. Very, very tiny group of people. Those people are here and they're given support, and it's very little, by the way. Very, very little. The only time they are given a lot more support is under Section 17 of the Children's Act. which is if you're an immigrant in this, if you're a asylum seeker in this country and you have children, it's the local authority has to protect the child.
Which
And
again
that-
comes down to vulnerability.
It comes down to vulnerability, exactly. And I think that is definitely, because look, we do that with British citizens anyway. For instance, if you're homeless and you're a vulnerable disabled person, you will be given a priority under the Homeless Reduction Act.
Of course.
So you will be given temporary accommodation. So you don't like that as a principle anymore. Now you want to get rid of that. Well, that's an idea. That's a great idea. Let's do that and see what fucking happens. Because if you could find yourself easily homeless. Trust me, you could. You if you find yourself getting ill, let's say for instance, you get cancer. God forbid, right? You get cancer, you get it, you end up on chemotherapy, you're now on benefits. Like, for instance, I helped a gentleman very recently to apply for personal independence payment. This guy was a film producer. He's produced some of the best fit, like literally, he was I can't even say the film because you guys will know who he is, but this guy is very well spoken, very articulate, very well connected, and he was so happy to get some support. Also, you can get MS, multiple sclerosis. You can get that. People do often. I used to work.
My cousin got it.
I used to work for the MS Society. I used to work on the helpline. I used to help people get their benefits because they have like a therapy session department where people call up and they have therapy. But so we were embedded. I was embedded in that, and so what they would do is they get therapy and they'd also get financial support. And we're talking about captains of industry. I was talking to some lady, and she was like, 2 years ago, I was on the Alps skiing.
Yeah.
I was, going on treks and going to safaris and stuff like that. And now I'm slurring my words. I can't work anymore. I've got brain fog. And they're having
it never gets better. It just gets worse and worse and worse.
The first thing they realise is that, the first thing that comes out of their mouth, they go, oh my God, I really realise now what people are going through trying to apply for these benefits. They're not scroungers. I feel like I've been made to be an absolute disgusting human being who doesn't deserve shit. Right, so
things Dark Magician. I know, like, obviously, I'm a man of the people, and I'm out there mingling. I know a lot of English people, right? Even though they're unemployed, they don't go and sign on. They don't claim benefits.
No,
and it's because it makes them feel like
inactive. They're
being made to feel like as if they're scroungers or they're scumbags for claiming their rights. That's why there's a lot more unclaimed benefit than like the amount of benefit what people reckon is being unlawfully claimed.
If you go and have a look, Policy and Practice have done a lot of work on this. Policy and Practice, type it in, unclaimed benefits in 2023. 22 billion in income, not disabled benefits. They're trying to work on those stats at the moment, but they haven't quite got there. But for income benefits, 22 billion went unclaimed.
Nice.
That is by design. That is on purpose. They do not put
engineered.
They do not want people applying for benefits that they're actually entitled to, and they are discouraged from doing so. So there's a stigma behind it, and then when people get past that stigma, they apply for the benefits, and then they find that they're treated like absolute dogs. They're treated punitively. It's made very difficult for them, and they're lied to, and they're lied about, and they're just treated like horrendously. We've got study after study after study since Universal Credit came out showing that people went into the Universal Credit system with no mental health issue. When they came out of this, or they're still in it, they had a mental health issue. Study after study after study, right? So when they say, oh, there's a big issue with mental health and everybody's mental health now, and it's a designer fashion icon to have on you, it's bullshit. All of that is nonsense. It's the same thing that Nigel Farage does, that they use these talking points to make people hate on other people. And I would say, if you start
the last thing that Nigel Farage come out with is targeting shops that only take cash. And it's like, why the fuck would Nigel Farage give a fuck about shops, whether they want to charge cash or not? What's it got to do with him? But he added the implication of, they're Turkish or they're Kurdish or they're Syrian or they're foreigners and they just got here yesterday and they take the money and they send it out of the country and they're funding terrorist organizations with it. But that's not the real reason why he don't want people to accumulate cash. Because when they do away with cash, some people would have had a stockpile of cash. They don't want that. They want all the cash to be in the bank. So when they turn around and say, right, that's it, there's no more cash, everyone has to use credit cards, and we can basically control you.
You make me laugh,
now we can control you.
No,
yeah?
they're accusing them of being money launderers. That's what they're saying. They're saying that if you have a cash-only business, then you can defraud the taxman and blah, blah. Like Nigel Farage ain't got offshore bank accounts and all that.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah. They're saying that you trying to defraud the taxpayer and rah.
Because I was trying to work it out, and I thought,
how much cash you actually receive.
That's a mad one.
Yeah, look, you know, they use these talking points to make people hate each other. And I just think when you start listening to this stuff and you start seeing yourself hating that person, you really need to just like sit with that for a little bit and think to yourself, actually, why am I starting to feel
I don't know though. I was thinking about this. I had this thought pop into my head today. Yeah, why is it that everyone can tolerate a different level of hate? Now, I know people that can't tolerate hating anyone. They have to walk around like Jesus, forgiving every single thing of every single person. And some people can tolerate a little bit of like, oh, I hate that fucking prick, or oh, he just cut me up in the traffic. Oh, he's a cunt. Like some people can tolerate a little bit of hate, but some people, I think, wallow in it, like they're thriving in it, they're rolling around in that dark energy. Like some people are genuinely like not happy unless they've got someone to hate, like seriously hate. Do you know what I mean? Like proper hate mongers.
Yeah, but I honestly think that comes down to a lack of education, because it's not easy. It's not easy to do. Like for instance, they say that the cure for racism is to travel, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not everybody travels, because what happens is when you travel, you go to places and you see human beings of different colors and different creeds are just like you. They're just trying to get by. They just want to feed their family. They just want to.
Maybe that's why Jupiter's been calming down lately.
But I think you can do that. If you can't travel, you can travel by reading, by learning about things. And actually, why don't you challenge? If you start to see yourself going, oh yeah, I really agree with Nigel Farage on that point. I think that there are too many immigrants in this country, and I think that they're invading. Go and try to falsify that point. Go and have a look at the data. Go and have a look. Maybe travel around the UK and go and have a look and see if there are no-go areas. Why don't you find out for yourself instead of just going, oh, that resonates with me because I don't.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, because like that you know, that's a hard thing to do. That is you educating yourself and challenging the darkness inside of you. Not everybody has that in them to do it. But
it's
you know,
true.
and I think a lot of people, you know, they don't vote. They say they're not interested in politics, but they are. But they don't really understand how politics works, and they don't really understand what's being said to them, and they just like want to get through the day. They're just trying to get through the day. Do you see what I'm saying? But if you take the hard road, which is I'm actually going to challenge myself on this. I'm going to go and have a look at this point, and I'm going to see why I feel so irate about it. Why is it resonating with me so much? Why do I have this hate towards this group of people? Is it founded on anything real? And then you can come back and argue those points, can't you? But until that, so I see a lot of that on here. You come on and you challenge people, and they have an idea in their head of what you think, and they will continuously so we've established this, and it's like, no, we haven't. Do you understand that argumentation it doesn't work like that? If somebody brings up a point, it doesn't mean that they necessarily agree with it. This is how rhetoric works. Debates and arguments, you have to be very precise about what you say. And
see, this is the thing, Dark Magician. I grew up proper Cypriot, innit? So like in my house, we didn't have TVs and radios and entertainment. Like we used to just sit around on the floor, listening to our elders having deep conversations about politics and whatever until about 3 o'clock in the morning. And we just used to sit down listening to our elders, and that's how we learned about arguing, debating, questioning. How can two people have a conversation without it turning into a fight? Like you learn these things, innit? You learn how to be inquisitive. You learn how to be critical in your evaluation. Like it's just like when you see your dad doing it, and he's just a fucking kebab shop worker. Do you know what I mean? Like that is the minimum standard. The geezer's a fucking goat herder. Do you know what I mean? He can have a conversation. Whereas when you come out on the street and you talk to people, they're very ignorant. And then I realized ignorance is it's a luxury position to be able to be ignorant.
Absolutely is a luxury
Do you
position.
know what I mean? It's a luxury position at the end of the day, because someone who's working class or somebody who's like fighting for a better life ain't got the option of sitting back and being ignorant. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's why I realised that, you know, like it is a very powerful tool, like to use your brain and your wits. Really, you got to be sharp, quick-witted. Like when someone's talking to you, yeah, because I've got a slight bit of ADHD where I'm sort of like very compliant. Like if somebody tells me something, I take it literally and believe them. Do you know what I mean? And then I realized, wait a minute, there's people that will blatantly lie to your face. But it took me a while to realize that, like through making mistakes and thinking, why did I listen to that person? And I realized, wait, there's something inside me that compels me to believe in people. When they tell me, I'm basically relying on my nature. When really, I should be evaluating what they're saying critically and thinking, wait a minute,
And it was a hard point to learn, wasn't it?
How probable is what he's saying? That, like, what this person's saying, how probable is it that it's true? And I've got mates that are the opposite. I've got mates that are cynics, right? They won't believe anything. Like, God can come down from the sky in front of them, and they'll be like, nah, mate, nah. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know people that are just so cynical, and I'm like, there's nothing wrong with being cynical as your immediate reaction to things, but when you maintain that position, you're entrenching yourself in what you already know, and you're stopping yourself from actually growing. You get me? But the cynic is actually protecting themselves from actually making a mistake.
Yo, fam. Hey, you man. I got to jump off, so I'm gonna leave you man on the panel in it. I don't even. It's supposed to end ages ago. I don't even know how long's left or whatever. So it might just cut out while you the guys speaking or whatever. But yeah, if anyone wants to jump on, shout me and I can add them still. I'll be listening in it, but I've got to
All right, have a check in the back before you duck in it. Someone might be there now. I want to hear Luke's story. Where's Luke, man? Pussy old Luke.
That's the way to get him on the panel. Call him a pom and then he'll jump on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, one of them.
I want to hear his story.
Preston's answer to Ben Shapiro.
You know what I'm saying?
His sister debated Ben Shapiro. Actually. Hey, Dark Magician, you'd be shocked, but Luke's sister debated Ben Shapiro, and actually, she kind of battered him up on that still.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. His sister kind of holds opposite politics from Luke still.
I bet that winds him the fuck up, bro. Thank you for giving me that as a bit of ammo. What's her name?
I don't think it's ammo. I'll just put that. Well, I won't say her name, but she debated. She debated.
Definitely is.
You can see the video. It's on Oxford Debates, isn't it? Because like.
What's her name?
He did review the video still. I can't even remember.
I'll ask him when I see him.
But I weren't telling you in a bad mind thing. You should.
No. It's me. It's all me, mate. It's all me.
Yeah. It's because she actually done well in the debate.
But be fair, Billy, Ben Shapiro ain't exactly the sharpest mind of our times, is he? Ben Shapiro is not
he does
rated
that
at
thing
all.
where he goes to the university campus.
Yeah, they all do that now.
He speaks very fast. That's what he does.
I've seen them Red Hill guys doing that. Everyone's doing that.
Or whatever, innit?
Yeah. But I don't rate Ben Shapiro at all.
Yeah, man.
Candy smashed up.
He's smart, guys.
Yeah, Candy smashed him up a few times.
And Oxford and all that, bruv. Like, so Cambridge and them things there. You get
the thing? The sister?
I got a couple of my cousins went to them bits and pieces,
You need to be.
I'm proud of them as well, you get me? So that's why I always shut them up.
Yeah, of course, man.
If you're going to argue on them kind of platforms, you need to be well prepared. You can't just be coming and,
well, I don't believe you and all them sort. That's what I'm trying to say, like, so none of the arguments made was, well, I just don't believe it. Oh no, you can't say that because blah blah blah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it was
you don't get the opportunity to shout over people because it just don't work.
Yeah, there's actually rules and etiquette to debating, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
Man, if we don't do them things, if you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, that's yeah.
No, but I remember we did that once with I think it was Stop Spamming and
Stop Spamming and Rob.
Other guy. Now, who was it? It was one of the Muslim guys. He was
Rob.
So
Stop Spamming is a monster still.
Yeah, he was good, but he
tried to
he
bully
was
people, innit?
he wasn't he
Starts to go
didn't
mad,
take
innit?
it seriously enough. Like he didn't come like with any kind of research, and he was just basically rolling off a few points that he had. He was basically trying to say there's not much evidence that Muhammad actually ever existed.
That's not true though.
Right. Yeah, but that's the argument that the man them keep trying to argue, innit? Like, and then what's the ethnicity of Muhammad? Because you know,
But that
Kalam
didn't
likes to do a couple Muhammad was black videos and all them things there. You hear me? Yeah.
He's the Bumbleclaw intellect.
That's he said the black intellect here. He says the whole Imam Hussein, Imam Ali, and all them man there were black. You hear me, like so? All right, not one still. But anyway,
Depends.
man, go on. Do your
It
thing,
depends
bro.
what you mean by black though.
Shout me if you
Like,
want.
this term black is very subjective.
Yeah, no, you don't mean like you know, he means today's meaning of black.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what he means. Yeah,
Yeah.
not like a flipping Middle Eastern with a suntan. And
Yeah, but they wouldn't even if they were here today to have that conversation with us, and whether or not we would believe them that they were actually those people that were there, they wouldn't have the same concept of the color of skin that we have. Do you see what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah.
you know, when you're looking at like historical sources that said like these people were really dark, you know, and they had like certain features or whatever, that still doesn't give us much to go by. That's the one thing I hate about history, is that the writers can be very biased in what they're saying. We don't know how many times those sources have been written down by different people and what we call interpolated, which is, you know, scribes will change certain passages over time because they're rewritten, and then they're changed slightly.
Like the ghost of Bumbleclaw Payne, you know.
Big up, man. Validation the videos.
Hey, stop emailing me fucking videos, man. What the fuck's wrong with this one? God damn. I'll tell you, I've got to have my dinner. Fucking hell, mate. You know what I mean? That's all got to eat.
Oh my god, yeah, it is a bit off-putting, isn't it? It's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, fine stuff.
I changed the song into Who Let the Dog Out.
Yeah, I know you can. Yes, sir.
That went well with it, you know. That was suited to a T. But yeah, man. So what are you guys on about, man? What's going on? Are we all ready for the boxing today?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I'm going out tonight. Gonna go watch the fight. Not live.
Oh, you got tickets?
No, not live. Obviously, we normally go to places that are showing it, so have a bit of atmosphere in it.
What time is it on? It ain't a late one then.
No. They ring box about 9:45, so it won't be too late.
Nice one.
So,
I hate when they're doing
fight
it
will
like
kick off
3 in
around
the
about
morning.
10. That's the main event, isn't it?
It's not in Dubai then.
I don't think so. It is, you know. I think it's in
Riyadh.
England. Is it in England or is it in Abu Dhabi?
I hate it when it's like 3 or 4 in the morning, and you're
Oh,
like,
that used to be America. When all the fights were in America, that used to be the issue in America, where you fucking waiting all night, man, and then see one punch and in 60 seconds it's over.
Oh,
You waited all night.
you know what I mean? You're struggling. Like you get to the main event and you're struggling, bro, and you're like, oh, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's fucking over in 60 seconds.
I remember Ricky Hatton versus Mayweather, and it was over pretty quick as well. And I was fucking well disappointed, man. Stayed up till like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then Ricky Hatton got absolutely fucking smashed. He was literally on canvas, mate.
We went somewhere to watch Khan versus, you know, when he fought that Prescott geezer. When Amir Khan fought Prescott, we went up somewhere to watch it. And we was in that center ages. And then I thought I'd just nip to the car just to grab some up. By the time I come back to the car, he's like on the floor, knocked out.
Yeah, I know. Oh, mate.
Fuck! I've been here all night waiting for this thing for
I remember, right, years ago, I stayed up to watch fucking Nazim Mohammed. He got in the fucking ring.
I was going to say that, you know.
He's right in the first fucking 30 seconds. And it was like, oh, fuck. Like, obviously, I love to see it.
You stayed up the whole night to watch that shit.
Yeah, bro. And I was young back then, bruv. Like, you know, it's like, oh man.
Yeah, I remember watching Lennox Lewis versus Tyson. Stayed up all night. I was only young then.
Back in a bit, yeah.
Is that where they had like people in the middle of the ring with their arms interlocked to stop them?
Yeah.
That was mad. That was mad. You had one guy facing one way, one guy facing the other, and they had all their arms interlocked to stop them from getting across the ring to each other. Do you remember that? That was crazy.
Yeah.
Because Tyson was a fucking animal, bruv.
Yeah, Tyson messed himself up with all that grape shit and all fucking drugs. He would have been a machine if he just took to boxing. He would have been next level Mike Tyson, man.
Yeah,
he was sure. Lennox did out boxing in that fight. To be fair,
Lennox was on a different planet to him. I'm sorry, but like for me, Lennox is a completely different. But
the problem is Lennox wasn't exciting in the sense that people like to see. He was your book boxer where he did the right things. Jab. Get the points. Yeah.
Really
get
good
the
jab.
points.
Lovely uppercuts.
Yeah.
You know, when he was younger,
he wasn't exciting.
He used to like move around a lot as well. He was like good moving around, but then obviously as he got older and bigger, he just used to stand there, just jab the shit out of people.
But you gotta say that the best punch taken and got up it has to go to Tyson Fury against Wilder.
Oh yeah.
That when Wilder sparked him out, like I don't understand why the ref just didn't stop that. He did, didn't he? He did like, and
I don't know, man. I don't know what that was all about. I don't even know.
He got up like the Undertaker tongue.
Yeah, but I'm so glad that he did get up, and I'm so glad that he smashed the shit out of him in the next fight.
Yeah.
Because I think Wilder is bad for boxing. I think he's a terrible boxer, and he should never have been made as big as he was. And you can see Scott Parker absolutely showed that in spades.
But some boxers just do well, don't they? They just have something about them. Even though that they don't have skill. Look at Amir Khan. He was an average boxer, and he was so successful, like 2-time world champion. But he's very average.
Amir.
Amir Khan. If you compare him to Nassim Ahmed or something, look what Brook did to him, and Brook wasn't so much special.
I'll tell you something, right? If Amir Khan had a strong neck and a strong chin, he could have been much more successful than he was.
Would be, but if you can't,
he's one of them people. He's got
in a boxer. It's not just that you can punch well, because Amir Khan had quick hands. He's got quick hands. Yeah, he definitely
he was super good at boxing.
Yeah, he's really quick. That's something I'll give it to him. But as a boxer, you also want to see a boxer be able to take the punches. If you look at Nassim Ahmed, when he went to America and he fought, was it Kelly? That black guy, he fought Kelly, and Kelly sort of smoked his boots, where he gave him that one punch where he knocked him out. But Amir Khan got back up. He got up, and he ended up winning that fight. That's what you want to see. The disappointing, not Amir Khan, Nassim Ahmed. The disappointing thing in Naz was that when he lost, he couldn't come back from a loss. That was the disappointing thing in Naz. Like, he couldn't come back from a loss. Yeah, Nassim Ahmed. Yeah, when he lost to Brera Morales, didn't he? It was over after that, wasn't it?
No, it was Antonio
Pereira. Yeah, Pereira. Then he lost to Morales as well.
Yeah, he did. But those two were in a different class to him.
Yeah, they were the best boxers in the division. They were levels above everybody.
He was just unlucky that he.
Did you see their Pereira's and Morales' fights? Whoa, they were the best fights.
The best fight I've ever seen, or the best 3 fights I've ever seen, is Mickey Wood versus Arturo Gatti. Though, honestly, if you're into boxing, you don't know about these fights, you need to go and watch them ASAP. They're awesome fights. All three of them.
I'm not a
Fucking amazing.
massive boxing fan, but I just like sports in general.
Trust me. Go on to next time you got some spare time. Go on YouTube and just type in Arturo Gatti versus Mickey Ward. Fucking unbelievable, mate. Unbelievable fights. So they made a film about it.
Triple G, Canelo.
Yeah, that was.
Did you see when Canelo?
Fight. That was brilliant.
Yeah. And did you see when Canelo sparked Amir Khan out? He was literally smiling, knocked out. He's on the floor, smiling like he only seen the money. He only seen the money after that.
The last Bivol fight against what's his name? I can't remember his name. I can't remember to pronounce it. But that fight with Bivol, the last Bivol fight. Oh, mate, that was such a good boxing match. So good. Yeah, and also Kalazagi versus Kessler. That was a fantastic fight. That was brilliant.
Kalazagi went undefeated, didn't he? Sure, he retired undefeated.
He retired undefeated. He even beat Hopkins and he beat Boy Jones Jr. as well.
So with Mayweather, the idiot, I wanted to see Mayweather knocked out so badly. Wanted to see some
Shane Mosley nearly did it.
Yeah.
In one of his fights, he took a fight with Shane Mosley.
Right.
Hold up.
Shit, man, I can't see the chat. So, while Dark Magician is attending to his call or something, well, Khan gone. I can't see the panel or the chat. I'm driving. Khan gone. Khan, one man.
What happened with you and Nixie earlier? Did I miss the whole thing?
Yeah?
You and Nixie, I missed the whole thing. What happened?
Oh, she was just chatting shit, man. You know what she's like. She goes around everywhere chatting shit. On Khan and Ghost, they all stick together. Like, what's that got to do with you? Like, Ghost doesn't do anything for Islam. Maybe I don't like coming online and talking about religion. What's that got to do with you? Like,
how does she know you might be giving money to charity?
Yeah, like she's a weirdo, man. She basically wants everybody to attack the Jews, yeah. And if you don't listen to her, if you don't block the people that she hates in the chat, then she's gonna throw a fit at you. So she was chatting shit about us, and I had a bit of free time, so I just jumped on.
The thing is, what I don't get about Nixie, there's nothing she says which is really an original thought in her head. It's like she nicks one narrative from one side, one from the other side, tries to put it together. And the only weird thing about it is that it's her saying it. There's nothing original about her thoughts that she's having. Like, I don't get what she's like. Even if she had a platform, apart from gossiping and chatting shit, what has she got to say? I don't understand. Like, you got nothing to say about anything. Just bullshit.
Yeah,
bro.
and the worst thing is because she's coming on here with the mask on. Realistically, she was always been about preserving the white race and white supremacy shit. Over here, she's speaking as a black woman. That's that's the issue.
Weird,
that's why she can't get anywhere. That's why you're saying what you are can't. Because what does she do? The problem is her real beliefs. She doesn't want to let them out here. So she's gonna make up some fake shit.
I genuinely don't think she's got any real beliefs. I think she's a populist. She says things that she thinks is going to be popular, and she ain't got the brains to see that the little bit that she nicked from over there and the little bit that she nicked from over there, she can't put it together. Like, she's come up with a completely weird position that no one can fully agree with, and that makes her like a 1 in a 10 million person. And then she expects everyone to rally around her and back her up and jump on her bandwagon, but like, it ain't gonna work. She's just wasting time, wasting her energy. She's gonna run out of legs in the end. She ain't gonna last about a year. She won't even last about a year.
Yeah, because she's already 70 now. Like what? Yeah. Just retire in peace, man.
She's got a face like a witch.
I think she looks like Michael Jackson. MJ, I'm bad.
He looks better than her.
What's that?
Michael Jackson looks better than her.
Khan, did you jump on Aduki's panel with the heading Nixie's dad, or did you say Nasty's dad?
Nasty's dad.
So how is that her? Why is she
I
lying
don't know
for?
what she's on about, mate. I don't know. She's an idiot.
And she like
She's an
goes to
attention-seeking
condone
idiot,
it.
man. She's an attention-seeking idiot.
That's right. Yeah, she's a wally, man. She's a wally. She's an idiot. Like
No one
she
even said
already.
one thing about her dad. No one said nothing about her dad. Someone said white people are like this and like that, and she went, "What? My dad's white? Are you saying that my dad's like this and like that?"
Well,
And then
not
she
even
started
that.
having a go at Triller about mentioning something about white people. Like it's nothing to do with your dad.
And she tried to do that today with me when she was arguing with me. She kept on bringing her dad into it.
Yeah. So what I mean, man, she's a spastic, man. Like, and the thing is, these spastics, they get boring real quick. You know what I mean? Because she's like a one-trick pony. It's like she says something really like crazy, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, did you hear what Nixie said?" Wow, how many times can you do that same thing? It's like it's getting boring now. You're just unable to have a conversation. You just love shouting at people and abusing them. She's a typical borderline personality. It's like boring, man. Move next. I'm like, next. Bring the next spastic on. I'm more interested about. Did you hear about Raj? Raj is making a comeback on TikTok. Pigeon.
No, I didn't hear. No.
Apparently, them man there, you know, like Dogar, Jats, Luton. Apparently, them man have been hurting the Sikhs so bad that the Sikhs went and actually forced Raj to come out of retirement.
Oh
But
my
Raj,
God.
obviously, he said, "I'm not the old Raj that I used to be. Like, I'm more like diplomatic now." So, the only thing I'm saying is people can stop abusing each other from both sides, and let's just like try to have a little bit of decorum.
Like the pigeon is, he can say I'm all diplomatic, but if you press some buttons, the real true colors will show. A bit like Gummy, I just want to have conversations. I don't want to do personals. And then she's singing about digging up dead man. The problem with these are they fake. You rather have people that they are what they are. That's it.
Yeah.
So
I think what
sometimes
is, though,
to get
because
them to
with
show their
Gummy
true
and her whole
colors.
crew, they really supported Veli because he was like obviously anti-religion, mainly Islam, and like they really jumped on that bandwagon and thought, yeah, Veli's going to be the savior for their arguments and their causes, and he's going to sort of provide them.
Give me 1 second, Khan. 1 second.
Yeah, that undying source of material that they can use. You know what I mean? But luckily for them, just in the nick of time, as soon as they're like post 2024 riots, they started losing a lot of talking points. And then thanks to that situation, Tommy's situation, they sort of reignited up the right wing now. So they got a lot more talking points. So I think they don't really need really that much anymore for material, because before they were like bouncing off of like anti-reparations, slavery, British Empire, and Islamophobia. That was the kind of main things that they were focusing on. Very rarely did you hear Jupiter talking about women's rights, women being oppressed, women having problems in society, or like you hear her talking about the white working class all the time, but she don't really know about anything to do with class. Like she don't know about the class wars or anything like that. Like, she's never speaking against rich people's oppression of poor people. Like you never hear her saying that. You never hear her saying the things that she should be saying. You know what I mean? The talking points she should be pushing. You never hear that from her. That's how you know that it's just her and her Muslim hating Nigerian husband, like Betty Part 2, and Betty as well. Throw Betty in there as well. Betty, Hector. There's a few other Muslim hating Nigerians. Throw them all in the mix, and Jupiter wants to be the queen. She wants to be the princess of that particular tribe. You know?
I think she wants to control all black channels. I think she wants to control all black people's channels and tell them what to do and how
she
should
wants
they.
to control it. She wants to be the opposing view. So if like black people jump on and start saying, "Oh, the British Empire was bad," she wants to jump on and
Come
put
on,
the
man.
opposing view.
She was
to
trying
that.
to groom people into going to them Tommy marches. Like, I think you should go. I think you should go check it out. You should go this, that, the other. They were really trying the grooming tactic. Why do you think Danny Roscoe was brought around here? Like, not like there was shortage of idiots. We didn't need another idiot around here, but he was brought around here because they wanted to shore up Tommy's image after that BLM thing he did and all the madness he did. They wanted Tommy to get clean up his image within the black community. So this why Danny Roscoe brought around this, that, the other. The best thing was Danny Roscoe like, I'm gonna let Veli speak on the stage if he came, but I wasn't sure what he was gonna say. Then
imagine they let Veli on the stage. Veli would be like, I couldn't apologize to nobody, boy. And they'd be like, get off the stage, get off the stage.
No, but the issue is, Khan, yeah. I asked Danny Roscoe when he was in the chat on my panel, yeah, and I said, look, you know, like, I thought you guys are about free speech, so it shouldn't really matter what Veli were gonna say. And he was like, yeah, he could have caused a riot. I'm like, what? Veli could have caused a riot. He could have, yeah, imagine if he said free Palestine or something, he could have caused a riot. And I'm like, what? What is up with him? So what if he said that? It wasn't an anti-Palestinian movement. It was Unite the Kingdom.
Well, I think these guys really showed their true colours now. Their hatred for Veli's proper come out now. Proper hating on Veli.
Well, to be honest with you,
how dare he? How dare he?
No, but the thing is, she went in on his kids. She went in on his missus. She went in on his mom as well.
Fucking hell.
Well, that's what she said to you, Khan. When I burn bridges, I burn them properly.
Yeah. Doubling down on her fucking hatred. Not that anyone gives a shit. Like, who the fuck is she anyway? Like, no one gives a fuck.
But you got to remember, Lady D's not been around for ages. I've got another 5 minutes, Khan, yeah? So someone needs to jump on to keep Khan company.
So I got Darky on with me. We got Darky.
Oh, is he still here? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So, like, yo, Khan, can you hear me? Yeah, cool. I got a call, man. I thought, so he's not been around for ages, yeah. And you know, when this fat mess, she disappears for like a day. She's like, I've not been around, and they're talking about me. You're talking about Lady D, who's not been around for what? I haven't seen her on the panel for 3 to 6 months, maybe.
Yeah.
And you're still going on about her and her children. Well, her child that passed away, unfortunately. Like, you're a mess. Like, they dig up the things from the past. She's always playing old streams. Like, oh, did you see that shot today? Did you see that shot? Khan, you need to go on my community wall, bro.
Yeah, I'll go and have a look.
Go have a look. I changed it to who let the dogs out. You got Gummy and Hector sticking fingers at the camera saying we don't give a fuck or some bullshit like that. Dancing away. And I changed it to who let the dogs out.
Good.
Yeah. That was funny, man. I'm telling you.
At the end of the day, they're a bunch of spastics. They're trying to make some sort of credible position out of hating Muslims, yeah? And also, I would say, put Hector and Jupiter together. They probably hate Caribbean people just as much as
they hate
Muslims.
everybody, man. I think they hate everybody.
Exactly. So like, they should expect to get taken down, innit? They should expect to get a bit of pushback. They should expect it. You're trying to make money off other people. You're trying to make some credible position of demeaning other people. You should expect a bit of pushback, innit? Like, they can't be sitting there going, yeah, but when people were attacking us, they never done nothing. No one said nothing to protect us when we was holding up Veli's channel. No, that's bullshit. You're here as an opposition. Don't get ahead of yourself. Because people like you or you got personable qualities doesn't mean that you're not opposition still. You're still opposition.
The way it is, like anybody that supports that mess, yeah, is clearly a racist, and basically she's saying the things that they're scared to say. Like that's what it is. This is why they support it. Who else would support people that like making songs about dead children? Like, come on, man. Like, she was in prison. She'll be in the protection wing. She'll be in the launch wing, because you don't get away. And her husband, who's like prays, like he said, this in my daily prayer, I'm gonna pray for children to get abused. It's madness. It's like you can't even like think that there's people out there that would say this shit, but they do. Big up Bunga Bunga. Yeah, man. I always make them cry. This is what I do, man. This is what I do. Then she's like, yeah, Chrissy Morris, your daughter. Like, what? Leave his daughter alone, man.
Oh no, these are too scummy, man.
Leave his daughter alone. You got Babs, like, who's scared to come on G Block now.
She won't come on her own. Maybe she'll get Wendy to come on with her.
She made a racist statement about Veli yesterday. She called him a big lipped something. Like, she's like,
she's a little bitch.
I know,
a little
proper
bitch.
racist little cow. Yeah. Yeah, so she's got exposed, so she's scared to come on now. This is what I mean. They're talking about Morris's daughter in an inappropriate way. But when somebody says, Babs, your own daughter called you racist, then he's like, oh, why did they talk about my daughter? We're not talking about your daughter. We're just making the point that she called you a racist. Like, if your own children call you racist, then, that's concerning. Yeah, because they must have seen a lot more of your racism. Yeah, they must have seen a lot more to call you racist. It wasn't just because you spotted Tommy Robinson. You probably was finding out the P words and N words for fun. Maybe they dated a black guy or a Pakistani, and you was racist to them, and that's why they called you a racist. But later on, you twisted it and said, "Oh, because I spotted Tommy Robinson." No, I bet they were dating a black guy or an Asian guy, and you was racist, and that's why they fell out with you.
You know what was funny though earlier when Nixie was saying to you, "You don't even like black people," and you was like, well, "What have I said? What have I said?"
Yeah, well, I know what have I said. So like in your countries,
Manifa goes to her, "Listen, if you're gonna cuss him, but don't like bring everyone into it." And she's like, "Yeah, well, say that to him as well, then, Manifa. Say that to him."
No, but the best part was she could have to Nanifa as a black woman. You better acknowledge what these lot do to black people. And she lost the plot. I only pressed a little bit of buttons. I was just warming up. Like on the piano, you just let warm up and you're just practicing. I didn't even press all the buttons yet. And she got me with the best. Oh, Ghost was going for Babs. Ghost were going for Nixie. So I came out and attacked him to divert his attention. I'm like, what? Why are you pretending to be the martyr here?
Nanifa, you know that? Now I feel sorry for Nanifa because they used that whole Buddha argument, to really try to kind of like pin her to the fucking crucifix. They really tried it, like Gummy, even Nixie. Like, I feel sorry for Buddha, Buddha. Yeah, but Buddha was pushing some right-wing narratives that was questioned. Buddha was talking about immigration and needed to get questioned about it, and then he got all fucking defensive like a little bitch and started crying like, making it about race. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, first of all, it wasn't even about race.
No,
but they twisted it. Did you see Danny Roscoe went live same night he went live? Danny Roscoe went live same night. He went live same night. Oh, come here.
He could have easily readdressed the whole situation and cleared Nanifa, but he didn't. He just disappeared and left her in the lurch. And still to this day, they're still using that whole. Every time Buddha's name's mentioned, you hear Gummy going, I feel sorry for him. What Manifa done to him was wrong. It's like, leave the woman alone, bro. No, she didn't do anything. She didn't
You're
say
the one that's
anything.
making. The thing is, Nynaeve didn't do anything to Buddha. She didn't make a comment about
No, of
Buddha.
course not.
She made a comment about a hypothetical her own child. Yeah, Gumi has accused mans of all sorts. Has used the N-word many times. She's even called her own children the N-word allegedly. And they're outraged over what Nynaeve said. Like really. Like Gumby and Wendy and all these are outraged. It's like the KKK being racism. Mad.
I hear you, but I genuinely feel that they deliberately targeted Nynaeve to basically shut her down and make her kind of like wanna not really come online anymore and sort of like quieten her voice, because Nynaeve's got a.
They came out like hyenas, man. They all
kind of like she really Same as
like
Lady D.
hyenas,
The things that they do to Lady D in the private kind of like sense of the word, like when they get personal with people, is because politically speaking, you're actually harming them. You're actually putting up a good defense against their bullshit, and they want to basically eliminate you. And these that will use these disgusting tactics to kind of like try to get someone out of the way. And that's what they've deliberately done that. They've made Lady D and Nynaeve just not even want to come online, or not even want to participate in any debates. And then, like,
that's right,
because this is what Gummy does. This is what
like
Jupiter does.
Babs comes running every time something's going on just to earn brownie points. Do you understand?
What I mean, so they're
getting involved in other people's conversations.
They're actively shutting down conversations, debates, and like political scenarios. They're deliberately shutting it down. Like, if you're any good, they will target you. Like, look how much they hate you now. If you never had the channel, they wouldn't waste their time with you. But because you got a channel and you can basically do some harm to their cause, like, they look at you as a threat now, and they're like, Ghost is the worst person ever.
Yeah, we don't like Gumi once went around and saying like everybody needs to ban Ghost from their channel, and they said, look, if you want to ban him, you ban him. Why are you telling us to ban him for? Like,
exactly.
What's wrong with you?
Like, they come on G Block saying they want to have debates and they want to have conversations, but on their own channels, we're all blocked. Belly's blocked, I'm blocked, you're blocked, everyone's blocked. Like, their own channels is like basically them either reviewing things that's happened on G Block, or them having conversations that basically, do you know what I mean? That basically readdress where they fucked up. They want to delete where they or they want to focus on the bits where
they want to
think that
rewrite
won.
history, man. If you look at it, when Hector paid for the children to be abused, the amount of remix we see that they twisted it and turned it and twisted it and turned it, and they all be like, yeah, he didn't say this. He said, when he didn't even mention those that are laughing, that was done like 3-4 days later when they twisted that story. But if they was honest, they would have played the clip. Why did it was on Gumi's channel? Why do you think she never played the clip? If they was really honest, they would have played that bit, but they didn't, because it was a lie, and I know it was a lie. This is why we bust them up, man. But yeah, big up Khan, man. Anyway, Khan's a funny guy, man. He's a legend. But yeah, man, they all wounded. Once I heard they left the country, they got battered so bad. Babs is hiding in a corner. Yeah, Wendy is just like, yeah, can we talk about something else? But let's just not talk about that. But you were Robert Nyrak's mistress. What's up with that, Wendy, man? I would die for Nyrak. I would give my life for Nyrak. Well, I don't even know him. Then you're like, if you're willing to give your life for a man, then a Mauritian man.
What's she trying to say that this Nyrak character is like the olden
Triller's backstage, guys. Triller's backstage. Belly, can you let Triller on his backstage?
I want to see Triller's setup, man. Triller, jump on, man. Show us what you're dealing with.
Yeah, big up, man. You lot chat. Belly, let him on, man. I need to jump off. Big up. Big up, Triller, man. Triller's a hero, man. The way he protected Rashma against Nixie, but Rashma's got Stockholm syndrome that she turned on Triller.
My Rashma's a good girl, man. Leave her alone, man. She's in the girl gang, innit? She's in the girl gang.
I can't deal with people that allow others to get bully them, man. I just can't deal with people like that. They're weak.
I don't think Rushman's weak. I just think she's just in the girl gang.
You can be many girl gangs, man. You have to be with Nazis.
Yeah, Ghost, is my husband still maggot food?
Who's? I don't know. You
My
tell
late
me.
husband, yeah.
Are you gonna? I need to go, Wendy, but you can visit again,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
when I'm
I'm
back.
just wondering, being as you're so moralistic today, yeah.
Wendy,
Today,
I'm
I'm
really
always
glad,
moralistic, but
I'm
you're
really
scum.
glad you didn't manage to get yourself kicked off with Jupiter that day because
I know, yeah.
I would have really missed you.
So, what do you think of them comments, Wendy? Do you agree with her? Mocking, making songs about dead children?
Question.
I asked you a question.
Husband still maggot food?
Just say yes,
I asked you a
Ghost.
question.
Just say yes. Earth to
Oh,
earth,
say
ashes to
yes.
ashes.
Is that right, Carl? Say
Well,
yes.
what do you mean? We're all gonna wait, Wendy. I'm not being
Right,
offensive. We're all
so
gonna end up maggot
I
food, aren't
asked
we?
Ghost if my husband is still maggot food.
He's getting
Can't said
corrected.
that. Can't
He's a
said that.
Says yes.
Can't said that. But Wendy, now Khan's answered your question. What do you
I'm
think
not
of Jupiter?
answering any question.
What do you think of
We're
Jupiter?
not in court here. Yeah.
So you just want to ask questions? Well, you think you're a colonizer or something? What's wrong with you?
And why do you have a thing against Robert? What's your problem with Robert?
Which Robert?
Yeah, why'd
The
you
one that
hate
you
Robert?
said
He's
you
the
die
same
for?
colour as you and everything. Why'd you hate him?
No, he's
What's
my
your
brethren, man.
problem with
Brothers.
Robert
We're
Naira?
brothers.
I don't
We're
understand.
brothers. We're brothers. We're brothers, man. I just
I
said you
don't
was his
fucking think
mistress.
so. I don't think so.
Anyway, Wendy, I'll chat to you later, yeah? And thank you for letting me use your content. I appreciate that.
You don't use any of my content.
Uh,
I don't know you don't like for fucking 9 hours, man. Fuck, man.
I can't work out what he's saying, Chile. You're gonna have to come to the mic eventually.
You know what? I need to switch my
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I need to switch to the phone then.
Have you seen Raj then, Chilla? Raj back on the scene now, yeah?
Nah, I heard you lot talking though.
The seat's got him out of retirement.
You said he's on
Seats-
TikTok or something, couldn't it?
Yeah, he said he's not taking sides though. He's saying, look, man, you lot need to stop the abuse of each other's religions.
He's like the worst person to say that, bro. Fucking hell.
Whoa, he's changed his position. He's saying like everyone should be a little bit more like tolerant.
Nah, I mean, look, it's a nice thing that he's saying. I don't know what the change of heart is. You know what I mean? Like about
Change of heart is getting older and wiser.
I mean, to be fair, he's had a lot of fucking personal issues, isn't it? Yeah, to put it politely, that have happened recently to him. So maybe that was a wake up call. I mean, that generally would be right for a lot of people.
Yeah,
But
of course.
some people get worse, you know, after those kind of things, and they're just.
Yeah.
I can't trust him, bro. I mean, bro, he truly, bro, like how you go down that road in the first place is kind of mad.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think if
I'm
somebody's
enjoying
got
it.
character flaws and they're addressing those character flaws and they're keeping them in check, then you have to respect that. You
The
know,
thing
like,
is-
I'm not saying you can trust somebody with character flaws because they're inherently going to be flawed. But, you
Yeah.
know, like if they're actually addressing the issue and they're like, you know, I used to be an alcoholic,
It's
I'm not going
nice
to
to
drink
know
anymore.
you think my late husband's maggot food, Carl.
From a Muslim point of view, we're all going to end up maggot food. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm just saying.
We'll get-
Oh, there's nothing wrong in saying that. Oh, okay.
Well, no, I've not said it to you. You asked me the question.
Oh, so my feelings don't count.
Well, no, your feelings would probably be the only thing that counts.
No, but you're
Exactly.
taking it. You're making it a personal thing, Wendy. Like he's just trying to generalize
Well,
it, like
Ghost
saying
did
that.
say it. Ghost
Yeah,
has said
but
it
he,
many times.
like
yeah.
literally, freaking Khan's just trying to generalize
Ghost
it.
has said it many times.
Yes,
So
yeah,
when
but
he
then
was,
you were
when
cussing the
he was
prophet.
sat
You were
here
cussing
being
his
all
prophet.
moralistic, I just
Yeah, but
thought
you were
I'd remind him
okay.
of his own
No,
downfall.
he's not being all moralistic all the time. He can fucking play dirty just as much as you lot do. You lot, this is prophet. This is you,
Me?
your family.
When have I'd always diss that prophet.
What do you mean
of his,
when?
yeah.
Exactly. There you go then. So what's your problem? Like
That's
you're being
not the
offensive
same. That's not the
to a
same.
billion people. He's been
Oh,
offensive
hang
to
on.
one
Wait a
person.
minute. That's not the same.
How is it not the
Wendy,
same?
you can't tell people how to take it when you
Wait, hold
abuse
on,
them.
one second. He's being offensive to just you, right? You're taking that personally. Nobody else really gives a shit.
Yeah, I get offended when Muslims
of
like
course.
say that Jesus is a Muslim. Yeah, so let's
You're being
shut up
offensive to
about
over
the
a billion
fucking
people.
stupid prophet. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're being offensive to over a billion people. So
Well, no, I'm not, because I was talking
yes,
to
you
God
are.
at the time.
Yeah, you are.
And who cares about a prophet that don't exist anyway?
Well, people care because you're hurting people's sentiments. You know what I mean? Like you don't
Yeah,
like
but
your
what about
sentiment. You
what
don't
they
like
say
people
about Jesus? Is that all right then? Yeah.
like. Look, I don't agree either. Like some of these speakers corner
I think you
people.
do.
That
You always come
no,
out
no,
riding that white horse
Right,
for the
hear me out.
Muslims,
Hear me
don't
out.
you?
Hear me out. Hear me out
Sikhs
for a
love a
second.
horse.
No, hear me out for a second, right? If you don't mind, right? I
Or a
believe, right?
fucking
If
unicorn
1
or
minute.
something.
all right, hold on 1 second, yeah, Wendy, yeah. I believe if you have an opinion, right, and you're gonna basically voice it, you're going to risk causing offense to somebody, okay? But at the end of the day, if you're going out there deliberately, right, antagonizing people and trying to cause offense, that's different, right? I don't think you're generally trying to be polite about the things that you say. You just say things to try and offend people at times.
Well, hang on. And wait. So I just say things to offend people.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It's
what?
like you're trying to get a reaction out of them. You're trying to offend them. There's a difference between having an opinion about something and putting it politely. And
So me
literally
saying,
trying to cause least offense
saying
as
to
possible.
Ghost, oh, shut up and go and pray to your prophet, deserves the reaction of your husband's fucking maggot food.
I mean, I'm not going to isolate the incident because I've heard you many
Well, why
occasions,
not
right?
isolate the incident?
Well,
Because it did. It has
because
happened.
Wendy,
Yeah,
you've said it so many times.
it has fucking happened, right?
Wendy, you
Over
have
that.
cussed the prophet so many times, their prophet so many times.
The prophet
Like,
doesn't exist. The prophet
a lot of
wasn't
Wait,
real.
wait. Wendy, would you say that out of all the people that speak on these panels, you are one of the people that you put yourself in the category where people just don't have sympathy for you at all?
Well, let's put it this way. I've never gone that low as to talk about anybody's dead anything.
No, but whether you think that's the lowest point or not is irrelevant. I'm saying if there was a bin, right, and we chucked everyone in that bin who was literally like worthy
I'm
of
with you,
abuse.
Khan. I'm with you, Khan. Right. So because I've got a big mouth, right,
Yeah.
and I say exactly what I think,
Yeah.
I deserve to have my husband dragged up from his grave.
I'm saying you, through your actions, have put yourself in the category where people can say.
Does that make it all right then?
I'm not saying it's all right. What I'm saying is,
all right then, Khan?
I'm not saying it's all right. I don't agree with it
You're
personally.
behaving like it makes it all
No,
right.
I'm saying that you've deliberately put yourself in the firing line by being abusive to other people.
But I've been abusive. How have I been abusive?
Called people nigger. You've called people
I
kizzy.
called one person.
You've called people.
Wait
what's
a
the
minute,
other?
can't do it one at a time, right? So
Yeah.
I called one person that Esau.
But publicly you did it, didn't you? So
Esau,
everyone heard it. Everyone heard it.
Yeah, Esau. Yeah.
Right. So you've done it publicly. You've
But
said
then
the word
wouldn't
about a
he
million
be in the bin
times.
with me? Wouldn't he be in the bin with me as people not really feeling
Yeah.
sorry for him?
No, no one's feeling sorry
But
for him. But I'm saying,
didn't you? You did over that one thing.
No, but we know you're white, and
you don't get what I'm saying, Wendy. I'm saying to you
that word
that
in a derogatory manner.
Look, there's people that will go to any level, any extreme level, and I don't think those people deserve to be able to say, "Ow, you hurt me." Like you've hurt people far beyond what Ghost has said to you.
With what? How?
Maybe you don't realise what you've done, but I'm saying you are in that category.
When I
I've
said
just told you. I've just told you.
Hang on, I said the N word once to
No, you
Esau.
never. No, you never said it once. You was literally repeating the word over and over and over for about an hour.
3-4 years ago, right?
I know, but what I'm saying is that you've put yourself in the category of people, right? I'm not saying you're the only one. I'm saying there's a whole category of us people, right, online here that have to put up with all sorts of abuse from people because of things that we've done in the past. Right.
So
I'm saying, why do we get abused? Wait, Wendy, wait. Why do we get that level of abuse?
About the N word, yes, I did say that, right?
Okay, but what I'm saying,
said that so,
I'm just saying,
so damn hurtful,
you
then?
if we named a list of people that were firmly in the category of freely abused this person,
That's
they
not going to
deserve
work.
it,
I'm sorry.
you'd be in
Me
that
calling
category.
Esau the N word is not good enough, Khan.
But that's in your opinion. That's what I'm
Oh, so
saying.
you've got levels of
you do
abuse,
realize
have
that
you?
No,
literally
I'm not saying there's
causes
levels of
greater
abuse. I'm
offense to the
saying
wider
that
community.
you might think one thing's more abusive than another. You might say, well, I haven't ever said anything about someone's mum or their family members, right? Now, that's your criteria for how abusive a person can be. Someone else might have a different criteria and say, oh, well, if you say something about my prophet, that's worse than if you said something about my dead mum, for example, right? Now, that's their criteria. Now, what I'm saying is when you're abusing someone, you can't tell them how to take it.
You've all been crying over what Jupiter said, right?
Yeah.
I've come up here and said what
Do you agree with
Ghost
it?
has said. No, of course I don't. What Ghost has said about my late husband. And
Have
you are fucking
have you
sitting
told
here
Jupiter what you
making
think about
bastard
what she said?
excuses for
No,
it.
no. I don't take sides at all, Wendy. I'm not saying one side's worse than the other or better than the other. Abuse is abuse. Like I said, my principle is if I called you a fat cunt, right, you might not give a shit. Whereas if I called someone else a fat cunt, they might smack me in the mouth because they take that shit personal. I can't tell somebody how to react to my abuse. Do you see what I mean? If I'm abusing you, your reaction to that, I've just got to take it on the chin, whatever it is. Do you see what I mean?
I mean,
That's how I am.
okay,
That's how I am. I've got friends where I could say things about their mums and they'll probably just laugh about it. And I've got friends where if you mention their mums, they'll want to kill you.
How about your grandchildren are going to get whipped until they bleed, and when they're bleeding and crying, I'm going to tell them that you, Wendy, you told me to do it.
Who said that? Ghost.
Schiffer.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Schiffer's in that category. You can say anything to Schiffer, and no one's going to say, "Why did you say that to Schiffer? He's a nice guy."
Schiffer said some dumb shit as well, bro. Schiffer said some
Look, I could be in
rowdy
that.
shit.
Look, for all I know, I could be in that category where people think, "Oh, we could troll the fuck out of Khan in the chat because he deserves it." Now they might genuinely think that I'm a fair target because I've said things to people in the past. Like I can't argue with them, can
I'm
I?
sorry, but when you go for the dead, you're hitting another level. But it's good to see that you feel
They're dead.
that because of the
They're not
things
allowed
I've
to be
said.
offended.
No,
Hold on, only
it's
you're
good
getting
to see
offended
that
by
because
that.
the things
Like,
I've said about the stupid prophet. Well, it's fine to make
yeah,
up
but
things
you're
about my
offending the
husband.
living, right? And the only person getting offended out of someone talking about your husband is you.
This is a conversation
You're
about
offending a billion
going for the
people,
dead,
right? But
right?
that doesn't bother you.
Going for the fucking dead.
But the prophet's dead, though.
Yeah, so
Prophet
literally.
to me doesn't exist.
What do you mean? That's a bit silly.
So a lot of people
Well,
think your
he
husband doesn't exist. What the fuck?
Oh, is
What's the
that right?
difference?
But he was a living, walking, talking human being.
But so they believe that of the prophet. So what's the
He was
difference?
a living, walking,
Fucking
talking
hell.
human being who
Who was? Who,
had
Jesus?
4 children, was killed, and yet, because because of my mouth, apparently it's fine for people to go around and say what they said about him.
I wouldn't say it's fine. I wouldn't agree with
Just
anyone being
reminding you all that
abused.
stop with the moralistic tone, because most of you have said things.
I've said things.
Yeah, everyone said things. Apart from Dark Magician.
No, Dark Magician said things as well.
See? I thought he was a goody good.
Nah, man, don't be silly. He's Veli's mate, isn't he?
I mean,
well, I don't know what your point, Wendy. I honestly don't know what your point is. Like, you're basically saying.
My point is that I was sitting here listening to Ghost being all moralistic, and I thought, no, I'm not having this because he's done exactly what Jupiter did. So I went up there, I came up, and wow, I was asking Ghost a question. And if you didn't turn around and go, well, why don't you just say yes?
Because he said it already. Why is he not going to say it twice? Maybe he don't want you to clip him. If he's already said
But
it,
yeah, I know you don't have a problem though, do you? You don't
The
have a
thing is,
problem.
no, Wendy. The thing is, yeah, it's like there are a lot of people that are
to
persecuting
be
the Prophet,
honest,
right? That talk bad about, Muslims and so on, right? And like when it comes down to it, it's like there are only a few people in the world that talk about your deceased husband, right? And obviously you're taking
Well,
offense to that,
Chrissy
right?
Morris again, your
And
leader, Chrissy
I,
Morris.
and
He's
I think
another one.
I
No,
think a
no,
few
Trilla.
look. I think
He's
most people
another
think it's
one
wrong,
that
but
likes to go on about my
if it's
late
in
husband. Now, I
defense,
don't
if
know
it's in
why
defense of like
you want
giving
to
you a
go on
taste of your
about
own
my late
medicine,
husband, because
no,
none of
but
you knew
to
him.
hurt you, to deliberately
yeah,
hurt you.
exactly. To literally give you a taste of your own medicine to see whether
No, but
how
I'm
they
not
feel.
talking about any of their relatives at the time.
No, again,
But
but what they can't
you've
just talk
obviously
about
hurt them.
what they can't just talk about when it comes down to causing offense, right? You're offending somebody who they deem dear to them, right? Who are you to decide who is dear and who is not to somebody? Like you cuss my freaking dog, right?
Well,
I
you've
might
all
take
been
greater offense to
talking
that
about
than
Jupiter
you
because
cussing
she's the worst
like my
thing
dad.
ever born.
It is
But
what it
now
is.
I find that, well, hey, there's a reason for people saying that my late husband's my food. And why did you go and cry at his grave? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but Wendy, a lot of people don't believe that, a lot of that stuff, innit, that you
But I
mentioned.
don't
So,
care. People that keep repeating it and repeating it. I just like to, well, I'm happy to know that there is a difference. Yeah.
I
There's
genuinely feel,
obviously,
Wendy, that if you're
there's a
going to come out,
moralistic,
look, Wendy,
there's a
if you're going to
moralistic
be,
difference.
if you're going to be the person that you have been up until now, my advice to you would be, don't let anyone know what your soft spot is because they will focus on that. And if it is your husband and you've now made it obvious that, well, if you speak about Wendy's husband, it really hurts her feelings, then it's more likely that people will actually take it there.
No, it used to be like that, Khan. It used to be like that. It no longer is it like that because you become
no, Dark Magician, we can't
become
hear your
like
voice, mate.
how can I put it to you?
Yeah,
You
we
become
can't hear
like
your voice.
immune. You become immune to it. You're so
Maybe
used
go
to
to
it.
your settings and check your mic volume. Go
Who,
settings, go
me?
to volume. No, the Dark Magician put it in the chat. Can you hear my mic? He's
No,
gone
we
off
can't
mute a
hear
few
him.
times. Go to settings and check your
Dark
volume.
Magician, when you speak, yeah, there's like a grey circle around your picture that should move. Like if you look at ours, when we speak, you can see that the microphone shows up on the screen, but yours doesn't.
It's either not connected or go to settings and just
Yeah, so it
make
ain't
sure
the
your
volume of
is
the
up.
microphone. It's just
Yeah.
the fact that it's just got no sound at all.
I know.
But anyway,
So if you're on your
Wendy's
PC, you got to make sure your settings are connected to your whatever you're talking on.
Wendy's become immune to being abused by a ghost, apparently.
Well,
Clearly
wait a
not.
minute, right?
She's
It's
just
like
jumped on the
anything.
panel
It's like
because of
anything in
ghosts.
life, Khan.
Mhm.
People they keep saying it over and over and over, and I've lost count of the amount of people that have said it, think it's funny, and you do literally because you think, "Oh my God, not again."
But
Here
Wendy,
we go.
why don't you stop with the whole prophet thing? Because you even
No,
apologized
I've
to
never
Ghost.
stopped.
You made a
I've never
public
stopped.
apology.
No, I've never stopped with a prophet.
Right, but
No.
you made a public apology. I listened to that stream. You said you were sorry for what you've said and causing offense, and you won't do it again. And then it was like a week later, you carried on doing the same shit, or even like a few days or whatever.
Whoa, hang on. Apology for what?
Literally saying the things that you said about the Muslims and the Prophet and
No,
so
I
on,
did
right?
not. When have
Yeah,
I
you
ever
did.
fucking
I swear
apologized
to
for
God,
that?
I listened to
I
you say that.
apologize for using the N word. That's the
No,
only thing I
no. You
apologize for.
apologize to Ghost, yeah, and Ghost could basically hold me to this, yeah. I listened to you apologize to him, and you literally said, "Oh, you know what? I'm sorry for all this shit." Da, 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 da. And it sounded like you were trying
Oh,
to
what
turn
in
it on the
general?
new
Like a
me.
general apology?
Like no, just because in general of all the
No,
shit
what
that
I
she said
said to
about
Ghost, so let's
Islam,
get it right,
Muslims,
shall we? What
and
I
so
said
on,
to
right?
Ghost
It sounded like
was,
you
I
wanted
will
him to
not bring
stop
up your
talking
prophet.
about but
No, Triller, fuck
hold on.
off.
It
I
sounded like
said,
you wanted him
I
to stop
will not
talking
bring
about
up
your
your
husband.
prophet.
He
Don't you
apologized
bring up
too.
my
No, but he
dead
apologized
husband.
too. And
No,
you
no.
were
I
literally
said,
okay. And
I
then you
will
carried
not
on.
bring up your prophet. Do not bring up my late husband.
Yeah, but
That's
I'm
what I
sure
said.
he didn't do that after that apology, right?
He
And you
fucking,
both apologized to each
he's
other.
always
And
saying
then you
it. It's
carried
like
on.
a joke.
You carried on. I'm sure he didn't carry on.
No. He is always saying it. And I'm sorry. But the two don't
I'm
equate
sorry.
together.
I really and truly find it hard to believe that he would go back on his word. And you know what I mean?
He
Like,
keeps,
I don't think
whenever
so.
he doesn't like anything I've
No.
said, that's his go-to. Straight away.
You know what? I think when it
Straight
comes to the
away,
family,
that's
he only
his
talks about your
go-to,
family
right?
member when
And you
you
want
talk
to
about
sit
the
here
prophet.
and
Right?
moralistically go on about different people. I mean,
When
I
you
don't
talk
think
about
so.
his prophet, yeah, that's dear to
A
him, his
prophet that
people,
didn't
his
fucking
family,
exist. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You literally like he just
A
put
But
prophet that
Wendy,
down.
wait,
didn't
wait, wait,
exist.
wait.
You know
Wendy,
he
you
gets
saying
you.
that Ghost's critique of Jupiter is unfounded, or are you saying that
No,
of
no,
all
no, no,
people,
no,
he
no,
shouldn't
no,
be the
no,
one
no,
saying it?
no. What I'm saying is, right? Okay, mention it once, but he doesn't have to go on like he's so moral and so right that he'd never say anything about anyone that's died or passed away in any way because he's a liar. He did, and he does.
I don't think he made that claim, though. I don't think he's saying that.
But what are you? Is there something wrong with you, Khan?
No, I'm just
When
saying,
you
I don't
sit,
think
when you
Ghost has
sit,
that thinking.
when you sit going on about somebody that said something they shouldn't, right?
Yeah.
And you're going on, and you're talking, oh, you know, she shouldn't have said it, shouldn't have said it. Like you would never have said such a thing yourself. When he did.
I don't think he's saying that. I don't think that. I think you're reading into that. But what he's actually saying is Jupiter is talking about Lady D, who hasn't been around for X amount of
Right.
period of time.
So he mentioned that last night. So why does he need to spend another day talking about it?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask him. I think he's gonna carry on
Because if
about
I
this
was
like
Lady
every
Divine,
day.
if I was a Lady Divine, right,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to hear people
Yeah.
talking about it.
I agree. But I don't think Ghost is going to stop. I think he'll carry on a daily basis. He's got a list of about 1 million things that he's just going to run through every time.
Really?
I think he's just got the machine gun
But he's so
kind of.
moralistic, I guess, and because, well, we're not allowed to say nothing about his stupid prophet that never existed. We just have to like take it, don't we, and realize that there's a
Yeah.
difference. Yeah, there's a difference because you're not allowed to say nothing about the prophet.
Who ain't allowed? You're saying it and you're getting away with it.
Well, that's what he's doing. Yeah.
No, I'm saying you're also
Triller give
saying
him a
things
get
and getting
out.
away.
Triller
You-
give him a get out, and so did you because of the
Yeah.
prophet.
No, I'll give him a get out because you're an abhorrent person who abuses people.
Like who? Who have I abused?
Well, I gave you the example, didn't I, of you using the
Oh,
N-word?
once, yeah.
I'm sure
Once,
I've heard you
when
say it
I'd
more
been
than
called a
once.
bitch, I'd been
Yeah.
called a white bitch, I'd been called a bitch, a whore, a slag, you name it. Ashley and Esau had called me that
Yeah.
day.
I'm sorry, but you
So,
asked me for an example of when you said something that could put you in the
yeah, but
category
have
of
you got
people
another
that would be
example? That would
regarded
be
as
handy, like.
abhorrent. Like you didn't say
Have
to
you
me,
got another example?
Wendy, to be honest with you, I don't keep track of like the abusive things people do because then I feel that I'm being violated. Like to store up these things in my memory, I don't really bother doing that. Like if you ask me who abused
Well,
who
you
last
see, this
week,
is where we're
I
going
deliberately
wrong.
can't remember because
Yeah,
I
I
find
get
it
that. I get that,
disgusting.
right? I get that, Calm, because I learnt the other night we're deliberately going wrong, right? Because that fucking idiot called Muckers literally sits and takes notes.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
some people do.
if I
Like I
did
said,
that,
Ghost has got a
I'd
long
have to
list
have a
now of
word with
things.
my fucking self. If I
Yeah,
sat,
like, it's not for
no,
everyone, is it? It's not for everyone.
well, I'd have to have a serious word with myself, and I'd have to think I might have to voluntarily commit myself into a insane asylum. You know, sitting taking notes of people I don't know who are avatars on YouTube.
Yeah. I don't think Muckers and Chrissy were helping the situation. I think they were
They
antagonizing
didn't
it,
help
making
the
it worse.
situation.
They were
Look,
like rubbing it in.
Chrissy Morris knew exactly what he was doing,
Yeah.
but that doesn't give anyone an excuse to say what they said. No
No.
one.
But this is what I don't understand, Wendy, that everybody plays their position, right? and you got somebody who's like a rogue person, like Betty, that can basically get away with saying the most disgusting thing because people think she's crazy anyway, right? Why would Jupiter then throw herself under the bus by saying, I think that's okay to say things like that? Like in that moment, that didn't really need to be said. And I think she just like got caught up in the whole emotion of the moment and like then doubled down on it and said, oh, well, I burned my bridges properly and just doubled down on it. Like it was all very unnecessary. Like the woman's already said what she said. Like Betty's already said the most disgusting thing and you're sitting there laughing and no one said nothing to you.
Who was laughing? I wasn't laughing.
No, Jukes laughed. Jukes laughed. As soon as Betty started laughing, Jukes like laughed as well. I don't know in what context she laughed, but what I'm saying is no one said nothing to Jupiter. No one blamed her or tried to involve her. She threw herself under the bus, quite literally. Like, Veli's literally saying, if you think it's all right to say things like that, you can fuck off too. And she went, well, I do think that's all right, and I'll be fucking off. Bye. And she just fucked off. And it's like, everyone was just gobsmacked. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, the woman's crazy. Betty's crazy. She's saying crazy things,
my opinion
but she
is the
could
whole
get away with it because
conversation-
she's known for being crazy. But you're supposed to be an elderly woman who's a grandmother and a decent, well, a half decent person, and you're throwing yourself in the fucking firing line. I just thought it was unnecessary.
Right. So what you've got to remember here, Khan, right, is Jupiter would probably have left because she was so pissed off with being wound up by Chrissy Morris for about 2.5 hours.
No, I heard all that as well.
Yeah, you got to remember that, and you know what it's like. You get wound up and wound up until you start coming out with stuff. that you
Jupiter
shouldn't
said she's
come out
going to
with.
leave like 1,000,000 times and then she comes back.
Yeah,
again.
but what I know. Look, that conversation shouldn't have happened. That just should not have been brought up, and it shouldn't have happened. Right, as far as I'm concerned, there's no excuse and no reasons for it to be brought up. But after being, violated by Morris for 2.5 hours, I expect she was pretty pissed off.
Definitely. 100%. I agree that Morris actually exacerbated the situation and made it happen.
Oh, he made it happen, all right, because when he brought the subject up. But what I don't understand is what happened the following day.
The doubling down. The doubling down on it.
I don't quite get that. But the whole thing, the whole situation should never have been spoken about or brought up. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I
But
agree
Morris
with you.
did it. Morris
Yeah.
brought it up.
Yeah. Well, I don't agree with him doing that, but I think there are other people that'll probably give him a pat on the back and say, well done, Chrissy. You managed to get Jupiter to expose herself or to show what she's really all about. And they'll give him a pat on the back for that. But I personally don't agree that what someone does in anger is a reflection of their true self. I don't think that. Like, I
She'd
think you
had,
could
like,
provoke someone into
2.5
doing
hours
something
of-
that they normally wouldn't do.
She'd had 2.5 hours of him constantly abusing her.
I know, I
And
heard it.
then he really went low, and he started saying that she had
Possession of
CFA.
child, yeah.
Yeah, which we know she didn't, right? So he started saying that, and then he jumped from that, and then that's when he started mentioning what we know he mentioned, right?
Yeah.
And so she was obviously really fucking angry with him. And you know what happens? Neither you nor Trilla can say. You've got to admit that sometimes, in the heat of the moment, bang, you just say it out with it. You know what I mean? You just say
Yeah.
something.
The thing is, though, Wendy, I don't think Veli, is a malicious person or a person that carries on grudges, right?
But I
And
didn't
the
say he
things
was,
didn't
no,
really
no.
need to be taken to this extent where she's just done 2 whole days of streaming about it and whatever, and it's like
Well,
she's
if
proper
he
doubled
was a
down on
man
it.
who, he did.
I
He
think
doesn't hold
if she nipped
grudges,
it in the
no.
bud, from the beginning and then jumped back on and just went, "Do you know what? I just got heated. I said things without thinking and stormed off in a rage quit, basically." Yeah. People do rage quit. People just be like, "Oh, fuck this," and storm off and then come back half an hour
Yeah.
later and go, "All right, maybe I shouldn't have done that." right? But I don't think that that's what Jupiter was doing. I think she genuinely felt that Betty was doing what she was doing, and she was cheering her on, feeling like as if it was some sort of revenge. And she just really wanted to take ownership of it and be part of that revenge. And I think that's why she did what she did. And she felt like, right, now it's our turn to get our own back. And I think that's why she's done like further streams where she's doubled down on it, because all right, she was really angry, but it's something that she actually really believes in. She actually really believes that she deserves to get some sort of revenge or her pound of flesh from these people. And I personally,
you can't get revenge like that. No,
exactly. It's like, I don't think she cares enough. Like, she should take any revenge that's offered. Like, and if Betty's the one serving it up, Jupiter will be there to cash in on that. And I think that, like, you know, when you throw your lot in, with a mad person, anything can happen. And Betty's genuinely mad. She's genuinely a mad person.
I disagree, right? Because normally, a few months, 8 months, Jupiter doesn't get involved in anyone's arguments.
She's been trying not to. She's been trying not to.
But that night when she had to put up with Morris, accusing her of all sorts, she comes out with, she behaves like that. It has to be a consequence of what Morris has been saying.
Of course. Imagine someone telling you, you've just incriminated yourself, you've just admitted it. And Jupiter was like, you're fucking weird, mate. You're a weirdo. And he went, no, it's not me being weird. You just admitted to what you've done. And it's like, he really felt like he pinned her down on that subject. Like, he really felt like he was like rubbing it in.
A few weeks before, he was saying to her, well, you know, what sort of person are you? You deliberately deleted the evidence. So she couldn't win with Chrissy Morris over that.
Yeah. I agree. And it must have really pissed her off.
But again, that subject should never have been brought up. The one about Lady Divine should never even come into the conversation.
Of course, I agree. But like I said, mad people say mad things. You got to know when to disassociate. I think what is with Jupiter, she's a person that puts a lot of stock in loyalty, and she feels that Betty is someone who's loyal to her, and she wants to basically reciprocate that loyalty back to her and stand by her, even though Betty's like basically burnt a bridge. Right? I just think it was unnecessary. Jupiter could have just done what you done and just not even say anything. Just let her get on with it and just sit back and just watch and just.
There's no way I could have engaged or said anything in that conversation.
This is what I mean. Like, you've got to have a bit of class and a little bit of decorum, just a little bit, like, just a little bit of self-restraint. Like, but she got caught up in the moment.
If you're on her side when it comes to Jupiter and life or whatever, this is a lot of people, by the way. I understand they want to talk about something else.
We can't hear you at all, Trilla. You're like in a hallway or something.
Can you? Oh, fucking.
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right, cool. I've got to cover my hands over my freaking just in my mouth. So anyway, freaking when it comes down to certain people, dude, they're just all about like, if you are supporting my argument or you're on my team today, that's all that is with Betty and Jupiter and whatever the conversation is. Otherwise, there's no real loyalty to the person at all. That's bullshit.
Oh, you don't feel that Jupiter feels that Betty's loyal to her?
I don't think Jupiter's loyal to anybody but herself. That's it.
So you're saying they were just teaming up? They were just teaming up to throw Lady D under the bus?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Can you not remember when she said that thing about that young guy that died? Issa.
Like I said, I don't know. Who said it? Who said something?
Betty.
Oh, yeah.
He went to bed and died, right? And the following morning, because she found out before anyone else, I don't know how, she made a video and used coffins and everything and was laughing and joking and making a joke of it.
Yeah.
But she was forgiven about that.
Well, I don't know about forgiven. Sometimes time passes and people move on, but I don't know about forgiven.
No, it just shows you how low some people will go.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think forgiving is generally quite easy. It's forgetting. Yeah, you ain't gonna forget some shit people do, but forgiving, that ain't a problem for me. I can forgive you. I mean, I guess everyone's different.
I mean, Veli himself said something to me last week, and I thought, I can't remember her saying that, but I'm sure she must have said it because I can't, like, you know, sometimes you can't remember everything. She said something about mixed race children with to drown them all or something, but I can't ever remember her
Can you
saying
hear me
it.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
I've got an example for you.
Bless. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I've got an
Keep it
example
Yeah,
for you,
sorry, I
Wendy.
haven't even come to stay too long, man. But this damage limitation, the mixed ting now. We're not doing this. We're
What are you
definitely not
talking
doing
about?
this
Not
because
having it. Not
even the
having
way
it.
in which the thing's being recalled now is once again erroneous. You see what I'm
White
saying?
tears,
Well,
brown
nobody's
scars.
mentioning names, and I've made sure that I'm not actually saying what we're talking about. We're
No.
just
But what I'm
talking.
saying is, I mean, like I agree that this sort of situation should be made content and all the rest of it. So that's the first thing. However, in this thing, when you're trying to say, "Oh, people are getting wound up and this and that and this and that," no, that's utter bullshit, man. That's utter
No,
She said
bullshit.
it.
Because
She
what
doubled
it
down on it
what
calmly.
it was is that 0161 was trying to chat to me in the comments, and she was on one
Well, what were you saying? Hang on, Nynita, because
and the
I
one
wasn't,
second,
Nynita, I
let me
wasn't looking at the
finish.
comments. So,
Excuse me.
Nynita, what were you saying in the comments for her to go off like that?
I said to her, as you got Gummy's phone number, instead of coming to me to help you to get the police, you should have just done it directly.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, but wait a minute.
Yeah?
Wait a minute.
So 1 second up, and then I'll come off then, yeah? And then Chrissy
Yeah.
Morris, so then she's like calling me a bully. And then Christopher Morris is like, how are you going to be calling Nine a bully when you're out there doing streams and this and that and boom, boom, boom? That's how it came in. So, you know what I mean? He weren't even chatting to
Is that
Gummy.
all you said, though, about the phone number? Because I don't see the chat. Right, okay.
Yeah, and I was telling her that she'd have begged and all the rest of it. You see what I'm saying to you? But yeah, I told her at the end of the day, instead of coming to me to get the police for Gummy, if you got her number, you should have just dealt with it directly. Yeah? Then she started going off, Nine, you're a bully and all the rest of it. And then Christopher Morris said, how are you going to call 9 for a bully when you're out here doing streams on people, etc., etc., etc.? So he weren't even addressing Gummy at that point. Yeah? But obviously, because Gummy is a decrepit piece of shit, yeah, and she knows that in that particular crime, her and Betty committed that crime. So of course she had to go out with Gummy, with Betty. And she said, yes, it's okay for her to do that. Yeah?
She doubled down. She doubled down.
Yeah,
She was calm as anything. She was
whatever.
calm.
And when
She
you
wasn't
don't even know why
irate.
you do
She
this
wasn't
shit,
being
to be
done by
honest, man.
Chrissy. Chrissy was nowhere to be
Always
seen.
just
She
get
was
yourself
quiet and
nasty up,
calm as
man.
anything, and she said, "Yeah, I said what I said, and I will say it again."
I've got nothing to do with that conversation or anything that was said the day after. I have not got nothing to
Well,
do
you
with
should have
it.
just kept it like that instead of coming and saying how Chrissy was doing this
Exactly.
and this for however many
Yeah.
hours and
No,
this
it
and
was
this.
Ghost.
Because that weren't
the
even true
apologies.
either.
The apologies that you're
Stop it,
making,
man.
Wendy,
I was
don't make
talking
no
about
sense.
earlier. Hang on, Triller. What I was talking about earlier was Ghost. And then obviously when Ghost left, we moved on to what happened that night. But there is no reason, no excuse for what was spoken about and what was said that night, as far as I'm concerned. It's nobody. No, you don't go there. No.
Yeah, you don't make songs about it and then and obviously because you know that you're a piece of shit, you have to hide your stream. Yeah, because you see, one thing I want to keep reiterating is that with all the accusations that people want to make, all my streams are there, all of them. Yeah, all of them. You know, Wendy, that it was Betty that done all the mixed race things. You will never say it. You will never
It
say,
was
oh,
Betty
hold on a
that
minute.
did what? What?
You know that it was Betty that used to speak about all that mixed race stuff, because when you and Betty were going at it, you used to remind her of it. Get me? I've got those streams.
Yeah, and about the ships coming, the
All
slave
of that,
ships coming out of Jamaica.
all of that.
I know.
But you conveniently go quiet.
No, I just don't mention it, but I just brought up Issa.
It's the same difference.
What she did with Issa.
It's the absolute
I
same
just brought up
difference.
Issa. Yeah.
You get me? So when you're there sitting there and you're hearing your lunatic friend falsely accusing people, as a big woman, you can just say, you know what, Juice, you're wrong there, you know, because A, B, and C. But you won't even do that.
Well, I thought we were
You
talking
won't even
about
do that.
Betty. I thought we were
About
talking about
anyone
Betty.
where it's lies, man. You would rather say, yeah, I'm a liar. Like, what the fuck?
But hang on, Ninita, because you allowed Betty onto your panel after she said that about Issa.
Said what about Issa?
I think his name's Issa. Forgive me.
No. Betty didn't do that on my panel. Don't be silly.
You let her on. You let her back on after she'd done it, though.
Okay, no, I admit to that. I definitely admit to that. She was in the she was in Coventry, yeah, and I definitely admit to that. Like I said, but you will not catch me twice. So I admit to that. But that's what I said. You can't catch me twice. Yeah, but you need to remind her of that. Because apparently,
Well, I just think that going for dead people, any dead person is lower than low, and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, anyone who said anything about your husband, that's wrong, 100%.
Yeah.
Right, but you wanted an example of where you have insulted people, and I'm going to give you one.
Okay.
So, have you got black friends?
Yeah.
Have you got brown Muslim friends?
No.
No, just black friends.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got white friends with black kids?
I do. Yeah.
Right. Have you ever sat down with them and openly said to them and their children, I don't believe you're English?
Well, I can't because Tara, my best friend,
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare do it.
She's white. No, hang on. She's white, so therefore her child is English.
Right. You've got black friends, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you ever sat to them and told them they ain't English?
They're British, though.
You ain't English. You ain't English. I'm being specific. I'm being specific. Have you ever done that? Have you ever done that?
I misunderstood what you were saying. So
Have you ever done that?
They wouldn't want to be English because they're very proud of their heritage. They will tell me that it's not nonsense. They tell me all about Jamaica or these other little islands and everything else. Yeah.
When you say that to black people on this panel or anywhere, whether you're friends or not,
no, you
do you
asked
think
me
that
about
they feel
real life,
insulted?
and I'm telling you,
Yeah,
in real
I'm telling
life,
you, and I'm telling
there's
you,
black
I'm saying to
people
you,
that
when
would
you
not
say
want
things
to
like
be
that,
called English.
Wait, Dark Magician, are you claiming you could be black and English?
Yeah, you can. I could give you an example.
Me and Wendy might not agree with you.
Any black
Yeah,
people
but you're
that
talking
want to
about
be
I can give you an example.
No.
I can give you an example.
But
Ian
without having
Wright.
a white parent, but he's not English.
Yeah, but again,
He is English. He scored goals for England in the World Cup.
Yeah, but
I don't
what are you talking about? So here's my point, right? Apart from your opinion, your subjective opinion, do you think that when you say things like that, you are insulting people and they feel insulted and they feel hurt by that? Do you think that you might be doing that?
Right. So when I say things like that, it's because somebody like Triller will say to me,
I'm English.
We're taking your country over. Blah,
I didn't
blah,
say I'm taking
blah.
your country
I'm
over.
English, he'll say. I'm English.
Well,
and Triller is
generally
obviously
speaking,
not English.
The new generation.
No, but I'm going to go back to the point that Khan was making earlier, right? When you come on here, you put yourself in the firing line, right? Now, I'm not saying that anyone should say anything about your dead husband. I think that's disgusting. I think that's sick. But don't come on here clutching your pearls. You do that all the time, clutching pearls.
the end
I'm
of the
not
day,
touching
like,
pearls.
stop
What are you
it.
fucking on about?
You've said nasty, horrible things to people. So take what you say.
I have not come across a black person either from Jamaica or Africa that wants to be referred to as English. Do you understand
I
me?
want to be referred to as
That's
English.
nonsense. That's
That is
nonsense. You
not
know it because you've
nonsense.
had pushback
No.
on this. You've had pushback on this on
Dark
this very panel.
Magician.
So you're
She
talking
said worse
nonsense.
than that. She's called people Toby. She's called people Kizzy.
Oh
Come off
well,
it, man.
look, then no, but I'm using the example that I've got, that I have, the gripe that I have with Wendy, and I've always had this with her. Me and her have
Why
debated
do
this
you
point many
refuse?
times.
Okay, so Veli, will
So you ain't gonna get to clutch your pearls and pretend you're a victim because you
Wait a
ain't.
minute. Veli would not want to be called English.
He is English.
You ask him, he wouldn't say
He was born in England. He is
You ask
English. He's
him,
born in
he
England.
would not say he's English. He'd say he's British.
But
he
it doesn't
wouldn't
matter
say
what he
he's
thinks.
English.
He is English.
He's not English.
How can you be British? Tell me how somebody can be British.
Because he was born here.
Where?
And he's born here.
Where? Where was he born?
He was
Where was he
born
registered?
in Great Britain.
He was born in London, which is in England.
He was born in Great Britain. His
London
parents are
is the
Jamaican.
capital of England,
His
is it
parents
not?
are Jamaican.
What's the capital of England?
Therefore, he's
What's the capital of England?
of a Jamaican heritage.
He's
you
of Jamaican
thick or
heritage,
something?
but
Are you thick?
no. Are you thick? Are you stupid?
I'm not thick.
How do you get a British passport? You have to be born in one of the home nations. Do you understand that?
No, you can come across on a boat.
Yes, you do.
You can come across on a boat.
You can, and you can get it through other avenues. But most likely, when we're talking, for instance, you brought up Veli, right? You're born in England. You are English. You're born in Scotland. You're Scottish.
You're an idiot.
But Scotland is British, but people are not Scottish, no? So if you're black and you're in Scotland, you're not Scottish. If you're black and you're...
That makes them
So you're telling me,
British.
you're telling me that Tom Jones is not Welsh, yeah? Is that what you're telling me?
Tom Jones, of course Tom Jones is Welsh.
But Tom Jones has got black in his family.
Tom
He's not
Jones has
completely
no
and
black
utterly
in his
white.
family.
Yes, he does.
You
Yes, he
lot are
does.
wrong.
Google it.
There is
Fucking
no
Google it.
black in Tom Jones's family, you fool.
All right, Shirley Bassey. Is she Welsh?
Yeah, what about her?
Is she Welsh?
I guess because she's, hang on. Shirley Bassey is of mixed race. Shirley Bassey is mixed race, yeah.
Yeah. So what? She's half English. She's half Welsh then, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. That's not how it works, Betty.
The
Sorry.
trouble is, my name's not Betty, and the
Wendy.
trouble is with you,
Sorry.
you don't understand that most black people do not see themselves as English, British, but not English.
I don't think that's true at all, and I don't know where
To
you've
see
come to that
themselves as
conclusion.
English, they'd have to deny their true heritage.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yes, of course they would.
Because no, not at all. Because being English has never been a ethnic race
Well,
thing.
you
It's
know,
never
you
been
just
that.
told me to Google something. You go and Google, is being English ethnic? Is there an ethnic race? And it'll come up with yes.
Where's your source for that?
Fucking Google. Google it. It's a simple question. It's a simple question.
Yeah, it's an English term for native people who live in England and have a history, culture, and often language. Yeah, so you can be of a different colour of skin.
No, carry
You can be,
on.
yes, you can.
Carry on. Don't just stop there, right? All right. We know play this fucking game.
I'm just reading it right here. I'm reading it right here. And by the way, you're reading from fucking Wikipedia.
I'm not reading from Wikipedia.
Yes, you are. Okay, what
No,
are
I'm
you reading
not.
then? Put the source in the back so we can have a look at it, and I'll read it. I'll read it verbatim. This is the point with you ethno-nationalists. You don't understand genetics. You don't understand ethnicity. You don't understand race. You don't
Here
understand
we
nothing.
go. Right. To call someone English refers to their nationality, they're citizens of England. The people who are
Exactly. Oh
ethnically,
God, it's not a
wait
good
a
start, is
minute, the
it?
people who are ethnically native to the island, right, are British. The British ethnicity is a mixture of indigenous Celtic tribes mixed with French, Norman, Viking, and Germanic influences. Where does it
What's
say
the what's the
Jamaican
source? What's the
influences?
source?
Where does it
What's
say
the source? What
African?
source are you using? What source are you using? Show me the source you're using. Where's the source?
Right.
What's your source? Put the
Hang
source
on.
in the back.
Put into Google, right?
Yeah.
Is English a race or an ethnicity? That's all you've got to put in.
All right. Yeah.
Right.
Study.com.
No, I don't know what it's called.
Reddit.
It's just come up straight away. It's it just come up.
Yeah,
as
it's
the
called
first
study. It's from
answer.
study. It's from study.com.
Right. No, it's not. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
is.
is.
Yeah, I didn't even look. Yeah.
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 Who's
So
writing
you know,
this?
they say indigenous tribes.
Let me just
French,
explain to the
Norman,
people listening to this. This is
Viking,
the person.
Germanic,
This is the person. This is the
Dynamic, right?
person.
So
This is the
you're talking
person.
rubbish again.
This
You're
is a
talking
paper.
rubbish
This is
again.
you've literally just read from a paper from a student. So it's from someone called Carson
Right, here we've got another one,
Clendini,
right?
who's
Yes,
taught
English
seventh
can be
grade.
used to refer to a
Wait. Seventh grade.
nationality.
She wrote. So the person that wrote this is a seventh grade social studies of 1 year.
Right, okay. So
Right.
you can laugh all you like. You can
It's
laugh all you like.
nonsense.
Laugh
Yeah,
all you
you
like.
ethno-nationalists don't understand.
You
Like,
will never be English, yeah?
but based on your own, like, I've listened to you, I've listened to Ralph, I've listened to the ethno-nationalists. Based on your standard, I am actually English. I'm Anglo-Saxon.
But you're not. You're not.
But I am.
No, you're not.
Even if I was to show you my 23andMe and show you my haplogroup and my mitochondrial, I'm actually English.
I don't care about all that. You're not English. And the reason you're not English, right,
Why?
is your fucking attitude.
Okay, so basically, you're in your feels, like 100% in your feels. Come
You know,
on,
I would
seriously.
say
No,
that
look, Wendy.
somebody
Look, I
like-
get it, right? I appreciate it. You want to back your friend, yeah? I understand it. I get it, right? But at the end of the day, this is in
hang
defense.
on, slow down.
This is indefensible.
I want
You
to
want to
what?
defend. You want to defend Jupiter. You've come on to try and defend her and say,
hang on,
look,
wait a
there's
minute.
mitigating circumstances as to why she behaved the way that she did.
And your
But
whole
you also
argument
have to
is
take in.
When did I
You
say
have to-
that? When? Hang on.
You said
when
that.
did I say that?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. You said that she's got to understand that she'd been baited by Chrissy for hours.
Right.
Yeah, that's what you said,
Yeah.
right? So you are
Yeah.
saying, based on those circumstances, we have to take that in context, and it was a mitigating
that
factor
night,
to why
for
she
that
behaved the
night,
way she
yes,
did.
for that
Yeah,
night,
right.
yeah.
But there's something that absolutely wipes the floor with that. Afterwards, when she was completely sane and clear and did not have Chrissy saying anything to her, she openly said, I stand by what I said, and I would say it again. And what?
Yeah, you obviously haven't
So
been
that ain't
listening. You obviously
No,
have
no,
not
that-
been listening because I just said to Khan, and what happened the following day, Khan? I can't
know what you
read,
said.
I can't explain, right?
I know what you said. But I don't care. Your
Yeah, and I
white
don't care what
tears
you say
are
neither.
nothing to brown scars. You understand?
You know what you are? You're a self-hating
I drink
white
your tears.
person.
I put your tears in a cup and I drink them, mate.
You are a self-hating white person.
Yeah, whatever.
You are.
Yeah. Okay.
You're one of them.
So look, you're literally proving my point. You're literally proving my point. Don't come on here. Don't come on here with your white tears, complaining and saying,
hang on,
but
where's all
mitigating
your white
circumstances.
tears?
But what
White
about
tears,
Chrissy saying these things to her? Blah blah blah.
What's
No,
all
you're
this?
using a different.
Hang on.
You want a
What's
different.
all
You want a
this
different
bullshit?
standard. That's what you want. You want a different standard for you and for everybody else. Yeah, you are. You are clutching pearls.
White tears. What's all this nonsense? What are you talking
Listen,
about?
if you feel so badly about what Ghost just said about your husband, then you
That's
and
right.
Jupiter are done, literally done. How are you going to be rolling around with her and having that same energy and then say, yeah, I don't really know what she was playing at there. You need to have a serious conversation.
Okay,
you need to have a serious conversation with her.
Drunken poo, you need to realise that not once have I agreed with what Jupiter said. Nothing.
I never said that you did. I never said that you did.
What are you fucking going on about then?
I just said it to you. I just said, and you ain't
That's
listening.
a lie. That is a fucking lie. You never once agreed with what you mean recently.
Also, I've agreed. Triller, are you saying that I agreed with what Jupiter said
So
about
what?
Lady
So what?
Divine?
What are you going to say? What are you going to say to her? You're going to What are you going to say to her?
I fucking
What are you
did
going
it,
to say?
you lying bastard.
I didn't say that. I said
What are you going to say? So come on, Wendy. What are you going to say to her when you see her? Are you going to pull her up on it? Are you going to have the stones to pull her up on it, or are you just going to just let it fly?
What do you want me to do? Put her in the stocks?
Well, you tell her. I don't know. You tell us. You tell us. You tell us because you've got all the energy when it's your husband, but when it's somebody else's kids, you've got no energy. No energy
about my husband. Yeah.
Yeah. What? So you're going to tell her that was bang out of order, and if you don't go on there and apologise to Lady D, me and you ain't friends no more.
No, you don't.
You're going
put
to do that,
words
yeah?
in my mouth. You don't.
I'm
put
asking
words
you.
in
I'm
my
not telling
mouth.
you. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you. Are you going to do that?
No,
Are you
I
going to
won't
say
say
unless
that.
you go and apologise, me and you can't roll?
No, I
Is that what
will
you're
not
going to
be
say?
saying that. Just like I
You
didn't
go then.
say that
So
today.
just like
you're complicit.
Then just
Oh,
like
no,
keep it
I'm
moving.
complicit. No, I'm
Keep it
complicit,
moving.
you fucking idiots.
Keep it moving.
A lot of you.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Because
Clearly
this is all this is lip service. This is damage limitation. You at the end of the day, you don't really care about what she said. You don't really care at all. You've only got
let's
energy
put it
for when
this
it's your
way.
husband. When it's
I'm
you've
put
got all
up
the
with
energy in the world.
people. Wait a minute.
Can you imagine how
Hugh,
Lady
right?
Deal thinks? Do you think how
Right,
Lady
can
Deal
you like
feels?
stop mentioning my fucking husband? That would be a good start, wouldn't it?
Sorry. I won't do it again. Sorry. I
Yeah, don't
apologise.
then. Don't.
I won't.
So let me
Sorry.
get
But
it
I'm just
straight.
saying, how do you think
I
Lady D
do
feels?
not
Because you're
agree.
feeling quite sad
I
right now. I
do
know it.
not agree. This is like Esau all over again. I do not agree with anything that Betty or Jupiter said about Lady Divine's son. Nothing.
You're out here doing damage fucking control,
And
man.
it's not the
You
first
really
time
can see
I've
that.
disagreed
You've
on
only
it.
come here to
I
do
made a
damage
full
control,
stream
Wendy.
Fair play
about
to
it
you.
last time,
Fair play to you. Fair play. Yeah. Cool.
which I put on private because Lady Divine asked me to put it on private, and I did. So don't ever say that I agree with people who go for dead people's
I ain't never
relatives,
said.
'cause
I ain't
don't.
said you have. I haven't said you have. I haven't said that at all. I personally have not said that to you.
Oh, yes, you have.
No, he ain't.
Oh, no, he didn't. It's turning into a pantomime.
Yeah, fuck it. I just wanted to point out that, and Triller even followed this up, like, you say insulting things to people, Wendy. So, you
I
wanted
never
an
go for
example.
people's dead relatives. Never.
No, you ain't. Fair play. But you got to understand, like, you do, like, some of the opinions that you've got are quite insulting to people. Do you understand?
But Magician, can I just quickly say something? I think like everything that's
I
been
don't really
said
care
here,
though. I don't
listen,
care.
listen,
I don't actually care.
everything
Like,
that's
say
been
what you
said
want.
I
here,
don't want you
listen,
to care. I'm
one minute,
glad you don't
Wendy.
care, to be
Everything
quite
that's been
honest.
said here will be clipped and sent to Jupiter by about 10 different people. Right. So don't think that Jupiter's not going to hear what Wendy said. Like for you to say, "Oh, Wendy, you got to tell it to Jupiter's face." Trust me, Jupiter's got her spies in the chat right now who are going to be
That's got
telling her
nothing to do with
everything
it.
what Wendy said. So
I'm
what I'm saying is,
holding Wendy's feet to the
wait.
fire,
What I'm saying is, when
not
Wendy
Jupiter.
comes on here and says what she says it knowing that Jupiter's actually going to hear it. So to say that you got to tell her is a little bit, it's
No, I
not
didn't.
really.
It's called rhetoric. It's called rhetoric, Con. I said, are you going to? I'm putting the question to
Well, she's
you
doing it now.
to see what your answer is.
It's public. This is public. She's going to hear this.
No, she weren't. She was not doing that at all. No. See, that's the point I was trying to make.
But this
She was literally when you brought up the point about later on when she was calm and no one was pressing her, she doubled down. She just simply went, well, I don't agree with that, and then moved on. Like, it's not about moving on. It's about actually sticking with that and saying, let's be honest with ourselves. She meant what she said, And she can't come back later and go, oh, do you know what? It was in the heat of the moment. Not at all. She was calm. She was clear. She was concise. And she said, I would say that again. And I bet my bet on bottom dollar, she would come on again and she would say it again. I bet you she will. And I can't wait to see how you react to that.
Differ because I could never do that. I just couldn't.
Well, fair play to you, Wendy. Like when you know you're in the right and you're fair play, I'll tell you. And you know, fair play to you for saying that. I think that's.
Let me read that Taffy's comment. Taffy put, "What more can you say other than I don't agree with what's being said?" I agree with Taffy on that. Taffy don't agree with it either. So, you know, but I want to know from Babs, because it seems like Babs actually agreed. Babs was actually getting involved. I want to know what Babs has got to say. And why ain't she been around?
Babs agreed. Well, she didn't agree the first time. Why would she agree now?
Did she not agree? Or maybe I'm wrong.
No, she didn't. No.
But she seemed to be supportive of the abuse.
But no, you can't. You just can't. No.
Just saying by her tone of voice, the way she was being aggressive, it seemed like she was sort of supporting.
But I ain't trying to diminish what happened to you, Wendy. But when it's like someone's kid, man, like that for me, that's like low shit. You know what I'm saying? Like when it's someone's kid, especially because like Jupiter's got kids, and I actually kind of like Jupiter. You know what I mean?
I don't know how people get out of bed the next day when
I can sit on a panel with Jupiter. I was shocked when I heard that. Like I can sit on a panel with Jupiter and have a discussion with her. Do you know what I mean? I can well believe that she got upset and now she's doubling down, but she's gone completely wrong way about it. She might be wherever she is now on the beach. She's probably feeling a little bit sad about what she's done. She really is, but she can't. She don't want to lose face.
Who? Jupiter? You're having a bubble, mate. You think Jupiter gives a flying fuck? She does not give a fuck.
She must, mate. She must do, bruv. Come on.
Of course not. Do you know her? Jupiter's a fucking hardcore person, bro. She's not got no easily triggered emotions, apart from maybe a bit of anger that comes out of her sometimes. Like she's not like she's not.
She was
like
definitely.
She's not soft.
So then there's absolutely no argument that you can make to say that she was pushed by Chrissy. Then
no, you can be pushed into anger.
You can get angered. I was saying, I think that what happened on the evening with Morris, right, bringing it up in the first place, I think her reaction was definitely brought on by Morris accusing her of having pictures of little kids and all the rest of it. But
no,
what
she ain't a
next
fucking
day,
kiddie fiddler. Come on, that's bullshit.
Yeah, but he did, and he went on for a good hour about it.
Yeah, but like, look, when someone starts dropping them sort of things there, you've got to realise that they're literally, that's low as well to drop down and like everybody knows you can say what you want about Jupiter, but she ain't on the CP. You know what I mean?
You don't understand my point, though. My point, Dark Magician, is that there's certain people that are in this category of they deserve it, so you can treat them however. Jupiter, Wendy,
you can't. No,
maybe
you can't
even
go
me,
that low.
we might all be in that category.
You can't go that low for dead relatives. No. I don't give
Look, it happens. It does happen, though. It does happen, but it ain't right. But the thing is, what you do is that you come back and you say, listen, like I do it all the time. I've had arguments with several of you, and before I leave, I always say, listen, like fuck all that. It was nothing personal. We'll see each other again. Yeah. Like at the end of the day, you're on a panel. You say some shit sometimes, but to come back later on and calmly say, with your Cody as well sitting next to you, say. Yeah. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I said what I said, and I'll say it again. That is controlled. That's intentional.
100%. Look, let me just have a quick say, yeah, because I'm listening.
Go on, Trevor.
But yeah, honest to God, look, yeah, I think, look, when it comes down to it, yeah, it's the fact that she went for it was a dead child, yeah. That's what makes it more heinous. You know what I mean? Like somebody who, you know. It's not like somebody who's grown up. I think Kanye mentioned this before on a Ghost stream, right? Do you know what I mean? It's just very different. It's so despicable. It's so fucking awful. You know what I mean? For her to mention something.
What, Khan? You reckon that she's that she's as cold as ice, yeah?
And then to double down on it, yeah. And then to double down.
You think that?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
No.
So what you're saying is,
I don't think Jupiter would have said it herself, but she wouldn't have said it because she wouldn't have been wanted to be like clipped or heard to be saying it. But when Betty was saying it, the only thing Jupiter's thinking is that you've now got your foot on the neck of my enemy, and I'm clapping. That's it.
Yeah, but at the
That's all
same
it
time,
is.
Wendy,
It's
like
tactical.
but
It's
to, like,
strategic.
what, and you go in your bag. You go in your bag to get that out. Fucking hell.
But Wendy, what would be worse? Yeah, literally, like somebody who talks about maybe your dead child or talks about your late husband, right? Like, I think the child thing would be just hitting home
Well, because
a
he
lot
was
more.
my husband, I loved him and still do love him. To
Can
me,
you appreciate what I'm trying to
to
say,
me, I
though,
can't,
right?
I
Like,
can't differ.
you
I can't. No, I'm sorry.
But
To
you've
me,
lived life
is my
together.
late
I
husband.
he's
Yeah.
dear to you, right? And I'm not trying to like hurt you in any way, shape, or form. But all I'm saying is, right, it's like, you know, somebody who's just like gone through that trauma, trying to get over it and not think about those kind of things, right? And somebody has to rehash it, you know, and make it into a thing online as well. It's just
Look,
taking
I
the
get
fucking piss.
how look, listen, Trilla. I understand about Lady Divine and you know what, because I get it. It happened. And not only do you have to think about the fact that the person's dead, you've got to look at the way it happened as well.
Yeah, they were
It
taken
didn't happen
away.
because of no disease. It didn't
Yeah,
happen
they were
because of an
taken.
illness, right? And it's same thing with my husband. So I get it completely, and that's why I could never, ever, ever agree with anything like that.
That's right.
But it goes to show what kind of standards. Do you know what I mean? Like, look, I can understand somebody saying something in the heat of the moment, right, and literally taking it back. You know, saying, "Look, I really am sorry for what I've said." Yeah, but they doubled down. They literally went down and said, "You know what? Fuck it. I'll say it again. I stand by it. I don't give a shit." Like that's fucked up. You know what I mean? So that whole argument, the whole premise that you basically tried to mention earlier about her, you know, being upset in the moment, that's gone.
Look, at the
Yeah,
end of the
especially
day, I appreciate Wendy coming on here and distancing herself from the whole thing. I was the one who even said,
fair play, man. Fair
I
play
was the one
to
who
Wendy.
even said
For real.
that if you notice that when it all like hit, all the shit hit the fan, Wendy just wasn't getting involved in that.
Oh,
I even
I
said
know.
that.
I left. I couldn't carry on
Yeah,
listening
I even
to it.
said
I
that.
know.
So,
Yeah.
like, even Taffy's in the chat. Taffy's saying he don't agree with it either. Like, I don't think Jupiter will be upset with people for not siding with her because she knows that she's very realistic
She
about
fucked
who
up.
she is.
She knows she
No,
fucked up.
no. She's very realistic about who she is as a person, and not everyone shares her position, right? And like, you know, she's a cutthroat, ruthless person at times, and she's well aware of that. Like, I just want to know what Babs has got to
No,
say.
I get that.
Siding with
I get
the
that.
abusers.
She's a strong woman. She's a strong woman. Like, you know, like she probably brought up most of her kids on her own most of her life. You know what I mean? Like, but the thing is, I also see like the humanity in her as well. I'm not gonna lie. I've had conversations.
Dude, we can all be
I don't think she
we can
spent
all
too
be
long
cunts,
single.
bro. We can all be cunts, yeah. But at the same time,
I'm only guessing. I'm only guessing because
even when
I'm guessing she ain't been with Hector forever, has she?
Even when I'm totally
Being with
shit-faced
Hector
drunk, yeah, there are
20,
certain
20
things
odd
I'm not even
years.
saying.
Yeah.
You get me? Like that is some fucked up shit. You get me? My opinion.
What?
I said there are even when I'm shit-faced drunk, there are certain boundaries I won't even cross. You
Oh,
get me?
shut
It's
up!
just,
Now you're taking the piss.
are you?
Now you are chatting shit, bro. You're just chatting now. You're
Oh,
just chatting.
God. You know that's
Stop
true.
it.
Trilla,
You
when
know
Stop
that.
it.
you've
You're doing a
been
madness.
No, you know it's
Trilla,
true.
when you've been drunk, as you put it, you've
Yeah.
also said that about my late husband.
I might have talked about your late husband
Ooh.
because you were saying things that trigger me, right? But I wouldn't talk about somebody's
What
dead
about any
child.
member of your family,
I
a
wouldn't
dead
talk
member
about
of your
somebody's dead
family?
child. That's my point.
Your
You get me?
mama,
There are
your
certain
mum, your
boundaries I
dad,
won't
your
cross,
brother, your sister. I
right?
don't never. No.
There are certain boundaries I just will
No.
not cross, right? Even when I'm fucking shit-faced drunk.
Boy, I've just made a smoothie with apple, watermelon, carrots, and pomegranates, and I'll put some turmeric in it. Whew, that is fucking
Well,
powerful, bro.
you're going to be up all night.
Mad thing.
I hope not, but I'm juicing at the moment, and telling you, if you really want something to to like get you going. Try something
Well,
like
Carl should be able to
vegetables.
tell you that there's good and bad sugars and everything you just said.
Yeah, well, no,
All right, so
it's fructose
can't
sugar.
tell me.
Yeah,
Like that,
diabetics can't do juicing because that once you take the fibre out of the fruit, it's all sugar.
Yeah.
No.
well, I ain't diabetic. So
Hold on.
If you want to stay that way.
No. He said he made a smoothie, bro. Smoothie keeps the fat.
yeah, no, I made I'm
juicing.
juicing. I'm juicing. Carrot. I did carrots, apple. I did carrots, apple, watermelon, pineapple, pomegranate, and yeah, that's it. Water, and I put in some ginger. I put in turmeric, and I put in what was the other one I put?
What's
cayenne pepper.
Yeah, that cayenne pepper is good for losing weight. But yeah, generally speaking, I mean, juicing is generally a morning thing, right? And then smoothies are generally for the rest of the day. So
yeah, but do you know what? Like, I'm hungry right now, and I don't want to. Like,
yeah, so you want to do the juicing in the mornings. You get me? And it keeps you up. It keeps you like it wakes you up sharp, everything, and it's the first thing going into you. And you should also try and put in some apple cider vinegar in your juicing as well, or smoothies, because honestly, like that is a key ingredient. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's
lemon as well. You need to add lemon
and baking soda.
It's lemon, baking soda, and basically apple cider vinegar. But you don't need to add
vinegar.
Yeah. Ginger as well.
No, I've heard about that one. That one's lethal.
Yeah, but dude, literally, I try to have a warm water, so half a glass of warm water, like so hot water and cold water mixed together with like two tablespoons of apple cider vinegar.
That's lukewarm water, you know.
No, but you have to. No, but you don't get it out of the tap. You don't get warm water out of the tap. You got to boil water. And
what does that do to the water? Does that do something to it?
Yeah. So warm water is better for your body than what you call it, like cold water.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah, so but why are you putting warm and cold water together?
You don't want to get fucking lukewarm tap water. That's just nasty, yeah, like that, because it's not actually fucking. You got all the shit coming out from the tap, innit? Yeah, like you don't want that shit unless you got mad filters or something. I don't know, but yeah, you want boiling water mixed with cold water to make lukewarm water, and then you want to mix it in with your apple cider vinegar and your lemon, and you're good to go, bro. Or add baking soda if you want.
Yeah, there's absolutely fucking no way I'm drinking apple cider vinegar without anything with it, because
but that's something I have to dilute it. Powerful. Yeah, I have to dilute it with water
and baking soda as well. Like I used to drink baking soda. They call it soda doping. I used to do a lot of running, and to try and stop the lactic acid building up.
There's side effects to that dark magician.
I as far as what I looked into, no. Apparently, like athletes do quite a lot of it because it's legal and it doesn't really have much of a negative effect on you. So athletes, before they go and do track runners and things like that, where they're using high energy really quick and they get lactic acid build up, they do something, they call it soda doping. They're just basically, they'll be drinking two spoonful of
in your blood. Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll get a spoonful of pint of water and just put it into a spoonful of baking soda. Put it into, but it's so salty. It's so fucking salty.
You sound like you were of a certain age, right? Like in the late 30s, 40s.
Fuck you, man.
Like, I'm just saying.
I'm old, yeah, bro. I'm old. What?
I'm just saying, like, because Khan has started doing this whole fucking. What's that thing you're doing, Khan? The hormone replacement therapy,
TRT.
Oh my days, bro!
Yeah?
Oh
like,
my days.
What do you think?
You're on your menopause, Khan. Oh shit, bro!
So what do you think about that? No, but you see, because dude, even
shit! Nah, bro, I don't need that, bro. I got
Joe Rogan, yeah, would literally kick the shit out of most of us, yeah. Right, like end of the day, he stands by that shit, and a lot of other athletes like
HRT for men,
TRT, yeah,
TRT, yeah. Mm.
What do you think about it?
I don't know nothing about it, to be honest with you, but I do know that. Listen, I've got enough testosterone, mate. I'm fine with that. I'm just talking about my body is not like 21 anymore. You know what I'm saying? When I'm getting up in the morning,
that's what it does to you. It literally turns your body into like you're an 18-year-old. You get me?
I'll look into it. I'll look into it, bro. But if there's any kind of like fucking puberty blockers in there, yeah, trying to lead me down the garden path, bro.
Nah. Generally speaking,
I know that's something that Khan would be into, but not me, man.
The side effects are obviously there are side effects, right? Yeah, you know what you know how your body naturally creates testosterone, yeah. Obviously, that starts getting affected because now it's on the replacement. That's the problem. So when people start taking it when their bodies are, not creating enough. You know what I mean? So yeah.
What's it called?
TRT.
TRT, yeah.
Testosterone replacement therapy.
Have you ever heard of sustenance?
Nah.
Do you know about steroids?
Well, yeah, but I've never taken them on. I think I've never been around people that are into
Basically, that's what it is.
What's steroids, yeah?
Yeah, it's just
you might knock it. You might knock a few
what, are
years.
you getting it off the guy down the gym, or you going to like an actual medical professional? Can't
you get where you want it, bro? Where you pay for it?
Yeah, so you're getting it on the black market.
You can get it from a clinic.
Oh, it's over the counter.
Private clinic, yeah.
What the fuck is this stuff, man?
Yeah, no. The thing
TRT.
is, like what I learned is, so like obviously with steroids, people say obviously you might knock off about 5 to 10 years off your life, yeah. But generally, a lot of people are looking at it like, well, if I fucking start taking this shit, my life is going to be drastically improved. So fuck the 5-10 years. I might, you know what I mean?
You can get gel patches.
You can
literally get gel patches that excrete it into your body.
No, it's for pussies, man. You want to get the syringe, mate.
Well, go train spotting with Khan, yeah?
Mad thing.
Oh, I'm going to look into that for real.
You go to your GP, get a blood test. Tell him
the
I've got
thing
my
is-
testosterone, my sex-binding globulin, and my thyroid, and my
Say that, my fucking what?
get your thyroid, your sex-binding globulin, your testosterone, and your estrogen. And
Can you
get-
just
get
stop
your
with
GP
your
to
Harry
give it to
Potter
you.
spells?
Just
He's
get your
casting
GP to
Harry
give it
Potter
to you.
spells, bruv.
But the
I
thing is,
swear
at the
down,
age of,
you just tried to avocado me, didn't you?
I'm saying at the age of about 30, your levels will start fucking up. By the time you're 50, you're totally on zero.
What,
So it's gonna,
T
so
levels?
it's gonna, so the lack of it is gonna shorten your lifespan. You won't live as long.
You know what I learned recently, right? I learned that
For me, it's about quality over quantity, man.
Yeah, but you know what?
It's about living longer.
What I learned is, literally, like people that do night shifts, shift work, they literally live 15 years less than the rest of us because of, you know what I mean, how their bodies are basically, fucking coping with all that shit. I was totally shocked, bro. 15 years, bro, from people doing shift work. Mad thing. So it's hard, sleep is super important, you get me?
Sorry, man, I'm eating.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm waiting for my dinner, bruv. Freaking hell. Mum cooks on a Saturday, so yeah, chicken or mince or lamb, whatever it is today. I think we had chicken last week, so it'd be like mince or lamb.
Well, what, your mum don't force you to be a vegan or anything?
No, my mum just refuses to cook beef. Like that's it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's her
You
thing.
can always eat that outside.
I cook it myself.
Your family Hindu, Triller?
No. It's just more of a cultural thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, your culture don't eat beef.
No, well, sort of, but they got kind of respect for the cow. But I think generally she just doesn't like, I don't know, when it comes
The
to
taste of it.
well, my mum don't normally
You
eat
don't like the
meat
taste
anyway.
of it. Pause.
My mum, no, pause on that, yeah, for real. But like when it come down to, when you cooking burgers under the grill and stuff like that, my mum always used to fucking hate how much fat
Oil
and
comes
everything
off,
else.
yeah.
Yeah, she hated that shit. Like, so she would always say, "Don't cook beef, don't cook beef." You get me? Like, it's mostly practical reasons more than superstitious ones, So, yeah,
I feel the same about lamb.
See, I think
I'm
lamb's
not a fan of
actually.
lamb.
Nah, see, in India we have goat.
If it ain't a good bit and it ain't cooked properly, it can be fucking awful, bro.
Yeah,
Terrible.
lamb
Lamb, yeah.
Lamb is wicked, bro. Lamb is so nice, bro. Oh, bro.
You have to cook it right, though. You have to cook it right. It has to be a good bit, like.
Yeah,
I've
dude.
had some
I
lamb
go to
chops sometimes, and they're not that good.
Once every couple of weeks, I go to one of the Somalian restaurants. Yeah, they do a wicked price on, the fucking lamb shank. Oh my days, bro! Like in a restaurant, that shit will be double the price, and these are cook it so well. And I'm like, yo, lamb shank, bro. I
love a lamb
less
shank.
than 15 quid. It's like less than
Lamb
15
shank's
quid, bro.
the bomb.
Trust me, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, you
Lamb
can't beat a
shank,
lamb
bro.
shank, bro. That's
Yeah, I
the
do.
best.
Do you know what? I love a lamb Rogan Josh. Oh, so good. Love it.
Yesterday I had oxtail. Yeah, I got food from my brethren's fucking side piece. Yeah, he cooks food and sells it. Yeah, she was doing oxtail, Jamaican food, innit? And I was like, I don't really. It's a bit tough, Not really feeling it. It's all right. It tasted good, but yeah, I should have got the fish or something. I don't like meat on the bone too much, man.
I like hot wings.
Yeah, hot wings are banging.
That's meat on the bone.
Hot wings are always banging. Yeah, but that's just easy. It's chicken wings, isn't it? They just, I mean, it's easy.
It's one of the worst things you can eat, that.
No, but yeah, it is.
Yeah,
but
It's so
it's
high
so
in
nice.
fat, it's ridiculous, man.
So tasty.
I don't eat hot wings very often.
Yeah,
But,
I just get about 3 or something out of someone else's wings.
my local Chinese, they do honey roasted spare ribs. Oh, mate.
That's pork, though, isn't it?
Yeah. What, you don't eat that, huh?
No, not since I converted.
Not since 2 years ago.
You converted. You're convert. You're convert.
He reverted. Reverted.
No,
I thought you was born.
Wait.
I thought you were born.
I reverted.
Ah, okay. So you were born a Muslim, yeah? Is it Turkish family, yeah?
Yeah.
Turkish Cypriot.
Yeah.
Turkish Cypriot, yeah?
Yeah, but then when I got to a certain age, I realised that my parents ain't taught me jack shit about Islam. Their version of Islam was a load of bollocks anyway. And I thought, let me go and fucking find out for myself.
But did they ever put pork on your dining table? Honestly,
no.
There you go.
You did it
then.
yourself.
They taught you started, bro.
Technically, you don't have to.
So are you telling me that you two have never had a bacon sarnie?
Me?
Yeah, of course
I'm
I
not
have.
Muslim.
Not when I was a Muslim. Not while I was being Muslim.
Mate, I'll go Greg's to get a bacon fucking sausage fucking roll all day long, bro. Are you mad?
No, you
Bro,
can't do them
honestly,
things.
I would be pissed if I was born Muslim and it was
Why?
like proper, because like not if the family was like you cannot eat pork at all, like it was strict and
Just
strict
eat outside.
parents and it.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, being vegetarian is the one, bro, yeah, because like I really and truly regret eating meat. I just love eating meat though because I'm just used to it. But I think I need to control that shit because, bro,
Listen, you know what we need to do? We need
even the women that I date, yeah, literally, I prefer them being vegetarian, bro. Like it's just I just know it's so, they're gonna be healthier. I don't really like women.
I work with a lot of vegetarians. I work with a lot of vegetarians and vegans, and do you know what? They're not. They don't. The ones that I've worked with, they're not pressuring. They're not judgy. I don't know if they're like that just in work. They're not like that
outside.
I don't know. Like, I think sometimes, so I'm dating a girl. She's.
I would look at them like they were meat. I would look at them like they were
Yeah.
meat. If they started trying to convert me, I would literally say to them, "Do you want me to eat you
Nah,
instead?"
but
then?"
I like it when people. Dude, I just prefer somebody who just has who's been raised eating vegetarian food. My food in my community is mostly vegetarian, right?
Yeah,
But
because you lot are just
we're allowed
Hindus that
to
got a little
eat.
bit Islam thrown in.
Huh?
You're just a Hindu with a bit of Islam thrown in.
It's not the case, though. Yeah, but you try to remix everything, bro.
Even being honest, even the early Muslims in India, their traditions and their culture was very Hindu.
Dude,
Very
most
Hindu.
Muslims should were
Depends
eating
which part of the world
vegetarian
you come
food.
from.
What are you on about?
You got to realize that all our ancestors were Hindus.
How much meat was accessible in the past for Muslims?
Or Zoroastrian.
There's a lot of There's a lot of Arabs that moved from even people from Turkey that moved up to northern India. So they weren't all 100%. All of them weren't Hindu, but we would all still have that same admixture.
Your people were Byzantine. Your people were Byzantine.
Yeah,
Turkey, Greek. That was like the Constantinople. Was in Turkey, and that was the center of Byzantine
But
Empire.
you got to remember, Constantinople was like a city-state. It wasn't like the capital of a country.
That was the Eastern Roman Empire.
It was the center of an empire. It was the center of an empire.
It was the Eastern
but the
Roman
empire the empire was mixed. It's not like a country. Like they didn't go through the process of nationalizing everybody. Like there was different tribes.
No. But it wasn't like that.
Tribes used to move through there, and
look, Constantinople, right, was like a pagan kind of, thing, yeah. And it was always a pagan.
It was mostly Christian.
Yeah, the guy Constantine.
I was actually watching.
The guy Constantine was baptized on his deathbed as to be a Christian. Afterwards, he wasn't a Christian ever in his life.
I was watching a program about nationalizing countries, right? And they were saying that in Germany there was 3 different main languages spoken, and the one
it was
obviously
a massive area
to ban the other dialects, right? But obviously in Austria they speak German anyway, but they speak a different German slightly than the Germans. But like France had 2 dialects; they had the north and the south, and then one over the other. So to nationalize a country, you kind of got to do a bit of ethnic cleansing and get rid of all the stragglers and force the Remainers to kind of join the main group. And that process happened all throughout countries. Like in Spain, they done that. There was all different. There was the Catalan. There was all different parts of Spain, different kingdoms that they made it into one country in the end, right? So
that's exactly what the Roman Empire did. That's what the empire. That's the Roman. That's what the Roman Empire did.
After the Romans.
The Byzantine Empire was part of the Roman Empire.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the Byzantine. I'm saying how Germany became Germany and France became France.
Oh no,
Spain.
No, you're talking about the Holy Roman Emperor. The Holy Roman Emperor was the head of the dukedoms that was basically made up of all of the apart from France, was made of which we called Francia or the Franks. It was basically all of those countries that were part of the Empire of Charlemagne. And they were very much under the Holy Roman Emperor for many, many decades, many hundreds of years, until they became their own dukedoms and principalities. So that's what they were.
Also, I found out the other day. I always thought that Mongolians came into that area the same route that the Turks did, but they didn't. They came from basically places like Bali and in those islands that are basically just past India. Yeah, so people.
Mongolia is just above China.
Yeah, so they went
between Russia.
They went from the South China Sea, right? So they went from Africa to the South China Sea, and from the South China Sea they moved all the way up to Siberia. But the Turks didn't take that route. The Turks came out of Africa. They lived in Saudi Arabia for about 100,000 years. From there, they moved into Turkey. They stayed in Turkey for a bit, and then they came out of the Caucasus Mountains and went all the way to northern India. And then from northern India, they kind of met up with the Mongols, and basically they created a new country where they basically joined forces to defeat the Chinese. And then from then they just went on a rampage all the way across the steppe of Europe and
That
ended
was
up
Genghis
in
Khan.
no, before
You mean
Genghis Khan.
you mean before
This is
Genghis?
before Genghis Khan. So these lot went all the way across the steppe of Russia and ended up like in Hungary. So Hungarians all the way to China and Finland, even some Finland tribes like the Sami tribes, the nomadic tribes in what's it called?
Well,
Finland. They're all
before
they're all sort of
I'm
related.
reading,
And the funny
I'm
thing
reading
is,
that.
when Raj done his DNA test, he came out with a bit of Finnish in there, like a bit of Finland blood, and he was like, "How's a Sikh got a bit of Finland blood in there?" So you got to understand that, you know, like
Yeah, that's
your
it. That's
tribe
what's so
is
brilliant.
made up of 10 other tribes that were previously made up of about 100 other tribes.
Yeah,
Right?
the
Yeah,
Mongolians were before Genghis. The Mongolians were nomadic. They. You're right. They moved around. So
yeah.
yeah, it's not beyond the pale that, you know, if you come from that particular area, you may have quite a, you know, melting pot of genetic markers.
Did you know,
Oh yeah.
literally, Genghis Khan was on the verge of invading India, right? But he decided not to.
Only like northern India, like
Attila the Hun also
Sindh
invaded
province.
India, by the way. That was
Sindh
600 years
province.
before Genghis Khan.
No, but those parts that you're saying is India ain't India today. India back
No,
then
no,
was
no.
much bigger.
He
India,
literally
but
went
basically
to.
India went all the way out into Tibet,
Yeah.
and basically was really big India before. So when you say Genghis Khan invaded India, he did, but he
No,
didn't go into what is
no,
today's
Attila the
India.
Hun invaded India. I think
No.
Genghis Khan was on the verge of invading India, but he chose not to because of the affinity that India had with his core beliefs, his spiritual religious
Yeah,
beliefs.
that's true. That is true.
Way of life.
Because
So
they were
he looked at India as being like
because they were Aryan, because they were related through the Aryans.
because they also had the same kind of dharmic view, you know, religious views, you know, that they had.
Dharmic?
Yeah, dharmic, yeah.
No way.
Yes, 100%. That's
What's
what
the
it was.
dharmic
That's
view?
why.
I thought the Hindus all came from the Aryan faith.
No. So you understand what I'm generally trying to talk about, like Buddhists, Sikhs, Hindus, right? They come from, you know,
Dharmic, not Dravidian.
Yeah.
Not I'll get Dharmic and Dravidian mixed up. Sorry, I got ADHD. Yeah. Dharmic. Yeah. I understand what you
So
mean.
that's the main reason, because he had a very good reason to invade India. Like I think there was some sort of a general that escaped and went and
There's
ran
a
to
place.
India.
There's a place in Pakistan. Today's Pakistan. There's a place there which the Sikhs also think that's a holy place, and I think that that's the place that basically made Genghis Khan think that that's where apparently they believe that that's where life on Earth started. They believe that that's the like Garden of Eden or something like that.
Well, this is it. I mean, I don't know about that. First, I've heard of that, but it is a land of 5 rivers and is a very, very fertile land. You know
What,
I mean?
Punjab?
Punjab, yeah, very fertile land. You know, they call it the
Does
breadbasket of India.
does Pakistan come under the territory of Punjab?
Yeah. So, like, literally, when it comes to
How many rivers is there in Pakistan though? Just that one river, isn't it? The Indus Valley.
No, there should be. Well, I'm not
What are
sure.
they going to
but
do to clean them?
Yeah, well, that's another question. That's something else.
No, I don't think they'll do anything. They'll just leave it like
Generally, what they do is they put dams in, right, to obviously divert the power, you know, going in from one region to another. So all these energy kind of dams, isn't it? So a lot of these rivers that should be flowing, everything else, they just.
Do you know what you could do though, Chilla? Do you know what you could do? You could get all the dirt out of the Ganges, put it on a thing, on a space shuttle, fly it to the moon, and you could make a second Earth, like a smaller Earth. There's enough dirt in the Ganges to cover the whole moon, I reckon.
Probably. I heard that they were doing things to try and clean up certain rivers like the Ganges and stuff.
But what are they going to do with all the dirt though? You got to do something with it.
I don't fucking know. They could cremate it for all I fucking care. I don't fucking know.
No, you just can't take out everything at the bottom of the river and just dump it on the ground. You got to do something with it.
Yeah, why not burn it?
We can't burn Earth.
Well, I don't know.
So
What,
in
what,
India, are they going to what's happening with the caste system? Is it being destructured or is it going to stay in place?
no, the
Is it
caste
still
system.
something?
The caste system is illegal. Like in terms of like, it's
Yeah,
actually
yeah, okay.
illegal, right? But the thing
Didn't the
is,
British stop
obviously,
it?
when it
Where's Wendy?
no,
Wendy will
no,
know.
no. When it comes down to it, though, it's still freaking happening. You know what I mean? Like it's still a cultural thing. You know what I mean? Like where people decide,
Yeah,
oh, I'm not going to marry, into that
an
family
untouchable.
or whatever, innit? Like if you decide to marry into this family, get with that person because they're from that particular caste, I'll probably disown you, so on and so forth. Just based on
Yeah.
not based on their character, but just based on their background. That still happens.
Yeah,
But that
but
happens.
is
That
it
happens
what
everywhere.
like
That happens.
yeah, but what I'm asking is because I don't know. I'm asking culturally, is there any signs that that sort of thing is dissipating? Is it
Yeah,
sort of being done
yeah.
away with?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's slowly kind of eradicating. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, I mean, your parents or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like those kind of beliefs sort of go in it as time goes on, right? But at the same
yeah.
time, when it comes to the elite, there is definitely still that. Even if you get rid of caste completely, there's always going to be a class issue, and class and
Yeah.
caste are not far apart because you've got people at the bottom end who don't earn much, who don't have much going for them, and you've got people at the top who don't want anything to do with the
And they
rest
want
of
to keep
the world.
they want to keep that degree of separation, don't they?
That's
It's
generally
in
what
their
it's
interest to do it.
yes, that's generally what
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was invented for.
Because I'm interested in that because I'm a Marxist in that sense. I believe it's always has been and always will be a class struggle.
Yeah, the class thing again, when it comes down to it, right? So I'm a globalist, right? So I believe in trying to eradicate all of that shit, right? I want some sort of like
You want a one world government?
So yeah, some sort of Star Trek Federation fucking thing where we all work together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want Picard up in there, innit?
without having Elon Musk at the helm. You get me? Yeah. So
You're giving your age away now.
oh mate, fuck, it is what it is. Yeah. Me and Picard have got a lot in common. But hey, when it comes down to it, yeah, I think that's the only way to go. So all this other shit that we've been dealing with in the past, that's the past. We've got to work together eventually.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, man.
That's why I'm not going to be racist towards my dating strategies. Get me at all. It's all about character.
Oh, come on, Triller. Tell us all about your exploits, mate. I love it, bruv.
They've all heard it. They've all heard it. Go ahead. I'll let you know when I'm ready to start a new chapter. So far, I'm just continuing on my current saga. Right.
Oh yeah, come on. Tell us. Spill the tea.
No, that's it, man. I think, well, put it this way, I don't think I could do. I don't know. I'm happy with my Sri Lankan bird right now. So yeah, she's got a lot of good traits. I know she's totally into me, but yeah, there are a few kinks we've got to work out. Just a few. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, she's definitely like. So there's a 15-year age gap, or 14, right? So she's 26.
Which way? Which way though?
Well, I mean, what do you reckon?
Who's the younger?
She is.
Chilla, looking at the
I had to ask, bro.
Chilla, looking at the Dulux color chart, yeah. How many shades darker is your girlfriend than you?
Nah, she's
Oh
really.
shit, bro. I'm glad you asked that and not me.
You know what? She's actually quite fair skinned.
You're lying. You said she's Sri Lankan.
Yeah, I know, but dude, I really like.
Yeah, bro. If she's Sri Lankan, then she's nice and
dude. Sri Lankan
chocolate.
Women, that are really chocolatey, that have nice features. Oh my days, bro! I love those kind of women.
Out of all the Indian women, my favorite is the what's it called? Fucking Bengali girls. Bengali girls are so pretty, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, but dude, you know what it is with Indian birds in general? Even these Sri Lankan girls, bro, they're so fucking bitchy and high maintenance, bro. It's fucking
it's
insane.
true, but Bengalis ain't.
Asian birds in general are so high maintenance.
No. Bengalis ain't. Bengalis ain't. I agree with you.
trust me.
Pakistani women are very high maintenance. Like, if you got a Pakistani wife from like a rich family, she's going to be like a princess, isn't it? Like, she's going to be
Bro,
proper.
I
You know what I
literally
mean?
like,
She's looking at AMG and everything.
bro,
Like,
I was chatting to
you
this
know.
And
Bengali
she
chick,
ain't gonna
yeah.
let you have no pork. She
You
ain't
can
gonna
get the
let you eat
pork
no pork.
outside, man. You can get the pork outside.
You smell it, bro. You
Nah,
smell
man.
it.
Pork's
I
like
can smell
prostitutes.
pork.
You learn when you're a teenager, and you know you keep it hidden.
Don't get it twisted though. If it don't work out with this one, I want to go further into Asia. I want to go Chinese, Japanese, bro. Like I think, fuck it, man. Thai, you get me? I want to go there because I
You know they got
find them
Muslims in Thailand. You know that they got
I find
Muslims in
them so
Thailand.
attractive, bro. No, I don't want to date a Muslim, bro. That's definitely
No, you can
that's.
marry them though.
I know, but I don't want to. No, I really don't want to go out with because the thing is, like, if they're moderate, that's okay. But if they're like devout, which is probably what I would prefer, then our beliefs are too dissimilar. Like we're just too different, you know. Like so,
What
yeah.
beliefs? But what do you mean, bro? I pay the dowry. I take the woman. She don't ask me no questions. I'm like, shut up. There's the kitchen. Get on with it.
Like, bro,
What does
bro,
our beliefs got anything to do with
I ain't
it?
gonna lie, I met a fit Iranian, yeah, and
Yeah.
we were talking like really well,
See,
yeah.
that's
We
where
were
you
getting
go wrong with the talking thing.
No, hold on 1 second, bro. Yeah, like we were getting on, yeah, and that's great. But the thing was, like, I knew it wasn't gonna be serious because this girl was a masseuse, innit? Yeah, and I ain't gonna fucking, you know what I mean, wifey up with masseuse, innit? Ain't gonna happen, yeah. But she was good to talk to, innit? Yeah, said she was single and
What kind of
everything, yeah.
masseuse? Like a cool girl?
Like, you know, the ones that do a little extra, innit? You get me? Like,
You can't call
they
that a
get.
masseuse, bro. That's just the
But
thing. That's a cool girl.
Bro, she does the massage, but you can call her a cool girl if you want, but they just do the little handy extras, isn't it? Like,
Oh,
but
what?
I
Just for
didn't
a
get.
hand? What? No mouth, just hands.
Nah, yeah, just the general hand thing, innit? Yeah, and they strip off as well, yeah. But I didn't get that, innit? Yeah, because I just you got to pay
What
them
the
extra,
fuck?
innit? You got to pay them extra, bro.
A hunting? What do you mean?
A hand job, innit?
Oh, what? You
Yeah,
paid for
and
a hand job?
no, I didn't. I didn't.
Chill out.
I didn't. I didn't. That's what I'm
Is she getting the tits out though? Chill
No,
out. Is she
no,
getting the tits
no.
out? Like, what kind of hand job?
You
Look,
lot
I
aren't
need to see.
listening.
I need to see something in
You
it.
lot aren't listening.
Wait.
You lot aren't listening. You're not
Chilla,
listening.
you're wild, bro.
You're
What's
not
going on,
listening.
bro?
Yeah?
What's going
You're not
on?
listening. I didn't pay for that, you dickhead. So I didn't get that. You get me?
What? You fucking bumped her, bro.
So I told no, but you pay for the
bumped her.
massage.
You mean
Bro, it's
legit
a
and you
normal
didn't pay?
massage place. It's a normal
Wait,
massage
you made her do
place.
it and you didn't pay after?
Some of the girls in there give or do the extras. Some of them don't. Yeah. So when it comes down to it, I'll think to myself,
Which country are you
right,
in? Where you at, bruv?
North London.
Where are we in the world at right now?
UK, bro.
What, you went to a Bengali
No, I went to a
No,
normal
brass ass?
masseuse
she was
place.
Iranian.
She was Iranian, this chick.
Ah, okay.
And bro,
What, there's
she
literally
on
you
the
can
backseat,
literally
bro.
ask for a hand job.
yeah.
Like there's
You
a
know
price
that?
for that.
Yeah.
Nah,
It's
bro,
about
I've never been to a brass ass in my life, bro.
Literally,
What
listen. This
thing?
is look,
Dark
this is
Magician, have you ever heard of something called happy endings?
Nah, bro.
Happy
yeah.
endings,
So this
that's
is
what it
Nah,
is.
bro.
Happy endings.
this is like I think this is the fucking first time I went to this place, yeah, because my normal
Herpes ain't no happy ending, bro.
What, from a hand? Are you catching herpes from someone's hands?
Exactly. It's nuts. Anyway,
Oh
fucking
my god, you guys are weird, bro. You're gonna go to a brass house and have a hand job. Seriously,
Well,
you're gonna pay some girl.
listen. If
hold
she's letting me
on.
bust, listen, if I get to bust on the tits or on the face, hand job can work for me.
A hand job is
Nah,
probably the
bro.
cleanest thing you can
Fucking
get.
hell,
Yeah.
bro.
No, but if she's
I'm
getting the
going
tits
out for
out
the
and she's like,
night.
yeah, you can bust on the
Bro,
tits, then that can work.
listen, I'm going out for the night and I'm pulling a Doris, bruv. I ain't fucking paying no one.
Hold on. Don't
That's
you?
nuts,
No,
bruv.
mate. You
No,
sound
but
like you're
what
fucking
about on your
into
way home
sports and
after
that,
not
yeah.
pulling?
So wait, you don't go get a massage from anywhere.
Nah, bro.
What?
Nah.
You don't get a massage, just a normal
I
massage.
ain't never been to no brass house in my life, and I've never been to a
No one's
masseuse.
talking about that. Just a
Nah.
normal masseuse, yeah, a normal masseuse or a sports fucking.
Yeah, I've had a massage, of course I have, but not like
Right.
nothing
So
with
what's the
extras.
difference? What's the difference
What, no
between
tits
that
out, nothing?
masseuse, yeah? What's the difference between that
What do you
masseuse
mean?
saying,
What's the difference? I'm
I'll
lying
give
on
you a
my back
little...
and she ain't touching my fucking cock, bruv.
Hold on. What's the masseuse
Wow,
between
you're a
that and the girl
prude.
saying, I'll give you a little extra,
I ain't a
a
prude.
little extra
I've got
cash?
fucking class.
Bruv, you're a donut, bruv.
I've got class.
Right, so if the girl
I've
likes you,
got class.
if the girl likes you and she wants to give you a little extra for free, what are you gonna say?
What, bro? You've literally gone into a masseuse place with
Yeah.
extras. Don't lie. Don't
No,
lie that it was just like,
I'm not
oh,
lying.
whoopsie, my towel flipped down, yeah, and I've got a boner. What are you gonna do?
I've had
You
hundreds of
went to a
massages,
place,
yeah.
bruv, and not only
Bro,
did you do
when
that,
it,
you walked out and didn't
when,
pay her.
when it,
You're
when,
fucking mad, bruv.
you're not listening. You're not listening. I didn't get
He
any
just
extra.
said that though, bruv. Did he say that?
No, you're not listening. I know she was trying to offer me extras, yeah. All right. So I said to them, no, you get me, yeah, because generally speaking, I just came for the massage. You gotta pay them extra. You get me? For the extra.
Bro, you know where you were at. Don't fucking play dumb with me, bro.
No,
You know where you
bro,
were.
if you see the establishment, you will never ever think, yeah, you're gonna get any
Alright, bro.
fucking naughtiness inside. You'll never think that.
So what made you even think of doing that then? If you was like, yeah, this place is fucking
Dude,
a proper place,
my
yeah.
normal
Why are you
masseuse,
getting your cock out for, bro?
dude, you're not listening. I didn't. So my normal masseuse, yeah, they're literally like 2-minute walk from this one, yeah. My one was booked up, right? They're proper straight. They don't do no funny business, yeah. No funny business, yeah. This place, I thought, let me go down here, right? Because I just typed in massage in that area, and then that place was just 2 minutes down the road. Bro, it was a bigger building. It was fucking more masseuses working there, and it had good reviews, yeah. I went down there. Bro, I see some sexy bitches in there. I see some sexy bitches in there. I'm like, oh my days.
No wonder it had good reviews.
Bro, all I'm saying is, I was like, oh my days. Like, I thought, I've got a massage now. And then obviously this chick now, she's fucking trying to show me, you get me, like she wants to do more. And I'm like, yo, that's cool. I'm good. You know what I mean? Because I know that they're going to want more money for it. So I'm like, nah, I'm good. Simple as that. Because I'm just going there for a massage, man. Shit.
All right, what happened
Yeah,
then?
no one
How
believes you,
the fuck?
Chilla. No one believes that story.
No, because coming up want to hear this. Like, what? How did it work out? Right, you're laying on the chair. You've got your head in the donut. Yeah. How did you end up with your fucking cock out and she give you a free hand job? How did it get to that stage? I'm so intrigued.
So normally, I'm freaking. They just have a towel around you. Yeah, you're just fucking. They'll just touch you, and they'll be like, "Oh, do you want some extra?" You know what I mean? That's how it works. You know what I mean? I ain't got no fucking boxes on, bro. I'm getting a massage, bro. What a fucking proper massage. Really. So yeah, that and if they do that, then obviously it's up to you, innit? Whether you want it or not. The fuck? It's not rocket science, bro.
Yeah, but like you need to explain how you went to a place and you weren't expecting it, but it happened. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Because honestly, I didn't expect it. Yeah, and when they did that, I was like, yo, okay. I was like, I'm good. I was like, I'm good. Because
Bro,
honestly,
listen,
the thing
I've
is,
just literally just given you the fucking keys to the door. Open the door, yeah. You were laying on the fucking thing, yeah.
Yeah.
She's come in. How did it work, bruv?
normal massage the whole
Because
time.
you weren't expecting it. You're trying to say, oh no, like my normal place ain't like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I thought I'd go and try this new place. It got good reviews, and then bang, she's going, "Do you want extras?" Yeah.
Because my place was fully booked. You get me? You're not listening.
So okay, she's giving you the extra, and you just got up and walked away.
No, it was like literally my fucking. I got an hour massage, right, and it was like near that time where fucking massage is done, and she fucking, you know what I mean, tried to offer me then, like near the time where it was done. And I thought to myself, nah, allow this, man. You get me? Fucking, you get me? How much time is there left? You get me? I thought, fuck that.
But she did give you the hand job, yeah?
Nah. She touched me though. You get me? Yeah, she touched me though.
Okay.
And I was just like, right, okay. But at the same time, I thought to myself, you know what? With her, that woman in particular, because she was fucking fit, she was sexy, yeah? I thought to myself, maybe next time. You know, like, yeah. It is what it is.
Cool story, man. I love your stories, Trilla. Your stories are amazing, bruv. Honestly, bruv. Jack and Ori, mate. I love it.
Fucking hell. You don't believe it. You're like scientific method. Don't believe anything. So,
Well, who wants to hear my best brothel story?
I think we all heard them, Con. Go on.
I went brothel, yeah. I seen this girl, yeah. And like, without realizing, I just kept going back to this because I've got a rule in it. I don't bang the same one more than 3 times. But like, without realizing, I was just like constantly going back to this same girl because she was so fit. None of them could contest her, innit? Anyway, one time I bang her now, I come out, I'm just like at the front door, I'm halfway up the road, and I see the owner, the woman, stick her head at the door. She's going to me, oi! I look round, she goes to me, come here. So I went all the way back. She goes, the girl wants to speak to you. I goes, is it? I went back in. I goes to her, what's the matter? She goes to me, I forgot to charge you. She goes, I forgot to charge you, but I was cracking up laughing. I was like, I should have just pegged it up the road. Why did I come all the way back? Come all the way back, and she's like, yeah, I forgot to charge you. I was like, what do you mean? She goes, well, just come out of the room, and then got to the changing room, realised like I ain't took no money off you. I was like, oh yeah. Put my hand in my pocket, and I had my money in my pocket. I was like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot to give it to you as well.
But dude,
What's the going rate for that then? What's the going rate nowadays?
£40.
Go on, Con. Huh?
What?
£40.
40 quid?
Yeah.
Shut up!
Wait, hold on.
Shut up!
Wait, Con,
Are you serious, blood?
They strip off completely, innit?
Yeah, what do you mean? They suck your dick and everything. What do you mean?
Oh my days, you're getting all that shit? Fucking for 40
Suck your dick, no condom. They suck
That's
your dick,
disgusting.
no condom. No condom.
Bro,
They suck your dick.
you're risky as fucking hell. Fucking hell.
What? Getting your dick sucked? How's that risky?
Bro, you get herpes and shit from that, bro. But you mad?
Them girls are cleaner than the girls you catch in the pub. Trust me.
You are nah, bro. You're chatting shit, bro. Yeah,
I'm
you're
telling
sucking
you.
next man off for fucking some dirty dick. Yeah, you're telling me cleaner. I don't give a fuck. Hey, that's nasty, bro. Come on. Bro, you just went from hand.
Fucking hell. Used to are absolute fuck. You know what? Used to are filth. Used to are fucking filthy, mate. Filthy
You don't have to
bastards,
take her
bro.
up on the offers there. You don't have to take it up.
Nah, but you went from a hand job to a blow job, bro. That's totally different.
Can't. I swear you're married,
I'm
though,
telling
bruv,
you
with
what's
kids.
on
I
the
swear
menu,
down.
bro. I'm not telling you what I do. That's my business, what I do.
Bro,
Can't. You're married with kids, though, ain't you? I swear you are, bro.
I'm not married. I'm not married.
I swear the last time we used to chat, and he was like, "I got a missus at home with kids and that."
Yeah, but that was like
Is
5
that
years ago, bro.
All right, what? Tell me, man, what happened, bruv? That all went to pot, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. Like, leave it.
No, but these
All
are
right, but
childhood. I'm telling you childhood stories, isn't it? Like things I used to do when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah, in
It's
your
not like I
20s,
still
and
do
that,
these things now. Like I'll be a bit embarrassed, a 50-year-old man.
Have you seen that video where the guy pulls up in the car and he's like, boss man, you know it's not good to go and give the money to the prostitute.
Oh yeah, and he goes, sometimes it's
but
good.
sometimes it's good.
Yeah,
That was God, bro.
He was smiling, wasn't he? He was beaming. He was so
Oh, yeah, but
happy.
sometimes it's good.
Bro, I was listening to one. Stream on YouTube. Yeah, like a live stream. There's a video, and it was a radio call-in show. Yeah, and the woman said, yeah, she's married, and the husband has been fucking sleeping with hundreds of hookers. Yeah, it's an American thing. Yeah, and I worked out. I was like, so if I was like trying to work out how much money that would cost, hundreds. Yeah, I was like, fucking. Like that would be about fucking what 100 would be about, let's say £100, 10 grand. So that'd be about hundreds would be like between fucking like 20 to fucking 50 grand. You get me? Like roughly speaking. It's like fucking hell. That's a, you know what I mean? But then I thought, is that really a lot of money? Like, because really a lot of people can make 50 grand in like a year, or you know what I mean? Whatever. It's not really a lot of money for some people, do you get me? So I thought to myself, okay. So he's got hundreds of different birds, you get me, for that money. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, being married and doing that, I don't really see the point. It's a bit mad.
Bro, you got to earn, if you're just doing just literally like 40 quidders, You got to do 12 to 13 men a day, bro.
Yeah, that's what they do,
That's
innit?
fucking, that's
That's what they
fucking
do.
wild, bro. That's
No, but
wild.
don't be silly. They're not charging 40 quid for every single one, innit? Some of them they're gonna like, get much more out of them. There's men that go
Yeah,
in there and come out 300 quid lighter.
Yeah, they'll
then they
probably
got to
start
pay.
with like a higher number or something like 60 quid or
They
something.
No,
got
and
to
they
pay
start
for
with
the
a higher
room.
number. It's just that they just do more things for them. Like certain people require a little bit more like service.
Yeah, but those are proper hookers. You get me? Like these ones, I don't know, like that are in the massage place that just give you a little handy at the end of it, like or whatever. You get me? I just work out like that's not worth it.
Bro,
I'm like,
think
fuck
about
that.
it.
I got
If you
bitches
was
to
a
do that,
woman,
bro.
if you was a woman, would you want to wank off 10 men or would you want to get boned by 10
Bro,
men?
as a guy, you could go get a fucking hand job from your chick. You get
No,
a
listen,
blowjob
listen,
from your
listen,
chick,
listen.
yeah, for free.
What takes, listen, if that's your job, right? Is it
Yeah.
more work to wank off 10 men a day for 5 days, let's say you get Saturday and Sunday off? Or is it easier just to lie there and just take wood?
If I was a Doris and I had tits, I'd be on fucking OnlyFans. 100%, bro.
Yeah, of course.
100%, bro. I know I would be fit as fuck as a Doris, bro, and I would literally be fucking.
You go under the
I would
knife,
be
yeah.
fucking killing it, bro.
You
Killing
get
it, bro.
you get full
But
plastic surgery, yeah.
I would not be giving no fucking free hand jobs to Triller. Fuck that shit, bro.
Well, he's chatting shit. No one ain't getting no. Bro, do you think them
No,
jobs are better money? Are you mad?
No, dude. I was getting
You're
it.
lying, bro.
I was getting that for free in India.
That's
There's
bullshit.
the sexiest fucking Japanese bird, yeah.
Ain't nothing
I was
free,
just
bro.
going, bro. The massage was at £15, yeah, or it was
Yeah,
about
don't mean it's free.
Bro, no, the massage, normal massage, yeah, for 1 hour, 15 quid, yeah. That's what I went in for, yeah. I go fucking gym, I go get a massage, yeah. Get my food, I go home, yeah. Bro, this chick offered me fucking extra. Guess how much for? It was just for £5, yeah. And fucking, she take off her clothes and everything, yeah. And I was like, nah. And then she said, she was so sexy, bro, yeah. And then fucking, I went to another chick in the same place, yeah. This bitch tried to charge me £40. And I was like, nah, I'm good, yeah. And then I was like, fucking, the next chick charged me £5. I told her, yeah. She said, no, I can't believe that. This next time I went, the third time, I got the same chick as the first time, yeah. And she was like, you know what? I don't even like charging. I don't like doing this generally, yeah. But you know what I mean? I like you, and you know what I mean?
Oh,
I don't mind just doing it for you.
Chatting shit, bro.
I swear to God, bro.
So a woman who literally has to fuck men for a living do you know what?
Bro.
I've done 10 already. Throw him in for free.
Bro, I don't know if she's fucking. She probably is.
What do you mean? She fucked 10 geezers the day before.
I don't know the chick, bro. She's just giving me a handy, bro.
Ain't nothing for free, bro.
She's
Ain't
just
nothing
pulling
for
her
free.
tits out, yeah. And then after that, she's fucking just like giving it to me for free, bro. Yeah, pulling her tits out for free.
Yeah.
I felt special. I ain't gonna lie. I really.
Long.
Of course I did, because she ain't charging me a penny, bro. I'm like, fucking hell, loving it.
She charged you £15 for a £3 massage, bro.
Bro, I just felt special. What can I say, bro? Yeah, but now the £15 was normal for like you know.
Yeah, of course it was. But you're talking about £15 for a 1 hour massage in India.
Bro,
That's
it's
£3,
spa,
bro. That's
it's a
£3.
spa, right? So generally, you know, at the reception, you pay the people the money
I know.
right?
I
And
know,
then
but
you
there's
go
no way.
in,
But there's
and
no
then
way it's
they ask
£15,
for
bro.
extra. The girls
There's
ask
no
for
way.
extra.
There's no way. There's no way.
Bro, I'm just telling you, bro. This one, she liked me, yeah. And obviously, she wanted more. Like she was 26, yeah. She was like, oh, you're gonna stay in the country, da 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 da. You get me? She's looking at boyfriend girlfriend thing, yeah. I was like, no, I got to fly back, bro. She was so beautiful, you don't understand. She looked like fucking, you know, the girl from Last Samurai. You know that Chinese girl, that Japanese girl from Last Samurai. Fucking hell, bro. She looked exactly like her. I was like, what mix are you? Because she looked a bit mixed. So she was like, I'm half Indian, half Japanese. I get you are fucking sexy, man. Fucking hell. But yeah, it is what it is, bro. She was so beautiful, you don't understand, man. I might have stayed in the country for that, bro. I was like, yo, look too good. I'm telling you. But yeah, fuck it is what it is. Gotta keep it moving, bro. Can't fucking settle down with the masseuses, man. Fuck that.
Do you know how many of them girls fall in love with their customers and end up like leaving the job? There of them.
Even I think hookers could be doing the same thing, maybe. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? It's just like, do you want that though? Like, do you really want that? Like, I'd rather have a chick who's only been with 1 or 2 people, because every chick's been with somebody, bro. You ain't gonna find a chick that ain't been with someone.
How can you say that if you're going to brass houses?
What's that?
God knows.
How can you say that you prefer women who haven't had lots of sex if you're going to brass houses?
No, see, dude, I think it takes away from their fucking soul, bro. Literally, like when it comes to men.
So how are you fucking girls with no soul?
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
because he's a rapist,
dude. Dude, look. If anything, I'm giving.
Bro, where's your standards, bro? Like, where's your standard? If you feel like that about sex, yeah. If you feel like, if I was going to have a wife with a woman who I love and trust would be the mother of my children, how are you out there fucking brasses for, bro?
Dude,
and getting hand jobs off of them.
Who's doing that at the same time? I'm not saying I'm doing that at the same time. Why are you thinking that? That's your.
No, you said you go to brass houses. You said you just did one in India.
I said I'm getting a massage from a fucking normal place. Yeah, all right.
You literally just said there was this painting Chinese girl in India, and she was begging to be with me.
I was single.
What are you talking about, bro? Come on, man. Like, let's be real. You go to brass houses, right?
Bro,
yeah.
I was single at the time. Yeah, all right. And once they offered me that, I was single at the time. That was last year.
It don't matter whether you're single or whether you're with someone. What I'm saying is, like,
bro.
no, it don't matter, mate. It don't. You should have the same standards, mate, no matter what.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Because if you how are you gonna respect a woman if you are like, I can't be with a woman if she's like not had like a low body count, but you're out there sleeping.
Wait, hold on. So I'm not saying I am, sleeping with hookers. All I'm saying is, if they
you blatantly just did, you know. Oh my days, bro. Right, you're gonna backtrack now, yeah?
Dude, in the past, when I was a teenager. Wait, hold on. So if I get a fucking handy from a chick, all right, that's not fucking same as sleeping with someone, bro. That is not the same thing. That's fucking like full play. That's not the same thing as sleeping with someone.
So you ain't never slept with no brass then?
I didn't say I didn't. I said I did when I was younger.
All right. So you have, yeah?
Yeah. When I was young.
All right.
Were you curious when you were a fucking teenager and thought to yourself, fucking hell, like there's some sexy fucking bitches out there. I could just sleep with them for a bit of dollar.
No, bro. Never had no curiosity to go to the brass house. Never had no. To me, going to the brass house is filth.
Bro, that's why I don't go there. But I was curious because some of those women.
Hey, Triller, ask him, would you rather have a wank?
Absolutely, 100%, bro. I'd rather have a wank than go. I'd rather have a wank. I'd rather have a wank than go and get with a brass who's fucking.
Well, you prefer wanking over getting BJs?
God damn.
Forget about BJs and shit, bro. Yeah, like literally, you get to fuck some of the most beautiful women out there, bro. Yeah, for a bit of change. It's mental, bro. Like that, you know, better than you'll probably ever draw in your life in real life, bro. You get me? Like,
yeah. You ain't seen my missus, bro.
Well, who's cussing you? I'm just saying, generally, innit?
I ain't saying you are cussing me. I'm stating facts. Like, you know, for me, like that's not what it's about, bro. Like, I ain't like throwing no shade on you or nothing. But for me, like,
you are.
I ain't, mate. I ain't. I don't think any less of you. I don't think any less. I think less of myself. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? For me, that's my standard, not yours. It ain't me saying that you're a lesser person than me. No way.
Let's be honest. You do see it.
I'm saying you should have grown out of that as a teenager. You're a fully grown man going to brass houses. Like, come on, bro. What, you can't draw a gal?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, a little bit, yeah, for real, a little bit, yeah.
I agree with you, and that's what I don't do that.
Obviously, when you're in your 20s, when you're in your 20s and that, and like, for instance, like if you're one of them like 20s, you bang on the sniff, you're in the pub, all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? I know people like that. and they're going to the brass houses and stuff like that. I get it, but you know, not now. Not now,
Yeah,
mate.
exactly.
No way.
Like end of the day, it's not needed, right? Up your game. The way I look at it is, yeah, that money. Like I told you, I didn't do that because I'm like, yo, 40 quid. I could use that money for something fucking upgrading my life, bro. You get me? So, like, to fucking get bitches, you get me? Is what it is.
So when was the last time you went to Thailand then?
I've never been. I was looking to go in November.
Oh my days, bro!
Yeah.
He's looking to go in November.
There's
only fucking one.
No,
There's only one reason you're going Phuket, bruv. One reason.
I was looking to go last November. Yeah, it was like, you know what I mean. So November is generally a lot of festivals that happen and everything else. Yeah, and yeah, blatantly, you get me. Yeah, there's fucking. I mean, it's the experience and everything else. Yeah, like Thailand is supposed to be a wicked tourist destination. Yeah, and I've never been, and I want to go. Right. But at the same time, like fucking,
You ain't going for the sights. Come on, man.
Mate, I'm going for everything.
for the touring.
Mate, I'm going, dude. Let me tell you.
You're going for
something.
everything, yeah?
Let me tell you something. I went to Amsterdam, yeah, with my mates.
Going for the lady boys.
Hold on, I went to Amsterdam with my mates, yeah, right? Years ago, yeah. They all went to hookers. I never went, yeah. I was like, yo, fuck that, man. Like these hookers were charging some fucking, I don't know what they were charging them, like 50 euros a fuck, yeah, or something like that, yeah. Like, probably half an hour ticket. I was like, that's such a fucking waste of money, man. I was like, fucking hell, man. Like, I've come to Amsterdam.
Bro, do you know what we call people like you where I'm from? We call you bubblegum, mate. You just fucking chew and blow bubbles,
honestly,
bro.
Hold on. But see, you don't believe me, yeah? I don't know why, because Amsterdam is known for smoking weed, yeah? I used to smoke a lot of weed, right? So when it come down to it, I don't smoke weed anymore, yeah? But fucking then, like, it's in my 20s, like, we all went to a dam, and I'm just looking to like smoke weed, bro. You get me, yeah? And fucking these are on fucking getting weed as well, but on hookers, isn't it? And I'm like, yo, you know, I took a walk, yeah, down that red light district area, bruv. I have to tell you, I felt so fucking uncomfortable in that fucking area. Like people, it just felt weird as fuck. Cause like you see all these normal looking people all walking down this fucking like narrow fucking passage, yeah, and all you can smell is fucking sex and condoms. Get me? It just smells.
Which country this?
Amsterdam.
Oh yeah.
Bro. I was so uncomfortable, bro. Yeah, I thought to myself, bro, I can't do this shit, bro. This is fucking weird as fuck. I don't want to be a part of this shit. To God. I grew out of this whole fucking hose and shit like that like years ago, bro. You get me? Smashing
you make me laugh, bro.
When it come down to getting a massage and they offered you a fucking handy, yeah, for like a $5. What the fuck, bro? Like, it's hard to say no, bro. I'm like, yo, carry on, man. And then your kids out. I'm like, fucking hell. Like, it's
God, chiller, man. You kill it, bro. Oh, mate. Shit.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm like, yo, that is safe, that is clean. Yeah, I'm not having sex. You get me? Yeah, no condom breaking or no scares or nothing like that. Yeah, no fucking what Khan is doing, BJs with no condoms. Yeah,
40 quid, mate. Oh my god, fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell, that's some place in Bucharest, bro. Oh my days. 40 quid, you know. Oh my god, shit. Like that's the going rate, 40 quid. Fucking hell.
Yeah, bro, Khan obviously knows places, bro. Fuck knows about 40 quid, bro. But yeah, I mean, fucking, it's just a waste of money, in my opinion, bro. I'm working hard every single day. You think I'm gonna give my fucking dough to some bitch, like, you know what I mean? Or fucking something I could get for free. Doesn't make any sense.
Bro, you just literally took us all around the world on your escapades. What are you talking about? And you've got a fucking trip booked to Phuket.
I told you I got a handy for a $5 in India, fucking literally a year ago, yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, what? A year ago? Oh my days, bro! I thought you were talking. It was like a decade ago or something, like when you was in your 20s or something.
No, I'm talking about
Holy
recently.
shit,
Like, recently,
bro!
that's the most recent thing that happened. That's not a big deal in my opinion. I had that hard. How could I refuse?
Fiver!
How could I refuse?
Fiver!
It's the
Holy
handy, bro.
shit!
I'm
She
like,
gave you a blue, bro. A bluey.
I couldn't. I couldn't refuse that shit, bro. I was like, yo, come on, $5. I was like, shit.
What? What's that in
Okay, take it or
ruples?
not.
How many ruples is that? How many ruples is that? It's like 10 million
500.
ruples.
500 rupees. It's like 500 rupees.
500 rupees, bruv. Is £5.
Yeah.
God damn! How'd you carry all them rupees around, bruv?
It's just
You must
a
have
note.
to have a sack or something.
I think the biggest note is
No,
1,000.
they got contactless payment methods out there.
So the biggest note is 1,000 rupees, isn't it? It's like 1,000 rupees is like a tenner.
Wow. And like in context, what's like a packet of cigarettes out there?
Fucking dirt cheap, bro. It's like fucking
50p.
You could probably get you could get a single for like
A fraction of a rupee.
Yeah, you could get a single for 10p, bro. It's mad. I mean, but I vape in it.
Oh yeah. No, just like because obviously that's how you really work out what a currency is. Like you can see what the exchange rate is, but what's actually the stuff? You know, how much? Like, what's it going to cost you to get a taxi? Like,
cabs are cheap. If you get a private cab, it depends what kind of cab you get. Get me? So and again,
so what? She was a Peng. You was in India. She was a Peng Chinese girl.
With
no,
leprosy,
she was like
with
half
leprosy.
Indian, half Japanese.
Apparently, someone in the chat said your prostitute had leprosy.
Leprosy, yeah.
What, before or after that?
Well, we're not. None of us are gonna live forever, bro. Yeah, she was so fit. And I asked her. Yeah, I said, "How many guys have asked you to marry them?" And she was like, "I don't know." About
what? And you
I was like,
you let go on her chest, yeah?
Dark Magician, someone put in the chat, Indian prostitutes charged by the inch. That's why it was only a £5.
Oh shit!
That's why
she let you bust on it. She let you bust on her chest.
So cheap, bro. Huh?
She let you bust on her chest, yeah?
Well, no comment, bro. When you bust on the chest.
Don't get fucking coy now, bruv, after you just took us around the world. Fucking
well, in India,
right.
in India, they make you bust on the floor so the cats can eat it.
Oh,
Charlie
shit.
Says,
Feed my cat.
Charlie
Feed my
says,
cat.
always bust on the floor.
Oh, mate, this is
I was a single man. Yeah, I wasn't cheating on nobody. Yeah, it is what it is. No big deal.
But bro, don't you feel ashamed
I'm
like,
on
when
holiday.
you're 45 years old and the girl's like 25?
I'm not 45. At the time, I was 39, and no.
All right,
No,
40.
she was
mate.
She's like half your age. She's half your age, man.
She's 26.
Bro, when you was 20, she was just
Half my age. Do you not know how to count?
Bro, you was 20.
is
when you were
getting
doing shit and she was just being born, bro.
She's 26, bro.
This
She
is
was
getting
sexy as
Well,
fuck.
she was 16. She was in nursery when you was 20.
So you sound like a weirdo
shit.
right now.
That's
Mate,
fucked
she
up,
was.
bro.
It was.
That's how you
When she
Indians
was
are,
7.
bro.
When she was 7, she was trafficked,
Hey, bro,
and
I didn't go
From
looking
Japan.
for that.
She got trafficked from Japan.
I didn't go looking for that. You get me? That's what come my way. I just went for a normal massage. Yeah, I was offered, and I just find it hard to refuse. What can I say?
Trilla gets his sushi from Japan. His girl
yeah,
looks
but
like
I don't
Jackie
believe
Chan.
unless you tell me where you bust, then I don't believe you, bro. You need to tell us where you bust, man.
Dude, what the fuck? You
Was
think I'm gonna remember details like this? I don't understand.
Yeah, it was a year ago, bruv. Come on.
What do you mean it's a year ago? You want me to fucking recollect all this shit, bro? The amount of times how many women I've had since her, bro? Are you mad? Fucking hell.
Shit.
Crazy guy, bro. Crazy guy.
But
I'll come back to UK. I was only there for 2 weeks, you know.
Girl, you want to come to my rickshaw?
What, 3 weeks I was there for? Yeah, 3 weeks. Yeah.
Girl,
was a
you
good
wanna come
holiday
to my
though.
hotel?
Yeah, but you know what? That's what I went for, innit? To fucking obviously see the construction of our new hotel, innit? That was going on and everything, and to fucking sign a few papers and shit like that. But yeah, so yeah, the hotel's done now. Hotel got completed this year.
I know a
Opened this
guy,
year.
yeah. I know a guy who had a business trip, so he went to Russia. All right. So he's gone, booked himself in a reception. They've shown him to his room. He's gone in the room, yeah, in the hotel, and there's a woman in the room already. And he thought she was just gonna finish off the tidying up and make the bed and whatever, right?
The
So
fucking
he's
chat
just
is
like
killing him, bro.
he's waiting for her to leave, isn't it? But she's not leaving, and he's gone to her like, yeah, you can go now. Like, what are you waiting for? A tip or something? And she goes, no. She goes, you don't have to pay me. I'm here for free. And he went, what do you mean? She goes, well, I come with the room. He's like, what? She goes, yeah, like I come with the room. Like I stay here with you. Like anything you want. Like you want me to bath you, scrub your back, massage you, like anything you want, innit? While I'm here, I'll cook in the room, do what you want, innit? The whole time you're here, like I'm just like your thing, innit?
Servant.
Your little courtesan. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was mad when he told me that. I was like, Unks, what happened, man? Like, did you tell her to get out of the room or something? He's like, no. Rotted. Man just left her in the room, boy. Used the facilities.
Fucking literally, they're in Thailand, yeah. So I see this YouTube thing, yeah, where they're fucking they're advertising on YouTube as well. Fucking where women are like coming with the room, like you just said. So they're like, fucking literally, like they're like hookers, isn't it? Yeah, but they come with the room that you pay for, innit? Yeah. So obviously you can have your way with them and that. And I'm like, rah, bro, they're advertising it on YouTube. So there was a massive like outrage about how these travel agents, yeah, are fucking promoting it on their travel websites, isn't it? These hotels. So there was like, some expose on that. So that was kind of crazy, bro. I thought to myself, fucking hell, Thailand is just going all out, bro. All out.
Well, have you seen the videos on Colombia?
Nah.
Yeah, it's all on YouTube,
Bro,
bro.
you two are weirdly up to date with this fucking subject, bro.
Now, this is some old shit,
What
bro.
the
There's some
fuck?
geezers from like Harlem or wherever, and they done a trip to Colombia, and the girl drugged them and robbed all their phones. And they went to the police and they were like, yeah, like
This
we
is what
hired
I'm
this
saying,
girl.
bro.
Yeah, they were like, we hired this girl. Like, this is Colombia, innit? It's ghetto. They were like, we hired this girl, like, she was super fit, but she drugged us. And, like, we were all knocked out. And when we come to, like, all our designer clothes, our phones, everything was nicked, like our passports, everything. So basically, they had to pay the police to get their stuff back.
Yeah.
The policeman were like, yeah, we know who she is. She sounds familiar. We think we'll pop round there and we'll probably find all your stuff. But yeah, like they basically charged him.
That's
So
a
then afterwards,
fucking
the geezer
racket, bruv.
realised,
You think they're not
it's a
involved in
racket.
that, bro?
Of course they were. Of course they were.
Yeah, they probably are.
Oh, we just happen to know who she is and where she is. Like, fucking hell.
But it's literally, it's a mad thing because like my bedroom went to Morocco, yeah, and the fucking, I was telling him, like, Moroccan birds, they're proper sleazy out there as well, around the clubs and whatnot, yeah. Like fucking, they're just willing to go home with you if they think, you've got money.
I heard that in Morocco, the prostitutes hang out in McDonald's.
But no, I don't know about the hookers. So they go to the club. Like in the clubs, yeah. So they're all fucking on it. They're all bro.
Boy, that brings a new meaning to Happy Meal.
Bro,
That's
you
a
don't
new meaning
understand.
for Happy Meal, bro. When
don't understand
when you're a fully grown man and you order Happy Meal, they know what time it is.
You know what? That's a mad thing. I don't know about that. When it comes down to fucking, bro, in America even, yeah, these fucking hookers are like all in the clubs, like, Florida, I think it's Miami or something, yeah. They're literally saying, oh, Miami, yeah, like all the girls at the clubs, they're all hookers, all of them. Yeah, they're all looking to get drinks, and they're all looking to, do school with you, or, literally, some of them are literally just looking to, just tell you how much they're worth, and like how much it's going to cost to take them home. Yeah, they all come with different strategies, isn't it? Yeah, but they're all on it. All of these chicks have got a price. It's nuts, you know.
Oh, Chilla, my mate went to my mate
Can I
went to
get
Philippines.
20
Yeah?
nuggets and
My
a
mate went to
fucking £5
Philippines.
ad job?
Wait, my mate went to Philippines. He met some chick out there, yeah.
Yeah.
And basically, he paid her to be his girlfriend the whole time he was there. Like, basically,
And they're saying that you
like,
haggle with the fuck.
I didn't haggle
and
shit, bro. I didn't know
she took
so
him somewhere.
Oh shit!
She took him somewhere, and they ended up nicking his phone. He come back without his phone as well.
Yeah, they could do that shit, bro.
And apparently, when they were out, the hotel staff went in the room. The hotel staff went in the room and ransacked the room and nicked everything out of the room as well.
Mad.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's why I told my brethren, yeah. But so they got, you know, he went for a stag do, innit, yeah. They booked, you know, AJ's, you know, that boxer AJ, what's his name in the UK? You know what I'm talking about? You know that boxer? You know that boxer AJ?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Fucking,
Yeah.
they got his like he's got a fucking like mansion out there, innit? Yeah. So they booked that up, innit? That he puts up for rent.
You mean
And,
that guy Alexander Jusic? Alexander Jusic, the
no,
boxer.
man. What are you talking about? The other one, man.
AJ, Alexander Jusic.
No, man. The fucking English guy, bro. AJ.
He's Russian. He's Russian.
Oh my days. What's wrong with you, bro? The English guy, AJ.
Yeah, Anthony
The
Joshua.
only
What
AJ
about
I know is Anthony Joshua.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
He's
So
Nigerian.
they got-
He ain't English. He's Nigerian.
Whatever, for fuck's sake, yeah. He got his fucking, you know what I mean? They got his house, isn't it, yeah? And they went down to fucking, let's call it the clubs and whatnot. I just told my boy, yo, literally make sure you lock up your passport in the safe and make sure that, you know, you pour your own drinks in it, yeah? Because some of these bitches out there, apparently, you know what I mean? They'll fucking try and take your money in it, yeah? So careful, innit? Or take your watch or take whatever they can, innit? So yeah, it's like, bro, they're very clever, like some of these bitches out there, bro. I mean,
What are they called?
talking about
Chilla, them
drugging.
set up them chicks that will set you up and all that. What are they called?
Honey
stick-up
traps.
girls.
Honey traps, innit?
Yeah, honey
Yeah.
traps. That was all going on in Colombia.
Yeah.
Them geezers were screwing, boy. They got
It
robbed.
happens in Thailand and it happens in Morocco as well, definitely. Like, because they're massive tourist destinations. You get me? Better people go to Morocco. Apparently, though, the price went up in it, yeah, in Morocco for the bitches because the Arabs went down there and the Arabs were just throwing money around like it was fucking monopoly money, bro. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's why prices went up there. So yeah, thank the Arabs for that.
Yeah, man. Mad, innit?
Mad thing. But he told me, bro, that I was gonna go in it, yeah, because he said, "Oh, bro, one guy pulled out, like literally, yeah, no pun intended." He's like, "Yo, bro, come down in it, yeah, fucking, you know what I mean, everything paid for. All you gotta do is pay for your flight." I said, "Bro, I got work, innit? I couldn't get out of work." I said, "I got some family shit going on as well." So yeah, but he told me he had the best time.
What do you mean everything's paid for?
As
What's
in,
that mean?
like, I didn't need to pay for the room, the you know, all that whatever stuff. The
Brasses?
No, that shit there is like, you get me? Like, you meet bitches at the club, you bring them back. You know what I mean? So you get a table at the club, yeah, and then all the bitches come running to the table, innit? They think you're loaded.
What country's that?
Morocco.
What? That's an
But
Islamic
Chilla,
country, bro.
is it true, Chilla, in your religion that there's no such thing as a sin? Like there's no sins like in Christianity?
I think everything can be forgiven. Like,
Yeah.
Do you believe in reincarnation, do you?
You could just do anything and like as long as you've got good intentions, it's
No,
not a
there's
sin.
karma, innit? There's karma.
Yeah, but then again, it's all dependent on your karma. So, like,
Do you
generally
believe in
speaking,
karma? Is that what you follow? Karma?
I believe in karma, yeah, but at the same time,
Right.
it's like
How
I
does
also
karma
believe.
work? So like if you fuck 50 girls, does that mean that you're gonna get fucked by 50 dudes?
No, not at all. It's basically like fucking. Look, end of the day,
Suffering.
when it
How
comes
much
down
suffering
to it,
you cause.
you either suffer in this life or the next life in some way, shape, or form, depending on what bad shit you done, right? Or you know what I mean, you reap the rewards.
So
in your
basically,
next
when bad things happen to you, it's because you earned it.
or you reap the rewards in this life or the next life based on how much good you've done, right? But at the same time, it don't matter if you go with all the bad shit that you've done, right? You could still be forgiven as long as you're literally, like doing good in this life, and
Someone
what I mean?
put in the
I'm not
chat,
being
Trilla's going
funny.
to get reincarnated as a hooker, and Taffy was laughing.
All I'm saying is,
Bro, if that's true, I'm going to be reincarnated as Jesus because I've done some fucking wonderful things for people.
Yeah, that's what Tupac thought.
You
Then
know
he
what?
got sent to prison.
You know what? I think with your OnlyFans comment, yeah, you'll probably get reincarnated as a hooker, innit? So it is what it is.
What? Who's upstairs making that fucking decision? I want a fucking appeal, bro. I want an appeal. I want a fucking serious inquiry on that, man. I want to speak to the boss, mate. I want to speak to Kang the Conqueror, bro. Who's in fucking charge of this timeline, bro?
No, but see what I mean? Like, end of the day, see what it is, yeah? Let me tell you personally, if you're into any of the spiritual stuff from a Dharmic point of view, yeah, it's the thing of like you're trying to achieve like some sort of perfection, right? And in that
mate,
regard,
I've done that. I've done that.
Really?
Though. I'm fucking perfect,
Really?
bro.
Really?
100%.
You think well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Just for you to say that, right? I would say literally.
I'm going to be a fucking ant. I'm going to get reincarnated as a cockroach.
No. But honestly, it goes to show your humility, right? Your humility should show you that you're not worthy. You should recognize if you.
Shit.
If you were perfect, you honestly, genuinely should recognize that you're not.
Of course, I'm not fucking perfect,
right?
bro.
And literally, you're not deserving of being, going to heaven in a certain regard. So it's something that you can't.
What is there a heaven in the Vedas? And the Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah. So there are different levels as well. When you get to heaven, there are different levels.
What's level one? What's level one like?
Dude, I don't know, but level 100 is probably, you know what I mean? There are giants out there compared to you in terms of like that kind of spiritual meditation. You know what I mean? Like,
Do you get free hand jobs? Not for no fivers, just free hand
jobs.
You
know what? It's a spiritual place. It's not a physical place. So
like a spiritual hand job then.
I don't know if you can, but I mean, you're supposed to get on like some sort of mental kind of high, innit? Yeah. So like when it comes down to it, like so people that are doing what they're doing on this world, like meditating and trying to connect to the one, right? Now they're doing the same thing there. You know what I mean? Praising God, meditating and connecting.
What?
To the one.
Level 100 is just like praising God.
It's always going to, basically, from my limited understanding, it's the same thing you do in this world.
Look, I'm going to go now, but I'm going to say one thing before I go, yeah? It's better to burn in hell on your feet forever than to live in heaven on your knees for all eternity.
You're not on your knees.
Later, yeah? Take it easy.
On your knees. Yeah. I think this is where he gets it wrong. So, like, when it comes down to it, you see the one as being worthy of being worshipped in every time of your day and every thought in your mind. The one who gave you life, right? Like your mom, for example, right? On a basic kind of level, you're looking at God as being like the one who gave you everything, and God is worthy of being worshipped all the time and remembered all the time. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like respecting your elders to an extent. Respecting those that have been good to you. Nothing wrong with that. I think my food should be done, man.
You fucking absolute legendary monk. You said you stole a Tommy Tank. I swear down, yeah, I've never heard that as a flex ever. No one's gonna top that ever. Yeah, that's
what's that?
Top. That you stole a Tommy Tank. Are you okay, bro? Are you mad? Don't you be listening?
I stole what?
A Tommy Tank.
A Tommy Tank? What's that?
Yeah. What the fuck does it rhyme with? I swear, because no one's ever gonna fucking beat that. Trust me.
Stole it.
I swear that. Yeah, Dark Magician is an A-level pagan as well. Yeah.
He's quite funny though. He's quite funny. Yeah. He's quite funny.
No.
come on, mate. Like, end of the day, what can you do with it? It's hard to refuse. You get me? I've got to be honest with people. You know,
Listen, yeah, you gotta be. Forget about calling yourself a Gallus now as well, yeah.
Why?
Write that off now as well, man.
Why?
Because you said you paid for a fucking Tommy Tank card, a $5. Yeah,
Dude, she asked me for a $5,
That's
bro.
not Gallus behavior. Forget about it.
I'll give out a $5 for fucking to the beggars, bro. You get me? You can't give a $5 for a girl who's just fucking taking her down her top and giving me a fucking hand job. Are you mad? Fucking hell, it's no big deal, man.
It's not a flex either. It's not even a story to tell. Like,
I thought you would care.
Of
I
getting
don't
something
care.
on it or nothing like that. So.
Yeah, but who cares? What's the big deal? Like, why are people making it into a big
No,
deal?
I'm saying stop it. Stop using it as a flex.
I'm not flexing.
Because it's not.
I'm just telling the truth. Like, it's not flexing.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to help you out.
There might be a little bit of a flex where obviously the rest of them
it's
man
no
might have
flexing,
got charged a bit more than I got charged. You get me? It is what it is. I mean, yeah. Apart from that, it is what it is, man.
Wait, there was other people there lining up for fucking handwork.
No, I'm saying if that person, bro, I'm saying I went to another person, yeah, I went to the same place for a massage, yeah, and somebody else offered me the same shit. They tried to charge me like £40, and I was like, nah, thank you, it's all right. I said the next girl just charged me a £5, and they were like, no, I don't believe you, I can't believe that. And I was like, yeah, they just charged me a £5. She's like, nah, I can't believe it.
What, for a 40 quid for a Tommy Tank?
Yeah.
Okay, mad.
I know. And I told them, no, thank you. I said, fuck that. I'm getting 5-star dinners, yeah, for fucking 20 quid, bro, in India, bro. Like, in 5-star restaurants, you get me? Prices are cheap out there, bro. You get me?
Listen, you bartered. You bartered and brought it down to a $5, yeah?
Bro, I didn't barter at all. Nah, these are tight shit in the chat.
Bartering skills in the market.
Nah, I didn't, bro.
The art of the deal. The art of the deal, I like you, lad.
That's what I'm saying.
I said the art of the deal, you know.
He said to me, £5, yeah, I'll give you the best handy ever. And bro, she wasn't lying. She was not lying. I was like, oh shit. She knows what she's doing. I was like, oh my days.
Yeah, it's a strange flex still, man. I'm saying.
It's not a
It's
flex,
a new
bro.
one though, still, man. Yeah. Right. No one's ever gonna top that still, of course. I'm topping that. You know, but god damn. yeah. You flex of the day.
Flex of
I
the
swear
day.
down, I've repeated it so many times in the chat. Man.
I won't read the chat, you know, because bro, if I read the chat, these are going to wind me up.
The chat, you're finished.
I'm gonna get so wound up.
Forget about the chat. Yeah,
I'm not gonna read the chat.
Unseen.
You gotta be genuine, bro. You can't read the chat.
You know what I'm saying?
These up. But bro, I might listen. I heard Nixie in it, yeah, and Ghost were at each other in it. That's how like I listened to because Ghost uploaded it on his thing, innit, yeah. And I was like listening back to that, and I was like, oh shit, like where's this? This is probably G-Block, and I was like, I wonder when this was, yeah. So I fucking check if you were live, and because they don't come up with notifications a lot of the times, innit. And it was like, oh right, you got live for like fucking all day. Like, oh shit. I was like, oh my days, I missed a lot. I missed a lot, bro. And then fucking
if you just subscribe, it goes mad still, man. But yeah.
No. But I you know what? I
don't mind. Listen, you notice that I didn't even mind debate and switch to a different subject because you know it's a wife for that subject anyway. Because talking about man's experiences in the.
That wasn't me that started it, though. I'm pretty sure it wasn't me that started it. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know, but I think definitely.
CD Brothers in the South, yeah, they'll let you talk yourself down these mad paths, cuz, yeah. So,
bro, literally, these are just fucking like normal fucking life experiences, isn't it? Like I don't really see a big deal in talking about shit like that. I really personally don't. I don't care. Because if I can't be honest with people, bro, because God sees everything, bro. And I'm not afraid of fucking you.
Oh my God.
I should be afraid of God.
God stole the Tommy.
God
That's what you're gonna get reincarnated back.
God knows everything, bro. God knows all your sins, bro.
You're gonna get reincarnated back into the brass that you stole the Tommy tank from.
Is that what you believe? If that's the case, bro, I'm gonna be the fittest woman ever, bro. That's it. Fucking hell, that woman was
Pause,
sexy,
man.
bro.
I'm wanting to be a fit. Why for that? You're
Hey, that she was sexy, bro. I'm telling you now. Hey, she was sexy, bro. Fucking hell. Differently. Fucking hell. But fucking, let's call it. Like, yeah, fucking, I ain't scared of fucking talking my truth, bro. Who gives a shit, man? Fucking hell. It's not about being scared, bro, man. Fuck, these lot ain't afraid of being fucking racist. You think I'm fucking afraid of telling these lot fucking what? I had a bit of fun with a woman. That's it. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's mad still. Yeah. Man said, you let God see you steal the Tommy.
God sees everything, man. That's it. God sees everything.
So, no, that's it.
That's it. I will suffer my punishment in the next life. It is what it is. But yeah, I was gonna say though, with what Nixie was saying on your stream, bro, she was chatting and most of my shit to fucking Hanifa. I was like, yo, the fuck, man? She's literally talking the same shit. Like, and I already said about 100 times now online, and everyone else has heard the stream that she played. And fucking, I did not say anything about her dad. She did, yeah. And she keeps talking about it like I did. Like, who the fuck are you trying to kid? Why are you trying to fucking lie to Nixie? Why is she trying to lie every fucking second of the day about me talking about her dead dad? And fucking Hanifa pulled her up on it. And Hanifa was trying to be polite and saying, nah, I'm not trying to say you were looking for attention by crying, because the last person that done that was Jupiter. And I was like, yeah, but she is 100%. So Nixie,
yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna have to have a Jupiter 3 week next week, man. You get me? Because it's like turning into one fucking Jupiter promotion section. You get me?
that's a good decision. It's very understandable. But I mean, you kind of did this though, right? You gotta take responsibility for it.
People self-sanction their own self, innit? Yeah. One person made a comment that I disagreed with. I told them to leave, and then the other person must have felt the stone reflect off that one person, and decided to duck out and start going mad, double down, and blah blah blah, and let them do what they're doing. Man, I'm like, fuck them, man.
Yeah, because you said it from time, yeah. Like any promotion is free promotion, yeah. So you recognize that, good or bad, don't matter, right? It's promotion. So you know what I mean? Like that's good that you recognize that, yeah.
Basically, obviously you can make your point or whatever. Anyway, you know what it is, yeah. The point gets made, yeah. It's a solid point or whatever. Like, raw. You can say that what a person said in that situation is bad. Yeah, doesn't matter what you said previously in any other situations. You can still make a point that that's mad when you said that or whatever. Like, so all this other capping and caping and backflipping and drapes and tap dancing and fucking self-flagellating and all that sort of shit there that enough people are trying to do to make it seem like, because so and so said this, that means it's okay, or you can't say anything about when anyone else said that. That's like, bro, shut up, man. You literally do that every day yourself. No one in the world can literally say that they've never insulted a dead person. because there's someone that you might have said something about that you don't like, or you've heard something about in history that you said, oh, that person's a bad person, or you dislike so and so, but they're dead. So
No, but see, here's the problem with
using
the
that
first
is
thing.
dumb.
With the first thing you said about that Jupiter free week, yeah, I like the idea, right? But generally speaking, it's like, you're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You know what I mean, with this situation, because you even recognize we're part of a small little ecosystem in it, yeah, where what I mean, we're all fucking chatting about one another. Yeah. So you can't telling somebody not to do something just
Brother.
makes you look bad, and then telling
What happens here
yeah.
is, if you don't know, when anytime anyone's boycotted G Block, yeah, the algorithm starts going bad, because all people do is jump on loads of different places and say G Block, G Block, G Block, G Block, G Block. So it's the same sort of thing with other people, innit? Like if you're doing fucking 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week streams of
Yeah, but that was effortless.
whoever,
But that was
then
effortless.
you're basically
Then
just
you-
promoting the people, innit? Like,
Yeah,
so-
yeah, but that was if you aren't putting in any effort to do that, then that's one thing, isn't it? Like, I ain't telling you how to do your thing, by the way, yeah, because you've been doing your thing for years, isn't it? So just to get that clear, yeah, I ain't telling you how to run your thing. But when it comes down to it, all I'm saying is, looking at the situation, I get where you're coming from. You want the Jupiter free week, for example, yeah. Like, there's bare shit to chat about. That's you know what I mean.
Yeah,
At the
there's
same time,
always. No, but wait, listen. The point has always been made, and the reason why, sort of, the panel has made it to the places that it has done, is because the majority, 90% of the shows and the streams are about a fucking topic
100.
that's like actually happened, or gonna happen, or about to happen. You know what I'm saying? Coming up, or all that sort of shit. There.
I'm not gonna lie. The best
shows
thing
I don't have to do shows about this one, that one, or the other one. You know, it was just
No, it's like one of
at
the best
time,
things
you
that
can
you
quickly
have.
just do a quick reply, do your thing, and just crack on. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
Yeah, it's like literally, whenever we went off topic, we always came back on topic because you had questions of the day, right? I love that. You get me? It's like, so new people jump on the panel because obviously, they're free or in the chat, whatever. So what's your take on question of the day? I love that. You know what I mean? Like, you need to make that more, like obvious, that way, because question of the day was just, in my opinion, the best thing, on your show. So yeah, if you want to do that more, I would encourage it personally.
hey, sometimes you can make people look dumb, like, and there's bare different routes you can take in it, like, so. What I'm saying.
What's your MO, right? I mean, your MO is basically just running your show, right? You even said, Benny, yeah, you love this shit, right? Like, the shit shows, like, like crack on. You love this shit.
It's not my favorite shit, yeah. But what I do notice, yeah, is that anytime people are going off on each other and rah 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 rah, all the people that are in the chat saying that they hate this and they hate that, so and so, you're there typing so fast that I can't even read the comments or whatever. So,
but dude, it's a thing where, like,
words, isn't it?
But even better though, right? There are fewer panelists here than there are people in the chat here, and it's like freaking, you know what I mean? Like,
and what I've noticed as well, Trilly, yeah, hold on to that point, yeah. What I've noticed as well, yeah, is that the man them in the chat are soft, because when it's time to give out insults and talk about what they think is wrong and so and so, so and so, it's all good, innit? Man, one type in caps lock and do this, that, and the other, and big at this one, at that one, rah, rah, rah. If you call out anyone's name, though, and say, you're a dickhead and blah, blah, blah to them, yeah, you might not see them turn up in the chat again. You see them start barling like little babies. You get me?
Just in the chat, yeah. Okay, no. I mean, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. If you're new, I can understand it. But if you're literally like been there for a while, I wouldn't take it too personal, because unless it's somebody that you might obviously respect or something and they're going at you, whatever. But generally speaking, I mean, like I said, it's a small fucking, ecosystem. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that
200
people don't mind throwing stones, innit?
Yeah,
But
of
when the
course they
stone
don't.
comes back their way, they would have start crying and flip it out. Man wanna
Yeah.
unsubscribe and not type, or man wanna run off and leave communities. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I'm
for these
not
man
gonna.
have got big
I'm
gal
not gonna lie.
feelings, like big gal's. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna lie. In the chat,
Big
I
gal's
would find it
blouse.
harder to do on the panel. I mean, fucking, like it's a little different. Not a little. It's quite a lot
Yeah,
different.
the panel's different from the chat,
Yeah,
and
it's
even
very different.
being able to speak for all these long hours and shit is different from when you first jump on, innit? Like, because right, when you're
Yeah.
listening and you're typing, it's the same sort of thing when people was watching the debates in Speaker's Corner. It looks
'Cause
easy, innit? And then
I-
someone turns up to the
Yeah.
park to try to do their thing, and then when they're in front of all the big people asking these mad different questions at crazy angles that you never even thought anyone was going to ask any sort of questions at, right, you might not be in the same sort of
Bro,
thing as
it's
you thought it
it's
was, innit?
literally,
Like, so
like the other day I saw Mohammed Ajab, yeah, and I remember like I debated him like in speaking. I only got speakers corner like once a day, yeah, to debate people on it, yeah? And fucking literally I saw Mohammed Ajab, and I was like, right, I was like, the last time I see this guy was like 10 years ago. Okay, when the whole I went there for that Tommy thing, innit, yeah. And, me and Ghost and done a show recently, and we were showing how he done that whole thing, talking about that letter, innit, where he's reading out that letter and whatnot, yeah. And the fucking
the Martin Sona letter, yeah.
yeah, Martin Sona, yeah, and the fucking.
That's why it's strange that the people who say that don't like or try to get mad when you say, right, obviously Tommy Robinson's far right. It might not be as far right as Martin Sona himself or rah, but like for you to be chose as one of the people that should be reading out Martin Sona's speech, then that's got.
But I only went down. I only went down because of that. Because of that whole
That's a
thing.
4-page letter, Crazy.
Because but that's what I'm saying. I only went down there because
Time
he
to
was
write
going
it.
to read out Martin Sona's letter. Yeah, literally, I thought to myself, this is a mad thing going to happen today. I was like, I need to be here, bro. Like, I called my boys up. I was like, you want to go down?
The New
I was like,
Zealand guy
yeah.
sent Martin Sona money on his PayPal.
Sorry?
The New Zealand killer. He sent Martin Sona money on his PayPal.
No, that's nuts, Fucking hell. New Zealand or fucking the guy from who was Christchurch? Christchurch.
I think that Christchurch, that's New Zealand.
Is it New Zealand? Okay. I thought it
think
was
there was some links to
Australia.
them Anders Breivik. Someone else has got linked to Anders Breivik as well. I'm not even sure if it's him. But
Bro, I remember watching like the Christchurch thing. Somebody sent me a link in it, fucking on my WhatsApp of the thing innit, that happened, like literally hours after it happened. Yeah, so I woke up in the morning and I saw it, and I literally posted it on my football group because all these guys were like, most of them were Muslim. I was like, bro, is this shit real? Or is this shit fucking some fake thing? Because I was like, bro, like it just looked like something out of, like some fucking Call of Duty thing, innit? Yeah, like somebody just, like made some little Call of Duty movie or something. Yeah, they're like, nah, bro, that's real, bro. I beg you take it down, innit? Yeah, because people are hurting because of that. Yeah? Like they find it like this, you know what I mean? I was like, oh shit, man. I didn't even realize. And I fucking took it down straight away from my football channel. But yeah, I was like, and I never got invited back to football in that group ever again. Once or twice afterwards, but yeah. But fucking hell, bro. I was like, boy, that shit was mad, I didn't even realize I was being disrespectful. I was just trying to see if that was real or not. And I couldn't believe it was real. That was fucking horrible. Like, I don't know if you lot have seen it. Like, but fucking hell, that looked like something out of a movie. It was that fucking mad. Like, I couldn't believe that shit was real. Man was literally out there with a fucking camera, just killing innocent people. Like it was GTA, like fucking Grand Theft Auto. Fucking mad thing, I swear to God. Best way I can describe it, man. I've been too fucking going into detail. I just didn't. I couldn't believe it was real. I really couldn't. How somebody could do that, and that was somebody that literally had listened to Tommy Robinson, you know, and believed their bullshit. This is one of the reasons, by the way, that I decided to stay online and jump on Benny's stream, right, regularly, because I heard a lot of echo chambers. No pun intended, because you heard an echo. But yeah, like I heard a lot of echo chambers, you know, where people like Jupiter and Wendy and Raj were literally just talking bare shit about Muslims, yeah. And I was like, you know what? I'm not happy with this, because you're literally encouraging fucking people that have caused these Christ attacks, yeah, to do this same thing. I'm not gonna, if I can do anything about it, if I can stop one person from doing that shit by jumping online and staying online and fucking saying my piece and countering their arguments, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. I can say, no, I fucking tried, right? And if I can persuade one fucking person who thought about going out there and killing innocent people, whether they be Sikh, Hindu, Muslim, whatever, yeah, cool. That was my MO for me, staying on the G block and jumping online all the time. You know what I mean? Just to make sure that these fuckers was, you know what I mean, not try to manipulate and coerce somebody into doing, you know, these crazy things. What do they call it? Fucking when you like convert somebody into like doing something extreme. It's a mad thing. Fucking hell.
Yo,
Yeah.
hey, listen. Like I was saying, man. Yeah, man. Man's welcome to jump on all the time, mate, and all that. Yeah, because as long as man don't write man no poems, like, hey, you got me, cuz, like,
Hey. Those are rap lyrics, yeah. Those are rap lyrics, yeah. Yeah, right.
Bars.
Those are rap
bars.
lyrics. Yeah, that was rapping, bro.
Hey, let me try to find fucking videos and play. Hold on a second. Yeah.
Go on. It's still early, you know. It's only 9:30. No, it's not even late. Well, you want to hear me rap? Yeah, go deep. Okay, now I'll rap about how ugly you are, you motherfucker. You be one, you be two, bitch. Yeah, bro. You be one, you be two, bro. Come on. You know what I mean? Represent.
Not thousands of videos of beheaded Palestinian babies and children, Palestinian children with severed limbs, killed by Israel. And not a single corporate media outlet has reported on how Israel has systematically beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western media outlets was so quick to spread the mass atrocity propaganda in order to manufacture consent for Israel's genocide by repeating a story about an incident which never took place.
We have some really disturbing new information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how can any human being do that to a baby?
So what message does that send? That mythical beheaded babies, because they were Israeli, are to be reported on when the incident never happened, but that Palestinian babies and children, when they're beheaded and they're severed and they're found hanging from trees with half of their body missing, that they are not worth the coverage to report on their experience, on their premature death at the hands of Israel and the United States. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces tied explosives to the body of an 80-year-old Palestinian man who was forced to clear booby-trapped houses, and once they released him, they shot and killed him and his wife? Did you know that Israeli soldiers were captured on film raping a Palestinian hostage? And when news of this came to light, Israeli far-right politicians and soldiers and ordinary people protested outside of the facility where the soldier was being held, demanding that he be released. And in parallel, the Israeli Knesset engaged in debates on the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian hostages.
טרלול הזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל.
להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי?
כן, אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות לו. הכל. הכל.
One of the soldiers who was involved in the rape had a media tour all around Israeli media stations and took off his ski mask and was revered as a national hero by members of Israeli society. Did you know that a young Palestinian boy by the name of Saddam Rajab was killed in the occupied West Bank after an Israeli occupation soldier shot him in the stomach? Even though the evidence is right there, it was still responded to by supporters of Israel as being fake.
Hey guys, speak for a sec, yeah?
Hey, Wagwan! Wagwan, Wagwan!
Wagwan, bro.
Yes, what's going on? What's going on? Am I clear to you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, bro.
All right. Hey, Pikachu went. I see him swing on a swing. I said, "What's this brother got about 20 channels on the run?" I said, "What's going on?" Because this one's got 500 subscribers. So what is the other one got taken down, Trill?
I reckon just in case, isn't it? Just in case. Backups.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know why he's not in his other show, but yeah, I just wonder if he got taken down or something. I just like this internet's a small place. I go on my timeline. I'm seeing big. On pain streams, G Block, this, that, and the third. I'm fucking that. How many channels has he got?
But you come at a good time. Let me just grab my fucking dinner and carry on. Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah. So shout out to the guards. Shout out to the Gaza Strip. You know what? Even if it's totaled, we're still here. The thing looked totaled, but we're still here. Get me? There's rubble everywhere. We're the sole survivors. You know what I mean? A lot of people couldn't make it out of the bombardment that these demon crats were sending towards the space because we done picked the locks around the lies, and illusions, right? Many people came out of this place, revamped and relaunched and completely with a new mindset. But like, if you're one of them people that were part of the transferal process of just idiotic thinking and stupid fucking, do you know what I mean? Stuck in stupid mode. You know, you came. It's almost like you got a new lease of life. You got lobotomized. Do you know what I'm saying? Your mind got a refresh. And now people are no longer stuck on stupid. Yeah. And I do believe that our narrative is reverberating around even till now. Yeah, it's hitting people up in other parts of the world. All solely down to this one little space. So pick up yourself, anybody who's involved with it. Where's everybody? Where did Triller go? You gotta go his food. So who's in the building now? I'm only speaking to a small comment section, so let me just have a look who's in the comment section. I don't even think anyone's in there. Yeah, shout out to Gertie, always up in the place. Do you know what I mean? Contributing knowledge, etc. Base Luke, I don't know about Base Luke. He sounds like he could argue forever, but shout out to my guy. I don't know who these guys are. Bless. Oh, big up Louise. Louise always in the building. Shout out sis. Shout out unknown. Said big up golden showers. Yeah, of course. Oh shit! Do you know what, Taffy? What's going on there? Taffy.
Or being what they call Pallywood, because not only does Israel kill Palestinians with impunity, but Israel's supporters to believe that their ideology is morally justified when they do see images of Israel's policies against Palestinians. They just claim that they're fake, that they didn't happen, that they're made up entirely by Palestinians to claim global sympathy. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces recently killed a 2-year-old Palestinian girl by the name of Layla al-Khatib, who was sitting down to eat dinner with her family in occupied Jenin? She was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. Not only did the Israeli sniper shoot her, but then the Israeli occupation forces prevented her and her family from rushing to get medical care, and she died. This, of course, is not an aberration. This happens all the time on a daily basis. Prior to October 7th, 2022 had been the deadliest year for Palestinian children killed by Israeli occupation forces in the occupied West Bank in 15 years. But did you even know about it? Did you know that in 16 months of genocide in Gaza, Israel has managed to halve the life expectancy in Gaza? If that isn't proof of genocide, I don't know what could be proof of genocide. Did you know that Israel withholds Palestinian bodies and prevents Palestinians that it killed from being returned to their families? Over 600 Palestinian bodies are being illegally held by Israel, some since the 1960s. Did you know that if you go on Google Maps and you look for satellite images of Beit Hanun, you will see that Israel has completely destroyed and erased that village in Gaza, that city in Gaza, and instead replaced all of the buildings, the stores, the homes, the parks, the schools, the mosques, the churches, with thick mud embedded with Israeli tank marks in the shape of a Star of David. Not a single corporate mainstream media outlet covered that story, thought it would be important. Consider, for example, as part of Israel's genocide, Israel has destroyed the overwhelming majority of all the infrastructure that is related to the provision of basic services like electricity, like water, like sanitation. It destroyed 90% of the housing units in Gaza. 90%. If that isn't genocide, I don't know what is. You can't possibly make the argument that the destruction of the majority, the overwhelming majority of all housing units in Gaza does not constitute intent to destroy a people in whole or in part. If you continue to get your information from mainstream media, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know any of these stories. But I think we should understand that if any one of these incidents had happened to an Israeli child or an Israeli family, then not only would the media be all over the story, politicians would be condemning it in the strongest possible terms, there would be widespread coverage and discussion about the horrors that that individual had endured. But when violence is carried out against Palestinians systematically in much wider proportions over 76 years, it is something that the global north wants us to accept as a reality, as a status quo, as the default. And as a result, evil is allowed to prevail with absolute impunity. After 15 months of a daily live stream genocide, we're really at a very critical turning point. Either the global community decides that international law is to mean something and is to actually be applied consistently to all offenders, no matter who they are, no matter where they're from, no matter the circumstances, or we decide to throw it away entirely. I don't see a middle ground because the Gaza genocide has exposed the double standards and the hypocrisy that is so embedded into the system. If you take the example of the ICC warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, you've had states in Europe come out and say they're just not going to honor the warrants. Netanyahu and Gallant will be allowed to visit their states in total impunity and that they won't comply with the obligation to actually arrest them and hand them over to The Hague. That's their obligation as signatories to the Rome Statute, the treaty that establishes the International Criminal Court. And in retaliation for the issuance of the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed in Gaza, the US, under the Trump administration, has sanctioned the International Criminal Court. That should make everyone stop to pause and reflect on who the good guys are in this and who might the bad guys be. The world that we're creating, if we continue to ignore international law, is a very dangerous world. It's a world where...
Hey, that's funny, yeah? We just watched a video where Israeli soldier shot an 8-year-old kid. You heard him scream and get shot and die, yeah? And this dude's in the chat talking about Savage Beasts side with Palestine. That's funny still. Peaceful people side with Israel. That's wild still. Mad. Very.
State's conduct is not bound by any notions of law or morality. It's a world where the only principle is if I can get away with it, then I will do it. It's a world that is going to, in many ways, resemble much of the death and destruction and killing that we saw at the height of empire hundreds of years ago. But also, it's a world that's going to be much more dangerous even than that because of the ability now to accelerate and to automate killing and destruction through the technologies of today that we didn't have back then. Every single crime that they get away with is merely a precursor for a more egregious crime in the future. And the only thing that can stop that pattern from continuing is accountability. That's why it's so important for people all around the world to demand that policymakers and governments comply with their obligations under international law. And in this current moment, that means allowing for the reconstruction of Gaza by Palestinians for Palestinians without the interference or the meddling of...
Yeah, man. Sorry, bro.
Yo.
I have to stop recording still. But
Oh, you have to stop. Why? Oh, what, because of the time?
No, I was doing
So
something
you...
at the time, innit? Like, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so what is this?
Record it, so.
What's this say? What we saying, Biggs? You're doing you kind of just done a review of.
Yeah, we just done a quick review still.
Yeah, man. I see that.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, it's one
you
thing.
know what happens here?
Go on.
I saw some holiday pictures, yeah. Look, a holiday video of someone.
Go suck your mother.
That was like Ross.
Fucking hell. What's that, Planet D? Wow. Wow. You referenced yourself in that video. Bro. Fucking hell. You know that's like one of them posts you see on the racist thing saying if you ever go to Jamaica, you're most likely to hear this. Oh shit. Wait, what go on with the I made a track called Ado Badman.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm starting to make music. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yardi, though. I thought you was
I know Yardi.
Niger boy. Area
Yeah, I
boy.
know, but you know what? We got the lingo.
Yeah,
That's the
area,
thing.
man.
Hey, listen, one thing that the UK has definitely robbed from the Caribbean is the lingo. So when people here say, "Hey, Biggs, we need to watch out," because the culture's getting eroded, Biggs, yeah, we're gonna lose the culture. I kind of know what they're speaking about. Yeah, everybody's speaking Caribbean. How do you feel? You're getting batted up in your own lingo. That's fucking crazy. Huh? Biggs. Yeah, man. So what's going on?
You say who's getting bad up?
Yeah, but obviously you've been bad up before, but with people trying to use the Caribbean thing, innit? Oh, that pissed out. Do you know how much that pissed?
Getting bad up?
Yeah, but
He's getting bad up.
well, if these days, if anybody tries to chief you up or anybody gets rude, they're saying, suck your mother. And they're like, hold on, I'm Caribbean, you're telling me to suck my mum. Like, that would get me so annoyed, bro. That would get me inflamed. I don't know how you feel about that, but
Well,
I don't know.
what would you say in Nigerian?
What would you say in Nigerian? I don't know. I mean, for example,
Peaky
if we had
Blinders ain't no Jamaican crime thing, bro. The Addams Family and the other crime syndicates of London and flipping Noonans in Manchester and rah. Ain't no Jamaicans, bro. The knife crime was here before there was even flipping before slavery had ended. What are you talking about? Man, it's had swords and shit.
Yeah, I know. It's just to usurp the whole
William the
Caribbean.
Conqueror, didn't my man shoot my man in the eye with an arrow? Who got shot in the eye with an arrow?
I've heard about that many times. A lot of kings and shit have been taken out.
Anyway, so what would the Nigerians say for suck your mother? What's the Nigerian version of suck your mother?
They don't have a version of suck your mother, but definitely.
Exactly,
I mean,
man.
yeah, but
Why
listen, I
come with
thought.
the Nigerian. Where's the Nigerian lingo, man?
Listen, why are you trying to back me up before I clap you on the back of your digital
What's
head
the
and tell you to
Nigerian
suck?
lingo for shut your beak?
Suck yourself.
What's the Nigerian lingo for suck your mother? Cuz what is it?
I don't, bruv. You know that's how nice Africa. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. How the fuck did the Caribbeans come over here, pure slang and pure bad man language, and the Africans are standing here? Yeah, man, that's the pushback.
Yeah.
That's
Suck your mom, yeah, I said it, suck your mom. Suck your mother and die.
Nah.
Africans start having this attitude, they're still gonna be able to get bought on the like they're sweet in a shop. Because I feel that's why, because they're so calm and relaxed and timid, and yeah, they need to, they're gonna have to get freedom. They're gonna have to be.
What you saying? The Africans would do what?
Huh?
The Africans would do what?
Who, me? Who me?
Yeah. No, you just said the Africans would do.
I said the Africans are so timid. Yeah, until they start becoming like the Caribbeans, they're always gonna be a fucking get bought out like they're sweets in a sweet shop. You can go and do what you fucking want with them. They can, and with the Africans are naive. Yeah, they're very naive. Yeah, I can't believe how naive I've seen some of these people over here. And we're like, hold on, do you know your history? And they believe that the only sort of way of living is to completely be vulnerable and let yourself and become part of the fabric. Where actually, what it is, the best thing to do really is to know who you are and try to see if you can build something which is more secure for you as a person. Yeah, and that's it. They just feel like, all right, we're not going to try and do anything else or build anything. We're just going to fall in line with whatever's here. And
Are you now saying that Africans are subservient to Europeans in the UK?
Well, I'd say that the most conformant, even though the system is not really, really beneficial to them, as it is for example, the Asians, for instance. Yeah, they're the most complicit underneath the most harshest environment. So they are kind of the most compliant. Under harsh environments, you got people going mad. You got guys blowing themselves up because they're not fucking having it. You got dudes, honor killings, whatever the hell they're doing, clapback killings. No, African man, it's got to be a whole ethnic cleansing before it's even out on a TV. Fucking hell, huh?
Well, what are you trying to say? Because I don't really get what you.
So what I'm really trying to say is, if the whole.
You said Africans are subservient and keep playing second fiddle to people in the country.
Yeah, I mean, look,
trying to say?
I've had enough of these old narratives about black people, this, that, their mindset. If they weren't so innately have like, if they didn't have so many inferior complexes, then they would do much better. Well, what I would say is actually the shit and the rock that's been dropped on Africans have put them in a state of cognitive dissonance to a degree, to the point where it's like don't know where to turn. There's not many. Do you know what I mean? And then so I'm gonna go the other way and say actually, if Africans don't get more serious about being rebellious, then they're gonna dwindle into fucking nothingness. Their experience of happiness and fulfillment is going to be considerably reduced. And how can I validate that? Well, look at inflation. Your life is already completely reduced to how much you can spend. So if you're not willing to do something that is radical in terms of not asking for it, but taking your freedom in one way, shape, or form, economically, first of all, by building your own shit, then we're going to get into a state of more, of being in a state of receiving less. So you've got people that, oh well, you know what? If you've got such a much inferior complex and you're so emotionally unstable, and if you won't have a chip on your shoulder, they do all of that. And women are biggest sellouts, especially mixed race women, to their own people. The biggest fucking sellouts of the black community is mixed race women. Don't ever listen to a mixed race women. They are virtual signalers. I can't stand them. A lot of them are virtual signalers. A lot of mixed race women are tramps, and I can't fucking stand them. That's why the Muslims put hoods on their faces and beat them up, and the Israelites done stone them, and the Israelites were stoning women. Hold on.
Cease and desist, man. What are you doing?
Hold on. Let me have my opinion, please, bro. I'm not being horrible to women. I'm not saying anything that's too
you're saying that mixed race women are the worst women in the world, man.
I didn't say that verbatim. Like, come on, keep it in context. I said they have got to be, at the moment, for me, really problematic. I can't take mixed race women or women in general, because let's see it from black women. You know, they'll do it in a way where it's so it's so nurturing, the way they say, you know, the black man's got to be a bit more smart about things when dealing with the system. Whereas you get mixed race, honestly, it's just me, what I see about mixed race people. I mean, I saw Jedi's show earlier on his Jedi Online when he was talking about Baijonomics, and there was this mixed race girl talking about the state of black people, and she talking about chips on shoulders. I'm saying they need more chip on the shoulder. They need to be more rebellious, yeah, and not in the form of physical altercations, yeah, and confrontation, but actual trying to come together and fuck what they say about the sus laws and there being more than 3 people in one space. That's how it's almost like a mental thing that they've done to black people. Come together and piss them off just by coming together, first of all, because that's going to throw them off. And then when you build that something, they can only deny something and go against the law if it's there, if it's tangible. Because people say, oh, well, if you build, then there's going to be problems. Well, build first and then let the problems come and then get to the road, cross that road when it comes. And, when I look at the situation, like I said, I feel like this is a solution that needs to be taken right now when different markets are emerging and different power plays being made. There's trade agreements going on from the Chinese to establish themselves. Who else has to establish themselves on the main stage? Until black people kind of start to think, all right, wait, hold on. We can see everybody pulling themselves together. And I'm not saying that this is a conscious thing, but it's because I think it's the disjointedness and the lack of unity and it's almost like the destabilization on a macro and micro scale. We can witness that within the black community. Right? And we can start to see that emerging from especially the music industries, where everybody's going do it yourself. Everybody's going independent.